Transcending to become a down-and-out noble young master in an interstellar era. The territory is impoverished, resources are scarce, and the starship is in ruins. A mess has been thrown at Zhao Chen. No Stargate in the territory? We'll build one ourselves. No starships in the territory? Interstellar destroyers, interstellar frigates, interstellar cruisers. Whatever we want, we'll build it, leading a swarm of drones like a hive attack on an aircraft carrier starship, proclaiming dominance on the battlefield. All truths lie within the firing range of the interstellar battleship's giant cannon. The Empire has developed T-5 technology starships. Sorry, I already have a fleet of T-5 starships in service. In Zhao Chen's dictionary, there is nothing that a starship cannot solve. If there is, then send 2 more fleets over. Bystander A. I want to enlist. I want to join Commander Zhao Chen's fleet. Zhao Chen. Sorry, I only recruit female soldiers. Everyone knows that in this era, Stargate technology is of utmost importance for interstellar navigation. However, Stargates can only be built in star systems that have 2 stars, which means that so far, 1/3 of the star systems cannot construct Stargates. Zhao Chen groggily opened his eyes, feeling a sense of dizziness in his mind. If he remembered correctly, he had stayed up late playing games last night, and felt sleepy as soon as he got to class today. But strangely, the usually stern teacher hadn't woken him up today. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's expression froze, because he realized that the entire classroom was not right. The desks were no longer wooden, but made of some kind of pure white special material, and in front of each student was a holographic projection screen, with their uniforms. Resembling those from some sci-fi space war movies, Zhao Chen reached out to touch the seemingly transparent display screen in front of him, and at first, he felt as if he was touching some object, and when he pressed harder, his entire hand actually passed through it. What the hell? Zhao Chen's eyes widened as he looked around. He saw that where the classroom's original wall was, there was a giant floor-to-ceiling window, and outside was a dazzling galaxy scene, something that could only be seen in educational programs before. On the walls of this special classroom hung several electronic scrolls, some depicting warplanes, others depicting warships. But they were not Navy warships. They looked like starships from a game. Looking again at the teacher standing at the podium, Zhao Chen nearly fell over in shock. It was a humanoid creature, dressed in clothes, but with no hair on its head, instead presenting some kind of vine-like texture, and had butterfly wing-like ears on the sides of its head. This was definitely not a human appearance. Just as Zhao Chen was surprised whether he was dreaming, a series of memories began to flood into his mind. Interstellar era. Starry Empire. Galactic calendar year 3030. North Star Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen. Captain Major. 3rd year. Student. Zhao Chen winced in pain, holding his head. Old Zhao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A concerned voice came from beside him. Zhao Chen looked over. It was a boy. His information immediately appeared in Zhao Chen's mind. Li Wei, his good friend and classmate. I'm fine. I might have stayed up too late last night. Zhao Chen waved his hand, indicating he was okay. He pretended to be calm and continued with the class, but his mind was busy sorting out the current situation and predicament. He had transcended. He had crossed over to an interstellar era. This was a Starship Military Academy of the Starry Empire, and he was a student here, studying to become a captain, with hopes of commanding an interstellar warship in the future. Zhao Chen touched his pocket, where there was a small vial. If he remembered correctly, the original owner of this body had chosen to commit suicide due to a love affair gone wrong, unexpectedly allowing him to cross over and become the new owner of this body with the same name. Ding. Super Interstellar Fleet System, binding in progress. Binding completed. Host Zhao Chen. Just then, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Newbie gift package opened. Congratulations, you've received 100 system points. Congratulations, you've obtained the top starship engineer profession. Congratulations, you've received a technical blueprint for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Congratulations, you've received a random opportunity for a special attribute draw. After a brief daze, Zhao Chen realized that this was his golden finger as a transcender. With a thought, a virtual page appeared before Zhao Chen's eyes. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, top starship engineer. Special attribute, empty. Points, 100. Number of starships, 0. Task, quarterly task, not claimed. Warehouse, T3. Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint. Zhao Chen glanced at the 2 rewards he had just received. Top starship engineer? Zhao Chen raised his hand and used the holographic computer on the desk to look up some starship manufacturing content. He found that when he saw this knowledge, he immediately understood it, even able to draw inferences from it. So, I can build starships myself? Zhao Chen thought excitedly. Looking further down. Points, Points. System points are provided daily based on the number of starships owned by the host. Must be starships built from system blueprints, and can also be obtained by completing system tasks. Points can be exchanged for goods in the system mall. Zhao Chen glanced at the so-called system mall, which contained starship technical blueprints and various other goods, but all were at the T1 technology level. In this world, technological products are classified as T1, T2, T3, and so on. Starships are no exception. Higher levels mean stronger combat power and more advanced technology. Therefore, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship that Zhao Chen obtained could be considered a very precious starship technology. It's important to know that a T3 level starship technical blueprint is worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of star coins in the Starry Empire. Currently, the number of T3 starship types in active service in the Starry Empire does not exceed 10. This shows how precious T3 starships are. If others were to know that Zhao Chen had such a T3 starship technical blueprint, the entire empire would probably be in an uproar. But Zhao Chen understood the principle that a common man is innocent but bears the blame for possessing valuable items. This thing could not be leaked until he had enough strength. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen currently did not have the ability to build a T3 starship. According to Zhao Chen's memory, it would take at least 10 million star coins worth of raw materials and related construction costs to build a T3 starship. If he wanted to possess this starship, Zhao Chen still had a long way to go. As for the quarterly task displayed on the system interface, the IT is a task that automatically forms every 3 months, and rewards are given upon completion. In Zhao Chen's first quarterly task, Zhao Chen claimed it first. Quarterly task. On a starship, system produced. This difficulty is not small. In addition, there is something special. That is the special attribute. Zhao Chen clicked to select the attributes option, and then a box popped up. The host will randomly select one attribute and execution condition from the options below. Option 1. The host fleet can only recruit male soldiers, gaining fleet combat, power bonuses, and inspiring voice. Option 2. The host fleet can only recruit female soldiers, gaining fleet luck bonuses and insight. Option 3. The host fleet can only recruit non-humanoid soldiers, gaining fleet loyalty bonuses and universal language. Zhao Chen's face darkened. Was this system messing with him? Chapter 2. An interstellar fleet that can only recruit female soldiers? Random selection begins. Before Zhao Chen could think too much, a cursor began to move rapidly among the 3 options, resembling a roulette wheel. Eventually, the cursor stopped at option 2. Congratulations, host. You have received the fleet luck value bonus and the Eye of Insight. Please unconditionally adhere to the regulation that the fleet can only recruit female soldiers. If violated, the aforementioned rewards will be revoked, and you will face unknown penalties. Zhao Chen covered his face. The rule of only being able to recruit female soldiers seemed a bit excessive, but for some reason, Zhao Chen felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. To get back on track, since this fact could not be changed, he decided to go with the flow. First, let's take a look at the 2 rewards he had received. First was the fleet luck value bonus, which, as the name implies, meant that Zhao Chen and any existence within the fleet under his name could receive a certain luck value bonus. As for the specific effects, it was hard to tell. After all, luck was quite mysterious. Secondly, the Eye of Insight could be used on any species aboard Zhao Chen's starship, allowing him to see if the other party harbored any hostility or murderous intent towards him. In other words, as long as he was on his starship, Zhao Chen would be absolutely safe. Classmates, today's lesson ends here. This semester is coming to an end, and we will start practical learning next semester. As all of you are cadets in the captain program, you will need to have your own starship by then. The starship can either be purchased by you or exchanged using academy credits. After announcing this, the teacher left the classroom. The announcement was about the curriculum for next semester. Each student needed to prepare their own starship. Those from wealthy families could buy one themselves. If not financially well off, they could use the academy credits accumulated over the past 3 years to exchange for a starship from the academy's list. Immediately, every student began discussing their planned starships. Let me tell you, my dad has already prepared a T2 class interstellar destroyer for me, the latest model this year, and it's the best-selling starship in the past decade. TCH. Let me tell you, what is a man's romance? It's giant ships and giant cannons. If we're going to fly, it has to be an interstellar battleship. Now that's a real man's toy. You guys have good backgrounds, but I'm not so lucky. Just getting a starship frigate to finish my studies will be fine. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Chen couldn't help but fantasize about his own starship. As a boy, who didn't have a dream of galloping through the universe. Old Zhao, have you decided what starship to exchange for? You need to prepare quickly. although the Academy provides a long list of starships for exchange. If you wait too long, there won't be any good ones left. Moreover, you still need to gather a crew. Li Wei leaned closer to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen casually asked, "How are you preparing?" Li Wei cheerfully raised his hand, where a wrist device similar to a watch was worn, but as light as a feather. A holographic projection emerged, displaying a 3D model of a starship. The design was relatively traditional, resembling ancient ships. On it, several main cannons and missile launchers could be seen. This is the T2 class Hyena medium interstellar destroyer, currently priced at 4.3 million star coins. My dad has booked it for me. And he has even arranged for the crew, all retired veterans with over 10 years of service. After saying this, Li Wei seemed to remember something and looked at Zhao Chen with concern. Old Zhao, if you really can't find a suitable starship in the Academy warehouse, I can ask my dad to help you. It's all right. I already have a plan for the starship. After we finish eating, we'll go get my starship. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Li Wei's family background was good, as they were involved in interstellar trade and were said to be among the top 10 in the northern star region of the Starshine Empire. So, it was no surprise for him to acquire a T2 Hyena medium interstellar destroyer worth 4 million star coins. After their casual chat, Zhao Chen and Li Wei headed to the Academy cafeteria together. On the way, Li Wei noticed that Zhao Chen seemed absent-minded, thinking he was still preoccupied with the starship issue. In truth, Zhao Chen's status was not inferior to Li Wei's at all. His father had passed away early, and Zhao Chen had inherited a barony and a star system. Unfortunately, the resources in his star system were extremely scarce. It was also a single star system, which meant that a star gate could not be constructed. A star system without a star gate and lacking special resources could essentially be labeled as worthless. Zhao Chen's barony was granted to him due to the military achievements of his great-grandfather, who was a commander in the Starshine Empire and was conferred the title of Earl along with land. However, during the generations of Zhao Chen's grandfather and father, neither achieved enough merit to elevate or solidify their titles, resulting in a gradual drop in rank until Zhao Chen's title went from Earl to Baron. If he did not achieve any further merits, his descendants would not be able to inherit the title, and the territory would be reclaimed by the Empire. Given Zhao Chen's current situation, it was basically hopeless. It was said that in Zhao Chen's star system, there wasn't even a T2 class starship, and only a few old T1 class starships were responsible for maintaining security. Fortunately, due to the system's poverty, there were no interstellar pirates targeting them. In the past, Li Wei often wanted to help Zhao Chen, but Zhao Chen was strong-willed and never accepted help from others. "Hey, old Zhao, let's sit over there." Suddenly, Li Wei put his arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder, trying to steer him down a different path, as if intentionally avoiding something. However, the person Li Wei didn't want Zhao Chen to see was already in Zhao Chen's sight. Jiang Shasha, Zhao Chen's fiancée, in theory. However, at this moment, Jiang Shasha was with a boy. Those who knew her understood that the boy was pursuing her. Li Wei covered his face, feeling that this was truly a narrow road for enemies. How could he run into this woman everywhere? He knew that Zhao Chen and Jiang Shasha had grown up together, as they were both from the same star system, and Jiang Shasha's family was part of the nobility in Zhao Chen's territory. So they had established an engagement from a young age. However, everything changed once Jiang Shasha entered this academy with Zhao Chen. In the academy, there were boys with more prominent statuses and more extravagant spending compared to Zhao Chen. In contrast, Zhao Chen could only be considered a fallen noble from the countryside. At first, Zhao Chen had liked Jiang Shasha, but her actions repeatedly hurt him, and although he tried to win her back, he was met with her cold and cruel treatment. Li Wei knew that Zhao Chen was heartbroken, having gone days without eating. What Li Wei didn't know was that today, due to emotional distress, Zhao Chen had contemplated suicide by taking pills, which led to the current situation. "That spot by the window, let's sit there." Zhao Chen rejected Li Wei's suggestion and walked straight ahead. To outsiders, it appeared that Zhao Chen was walking directly towards Jiang Shasha. Chapter 3. The fiancé of the useless baron. At this moment, Jiang Shasha also saw Zhao Chen walking straight towards her. She felt extreme disgust. She never expected this guy to be so stubborn. Last night, she had clearly told him that they were from two different worlds. Yet he still insisted on talking about their childhood friendship, hoping she would have a change of heart. What a joke. Leaving that impoverished star system was when she truly understood what a brilliant life meant. How could she possibly be willing to go back to that impoverished star system and become a worthless baroness, with no hope of her children inheriting a title? She wouldn't allow herself to live such a life, not even to think about it. The boy next to her was a potential candidate she had found, with a decent family background. His father was currently a viscount and reportedly could be promoted to an earl in the next few years, which meant his son could inherit a title too. Forget it. She would find an excuse to reject him later. She had already given him face. And if he didn't appreciate it, then he shouldn't blame her for publicly humiliating him. Zhang Shasha thought to herself, even starting to show a cold expression as she prepared her rejection words. Even the boy beside her wore a mocking expression. He was pursuing Zhang Shasha and had naturally investigated her background, knowing about Zhao Chen, the down-and-out baron. He enjoyed seeing the shame and anger on others' faces after he took away what they cherished. Just as both of them were waiting for the next scene to unfold, unexpectedly, Zhao Chen didn't even glance at Zhang Shasha and walked past them directly. This action left both Zhang Shasha and the boy dumbfounded. Even Li Wei was stunned. He had thought Zhao Chen would feel uncomfortable seeing his fiancée with another boy and confront them, but instead, Zhao Chen just walked straight by. Look, this spot has the best view. You can see the starships docked over there. Zhao Chen sat at a dining table with a huge transparent floor-to-ceiling window, pointing towards a starport where dozens of starships were docked. Li Wei was surprised. Did you really come here just to enjoy the view? Zhao Chen indeed came to see the starships. Perhaps it was something inherent in a man's blood, as he was very interested in starships now. Based on the knowledge he had learned, Zhao Chen compared the starships docked in the starport one by one. Most of them were T2 starships, with some T1 starships. T1 starships were already considered outdated in this era, mostly used for civilian purposes or patrols in various star systems. For actual combat, at least T2-level starships were needed. T2 starships were also several times larger than T1 starships. The most common types were interstellar destroyers and interstellar frigates, which together made up 2/3 of the fleet. The rest were interstellar cruisers and interstellar battlecruisers. Zhao Chen even saw a T1 interstellar battleship, but it was clearly an old relic. He did not see any aircraft carrier starships. Interstellar battleships and aircraft carrier starships were among the most expensive types of ships. One dominated interstellar aerial combat, while the other was the flag bearer of massive ships and cannons. Soon Zhao Chen spotted a starship identical to the one Li Wei had purchased. The T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This was currently the best-selling T2 interstellar destroyer in the Starshine Empire, and many people liked this model. The ship was 230 meters long, roughly the size of a large stadium. The docked Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was painted in its original steel color, with 3 emblems on the right side of the hull symbolizing its identity. The first was the emblem of the Galactic Alliance. The Starshine Empire was one of the members of the Galactic Alliance, and all starships within the Alliance had to display this emblem. Further back was the 7-star emblem of the Starshine Empire, representing the 7 families that established the empire. Finally, there was the emblem representing the ship's owner and the ship's number, which was the largest and most prominent of the 3. These 3 emblems were essentially the ship's identity card. What should we eat today? It's on me, Li Wei said generously. Really? Zhao Chen teased as he looked at Li Wei, then pressed a button on the table to order. A holographic ordering page appeared in front of him, and he scrolled to the end of the menu. Li Wei immediately chuckled, saying, Bro, although my dad bought me a starship, you know my allowance isn't much. Zhao Chen stopped teasing. Although you're a rich second generation and I'm just a down-and-out baron, I'm not desperate enough to rely on you. After saying that, Zhao Chen ordered the cheapest set meal. Li Wei ordered a similar one. Soon, a robot waiter brought the 2 set meals to Zhao Chen and Li Wei. Here are your nutritional A and nutritional C set meals. Enjoy. Zhao Chen began eating the visually appealing but tasteless food in front of him. If he had to rate it, it felt like eating plastic. Food prices seem to have gone up again. Eating this kind of artificial nutrient meal every day, I feel like I'm losing my sense of taste. I really want to eat those artificially grown foods, Li Wei complained, grimacing. Ask your dad for a bit more allowance. Zhao Chen replied without looking up. My dad is a miser. Apart from buying me a starship this time, there's no way he'll shell out more money. And do you know how expensive artificially grown ingredients are? Even my dad can only afford the basic 3 meals and a soup. And he can only eat meat once a week. A life of excess is probably only for those upper-class nobles. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Chen looked at the food on his plate. In this era, everything was good and advanced, but the only downside was the food. Due to the large population and the overexploitation of planetary land resources, the cost of naturally grown crops was too high, resulting in most ordinary people eating tasteless, cheap artificial nutrient meals. Only the wealthy and powerful could afford naturally grown food. Even the most ordinary rice, buns, and vegetables from Zhao Chen's previous life were considered expensive commodities here. Ordinary low to mid-tier nobles could only enjoy them occasionally. Isn't this Zhao Chen the Baron? How come the esteemed Baron is eating this kind of food? A disdainful voice came from the side. Li Wei frowned and looked over, surprisingly. Zhang Shasha and that boy were sitting right next to them. The boy, Zhang Heiren, had a notable identity. His father was a viscount. Zhao Chen ignored him and continued to eat his food with his head down. I forgot to inform Baron Zhao of something. Shasha has agreed to be my girlfriend. As for the engagement between you and Shasha, you should take the initiative to annul it, Zhang Heron mocked, looking down on Zhao Chen. He relished this feeling of humiliation. Chapter 4. Starship Duel. Zhao Chen ignoring them had already annoyed Zhang Heron, so he seized the opportunity to provoke him further, even bringing up his relationship with Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha frowned slightly at this. She had only agreed to date Zhang Heron for a while, and he directly claimed they were in a relationship, which displeased her. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally lifted his head, glanced at Zhang Heron casually, and uttered a single word. Oh. Zhang Heron's mouth twitched. What was wrong with this guy? Wasn't it rumored that he liked Jiang Shasha? Why was he so indifferent now that he was being provoked? Jiang Shasha was also surprised, feeling that Zhao Chen seemed different from before. He really is a useless baron, a good-for-nothing. Zhang Heron attacked again. Li Wei could no longer tolerate it and pointed at Zhang Heron. Zhang Heron, don't push your luck. What do you think you are? If I'm a useless baron, then you're not even worth being called a waste. If I remember correctly, you have failed your final exams for the past 3 years. If it weren't for your father's connections, you would have been expelled long ago. Zhao Chen glanced at Zhang Heron and said the most damaging words in the most indifferent tone. You, Zhang Heron, were infuriated. This was his sore spot. The thing he hated most to hear others mention in front of him. So what if I have connections? My dad even arranged a T2 starship for me next semester. I bet you'll only be able to bring out a T1 starship by then. And I remember there will be practical training. Your T1 starship will probably become a target. Ha ha ha. Zhang Heron laughed heartily. Triggering random task. Challenge Zhang Heron to a starship duel and defeat him in the duel. Do you want to accept? Zhao Chen's expression changed. He didn't expect to trigger a random task at this moment. Defeating Zhang Heron would be somewhat difficult. But compared to the previous quarterly task, it was much simpler. The most important point was that completing the task would not only yield uncertain task rewards, but also grant a task point. Although Zhao Chen currently had system points, the items in the system store couldn't be exchanged casually. Each item required corresponding task points. For instance, a T1 item required 1 task point and corresponding system points. Right now, task points were exactly what Zhao Chen desperately needed. Don't blame me for being straightforward. The facts are the facts. I advise you to stop wasting your time here and humiliating yourself. It would be better for you to roll back to your remote interstellar territory early. Zhang Heron saw that Zhao Chen was stunned by his words, thinking that he had hit a sore spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Shasha observed everything indifferently. Zhang Heron might be a bit excessive, but if it could help Zhao Chen recognize the gap between them and retreat, that wouldn't be so bad. At this moment, Zhao Chen's mouth curled up. Who is humiliating themselves? Zhao Chen raised his head and looked directly at Zhang Heron for the first time, his eyes filled with provocation and mockery. At the same time, Zhao Chen focused his thoughts, confirming the acceptance of the task. Random task accepted. Task content. Challenge Zhang Heron to a starship duel and defeat him in the duel. Task difficulty, D level. Task reward, 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty, deduct 300 points. So there's a penalty for failure, directly deducting 300 points. It's worth noting that Zhao Chen currently only had 100 points in his account. If he failed the task, wouldn't it turn negative? You, someone who doesn't even have a starship, what qualifications do you have to talk here? If I were you, I would have rolled up my bedding and left. You don't even deserve to stay at Busy Star. Zhang Heron angrily pointed at Zhao Chen's nose. A fallen noble should honestly accept humiliation. How come this guy keeps breaking the mold? Since you were so confident, why don't we have a starship duel? Zhao Chen took out a card from the collar of his student uniform. It was the Academy's student ID card, which could be used for studying, living, and various activities within the Academy, including starship duels. Starship duel? You with me? Zhang Heron was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing, standing up and walking directly to Zhao Chen's desk. You, someone who doesn't even have a starship, what do you have to fight with me? Do you even qualify? Of course, the time isn't now. There is still a month left until the end of this semester. Let's set it for before the end of June. At that time, I will tell you the duel time. If I lose, I will automatically withdraw from the Academy next semester. If you lose, Zhao Chen stared blankly at the opponent. I will withdraw. Zhang Heron continued smoothly. At this moment, the development of the situation had exceeded Jiang Shasha and Li Wei's expectations. Li Wei stood up, pushed Zhang Heron aside, and stood in front of Zhao Chen. Zhang Heron, if you have the ability, challenge me to a starship duel. Zhang Heron glanced at Li Wei, spread his hands, and chuckled. Everyone saw it. This starship duel was proposed by Zhao Chen. Li Wei's father has considerable influence, and Zhang Heron was unwilling to provoke unnecessary trouble. Li Wei, Let me handle this myself. Zhao Chen pressed his hand on Li Wei's shoulder. But if you still consider me a friend, believe me, Zhao Chen said seriously. Li Wei gritted his teeth and could only glare angrily at Zhang Heiren. At that moment, a holographic projection appeared between Zhao Chen and Zhang Heiren. Third-year student Zhao Chen has proposed a starship duel to third-year student Zhang Heiren, with a tentative time within a month. Please confirm. The commotion had already attracted quite a few people. Starship duels are rare. After all, they belong to practical combat. And starship duels inevitably result in damage to the ship and even casualties. Therefore, there are only about 4 or 5 of such starship duels at the Busy Star Military Academy in a month. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I will make you regret your decision today. Zhang Heiren disdainfully took out his ID card and accepted Zhao Chen's starship challenge. Thus, the duel information for the two had been recorded in the Academy's database, just waiting for the final time to be confirmed. Li Wei, have you finished eating? If you finished, let's go. Zhao Chen wiped his mouth, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. Huh. Oh, I've eaten. Li Wei, who was now not in the mood for food, followed Zhao Chen out of the cafeteria. Zhang Heiren looked at Zhao Chen's departing figure, revealing a cold smile. A guy who doesn't even have a starship dares to duel with me? The one who will be embarrassed will be him. Shasha, don't worry. As long as I defeat him and make him leave the academy, he won't have the chance to bother you anymore. Zhang Heiren looked at Zhang Shasha, already acting like a victor. Zhang Shasha was also watching Zhao Chen's departing figure, not knowing why she felt that Zhao Chen had changed so much. Most importantly, she now realized that up until this moment, Zhao Chen had never looked at her directly. Had he really forgotten about her? Or was he pretending? For some reason, Zhang Shasha felt a bit unwilling. Chapter 5. Exchange for 3 broken starships? This guy must be crazy. Zhao Chen, you were too impulsive just now. I know you hate Zhang Heiren because he took Zhang Shasha away, but you can't challenge him to a starship duel. Now that the application for the starship duel has been submitted, it can't be cancelled. If it really doesn't work, I can lend you my T2 hyena. Li Wei walked beside Zhao Chen, looking anxious as if he were the one participating in the duel. No need, I have a starship. Zhao Chen looked at Li Wei's anxious expression, feeling warm inside. Li Wei really considered him a brother, ever since they started school. Zhao Chen had been helping this rich second-generation kid from a trading family, tutoring him in his studies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed his exams in the past 3 years. Since then, their relationship had been very good. You have a starship? How come I didn't know? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Zhao Chen had been with him 24 hours a day, except when sleeping or using the restroom. How could he not know if he had a starship? Well, let's go exchange for it now. Zhao Chen smiled. What? Go exchange for it now? Li Wei was taken aback, then covered his head. My barren young master. You're making a huge joke. Do you want to use the starships in the Academy's starship warehouse to duel with Zhang Heiren? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Li Wei arrived at the Academy's starship warehouse. This place was different from the starport. The starport was where starships were docked and ready to leave at any time. The starship warehouse was used for storing starships. And some of the starships here could even be described as gathering dust, having been stored for many years. Hello, teacher. I am here to exchange for a starship. Zhao Chen arrived at the counter of the warehouse administrator. The warehouse administrator glanced at Zhao Chen, perhaps because it was already the end of the term. He knew that third-year students had begun preparing for the starships needed for the next semester, and he was used to students coming here to exchange starships. Take a look yourself. Here is the list. It contains the data of each starship and the required student points. The warehouse administrator opened the inquiry box, allowing Zhao Chen to look for himself. There were nearly 300 starships listed, but the vast majority were T1 level starships, and basically all were secondhand. After all, who would dock a new starship here? Zhao Chen, you've been doing well in your studies. After 3 semesters, you should have around 30,000 academy points, right? That is just enough to exchange for this T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which is 20 years old and has slight damage to its hull. Although the design was somewhat outdated, the core technology was still quite comprehensive. Li Wei knew that the outcome of the starship duel was already set, and now they could only think of ways to cope. Zhao Chen shook his head and continued to look. Li Wei went on to introduce several T2 starships, all of which had a good cost-performance ratio, but Zhao Chen shook his head at each one. Young master, how long are you planning to take to choose? Although there are over 300 starships here, the most suitable ones are just these few, Li Wei said, looking at Zhao Chen, who had not made a decision for a long time. I have already made my choice, Zhao Chen said. Chosen? Which one? Li Wei showed a curious expression. Zhao Chen looked at the administrator. Teacher, as long as I have enough points, I can exchange for several starships, right? Indeed. There is no limit on the number of exchanges, the administrator nodded. Zhao Chen checked a few starships in the inquiry box, Then I will take these three. 3. Both Li Wei and the administrator were stunned. The two of them simultaneously checked the details of these 3 starships. T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. In service for 59 years, hull had previously suffered severe damage. 3 main guns had been severely damaged, now repaired, requires 9,000 points. T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. In service for 65 years, requires 7,000 points. T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship. In service for 80 years, requires 11,000 points. Seeing the data of these 3 starships, Li Wei and the administrator were both dumbfounded. Among these starships in the warehouse, these 3 were undoubtedly old ships. Are you sure you want to exchange for these 3 starships? Don't you want to reconsider? Although these 3 starships were considered good in their time, over the years, the starship modules have aged significantly, the administrator advised. Li Wei quickly added, Zhao Chen, don't joke around. Starship duels are one-on-one, even if you choose 3 ships. It won't help. I am sure, just these 3. Please exchange them for me, Zhao Chen said firmly. After the administrator confirmed several times, he finally exchanged these 3 starships for Zhao Chen. Li Wei covered his face beside him, feeling as if he were dreaming. He simply could not understand what Zhao Chen was doing today. These 3 starships are now registered under your name, and you can access them at any time. If you want to continue storing them in the warehouse, it's free for 1 month. After 1 month, storage fees will apply. The administrator looked at Zhao Chen with a look of disbelief. Teacher, points can also be used to exchange for some starship parts, right? And every student has free access to the starship modification and maintenance dock. I haven't used it for 3 semesters, so I should have 30 days of free access. Zhao Chen added. Yes, the administrator nodded. Then I'll write a list of starship parts here. And please arrange a starship dock for me to send these 3 starships and the parts listed here, Zhao Chen requested. The administrator glanced at the list of parts, which were all quite ordinary. Zhao Chen's academy points after exchanging for the starships were just enough to cover these. Do you need to hire starship engineers or repairmen? They can repair and modify the starships according to your requirements, the administrator asked. No need, Zhao Chen shook his head. The administrator didn't press further. I will have it done within half an hour. At that time, I will send you the starship dock number. And you can go directly. Thank you, teacher, Zhao Chen said. After finishing the matter, Zhao Chen and Li Wei left. What a strange student, the administrator muttered. As they walked out of the starship warehouse, Li Wei couldn't help but grab Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen, what exactly do you want to do? What use are those broken starships? You're joking about your future. Zhao Chen remained calm and said, Li Wei, trust me. I will handle this well. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you, Li Wei said angrily, waving his hand in a dismissive manner. Zhao Chen felt helpless. Even if he explained to Li Wei now, he wouldn't believe it. Instead of wasting time, it was better to prove everything with facts later. Ding. Third-year student Zhao Chen has obtained the usage rights for the small to medium-sized starship dock number 017. During the usage period, you can enter the starship dock with your student ID. After receiving the message, Zhao Chen temporarily said goodbye to Li Wei and headed to the starship dock. Arriving at the entrance of the starship dock, he scanned his student ID card, and the door opened automatically. Inside was a very large space. At least 3 to 5 soccer fields in size. A strong smell of rust and starship oil hit him. As Zhao Chen walked in, he saw 3 starships seemingly waiting for his arrival. The rusted hulls bore witness to their age and the history of battles they had once fought. Although the academy had maintained them, they had served for many years. Zhao Chen first walked to the main control panel of the workshop, brought up several holographic screens, and rapidly tapped the holographic keyboard, inputting data one after another. Finally, the data of the 3 starships clearly appeared on the screen, and Zhao Chen even edited 3D models. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the 3D models of the 3 starships were divided into gray and red areas. If I combine these areas, it will be done. Zhao Chen excitedly overlapped those red areas, forming a vague prototype of a starship that looked quite odd. Then, Zhao Chen pulled out a set of data from a top-secret document he had in his handheld terminal. It was also a starship model, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Chapter 6. Assembling the starship in progress. The reason Zhao Chen exchanged for these 3 starships was simple. With Zhao Chen's current abilities, it was impossible to construct the T-3 starship rewarded by the system. However, if he used the technical blueprints provided for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship as a basis, he could perhaps assemble a simplified version of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship using these 3 starships. In Zhao Chen's mind, which already possessed the skills of a top starship engineer, after countless calculations, he determined that the feasibility of this plan was as high as 80%. using the hull of the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, then pairing it with some performance modules from the T-2 Hyena and T-2 Grey Wolf, Zhao Chen murmured excitedly, his eyes sparkling with madness. After formulating the assembly plan, Zhao Chen immediately began to operate. He went to the control panel and personally operated the robotic arms to start cutting the 3 starships. This was Zhao Chen's first time modifying a starship. But at the moment he started, he felt as if he had done this many times before. He was quick and skilled, and his movements were very precise. Even if the highest-level starship engineers in the Academy were present, they would be amazed by this young man's craftsmanship and skills. Without 5 or 60 years of practical experience and top-notch knowledge reserves, it is simply impossible to execute this task so smoothly. Disassembling 3 starships is quite a large workload for one person. Hiring repairmen or engineers to assist would be very helpful. However, Zhao Chen cannot do that. Firstly, Zhao Chen has no Academy credits left, as all his credits were spent on exchanging for parts. Secondly, this process cannot be known to outsiders. Disassembling and assembling 3 different starships into a brand new starship involves some core technologies from the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. If someone notices something amiss and it gets out, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, Zhao Chen has to handle the entire process himself. He calculated that about 20 days would be enough. In the next 3 weeks, Zhao Chen basically dropped all his courses. With the end of the semester approaching and some assessments already completed, he had enough credits to qualify for the 4th year, so his absences didn't have much impact. However, the news of Zhao Chen challenging Zhang Heron spread throughout the 3rd year, and many students came to Zhao Chen's classroom to see this rumored fallen baron, only to leave disappointed. Beep beep beep. The door of the Starship workshop flashed red, and a prompt sound indicated someone was requesting entry. For the first few minutes, Zhao Chen ignored it, but the prompt sound was persistent, continuing for about 10 minutes. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhao Chen dragged his tired body out of the workspace and went to the door to open it. Zhao Chen, have you gone crazy? As soon as the door opened a crack and before he could see the figure, he heard a sharp voice, followed by a slender, white leg stepping in first. Zhao Wanner immediately pointed at Zhao Chen's nose and scolded him, but Zhao Chen hardly listened. He leaned against the door frame. Wanner, are you done scolding? If you're done, I'm going to rest. Zhao Chen half closed his eyes and yawned. The woman in front of him, with a graceful figure and skin like snow, was Zhao Chen's younger sister, Zhao Wanner. She was also a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Academy and would be in her 5th year next year. Why was Zhao Chen, this older brother, only a 3rd-year student while Zhao Wanner was in her 4th year? Because Zhao Wanner was a genius. She completed 3 years of courses in just 1 year and surpassed her brother Zhao Chen, becoming a 4th-year student. With her outstanding looks, she had always been known as the beauty of the academy. At this moment, she was wearing a white military-style uniform. And considering that this young lady came to find him after more than half a month since the incident, it must be related to the 4th-year final assessments. Needing to pilot a starship for practical evaluations, and she had just returned to the academy. After learning the news, she came to find him immediately. Seeing Zhao Chen with dark circles under his eyes, messy hair, and even a bit of an odor, she looked at the makeshift bed on the ground by the workshop door, which had a box of instant nutritional meals beside it, with empty packaging scattered all over the place, giving off a foul smell. There were also several sets of dirty academy uniforms thrown on the ground, showing how Zhao Chen had been living for the past half-month. You still have time to rest? Do you know how big of a trouble you've caused? For a woman, you challenged Zhang Heron to a starship duel and even made a bet that whoever loses would drop out of the academy. Are you crazy? Zhao Wanner, exasperated, directly grabbed Zhao Chen's ear. Normally, this should have hurt a bit, but Zhao Chen, overwhelmed by sleepiness, simply collapsed onto her. Thud. Zhao Wanner fell to the ground, and Zhao Chen leaned against her like a child. This guy, Zhao Wanner, helpless, could only pull Zhao Chen into the starship workshop. But when she looked up and saw the vast starship parking area, comparable to several football fields, she was stunned. A starship was standing there. The hull looked quite old. Not new. Some parts were uneven, and there were even traces of being hit by shells. On the surrounding consoles, large and small scattered parts were visible. Despite this, Zhao Wanner could still sense the hidden ferocity of this starship. Most importantly, she felt a sense of familiarity with this starship. But she couldn't recall seeing this model in her studies of starship encyclopedias. Wanner, a voice called from behind, pulling Zhao Wanner back to reality. Zhao Chen had now woken up, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although he had only slept for about 10 minutes, he was feeling much better now. What is this? Zhao Wanner pointed at the unfamiliar starship in front of her. My starship, Zhao Chen instinctively replied. You're lying. At least come up with a draft. I heard from that Li Wei guy that you exchanged your academy credits for 3 old starships. Zhao Wanner was about to continue, but stopped midway. She turned back, looking at the starship in disbelief, and it seemed she understood why it felt so familiar. Wanner, aren't you usually very smart? How come you still can't figure it out? Zhao Chen teased with a smile. Chapter 7. The First Starship, Zero Blizzard. Zhao Wanner carefully examined the starship from top to bottom, staring at Zhao Chen in shock. This starship is assembled from those 3 T2 Hyena, T2 Grey Wolf, and T2 Devil Crocodile? She realized why this starship felt familiar, because its hull was 90 similar to that of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. The weapon modules on it also resembled those of the T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer, and in summary, this starship had too many characteristics from those 3 starships. Yes, Zhao Chen admitted frankly. While he couldn't talk about the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship, he couldn't hide the fact that he had assembled a starship. There were exchange records at the starship warehouse, and when combined with Zhao Chen's plan to duel Zhang Heron with this starship, anyone with insight would figure it out. You spent more than half a month here assembling this starship? When did you learn to assemble starships? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Disassembling 3 starships and assembling them into one was no easy task, and most importantly, it had to ensure that all modules of the starship could really be activated. Zhao Chen pointed at the starship and smiled. I have many secrets. Besides our captain's course, I also secretly learned some starship engineering. And this is my first starship. I named it Zero Blizzard, since calling it a simplified version of the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship was somewhat inappropriate. Zhao Chen simply gave it a distinct name. Zero Blizzard. Zero Blizzard? Zhao Wanner muttered this strange name, wondering what kind of thing this starship was that looked like an interstellar battleship, yet resembled an interstellar cruiser, and had the style of an interstellar destroyer. Are you sure it can really be activated? Zhao Chen, I know how you feel about Jiang Shasha, but that woman really isn't suitable for you. Don't hang yourself on this one tree. And you know the situation in our territory. You and I have worked hard to use the last savings of our territory to become students at the North Star Starship Academy. Only if we graduate smoothly can we hope to revitalize the territory. You don't want your title to be reclaimed by the Empire, do you? If you get expelled, how can you face our parents' spirits in heaven? Zhao Wanner glared at Zhao Chen with resentment due to her sister's sacrifice. Then, she directly grabbed Zhao Chen's wrist and said, I'm going to find my best friend for help. She comes from a prestigious background and can negotiate with Zhang Heron to cancel this duel. However, Zhao Wanner couldn't pull Zhao Chen along. Instead, Zhao Chen unexpectedly stepped forward and picked Zhao Wanner up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Zhao Wanner blushed. Let's go see my starship. Zhao Chen said without further explanation, running towards the starship's hatch while carrying Zhao Wanner. They passed through the somewhat outdated corridors inside the ship and arrived at the bridge, which is the brain of the starship. The bridge wasn't very large, about 100 square meters, and it was pitch black because it hadn't been activated yet. Zhao Chen set Zhao Wanner down and walked over to the captain's chair, sitting down and placing his hand on the right armrest of the chair. Detecting highest authority. Starting identity recognition. Captain Zhao Chen identity recognition completed. A floating crystal control panel rose before Zhao Chen, and he pressed a few buttons. Starship starting up. Starship Central Control System starting up. Starship Energy System starting up. 103060. As Zhao Chen officially activated the starship, the lighting system on the bridge began to turn on, illuminating the entire area. Subsequently, this colossal machine began to awaken. Starship Propulsion System automatically detecting. Detection complete. Operating well. Starship Weapon System automatically detecting. Detection complete. Operating well. Mechanical voices echoed on the bridge. Zhao Chen's first starship was officially awakened. All functional modules are operating normally. Starship energy remaining 19. Zhao Chen excitedly waved his fist, although he had the technology. He honestly didn't dare to guarantee 100% success. He didn't expect that the first activation would actually succeed. Wow, it actually started. Zhao Wanner also didn't expect this. How is it? Isn't it great? Zhao Chen got up from the captain's chair and placed his hand on Zhao Wanner's shoulder, as if they were brothers. Despite being siblings, due to Zhao Wanner's consistent excellence, they often felt more like siblings in a different sense. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. So what if it can start? What about its combat power? Can it perform in actual combat? I heard Zhang Heron's starship is a T2 starship. Are you sure your assembled ship can win? Don't let it fall apart before the fight even starts. Little sister, why don't you trust me? Zhao Chen said confidently, crossing his fingers to form a cross. Forget about whether we can win. In 10 minutes, I can take down Zhang Heron's T2 starship. Since when did you become such a braggart? Zhao Wanner shot Zhao Chen a sideways glance, completely unconvinced. Moreover, There was only him on this starship, not even a crew member. How can you fight? Suddenly, Zhao Chen clapped his hands, his eyes shining. How could I forget about this? No wonder I felt like something was missing when I started the starship. Zhao Wanner held her head, feeling utterly hopeless about her older brother. I should go discuss how to handle this matter with my best friend. Wanner, where can I find crew members the fastest? Zhao Chen looked at his sister eagerly. He was skilled at modifying and disassembling starships. But when it came to this kind of thing, he truly had no idea. You haven't even thought about these things, and you're thinking about a starship duel? Zhao Wanner was speechless, but still explained to Zhao Chen. There are generally 3 sources for crew members. One is students from other majors at the Starship Academy. Besides the captaincy department we are in, there are various other departments. The second channel is recruiting retired veterans from the Imperial Army. These crew members have no problem with operations, but hiring these veterans can be quite expensive. The third channel is some informal crew members, like those who previously engaged in gray industries, pirates, slaves, etc. The Academy also provides channels for crew recruitment. You can connect your identity card to the Academy network. There are dedicated channels. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin and asked without much thought, which one is the cheapest? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, but knew Zhao Chen didn't have much money. The cheapest, of course, is some slaves. These slaves are generally war prisoners, and some were originally starship pilots. However, due to issues of loyalty and identity, many people are reluctant to use slaves. At most, they assign them to the lowest level jobs. As Zhao Wanner was explaining the jobs on the bridge, Zhao Chen had already connected his identity card to the Academy network and found the slave option in a crew recruitment channel at the far corner. After clicking on it, a series of slave lists appeared. Scanning through, Zhao Chen suddenly fixed his gaze on the slave list as if he had discovered a treasure. This one. Zhao Chen clicked on an exchange option without hesitation. Due to his Academy points being exhausted, this time Zhao Chen paid from his own account. What did you do? Zhao Wanner felt an ominous premonition as she saw Zhao Chen close the holographic projection interface with a satisfied look. I recruited a group of crew members. It said they would be delivered within a day, Zhao Chen said. Crew members? What crew members? Slave crew members. Didn't you say this was the cheapest? How much did it cost? Didn't you spend all your Academy points? Not expensive, just 3,000 star coins. If I remember correctly, you only had a little over 3,000 star coins in your account. Right. Zhao Wanner's face darkened as she realized she had never noticed how unreliable her older brother was before. Look, this is the list. Zhao Chen showed Zhao Wanner the list of slaves he had bought, which even included pictures. When Zhao Wanner saw those pictures, she was even more shocked. They were all half-beasts, and they were all female half-beasts. Zhao Wanner glared at her older brother with a dark expression. Zhao Chen. In the end, Zhao Wanner scolded Zhao Chen and left angrily. In her view, her older brother had lost his mind and was stubbornly deluded. She had to prepare for the worst, which was to clean up the mess for Zhao Chen. After Zhao Wanner left, Zhao Chen first washed up, had a good sleep, and changed into clean clothes. At this moment, the slave crew members Zhao Chen had ordered also arrived. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Chen? Here are the 100 slaves you ordered. Please show your identity card. A man with a professional smile appeared at the door of Zhao Chen's workshop. Behind him were several mechanical carts covered with black cloth. 10 in total, each 3 meters high, 4 or 5 meters long, and 2 meters wide. Besides that, there were no other personnel in sight. Zhao Chen showed his identity card and asked in confusion, "Where are the people I wanted?" "They're inside here." The man uncovered a mechanical cart's black cloth, revealing iron cages inside. The cages were roughly 1 meter high, containing half-beasts sitting with their knees hugged to their chests, their clothes torn, and electronic shackles on their necks and feet. Each looked haggard and frightened. This is the software to control the electronic shackles on their necks. These shackles have functions for electric shocks and self-detonation. Unless you input the password to unlock them, any external damage will trigger self-detonation, the man explained. I see. These cages are also delivered to me? Zhao Chen pointed at the tools. Of course, the man smiled. These half-beasts have been held for a long time. It's hard to find someone willing to buy them, so sending a few mechanical carts and cages is nothing. Then I'll just push them in myself. Zhao Chen pushed the 10 mechanical carts into the workshop and uncovered all the black cloths. One by one, the half-orcs revealed themselves completely to Zhao Chen. There were many types of half-orcs. Some were covered in fur like beasts, while others resembled humans but had animal ears or tails. Among them, the half-orcs with dog, pig, and sheep features were the most numerous. One stood out the most, a female half-orc with white fur, blue eyes filled with hostility, anger, and resentment, and a pair of white, clipped ears on her head. She also had a stub of a white tail. Additionally, her face and body bore numerous ugly scars. If it weren't for these scars, she would be quite appealing even as a half-orc, meeting human aesthetic standards. Zhao Chen was very familiar with this half-orc female, as the main reason he chose this batch of half-orcs was because of her. "Hello, General Charlotte." The white-furred half-orc looked surprised as the man before her called her name, especially with that title. General Charlotte was born in the Warhammer Star Tribes United States in the Black Star domain of the White Tiger tribe lineage. Dissatisfied with the local lord's oppression of half-orc tribes in the Star domain, she led a rebellion, forming an interstellar resistance. Over 3 years, she fought in no less than 50 interstellar battles, once commanding a fleet of 300 ships against a lord's fleet of 500, ultimately achieving a Pyrrhic victory by destroying an enemy T-3 starship. However, 3 months ago, due to betrayal, her actions were exposed, leading to an ambush by enemy fleets that outnumbered hers, resulting in the complete destruction of her interstellar fleet, and she had since gone missing. It was unexpected that she had ended up as a slave, sold to the Starry Empire. Zhao Chen recounted the achievements of this half-orc general in detail. Hearing the man speak of her past, Charlotte appeared somewhat dazed. Zhao Chen opened Charlotte's cage and sat down in front of her. "So, do you want to chat?" Charlotte laughed self-deprecatingly. "Chat? I'm just a prisoner now. What is there to talk about? For example, we could discuss your freedom, and the freedom of those half-orc soldiers who have fallen as low as you." Zhao Chen's words caught Charlotte's attention, and she looked at him warily. "What do you mean?" Zhao Chen smiled and said, "To put it simply, I have a starship, but I lack crew members, so I hope you and your people can serve as my crew." "Hee, you just want free labor from us, right? You bought us slaves for this reason," Charlotte scoffed. No. What I want are crew members. Not slaves. Interstellar warriors who are willing to fight for me." Zhao Chen corrected her. "Half-orcs will never fight for others." Charlotte's eyes flickered with a pride that belonged to her kind. "You should think not only of yourself, but also of the half-orc warriors who once fought alongside you. As far as I know, due to your defeat, nearly 30,000 half-orc slaves were sold to our Starry Empire. I only bought 100 of them. The rest are still uncertain of their fate. Don't you want to save them?" Zhao Chen looked intently at Charlotte. Charlotte's expression showed hesitation. Zhao Chen knew he had succeeded to a large extent. He stood up and said, "If you fight for me, I promise that as long as I have the means, I will buy back all the scattered half-orc warriors who were once your subordinates from the Starry Empire. Furthermore, as long as you lead them to fight and work for me for 3 years, once those 3 years are up, you and they will be free. So, are you willing to fight for me? Or rather, are you willing to fight for your freedom?" Zhao Chen extended his hand toward Charlotte inside the cage. Charlotte's expression was complex, her eyes flashing with various emotions. In the end, she reached out her hand and shook hands with Zhao Chen. But she still said stubbornly, "I'm doing this for my people." Chapter 9. Vice Captain Beastwoman Charlotte 100 half-orcs sat on the ground, grabbing food from their boxes with their hands and eating. Although it was just tasteless synthetic food, the half-orcs devoured it ravenously. As slaves, they had rarely eaten their fill in the past, as slave traders were never merciful. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chen arranged for them to take a bath and change into new outfits. Then they could board the ship and familiarize themselves with their future positions. Zhao Chen sat next to Charlotte, holding the same meal. Having once been a fleet commander, Charlotte paid more attention to her demeanor compared to the other half-orc soldiers. She chewed her food slowly, looking at the same food in Zhao Chen's hands. She was somewhat surprised. "You eat this too? Why not? I won't hide it from you. Your captain is quite poor right now. The food I have stored will only last us half a month at most. As for what we will eat in the future, that depends on your performance," Zhao Chen said, feigning misery. Seeing that Zhao Chen had no airs about him, Charlotte's attitude toward him improved, but she narrowed her eyes at him. "Why are all your recruits female half-orcs? Generally, for combat, people tend to prefer males. I'm warning you, if you have any improper intentions toward them, our previous agreement is void. I will not allow them to sacrifice their dignity and bodies for freedom." Zhao Chen waved his hands repeatedly, saying helplessly, "You can rest assured about that. I have no ulterior motives toward them. It's just that for certain reasons, I only recruited female soldiers this time. As for the reasons, I can't explain right now." Zhao Chen felt helpless about this. After all, the system had its restrictions. "I don't need to know the reason. But if I find out you have any designs on them," Charlotte shot Zhao Chen a glare. Surprisingly, the way this white-furred half-orc warned him had a certain cuteness to it. However, the scars and wounds on her body were indeed quite off-putting. "Those scars on you. Did you do that to yourself?" Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte did not hide it and nodded, "Yes. At that time, my resistance was betrayed, and my entire army was wiped out. In that situation, if I hadn't done this, I would have been recognized by those people and would never have ended up here. They wouldn't show mercy and would sell a general of the resistance as a slave." Zhao Chen understood the reasoning. If Charlotte had been recognized by the enemy, she would definitely not have had a good outcome. Even if she hadn't been recognized, Given her original appearance, her fate wouldn't have been much better. I was surprised you could recognize me. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen, curious. Zhao Chen had recognized her at first glance, which directly proved that he was after her. When I was studying at the academy, I researched some of your battles and saw some of your images. In fact, when I saw you on the slave list, I wasn't sure. After all, you look so different now compared to before. Back then, you were like the dawn. It was only when I tricked you that I confirmed you were General Charlotte, Zhao Chen said with a smile. This was also thanks to the memories of this body. A bookworm who loved to read about the battles of various races. Charlotte rolled her eyes, realizing that she had exposed her identity. Actually, with the current medical technology, it's completely possible to repair the scars on your body, Zhao Chen said, having seen Charlotte's past images. She was definitely a beauty, even by human aesthetic standards. If placed in the academy, she would be considered a campus belle. I don't need it. A warrior does not care about her appearance. Charlotte coldly rejected the suggestion. Zhao Chen saw that Charlotte was so determined, and he didn't say much more. After all, the conditions weren't right. After all, that kind of medical repair technology is also quite expensive. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chen said, "Let us go take a look at your future workplace." He pointed to the steel starship. Charlotte didn't refuse, and followed Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm. "Is this the starship you assembled?" Charlotte asked as she walked down the ship's internal corridor. Zhao Chen nodded. "That's right. I used some modules from the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship to assemble this starship, and I named it Zero Storm." Charlotte wasn't very familiar with these three starships, but from the condition of the ship's interior, it looked quite old and outdated. A starship like this, its combat power is not optimistic, Charlotte said bluntly. No, I believe you will soon change your mind. You will love this starship, Zhao Chen said with a mysterious smile. Charlotte didn't mind. Since she was here, she might as well accept it. No matter what kind of starship this guy had. She had no other choice for now. At least this guy hadn't exposed any qualities that made her dislike him so far. Although there were some doubts about him only recruiting female half-beasts. Soon, the two arrived at the bridge of the Zero Storm. This was Charlotte's first time here. And Zhao Chen's second time. The last time was when he came with his sister Zhao Wanner. Charlotte looked around the bridge. It was a very conventional layout, nothing special. Next, you will be responsible for arranging the positions of those half-beast crew members. I need them to form effective combat power in the shortest time possible, Zhao Chen requested. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen and said, "If that's the case, I need to understand some performance modules of this starship." Before Charlotte could finish, Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. "I have already registered your information in it. You now have the highest authority on this starship besides me. You can access most of the information about this starship. From now on, you are the vice captain of this starship." Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, taking the handheld terminal, and asked suspiciously, "You trust me that much? Aren't you worried that I might betray you?" Zhao Chen smiled lightly. In fact, he had used the system skill Inside Eye on Charlotte as soon as she entered the starship. Since Zhao Chen was the captain of this starship, it met the conditions for using Inside Eye. Under the observation of Inside Eye, Charlotte currently held no murderous intent or hostility toward Zhao Chen. As for her loyalty, it couldn't be determined. But that was enough. Zhao Chen didn't expect Charlotte to pledge loyalty to him in such a short time. As long as she was willing to work for him, that was sufficient. However, Zhao Chen still had to maintain a casual demeanor. Sitting comfortably in the captain's chair, "I trust my choice. My dear vice captain, you should get to work." Chapter 10. The first trial voyage of the Zero Storm. In response to Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte pondered for a moment without saying much. She strapped the handheld terminal to her wrist and used its permissions to open the relevant data on this starship. The moment she looked, she was shocked. Charlotte widened her eyes and looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. "Is the data on this starship real?" "Of course it's real," Zhao Chen replied, almost boasting like a proud parent. "So, how do you find my starship?" Charlotte said with a serious expression. "If the data displayed here is true, then this starship can almost be considered undefeated in T2 starship duels. Undefeated existence. What a terrifying evaluation." If Zhao Wanner and Li Wei heard this, they would definitely scoff at it. A starship assembled from 3 old wrecks could become an undefeated existence among T2 starships? What a joke. "Wait, let us go out for a trial voyage. You can arrange the crew's positions accordingly." Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, awkwardly saying, "Due to my limited funds, this trial voyage is primarily for you all to familiarize yourselves with the starship and train. I hope you can quickly master the operation of this starship." "Can I see the list of slaves you purchased?" Charlotte asked. "Sure, you can see it in your permissions." Charlotte opened the crew candidate list, which included the 100 half-beast slaves. All of them were Charlotte's companions, which softened her gaze significantly, but her heart was also filled with guilt. Just thinking about how many of her compatriots were still prisoners made her uncomfortable. Fortunately, these were experienced crew members. Moreover, since this starship is only T2, after 3 to 5 hours of skilled operation, they should be able to engage in combat. Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen smiled with satisfaction. After half a day, Charlotte became familiar with the Zero Storm, and the other half-beast crew members also finished their rest. This is my arrangement for these half-beast crew members' positions. Only 50 crew members are needed to operate this Zero Storm. Charlotte provided Zhao Chen with a list. The extra personnel would serve as backups for various positions. Let them first get familiar with the working environment. Zhao Chen instructed, this is my first starship, but it won't be my last. In the future, these crew members can be assigned to other starships. I have already applied for a departure request with the starport. The rental time for this starship workshop is almost up, and I rented a berth at the Academy starport with the little money I have left. After the trial training is completed, we'll return directly to the starport berth. I've purchased some basic bedding and living supplies. From now on, you will live on this starship. As for the living supplies, I will find a way later. Zhao Chen said, feeling a pang in his heart. His account balance was dwindling. He still had to support these 100 half-beast girls. So he had to find a way to make money. Just thinking about how a dignified interstellar lord was so broke was quite pitiful. Understood. Charlotte accepted Zhao Chen's orders and gradually adapted to her identity. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, looking at the old bridge. He was determined. He must own a true T3 Storm-class light interstellar battlecruiser. This is your living area, 5 people per room. As for meals, there will be 2 meals a day. And you should come to the dining area on time to collect them. Each work position will be divided into 3 shifts, rotating in shifts. Understood? Charlotte looked at the 100 half-beast crew members before her. This feeling seemed to take her back to her days fighting in the rebel interstellar fleet. Months felt like a lifetime ago. Commander, are we really going to fight for that human? A half-beast female crew member raised her hand and asked. The other half-beasts also looked low in spirits. After all, their status as slaves still weighed heavily on them. You are all my former subordinates. It's my incompetence that has led you to this state. If you are still willing to believe in me, I promise I will restore your freedom. Captain Zhao Chen promised that as long as they fought for him for 3 years, he would grant them freedom. At the same time, as long as they achieved military merit, he would also help them find their companions who had been sold to the Starlight Empire. Perhaps you don't trust humans, but I, Charlotte, am willing to trust that man, so please believe in me. I swear by the honor of the White Tiger clan that I will definitely bring everyone back. Charlotte's words and emotions inspired the half-beast warriors present. And this scene, which Zhao Chen, who swore at this moment on the bridge, witnessed with his own eyes, was monitored by the 80 area of this starship's bridge. It must be said that Charlotte was very straightforward. She was fighting for Zhao Chen, not for loyalty, but for freedom. Zhao Chen did not resent this. On the contrary, it was precisely because of this that he chose to trust Charlotte. After all, he wouldn't trust someone who kneels before you just because you casually bought a slave. Soon, the originally chaotic starship workshop was cleared out, and everything that could be taken was taken. At the same time, the navigation channel of the starship workshop was also opened. The number 0 Blizzard was allowed to enter the branch D13 channel. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, watching his first officer Charlotte beside him, along with more than a dozen half-orc crew members who appeared on the bridge at this moment. Set sail, Zhao Chen said. First Officer Charlotte conveyed the order. Start the starship engine. Enter the branch D13 channel. The half-orc crew members operated the starship somewhat clumsily, but it went relatively smoothly. A few minutes later, the number 0 Blizzard emerged from a channel of the North Star Starship Academy, an interstellar city. The Bridge of the No. 0 Blizzard had a fully enclosed structure, relying on imaging equipment on the ship's exterior to project several images of the starship's exterior inside the bridge. Looking at the cosmic images appearing on the projection screens in front of him, Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement. He was now sitting on his starship, navigating the universe. Captain, we will conduct 29 test flight training exercises next. Please give the command. First Officer Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen. Start, Zhao Chen replied. Having a competent subordinate is good. You don't have to do everything yourself. Course set to 071299, starship engine power output 30, speed 30 knots. First Officer Charlotte professionally issued the navigation command. Subsequently, the number 0 Blizzard began its first test flight training. Continue on this course, full power output of the starship engine. Speed 100 knots. Each compartment of the starship closely monitored the relevant data and reported any anomalies immediately. At this moment, First Officer Charlotte was already proceeding to the final test flight training. Full speed ahead. This was a test of how the starship operated at the fastest and most extreme speeds. This was also what Charlotte was most worried about regarding this starship. After all, less than a month ago, it was still 3 starships. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Report, engine system normal, power supply normal. Report, hull structure normal. Report, navigation stable, no anomalies. 3 hours later, First Officer Charlotte let out a long sigh of relief. She looked at Zhao Chen and stood up straight. Report, Captain, the No. 0 Blizzard has completed all 29 test flight training items. Please instruct. Return, Zhao Chen smiled. I think someone is already eager to get a beating. Chapter 11. Don't believe me? Then I will show you by winning. 3rd year, Class 8 of the North Star Starship Academy. Oh, look. Zhao Chen from Class 8 didn't come to class again today. Is he afraid and hiding? A mocking voice came into the classroom of Class 8, which was currently on break. Hearing this voice, the students in the classroom all showed displeased expressions. They didn't need to guess to know who it was. It was Zhang Heron from Class 2, along with his group of friends. Ever since Zhao Chen and Zhang Heron agreed to a starship duel, Zhang Heron often came to Class 8's classroom to show off. After not seeing Zhao Chen's shadow a few times and learning that Zhao Chen had taken a long leave since that day, he became even more arrogant, believing that Zhao Chen was afraid of him. Zhang Heron, this is our Class 8 classroom. If you have nothing to do, please return to your Class 2. A cold-faced girl walked up to Zhang Heron and said coldly, Come on, the school rules don't prohibit going to other classrooms during breaks. Besides, I'm here to find your dear Zhao Chen. He agreed to duel with me, and with the end of June approaching, I just want to remind him about it. Zhang Heron said, eyeing the class flower of Class 8 and also the class leader, Shen Bing. Shen Bing coldly replied, Zhao Chen hasn't been to class for more than half a month. If you want to find him, please find a way yourself and don't disturb us. Oh, you guys in Class 8 aren't a team? It sounds like Zhao Chen isn't one of you. Zhang Heron laughed. At this moment, the group of followers behind Zhang Heron also mocked. I think that Zhao Chen brat is scared and hiding from people. Once June starts, there will be a vacation. Our Baron is planning to sneak back to his territory. Coward, if you're afraid of the duel, why did you challenge our young Master Zhang in the first place? I say, our young Master Zhang is magnanimous. Just let Zhao Chen kneel on the ground and call him daddy. I was wrong, and that's it. Hearing the mocking from this group at the classroom door made the students of Class 8 very unhappy, but unfortunately, the students in Class 8 were of ordinary status and grades. On the other hand, Class 2, where Zhang Heron was, consisted of students from better backgrounds. This led to the fact that apart from Shen Bing, who had a strong personality and was academically excellent, the other students could only swallow their anger. As a result, the students in Class 8 felt somewhat resentful toward Zhao Chen. This guy was simply embarrassing. Before, he was useless and suffered exclusion in class. And now he was causing trouble outside, dragging them all down with him. A guy like this should just drop out. Zhang Heron, if you have the ability, duel me. Yelling here doesn't count for anything, and the duel is scheduled for the end of June. The deadline hasn't arrived yet. Li Wei couldn't help but walk up to Zhang Heron and confront him angrily. Although his father, as an interstellar merchant, had repeatedly advised him to be low-key in life and work, he couldn't stand by while his brother was ridiculed and bullied. Li Wei, are you trying to stand up for your useless brother? Honestly, you're really bad at making friends. Why would you choose such a useless baron? What's the use? Zhang Heron didn't respond to Li Wei's words, continuing to mock Zhao Chen. You, Li Wei, are fuming. Since someone can't wait to go through the dropout procedures, let me kindly help him. A slow voice came from outside the door. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Zhao Chen, who hadn't been seen for a while, casually walked in and looked mockingly at Zhang Heron and his group. Zhao Chen, who had been missing for nearly a month, actually appeared. Oh, I thought you were hiding and afraid to show up. Zhang Heron looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, but didn't worry about it. In his eyes, Zhao Chen was just an ant. He could crush him anytime he wanted. I just took a few days off. I didn't expect someone to be so eager for a beating. Since that's the case, let's set our duel for tomorrow. What do you think, young Master Zhang? Zhao Chen said lightly. Li Wei quickly walked to Zhao Chen's side and whispered, Zhao Chen, stay calm. This starship duel is not a small matter. Once it starts, there's no right to regret it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei's shoulder. If you refuse to wake up, then let's officially set the duel time. Zhang Heron took out his student ID card and provocatively looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate and also took out his ID card. Under everyone's gaze, the two officially confirmed the duel time, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning at the No. 2 Starship Simulation Duel Arena of the North Star Starship Academy. Since everything has been settled, you and your lackeys can get lost now. Don't disturb our classmates' studies. Zhao Chen issued an eviction order. Zhang Heron's followers glared angrily. How dare this useless Zhao Chen insult them? Zhang Heron stopped his followers, stating that the duel date was already set, and there was no need for more talk. They just had to wait for the duel and win in front of everyone, which would make that Baron lose face and leave school in disgrace. I'll be waiting for tomorrow's battle. Just don't disappear again. Zhang Heron couldn't help but provoke him one last time before turning away with his group. Zhao Chen calmly returned to his seat. The other students in the classroom began to murmur. Most were cold and sarcastic. Zhao Chen was truly crazy. What ability did he have to duel Zhang Heron? It was even uncertain whether he had a starship. I heard Zhang Heron had a brand new T2 starship. If Zhao Chen embarrassed himself and dropped out, it would disgrace our Class 8 as well. That's his fault. Zhao Chen ignored these remarks. Only results could silence these people. Li Wei, sitting next to Zhao Chen, was about to speak when someone else jumped in first. If a person doesn't have enough strength, everything they do is wrong. After all, you are part of our Class 8, and I don't want you to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Your sister is a genius student. Using her connections should be able to settle this matter, Xin Bing said coldly, standing in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at this beautiful class leader from a common background. Do you not believe I can win, class leader? What do you think? Xin Bing retorted bluntly. Zhao Chen shrugged. Then let us wait and see. Seeing she couldn't persuade him, Xin Bing's indifference deepened, and she turned to leave. Old Zhao, are you really going to duel Zhang Heron? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen seriously. Definitely, absolutely, and not denying it. Zhao Chen was already a bit annoyed by such questions. It was time to showcase his strength for future convenience. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen, feeling that his brother's temperament had changed significantly since a month ago. Since you've made up your mind, then this. Tomorrow you'll use my T2 hyena to fight. My first officer is a starship captain with 20 years of T2 starship combat experience. You just need to leave it to him. You don't need to worry. I have a starship, Zhao Chen said helplessly. How could those 3 lousy starships you exchanged possibly win? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen, anxious and frustrated. Zhao Chen knew it was pointless to explain to Li Wei now and didn't say more, finding an excuse to leave the classroom. At this point, probably no one believed Zhao Chen would win the duel, but Zhao Chen was determined to win and show them. Chapter 12. Zhang Heron's starship, T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. The next day, the No. 3 starship duel zone under the North Star Starship Academy had already been prepared in advance. This area was located in a star sector on the outskirts of the North Star Starship Academy, consisting of dozens of abandoned, desolate asteroids. It was specifically used for starship simulation battles or starship duels. At this moment, the duel was being broadcast live on the Academy's intranet, which was customary for starship duels. Class 8 classroom, someone specifically tuned into the broadcast channel, and a holographic projection appeared in the center of the classroom. When does the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Heron start? I checked the announcement. It's scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it's already 10. According to the duel regulations, both starships must arrive at the battle area within half an hour of the scheduled time. Look, that must be Zhang Heron's starship. It's actually a T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. That's the best T2 class interstellar cruiser in our Starshine Empire, with a speed second only to the T2 interstellar frigates of the same class. I heard this T2 Bald Eagle is currently priced at least 7 million star coins. And it's a hot commodity. You might not even be able to buy it if you wanted to. It's over. Zhao Chen is doomed this time. The students in Class 8 were all pessimistic about Zhao Chen. How could he compete with that starship? Did he think he could bring out a better starship than that? Xin Bing, the class leader, stared at the T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser without the envious expressions of other students because she had studied this starship and found it to be a flashy but impractical product. Its only advantage was speed. Other configurations could only be considered a modified interstellar destroyer. Due to being a light starship, its hull armor was not very high, and its firepower did not reach the standard of a T2 interstellar cruiser. However, in a duel of individual starships, as long as the captain of the T2 Bald Eagle commanded meticulously enough, they could easily defeat most starships using a hit-and-run strategy relying on high speed. But in a real interstellar battlefield facing fleet-level combat, it would be of little use. Class leader, do you think Zhao Chen stands a chance? Xin Bing's friend leaned over to her, curious. Xin Bing was not the class leader due to her looks. She was the best student in Class 8. If it weren't for her common background, she could have easily ranked in the top classes. Nevertheless, she had consistently ranked in the top 10 of the grade and theoretical exams over the past 3 years, earning her the title of Commoner Academic Elite. Very low, Xin Bing said flatly. He was so confident yesterday. Isn't that just slapping himself in the face? If I were him, I would have run back to my territory by now, honestly being a useless baron. Her friend mocked unceremoniously. At this moment, Many cold and sarcastic remarks were heard in the classroom. Class 8 was a class of commoners, with most students coming from common backgrounds or families engaged in interstellar trade. Only Zhao Chen was an anomaly. His identity was ridiculed and looked down upon among the nobles, and among these common students, he was an unwelcome presence, leading to natural rejection of this barren student. Xin Bing remained silent, recalling Zhao Chen's expression from yesterday. He had indeed seemed very confident. Was it merely his arrogance? Why hasn't Zhao Chen's starship appeared yet? There's less than 15 minutes left before the half-hour limit. This guy wouldn't really run away, would he? I don't care whether he wins or loses, but this is embarrassing for Class 8. Forget it, if he loses. Then we won't have to see his ugly face next semester. The students of Class 8 teased and mocked. Bang! A loud noise erupted. It was Li Wei. He slammed his fist against the wall, coldly surveying everyone in the classroom. Anyone who made eye contact with Li Wei quickly looked away. Li Wei's status in Class 8 was like a ceiling. After all, he had a wealthy businessman father. No matter what, Zhao Chen is still a student of our Class 8. If you don't want to cheer for your classmate, that's one thing. But you shouldn't mock him here. Li Wei scolded. The students in the classroom didn't directly respond to Li Wei, but many were whispering. And most of what they said wasn't good. Ahem, ahem, ahem. A voice came from Li Wei. It was the teacher for this class. All right. It's time for class. Everyone return to your seats. The teacher glanced at Li Wei, walked into the classroom, and stood at the podium, preparing to start the lesson. Li Wei clenched his fists and silently returned to his seat. He was very concerned about Zhao Chen, but since this morning, he had been unable to contact him. Look, that strange starship, could it be Zhao Chen's starship? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. All eyes were focused on the holographic broadcasting window. Originally, there was only one T2 White Eagle in the universe, but slowly another starship approached. The hull was painted in the most ordinary iron color. And compared to Zhang Heron's T2 White Eagle, this starship looked shabby, with several patches clearly visible in some areas. What kind of starship is this? I don't recognize it. It looks like an interstellar battleship, but the weapons don't match the caliber of an interstellar battleship. This shabby starship. I estimate that Zhang Heron's T2 White Eagle could destroy it with a single shot. Seeing this strange starship, the students of Class 8 regarded it as trash. Xin Bing, you're good at studying. Do you recognize what kind of starship this is? Her best friend asked her again. Xin Bing scrutinized it carefully and frowned. This starship has structural features of 3 different types. T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer, T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship, and T2 Grey Wolf class light interstellar cruiser. Could this be an assembled starship? An assembled starship? Zhao Chen wants to defeat a T2 White Eagle with an assembled starship? Is he dreaming? Her friend scoffed. Xin Bing stared at the old assembled starship, saying nothing. Class is starting. Turn off unrelated things. Your most important task now is to study, not to engage in unimportant activities. Be grounded and practical, the teacher announced. But there seemed to be something hidden in his words. Li Wei clenched his fists, feeling indignant. The holographic video in the classroom was also turned off. Li Wei really wanted to know the outcome of Zhao Chen and Zhang Heron's battle, but his grades were different from Zhao Chen's. He couldn't afford to skip a month of classes, and he had to attend every lesson. Previously, Zhao Chen had only told him not to worry, to focus on studying, and to wait for good news. But under such circumstances, who could focus on studying? It wasn't just him. Many others in Class 8 were also curious, not about the outcome, but about how Zhao Chen would lose. It was likely to be quite embarrassing. Chapter 13, The Duel Begins. White Eagle vs. Zero Storm Blizzard Dual Arbitration Area of Starship No. 3. This was a small space hub responsible for the adjudication of the No. 3 Starship Duel Area, and it also served as the primary spectator area. There were fewer than 100 people, but today's audience had the most stunning scenery, as 3 famous beauties from the North Star Starship Military Academy were present. Your brother really came? A petite girl under 1.5 meters tall with twin ponytails exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Zhao Wanner had a complex expression. He doesn't have other characteristics, just a particularly stubborn personality. Is that the starship you mentioned that your brother assembled himself? It can actually move. A cold, beautiful girl with a tall figure and waist-length hair said with her arms crossed. In just 1 month, he assembled 3 old starships into one and managed to get it to launch. Your brother is quite good at starship engineering. Zhao Wanner looked at the Ice Queen and bit her lip. Sister Sulan, if my brother really loses, could you please talk to Zhang Heron about retracting the bet? Both of these girls were her friends. The girl with twin ponytails was her classmate, Shui Xiao. The Ice Queen in front of her was her senior, Sulan. Sulan had a very prominent identity. It was said that even the dean had to give her some face in the academy. If it were before the duel, it might be easier. But if it's after? Sulan frowned slightly. seeing Zhao Wanner's pleading expression, feeling a bit pained. I suppose it shouldn't be a problem to prevent your brother from dropping out, but he will inevitably be humiliated by Zhang Heron. As long as he doesn't drop out. That's fine. As long as he doesn't drop out. Zhao Wanner nodded repeatedly, happily linking her arm with Su Lan's. I knew you were the best, Sister Su Lan. Wanner, your brother hasn't even fought yet. How do you know he's going to lose? What if he wins? The twin ponytail girl muttered. Zhao Wanner replied. How could he possibly win? What kind of starship does my brother have, and what kind does he have? The T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser worth 7 million star coins. Among the starships owned by students in our academy. It ranks among the top 10 in terms of solo combat capability. She looked at the assembled starship with a complex gaze, hoping her brother could win. But it seemed utterly impossible. Just then, the referee team began to contact the captains of the two starships, and two video feeds appeared in front of the referee team. On one side was the bridge image of the T2 White Eagle, where Zhang Heron, dressed in a luxurious military uniform that didn't seem regulation, sat in the captain's chair. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose demeanor clearly indicated he was a retired military officer. On the other side, the bridge scene appeared much more shabby, with Zhao Chen sitting in an old captain's chair, sporting a slight smile. Behind him was a girl, a white-haired half-orc, with a fierce scar on her face and a cold expression. Is that a half-orc? The twin ponytail girl exclaimed. Zhao Wanner covered her face, helplessly saying, after my brother assembled this starship, he didn't have much money left, so he could only buy a batch of half-orc slaves to serve as his crew. Half-orc crew members? Su Lan frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that her friend's brother was indeed unreliable. The duel was between Zhang Heron, a student from Class 2 of the 3rd year, and Zhao Chen, a student from Class 8 of the 3rd year. Besides being prohibited from leaving the duel area, the rules stated it was an unrestricted duel. The outcome of the battle would be determined by one side surrendering, the starship losing combat capability, or the referee team declaring a loss. Once the referee team announced the final result, the battle would immediately end, and no further attacks could be made. Do both parties understand the rules clearly? A middle-aged male referee announced. Understood, Zhang Heron said with a cold smile. At that moment, he could see Zhao Chen across the video window. He didn't expect this guy to actually dare to show up in front of him, still piloting such a shabby starship. He was sure he would win this duel. Understood, Zhao Chen, on the other hand, remained calm, yawning as if what was about to happen was of no concern to him. The referee team would randomly select a starting point for both starships within the dual star field, and they were required to reach the starting point within 10 minutes. At that point, the referee team would announce the start of the battle. After the referee chief finished speaking, he pressed a device. Soon, two circles, one blue and one red, appeared on the star map of the duel area, indicating the starting points for both sides. Both starships received this location information and began to navigate toward the designated area. At this moment, Zhang Heron started to mock Zhao Chen through the video window, clapping his hands and saying, Zhao Chen, I admire your courage. I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Where did you pull this shabby starship out from? The hull armor looks like it would shatter at a touch. If I bomb your starship with a single shell, wouldn't that be a bit cruel? Zhang Heron showed a sinister smile. After all, killing the opponent in a starship duel doesn't violate the rules. Zhao Chen stretched lazily and scratched his ear. Are you done talking? If you're done, you might want to consider booking a flight home. Zhang Heron's mouth twitched, pointing at Zhao Chen. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. All right, I will soon let you taste what the gap in strength feels like. You, Zhao Chen, are just a worthless baron, while I am destined to become a viscount and even a count. At this moment, the video windows of both parties were also cut off by the referee team. Zhang Heron looked at his father's arranged Deputy Commander Wang. I want you to play with that guy's starship like you would with a mouse and destroy it. Wang Cheng, the deputy commander hired by Zhang Heron's father, was once a starship captain in the Imperial Army. He raised his head and confidently said, Young Master Zhang, rest assured. I guarantee that ship won't make it back to port. The ship he commanded was a T2 White Eagle, one of the top high-speed starships among T2 starships. Although it had significant flaws on the interstellar battlefield, but in a starship duel like this, with just a student from an academy and a shabby starship, he had countless ways to destroy it. On the other side, on the bridge of the Zero Storm, Zhao Chen looked at his deputy commander Charlotte. Charlotte, are you confident? 10 minutes to finish the battle. If it takes 1 minute longer, I'll take your surname. Charlotte said faintly. Her expression seemed to show no interest in this battle at all. Zhao Chen was a bit excited. He touched the somewhat retro armrest of the captain's chair. This would be his first starship duel. Chapter 14. The 10-minute battle of the white-haired, beast-eared girl. The battle began. At the same time, The voice of the chief referee announcing the start of the battle echoed on the bridges of the Zero Storm and the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. In the dual arbitration area, those supporting Zhang Heron cheered enthusiastically. "Go, young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang, take care of that arrogant guy. I hope Zhao Chen can struggle a bit more. Otherwise, if the battle ends in a few minutes, it would be such a waste of our special trip to watch the show, right?" Haha. The ones speaking were all Zhang Heron's friends, who completely believed the victory of this starship duel belonged to Zhang Heron. Among the spectators was also Jiang Shasha. She coldly watched the broadcast video, which was transmitted through battlefield drones. She could see both starships departing from their starting points, heading towards the enemy starship. If both sides maintained their course, in 10 minutes, their starships would enter each other's firepower range. "Zhao Chen, this time it's your own overconfidence. Being expelled from school is your own consequence. So don't blame me," Jiang Shasha thought to herself. In her heart, there was naturally no suspense in this duel. Was there any possibility other than Zhang Heron winning? On the bridge of the Zero Storm, with the current course, maintain a speed of 40 knots. Deputy Commander Charlotte, under Zhao Chen's authorization, was now in charge of the battle coordination of this starship. 40 knots. Are you preparing to act like a pig to eat an elephant? Zhao Chen chuckled as he looked at Charlotte. Charlotte said indifferently, "I just don't want to waste time on boring things." Feeling a bit bored, Zhao Chen raised his hand and activated a holographic projection of the Zero Storm's data page. Zero Storm type, Starship Cruiser, Interstellar Destroyer. Interstellar Battleship, Technology Level, T2 Hull Armor Strength, 210 units, 270 units Cruising Speed, 100 knots Warp Engine, Level 3 Warp Engine Mass, 850. 000 tons Crew, 50 Starship Weapons, 1 T2 Heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, 1 shot at a time. Interval of 300 seconds, 5 T2 Medium Hyena Laser Cannons, 1 shot at a time. Interval of 180 seconds, 30 130 mm T2 Medium Close-in Defense Gun Platforms, 2 shots at a time, no interval time. The 3 types of weapons equipped on the Zero Storm, with the latter 2 directly mounted on the hull's surface, while the first one was a hidden design, a precaution Zhao Chen had taken. "Can I roughly guess your battle plan?" Zhao Chen rubbed his chin as he looked at Charlotte. "You are the captain. You can revoke my command authority at any time." "Here, what you say is the oracle," Deputy Commander Charlotte said. Zhao Chen raised his hand again and opened a somewhat simple starship data page. It was for the opposing T2 White Eagle. The weaponry of the T2 White Eagle mainly consisted of 3 types: 5 T2 Medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons, with an interval of 10 seconds, then 20 T2 Medium 150 mm quad-pod close-in defense cannons, firing 4 shots at a time, with no interval. Its main weapon was a T2 Medium White Eagle laser main gun, firing 1 shot at a time, with an interval of 210 seconds. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled. "First of all, our advantage lies in the fact that they have no idea about our starship's performance. Your earlier order to maintain a speed of 40 knots was to create an illusion for the opponent that our starship's maximum speed is only over 40 knots. But when the real battle begins, we can catch them off guard. The 5 T2 Medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons of the T2 White Eagle have decent power, but their range is not far. The only threat to us is their laser main gun. Therefore, we can seize the opportunity when the enemy's laser main gun fires, suddenly accelerate to increase the distance, and evade their attack. The trajectory of the laser main gun's attack can be predicted, and the time to hit is sufficient for us to dodge. When that laser main gun enters its charging cooldown period, it will be our time to bully them." Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen. "You didn't waste your time in the military academy. I have never seen a T2 starship reach a speed of 100 knots. So I previously assessed this Zero Storm as an undefeated starship within T2. Having predicted the general battle plan, Zhao Chen leisurely sat in the captain's chair, waiting for the show to unfold. Soon, the Zero Storm and the T2 White Eagle appeared within each other's starship radar detection range. Charlotte glanced at the time and murmured, 10:45. At the same time, she set a countdown, and a holographic projection appeared between her and Zhao Chen. Countdown 1000. This girl is serious. She previously said the battle would end in 10 minutes. At that moment, the T2 White Eagle also took action. Report, target detected. The target is approaching our position at a speed of about 40 knots, the radar officer reported. Full speed ahead. Fire at that shabby starship. Zhang Heron exclaimed excitedly. Deputy Commander Wang Chung glanced at Zhang Heron. Normally, advancing at full speed without understanding the enemy starship's performance is a taboo on the interstellar battlefield. But thinking about the opponent being just a student, that shabby starship did not look impressive. The weapons mounted on its hull were hardly worth considering. It probably posed no significant threat. Moreover, this T-2 White Eagle has a speed of up to 65 knots, so if something unexpected happens, it can easily adapt with its high speed. Captain's orders. Our ship is to proceed at full speed towards the target, and all weapons are to be on standby. Although this was a direct order from Wang Cheng, he still gave Zhang Heron face by using his name since he was working for him. Use our T-2 laser main gun. Once within attack range, let us give them a shot to show them the power difference between starships. Haha. I bet Zhao Chen will be so scared he'll fall off the captain's chair. Zhang Heron seemed to already see Zhao Chen's ridiculous scared expression. Yes. Deputy Commander Wang Cheng had no objections to such an arrangement, as this was just a duel with a predetermined outcome. Soon, both starships were about to enter the maximum firepower range. Charlotte's eyes were fixed on the starship radar map, as if waiting for something. Warning. Warning. Laser weapon attack detected. Warning. Warning. Detected. Zhao Chen noticed Charlotte's slightly raised corner of her mouth, and the ripples that appeared in her previously deadpan eyes. Full speed right turn. Charlotte. The deputy captain let out a stern sound. Chapter 15. Show off our 1,200mm caliber giant cannon. Let's take them down. Dual arbitration zone. The audience watched as the two starships approached each other, knowing that the clash between the two starships was about to begin. Look. It's the laser main cannon of the T-2 White Eagle class light interstellar cruiser. It's about to fire. That guy Zhao Chen better pray. I reckon that scrap metal of his starship might not even withstand this shot. Look at Zhao Chen's starship. Whatever it is, what kind of weapons does it have? Just a few close-in defense guns and 5 T-2 laser cannons. How can that firepower compete with the T-2 White Eagle? The audience was in a mood for a spectacle. In the corner, Zhao Wanner clenched her fists in worry, her eyes filled with concern. The laser main cannon of the T-2 White Eagle isn't particularly powerful at this distance. If it hits, it will at most cause heavy damage. As long as your brother knows when to admit defeat, there won't be any danger, said senior sister Su Lan beside her. She no longer believed Zhao Chen could win. All she needed was for him to sensibly surrender. She didn't care about this man's life or death. She just didn't want to see her good friend sad. Stubborn brother, you can't get hurt. As long as there's green mountains, there's no fear of firewood, Zhao Wanner thought to herself. Everyone in the broadcast saw that the T-2 White Eagle's main cannon, equipped on Zhang Heron's ship, was already glowing with electrical light, a sign that it was about to fire. A few seconds later, a laser shot out, heading straight for the target starship. However, an unexpected scene occurred. On one end of the broadcast video, there were some data readings on the dueling starships, including speed detection records. The originally traveling at 40 knots, the Zero Storm suddenly began to turn right and accelerate. In less than 3 seconds, it directly increased its speed from 40 knots to 80 knots. Its trajectory seemed to draw an arc around the T-2 White Eagle as its center. This directly caused the laser to miss, failing to hit the Zero Storm. The audience was in an uproar. What just happened? Was that my imagination? How did the Zero Storm's speed suddenly increase so much? It must be a coincidence. It has to be a coincidence. Or maybe our detection instruments malfunctioned. How could that shabby starship have an 80-knot speed? That's impossible. The T-2 White Eagle only has a speed of 65 knots. But how did it dodge the laser from the T-2 White Eagle's main cannon? Faced with this question, the crowd, who initially looked down on Zhao Chen, fell into silence. What just happened? The little girl with twin ponytails, Shui Xiao, stared wide-eyed at her two sisters. 80 knots. How is that possible? Zhao Wanner swallowed hard. Senior sister Su Lan's gaze also became serious at this moment, fixated on the live broadcast. The Zero Storm, having completed its arc maneuver, turned left again, aiming straight at the T-2 White Eagle, while its speed continued to increase. 85 knots, 90 knots, 95 knots. Everyone was staring intently at the speed data of the Zero Storm. Finally, the speed stabilized at 100 knots. Incredible. Unbelievable. This was the thought in everyone's minds. Even the judges showed surprise on their faces. T-2 starships reaching a speed of 100 knots isn't unheard of, but they are rare and often modified ships. How could that unremarkable assembled starship reach a speed of 100 knots? At this moment, Zhao Chen on the Zero Storm had no time to care about the audience's curiosity. His breathing was rapid as he focused on the radar star map, watching the trajectory of the laser attack pass by the tail of the Zero Storm, although it looked like there was still a good distance. According to the Starship System's calculations, if they were just a second slower, their Zero Storm could be hit, while it wouldn't be destroyed in one shot. Damage to the hull was inevitable. Now it was time to strike back. Show off our 1,200mm cannon. Let's take them down. Zhao Chen's emotions ran high as he stood up, 1 foot on the captain's chair, pointing forward. Deputy Captain Charlotte gave the order, target the enemy ship, full speed ahead. Also, Activate the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. Understood. Full speed ahead. As the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon was being activated, it took 10 seconds. At the bow of the Zero Storm, a hatch suddenly appeared, revealing a dark cannon barrel. At this moment, everyone in the audience couldn't sit still, all standing up. Even several mentors stood up in disbelief. A middle-aged mentor exclaimed, "Is that the 1200mm cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? How could it appear on this starship? Give me the records of this student from the academy." The chief judge instructed a nearby person. Shortly, a record was retrieved. The chief judge looked at the retrieved record and suddenly understood. T2 Grey Wolf, T2 Devil Crocodile, T2 Hyena, all matched up. This guy actually assembled a starship using these three models and installed the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile on his starship. Some sharp-eared audience members in the back heard this. My God, it's actually the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? What kind of starship is that? I told you not to slack off in your studies. This is a model released a century ago as a T2 starship battleship. Designed for heavy firepower, they directly installed the largest caliber at the time, the 1200mm main cannon, which is a cannon. Legend has it that any T2 starship would find it hard to withstand a shot from it. The 1200mm caliber isn't something only T3 starships have. Why have we never heard of this model? Because it has significant design flaws, while it emphasized firepower. It didn't consider whether the other system modules of T2 starships could support such a powerful firepower system, leading to various malfunctions. Additionally, the construction cost was excessively high, several times that of ordinary T2 interstellar battleships, and it was discontinued within 30 years of its release. At this moment, senior sister Sulan was also moved. She looked at Zhao Wanner. "You didn't mention your brother installed this cannon on the starship?" "I wasn't sure either," Zhao Wanner said, her expression strange. What on earth is her brother up to? Giant cannon. Giant cannon. I love giant cannons. Shui Xiao Xiao, the twin-tailed girl, was jumping up and down, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing this, Sulan and Zhao Wanner felt helpless. Shui Xiao Xiao was acting up again. She has a serious obsession with giant cannons, especially loving the combination of interstellar battleships and large-caliber cannons. Chapter 16, Fire. At this moment, under everyone's watch, the Zero Storm was racing towards the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser at an astonishing speed, looking at the glaring 1200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon. Everyone guessed the Zero Storm's intention. Everyone held their breath, waiting for what was about to happen next. Damn it! Why does that starship have the 1200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? Full-speed evasive maneuvers. Prepare all close-in defense guns for interception. Deputy Captain Wang Chung issued the order with a serious expression. Wang, Deputy Captain, what's going on? That damned giant cannon and the speed of that broken starship won't put us in danger, right? The victory in this battle still belongs to us, right? Zhang Heron's face was pale. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, he had studied at the Starship Military Academy for 3 years. He still knew some basic knowledge. A 1200mm caliber giant cannon, that power. Vice Captain Wang Chung did not answer because anyone with a discerning eye could see the current situation. Their laser main cannon was in the cooling and charging phase, and the remaining secondary weapons were not within attack range. At the same time, the enemy starship had reached nearly 100 knots in speed, along with that revealed 1200mm caliber cannon. Their T2 White Eagle had already become prey under the hunters' guns. The only thing they could pray for was that the enemy's attack would preferably not hit their starship, allowing them to counterattack and perhaps still have hope. But thinking of the terrifying speed of the enemy ship at 100 knots, Vice Captain Wang Chung felt a significant psychological shadow. Damn, this isn't a military academy. And the opponent isn't a fallen noble. How could they possess a starship with a speed of 100 knots? Bridge of the Zero Storm in 1 minute. We will enter the maximum attack range of the enemy's secondary weapons. Before that, we will fire first. Charlotte looked at Captain Zhao Chen and said, I'll directly control the targeting. You give the firing order. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded. I'll take over the targeting of the Devil Crocodile cannon. Charlotte took over the launch preparation. In 40 seconds, the starship's speed will be reduced to 0. Yes. In 40 seconds, reduce speed. The crew member responsible for navigation responded. Why reduce speed? Is it more accurate for a starship to fire while in motion or at a standstill? The answer is obvious. 40 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The crew immediately began to operate. Start reducing speed. The engine reverse thrust system activated. Current speed 80. 60. 40. 20. Report. The starship's current speed is 0. The starship is at a standstill. Finished. From 100 knots to a complete stop, the Zero Storm took less than 5 seconds. This refreshed the perceptions of the audience and instructors. The acceleration and deceleration capabilities of this engine were incredibly strong. At this moment, everyone understood what was about to happen. Charlotte began to check the automatic target acquisition data of the starship's weapon systems, and the 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon had locked onto that T-2 White Eagle. After confirming it, she said, "Captain, lock complete. We can fire at any time." Fire. Zhao Chen's roar echoed throughout the bridge. This feeling was exhilarating. Almost simultaneously, this 1,200mm caliber heavy Devil Crocodile cannon roared once again after more than 80 years. A titanium alloy high-explosive shell with a diameter of 1,200mm was shot out at high speed from the cannon's chamber. At the moment of firing, Zhao Chen could even feel the entire bridge vibrate. From an external observation, one would notice that this cannon fire caused the Zero Storm to shift backward by several dozen meters, with the bow slightly raised. One could also see the chemical smoke still lingering at the muzzle of the 1,200mm heavy Devil Crocodile cannon. Warning! 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 Detected an attack locked onto this ship. Please evade. Please evade. Please evade. Warning! 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 Detected an attack locked onto this ship. Please evade. Please evade. Please evade. Warning! 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 Detected an attack locked onto this ship. Please evade. Please evade. Please evade. The bridge of the T-2 White Eagle was flashing red lights, and system warning sounds were incessant. All starship close-in defense guns quickly launched barges to intercept. Hurry! 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 Vice Captain Wang Qing urgently issued interception orders. The 2150mm T-2 medium quad-mounted close-in defense guns on the T-2 White Eagle fired at full power, forming a dense interception barrage net. Unfortunately, these small-caliber defense gun barges faced a giant cannon with a diameter of 1,200mm. It was like an ant trying to stop a car. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the bridge of the White Eagle, causing the entire bridge to tilt to one side. Zhang Heron's body flew directly out 3 meters, and his head hit a corner heavily, blood streaming down his face. He fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding head, and said in terror, "What's happening? Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Mom! Mom! Save me!" Vice Captain Wang Chung could not care about this precious young master at this moment. He didn't even know the basic knowledge to stabilize his body during an attack. Report. The left side armor of the hull has been penetrated. An munitions room on the left side has been detonated, causing a secondary explosion. This has directly affected 37 compartments, which have already been sealed off. With 8 crew members dead, the number of injured is unknown. Report. The previous secondary explosion has affected our starship's energy system, and the energy supply is dropping at a rate of 10 per minute. If the situation is not controlled, it is expected that the starship will completely lose energy supply within 10 minutes. Report. Our weapon systems are malfunctioning, and some weapon modules are unusable. Report. Our speed is continuously decreasing and cannot be controlled. The entire bridge was filled with various bad news. How could this happen? Vice Captain Wang Qing's expression was astonished. He did not expect the enemy's one shell to have such an effect. The T-2 White Eagle was now in a severely damaged state, and if this continued, it was highly likely to be destroyed along with its crew. "Young Master Zhang, we lost. Let's surrender." Vice Captain Wang Chung walked up to Zhang Heron and said in a deep voice, "Lost. Lost. How could this happen? Aren't you an excellent captain? My dad paid you to come here. How could you let me lose? Do you know that if I lose, I will be expelled from the North Star? You useless fool." As the explosion ceased, Zhang Heron came back to his senses from his panic. He staggered to his feet and slapped Vice Captain Wang Chung across the face. Vice Captain Wang Chung lowered his head and said nothing. Just then, the hull once again echoed with various explosion sounds. "What's happening? What's happening?" Zhang Heron immediately crouched down in fear. He raised his head to look at the floor-to-ceiling window at the front of the bridge. The bridge of the T-2 White Eagle used a special material glass window with a 100-degree field of view, allowing a direct view of the scenery in space. This bridge glass window was not an ordinary glass window. Its strength even exceeded that of the starship's hull armor, making it one of the strongest defensive areas of the starship. However, it was expensive, so only a few areas were equipped with it. At this moment, a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the bridge's floor-to-ceiling window. Report. The enemy ship is rapidly approaching our ship, and the enemy's secondary weapons are causing damage to our ship. The crew reported hurriedly. Report. The damage level of the hull's front armor has reached 20. Report. The damage level of the hull's front armor has reached 40. Crackle. Crackle. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, Zhang Heron seemed to hear the sound of glass shattering. And he had already imagined his tragic situation after the bridge's floor-to-ceiling window shattered. At that moment, he felt a chill in his lower body. He panicked and cried out, "I give up. I surrender." Chapter 17. One shot to win. Locking in victory arbitration zone, all the instructors and student spectators were stunned. One shot to win. The Zero Storm's one shell actually severely damaged the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, almost causing it to fall. They could clearly see that on the right side armor of the T-2 White Eagle, a huge pit with a diameter of at least 10 meters had been blasted open, and intermittent flashes of fire from the secondary explosion could still be seen inside. After that, Zero's Blizzard's relentless pursuit caused continuous damage to T-2's Eagle's frontal armor. Continuing the fight would only lead to one outcome. At this point, the judging panel was already prepared to make a forced decision, as the victor was already evident. Meanwhile, T-2's Eagle had voluntarily admitted defeat. The chief judge immediately announced that the winner of this starship duel was Zhao Chen's Zero's Blizzard. He also immediately contacted Zhao Chen to instruct his starship to stop attacking. This starship is simply too strong. Zhang Heron lost just like that, so Zhao Chen won. Many people were left speechless for a long time, including Jiang Shasha, who had a dazed expression and wide eyes. Zhao Chen won. Zhao Chen's shabby starship defeated Zhang Heron's T-2 Eagle. Reflecting on Zhao Chen's indifference towards her earlier in the restaurant, Jiang Shasha felt a strange sensation in her heart, especially after Zhao Chen won this battle. Shasha, Zhao Chen actually won against her friend who came with her, looking at Jiang Shasha with a strange expression. "I'm not blind." Jiang Shasha's face darkened as she took one last look at the strange starship on the broadcast screen before turning to leave the audience area. Preparing to return to the academy. "Shasha, don't wait for Zhang Xiao, wait for me." Some were in a bad mood, while others felt quite good. "Did you see that? The giant cannon is the only truth. Warner, your brother's ship is really amazing. When can I talk to you about letting me go up and take a look, and hopefully touch your brother's 1,200mm caliber giant cannon?" The twin-tailed lowly Shui Xiao looked at Zhao Warner with shining eyes. At this moment, Zhao Warner's expression was one of shock and disbelief. Is this over? From the moment the two starships entered combat range to the end of the battle, it was less than 5 minutes. The most important thing was that the critical hit was something no one had expected, and that one shot ended the battle so quickly. T-2's Eagle's hull armor was already quite weak, let alone facing a ship equipped with the T-2 heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon. As long as it hit the hull armor, it would generally result in a serious outcome. It directly penetrated the armor, causing a compartment to blow up, which might just be luck for your brother. But it must be said that this assembled starship is really strong, with a cruising speed of 100 star knots. Incredible. Senior Sulan commented beside her. Smiling at Zhao Warner, "It seems your brother doesn't need my help anymore." At this moment, Senior Sulan had a greatly improved impression of her friend's brother and even developed some curiosity. To be able to assemble such a starship with 3 old starships in just 1 month, that third-year student named Zhao Chen is quite capable. While Zero's Blizzard was astonishing everyone, Zhao Chen was excitedly waving his fists on his bridge. "Wow, it was actually a critical hit. We were lucky. It must have hit the enemy's ammunition room, causing a chain explosion, affecting multiple system modules of the ship," Charlotte analyzed beside him. This was also why she had just ordered a high-speed charge to continue attacking. As a seasoned veteran, how could they not seize the opportunity and secure victory? Luck? Zhao Chen recalled the special reward fleet luck bonus given by the system. Because of this reward, he could only recruit female soldiers. Thinking about it, this critical hit this time should be related to that. If every time he fired it was a critical hit, wouldn't that be amazing? Zhao Chen fantasized. As for whether this was the case, it could only be verified in future battles. "Zhao Chen, you have already won. Please immediately cease all attacks." The chief judge's voice rang out. "Understood," Zhao Chen replied. Looking at the battered T-2 Eagle, the penetrated hull position no longer had flames, but thick smoke was still visible. It seemed it was impossible for it to return on its own and would have to wait for an interstellar tow to help. "Chief Judge, can I connect to T-2 Eagle's video communication?" Zhao Chen made a request. The judge on the other end hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. As the judging panel, they had the right to conduct video communications with the two starships at any time. Soon, a video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen, revealing a devastated bridge filled with thick smoke and scattered damaged parts, completely different from the previous glamorous bridge scene. Captain Zhang Heron was sitting on the ground, pale-faced, and there was even a puddle of water beneath him. "Uft, Zhang Heron, you actually wet yourself. when Zhao Chen's voice echoed in Zhang Heron's bridge. He finally noticed the communication window and angrily pointed at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, you cheated. You couldn't possibly have beaten me. You must have cheated. The chief judge is listening to us. Are you questioning the fairness of the judging panel? Zhao Chen teased. The judge responsible for relaying the video communication coldly said, Student Zhang Heron, we monitored this Starship duel throughout, and there were no issues. If you have any objections to our ruling, you can report to our superiors. Zhao Chen, if there is nothing else, we'll conclude this communication. It was evident that the chief judge had a poor impression of this spoiled brat. Chief judge, one last thing. Zhao Chen looked at Zhang Heron and said calmly, the duel is over. Zhang Xiaoxun Ti forget our bet. That was recognized by the Academy. Zhang Heron, according to your Starship duel agreement, you will withdraw from the North Star Starship Military Academy. Do you understand? The chief judge didn't forget to add a final blow. Clearly, Zhang Heron was lost. If he really withdrew from the North Star Starship Military Academy, it would be disastrous. His Viscount father would surely kill him. The video communication ended. Zhao Chen had no intention of paying attention to this defeated opponent. Return voyage. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, feeling incredibly relaxed. And the storm surrounding this Starship duel was far from over. Class 8 of Year 3, today's class is over. The teacher announced the end of the class. At this moment, some students immediately rushed to the Starship duel live broadcast channel, only to find it had already been closed. Why can't we find the Starship duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Heron? A nearby student chuckled. Come on, it's been so long. Zhao Chen must have been defeated by Zhang Heron. After all, that ST2 Eagle. Yeah, it's also Zhao Chen's fault for being reckless. This way, our class has one less annoying guy. Next year, we have a group task. If we bring this guy along, our class is doomed. Many in the class were mocking and ridiculing. Li Wei, with a dark face, began to contact Zhao Chen, already thinking of various ways to help him. Wait, something's off. Look at our academy's internal network, hot search list. A girl who loved browsing the internal forum suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Chen seems to have won. Chapter 18 Zhao Chen won. Zhao Chen won. Hearing the girl say this, the students in the classroom were shocked. Those far away even wondered if they had misheard. How could Zhao Chen win? Did you read it wrong? A boy asked with a chuckle. It was posted on the Academy's internal network forum. If you don't believe it, see for yourself. The girl enlarged the holographic screen in front of her so that those around could see. On the hot search list, a post was rapidly climbing. The title was Zhao Chen defeats Zhang Heron to win the Starship duel. A heavy cannon with a caliber of 1,200 millimeters suddenly appears, taking down the T2 White Eagle in one shot. Besides this, there are actually several other related posts, but none of them have the same level of popularity. This post includes a complete video clip. It even provides a close-up and detailed introduction to the 1,200 millimeters caliber heavy cannon. Zhao Chen won. How is that possible? Some students still didn't believe it and asked the girl to click on the duel video. Only 5 minutes? This video must be fake. One student pointed out immediately after noticing the video duration. Generally, duels between starships of the same level take at least half an hour to start, and some even require several hours of intense fighting. How could it possibly be just 5 minutes? But the next video footage silenced all the students present. Even the teacher, who was intrigued and hadn't left the classroom, gathered around to watch the holographic screen. From the Zero Storm's 100-knot star speed evading the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser S laser main cannon, to the Zero Storm dropping from 100 knots to a complete stop in just 5 seconds. And then came the footage of the 1,200 millimeters cannon making its appearance, causing some boys in the classroom to feel exhilarated. When they saw the cannon fire and hit the T2 White Eagle hard, it shocked everyone. My God, how could Zhao Chen's starship have a 1,200 millimeters cannon? Some students exclaimed. At this moment, the teacher stood up, swallowed hard, and said in surprise, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the T2 Heavy 1,200 millimeters cannon mounted on the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. Hearing the teacher say this, the students began to discuss among themselves. It was only at this point that some still doubted whether the video had been faked, until someone pulled up the announcement on the Academy's official website regarding the outcomes of today's Starship duel. They confirmed the authenticity of the matter. Number 3030062701 Starship duel. Competitors Zhang Heron and Zhao Chen. Winner is Zhao Chen. Even the class monitor Shin Bing was using his handheld terminal to replay the video, watching it repeatedly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually won. Wow, my brother is amazing. My brother won. Li Wei, at this moment, finally came back to his senses, his excited demeanor suggesting he had won himself. He pointed at the people in the classroom and bluntly said, "Did you see that? This is my brother Li Wei." You all used to mock him, wishing for him to just leave. And what happened? My brother took him down in one shot. And that Zhang Heron isn't even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. You all are so superficial. Just go wherever you feel comfortable. After saying this, Li Wei disregarded the displeased expressions of the classmates and ran out. He needed to find Zhao Chen to get the details. This guy actually won. He must be hiding something from me. After Li Wei's mocking and humiliation, no one in Class 8 said a word. Even the teacher had a dim expression, as his previous stance was that Zhao Chen would undoubtedly lose, and now Li Wei's words felt like slaps to their faces. The Zero Storm docked at the North Star Starship Military Academy's starport, in a starship berth that Zhao Chen had reserved early on. Since there was basically no damage to the hull from the battle, no repairs were needed. Alright, mission accomplished. You can move around freely within this starship's permitted areas, Zhao Chen said, patting Vice Captain Charlotte on the shoulder. In fact, Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed on Charlotte's fluffy head. He wanted to see what it felt like to pet this white tiger beast girl, but this was just a thought. Charlotte's sharp tiger teeth were not just for show. His gaze landed on her pair of white broken ears. It looked really painful and affected her overall beauty. Zhao Chen made up his mind again that he must fix Charlotte's body in the future. After all, she is now his vice captain, and it would be a welfare for the crew. Yes, Vice Captain Charlotte replied quietly. Zhao Chen left the bridge and returned to his captain's quarters. Entering the captain's room, which was quite spacious at about 50 square meters, it had a bedroom, a living room, an office desk, and even a bathroom for showering. Even though it was an old starship layout from decades ago, the captain's treatment was still quite good. Zhao Chen had checked the crew's dormitory of this starship, which was somewhat similar to the dorms in his previous life, but the space was even more cramped. A dormitory had 6 sets of 3-layer folding mattresses, accommodating 18 people. The aisle between the beds was less than a meter wide, and 18 people shared one bathroom. The smell lingered even after decades, and Zhao Chen felt a bit nostalgic. Even on a starship, there was a significant space shortage issue, so they could only compress the living space of ordinary crew members as much as possible. Of course, there were single and double dormitories specifically prepared for senior starship officers. The situation was even more serious now, as the dormitory area originally meant for 50 crew members was now crammed with 100 half-beast crew members. Many half-beast crew members had to sleep on the floor. So, compared to that, Zhao Chen's living environment was simply too good. He threw himself onto the big bed. After enjoying a few seconds of comfort, he began to get down to business. After defeating Zhang Heron, Zhao Chen's task system had already notified him of the completion and was waiting for him to claim his task rewards. Task content: challenge Zhang Heron to a starship duel and defeat him in the duel. Task difficulty: D-class task reward, 1 task point and 300 points failure penalty. Deduct 300 points task completed. Please claim your task reward. Zhao Chen thought about it. Task reward claimed: 300 points and 1 task point. At this time, Zhao Chen's interface added these rewards. Host: Zhao Chen profession: top starship engineer. Special attributes: fleet luck value bonus. Eye of insight points: 400 task points. 1 starship count. 1 task. Quarterly task. Incomplete. Warehouse. T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint. His points increased from 100 to 400. And he also gained a task point. Now that he had a task point, he wondered if he could exchange for some good items from the mall. Zhao Chen opened the system mall and looked for targets. Chapter 19. Selling Starship Technology. T1 Gray Mouse class medium interstellar destroyer. T1 Shield Soldier class medium interstellar escort. T1. Zhao Chen's excitement gradually dissipated. As he scrolled further down, almost all of it was T1 starships. The exchange conditions were not high. 1 task point and a few dozen system points could be exchanged for a T1 item. But the problem was, Zhao Chen didn't want these T1 starships. Although he knew that these system starships surpassed their real-world counterparts of the same level and type. All of them were highly cost-effective starships. But no matter how cost-effective or powerful they were still T1 starships. The outdated starships Zhao Chen had assembled were all T2 level. How could he possibly go on to build a T1 starship? However, the problem was that the mall currently only sold T1 technology level products. Let's see how to upgrade. T2 level would be acceptable, but T1 level is really too disappointing. Zhao Chen directly checked how to upgrade the system mall. T1 system mall upgrade conditions. First item: exchange for a T1 level product. Incomplete. Second item: complete 1D level system task. Completed. Third item: consume 100 system points for mall upgrade. Must meet the first 2 conditions, so there are upgrade conditions. The previous duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Heron was due to a D-level system task, so it was considered successfully completed. Zhao Chen now has enough system points. 100 in total. The only requirement he hasn't met is to exchange for a T1 level item. This brings him back to the point that he still needs to redeem a T1 item. Zhao Chen frowned. After thinking for a while, a sudden idea struck him. If he redeemed a T1 starship, he didn't necessarily have to build it himself. He could sell it. Excellent starship technology has always been in high demand. But due to its rarity, very few people sell it. Zhao Chen didn't have such concerns, although selling directly would yield less profit than building it and then selling it. He didn't have the time to mess around with that. It would be better to sell it directly and make some quick money. He thought about taking out a T1 starship technology to sell. Although it was the lowest level T1 starship technology, being a student would inevitably attract attention. So he had to conceal his identity first. Concealing his identity while selling the starship and wanting to keep it simple, Zhao Chen pondered. Suddenly, he thought of someone, Li Wei. Li Wei's family is engaged in interstellar trade, with a group company called BN Interstellar Trade Group. It is said that in recent years, they have been expanding into the starship arms trade, but the several starship products they funded for research and development haven't performed well, with very few orders. During a casual chat with Li Wei, he mentioned that if they couldn't produce a best-selling starship product by the end of this year, his family might have to give up the starship sales business. This was a ready-made opportunity. Having Li Wei act as an intermediary would also reduce the risk of exposing his identity. Zhao Chen immediately logged into the Academy's network to search for information about Li Wei's family's starship trade. Over the past 5 years, Li Wei's family has launched a total of 6 starships, including auxiliary and combat types, but all of them failed. Either they had significant performance defects or poor cost-effectiveness. The worst one sold fewer than 10 units and was discontinued due to performance issues, resulting in a hefty compensation. Even the best-selling one sold less than 100 units and was still a loss-making venture, failing to establish a reputation. Zhao Chen began to browse quickly for research, looking for the most suitable starship model for Li Wei's family and comparing it with the T1 starships in the system mall. This model has a high construction difficulty. This one won't work. The market range is too small. Finally, after countless selections, Zhao Chen finally chose a T1 starship technology. This one, Zhao Chen clicked to redeem. Do you want to spend 50 system points and 1 task point to redeem the item T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer? Confirm. Congratulations on obtaining the T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer Technology Blueprint. Your remaining system points, 350 points. Zhao Chen's head shook, and then a series of starship technology blueprints surged into his consciousness. This is the T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. Don't underestimate this T1 starship. It was carefully selected by Zhao Chen. If he didn't already have the 0-number Blizzard and the T3 Blizzard Class Light Interstellar Battlecruiser Technology Blueprint, he might have considered building this starship himself. Its advantages are high quality at a low price. It's durable and sturdy. At this moment, the starship system's artificial intelligence spoke in a gentle female voice. Beep, beep, beep. Captain, someone from the external starship network has requested to connect and communicate with you. The system identifies them as your classmate Li Wei. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Zhao Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a shrewd expression. Li Wei, don't blame me for asking for a high price. If this starship is sold to your family, it will definitely make your family famous in the starship arms trade, especially in the T1 starship series. Keep him waiting outside. I'll be right out. Zhao Chen instructed the artificial intelligence, then got off the bed and prepared to leave the ship. Before that, he instructed First Officer Charlotte to remain on board, stating that without his orders, no crew member was allowed to leave the 0-number Blizzard, nor was anyone allowed to enter it. In case of any emergencies, they should contact him immediately. Outside the starship dock, Li Wei was eagerly examining the steel giant before him, the 0-number Blizzard, which was nearly 260 meters long. Due to the design of an interstellar battleship, it was quite large. Looking at the somewhat rusty hull armor and the vintage design of the ship, Li Wei felt as if he was gazing at a magnificent starship. It's a pity that the 1,200mm caliber cannon mounted on it is hidden, so it can't be seen now. At this moment, the starship's hatch opened, and Zhao Chen walked out leisurely. Li Wei quickly approached and put his arm around Zhao Chen's neck. When did you manage to whip up such a starship? You know, it's just the 3 starships I exchanged for at the Academy that got assembled. Zhao Chen replied. I mean, when did you get this technology? Li Wei pressed for more. Zhao Chen shrugged and smiled. While some people were flirting and playing games, I was busy studying. You were actually studying starship engineering books. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen suspiciously. Previously, Zhao Chen was indeed a very diligent student. At least in theory, he was always in the top 5 of their class. So Li Wei didn't doubt Zhao Chen's excuse. He just didn't expect Zhao Chen had learned to this extent on his own. Bro, let me take a look up there. I'd love to see that 1,200 millimeters caliber cannon. Li Wei pleaded. It's not impossible, but I need you to help me with something. Zhao Chen looked at Li Wei, feeling as if he was looking at a wealthy man. Are you asking for that action film with 720 different races and a whopping 10,000 T size? Li Wei grinned at Zhao Chen and then leaned closer, whispering mischievously, I have it for you. I've recently collected a few particularly great films. We can discuss them together later. Zhao Chen immediately jumped 3 meters away, looking at Li Wei with disdain. Do I look like that kind of person? Chapter 20. It's you. Aircraft carrier starship. Li Wei walked through the narrow and somewhat dilapidated starship corridor, feeling somewhat disappointed. You're disappointed, aren't you? After all, these were assembled from 3 starships with nearly a century of history, so in terms of comfort and aesthetics, they can't compare to modern starships. Zhao Chen clearly understood Li Wei's thoughts. After wandering for more than 10 minutes, Li Wei left the 0-number blizzard with Zhao Chen. It feels better to look from outside. But old Zhao, why are all your crew half-orc women? I didn't know you had that preference. Although there's nothing wrong with that preference, starship battles are no small matter. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen and reminded him. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. I'm not as sordid as you think. There's a reason I recruited these half-orc female crew members. Moreover, they were previously just female crew members, but due to certain reasons, they ended up in this situation. Didn't you see how the 0-number blizzard fought before? Do you think a bunch of pretty faces could have pulled off such a beautiful battle? That does make sense. By the way, you mentioned before that you needed my help with something. What is it? Li Wei brought up Zhao Chen's earlier request. Zhao Chen began to discuss serious matters. Your family is engaged in interstellar trade, right? I heard that you've been expanding into the starship arms trade in recent years. Coincidentally, I have a T1 starship that I developed myself, and I would like to ask you to send this technology blueprint to your family to see if they are interested in purchasing it. But it needs to be done secretly because I don't want too many people to know about me. You understand, right? Even if your father asks. Don't reveal my identity. You want to sell your own developed T1 starship? Li Wei was taken aback. You can develop a starship by yourself now? But then he thought, if Zhao Chen can assemble 3 old starships into a combat-ready ship, developing a T1 starship isn't impossible. After all, the technical difficulty of a T1 starship isn't very high, and some of the technical blueprints for starships have even been made public for everyone to learn from. I can't interfere with our family business in this area, so I can't guarantee that we can buy your starship. However, I can mention it to my sister. She was the one who proposed expanding into the starship arms trade, and she's currently the person responsible for that part of our group's business. But right now, our company isn't optimistic about this business area, and we've been losing money for 4 consecutive years. Even a T1 starship that was supposed to be launched this year has yet to materialize. The shareholders' meeting has already started to pressure us to abandon this business. Li Wei said. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei on the shoulder and handed him a thumb-sized storage device. Whether we can reach a cooperation is secondary. As long as this thing can be seen by your family, that's enough. Just encrypt this data and send it to your sister. Remember, keep my identity a secret. If your sister asks, just come up with an excuse. You're giving me the technical blueprints for the T1 starship just like that? Aren't you worried? Li Wei asked. Is the network transmission safe? Should I personally deliver it to my sister? I just happen to have a break in a few days and plan to go home. You can send it now. I'm in a hurry, Zhao Chen replied. It's fine. I've encrypted the files inside. Once you send it, let me know, and I'll decrypt it remotely so I can check it out. Li Wei cautiously said, although it's just the blueprints for the T1 starship. This is Zhao Chen's hard work. This counts as a business secret, and such things are usually delivered in person rather than through network transmission. It's fine. Just do as I say. You don't have to worry about the rest, Zhao Chen smiled. As long as Li Wei's sister isn't foolish. She will definitely see the value in this starship. All right. After bidding farewell to Zhao Chen, Li Wei returned to his dormitory and sent the data in the storage device to his sister as Zhao Chen requested. The file was quite large, and since it involved interstellar information transmission, it would take about a day. Li Wei sent a text message to his sister in advance, mentioning the matter. Zhao Chen also returned to his dormitory. Although he now had a captain's bedroom on the 0-no blizzard, many of his things were still in the dormitory, and he needed to move those items to the ship. It was just in time for the semester to end, so he wouldn't need to book a ticket. He could just take the 0-no blizzard back to the territory. The dormitory was a single room, and of course, the space couldn't compare to the captain's bedroom. Zhao Chen sat on the single bed and opened the system page to enter the mall upgrade page. T1 system mall upgrade requirements. First item, exchange for 1 T1 level product. Completed. Second item, complete 1 D level system task. Completed. Third item, spend 100 system points for mall upgrade. First 2 items completed. Can upgrade anytime. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked to upgrade the system mall. Are you sure you want to spend 100 system points to upgrade the T1 Mall to T2 Mall? Confirm. Spending 100 system points. T1 Mall upgraded to T2 Mall. Your remaining system points, 250 points. Congratulations, you have activated the T2 series of products in the system mall. You have received one opportunity to exchange any product without needing task points. An unexpected surprise appeared. Zhao Chen had been wondering how to earn more task points to conveniently exchange for a T2 starship. After all, the system mall stipulated that exchanging for products required corresponding task points. Zhao Chen checked the T2 series products, and it turned out that 3 task points were still needed. Given Zhao Chen's current situation, he didn't know how long it would take to accumulate those 3 task points. It seemed that the higher the product level, the more system points were consumed, and the more task points were required. Zhao Chen glanced at the requirements for upgrading the T2 Mall to T3. It needed 2 sea-level tasks, 2 T2 system products, and 2,000 system points, significantly increasing the difficulty. For now, Zhao Chen didn't have the capability to consider that. It was important to focus on the main task. The main task, of course, was to select a starship. Let me see which will be our first real starship. Zhao Chen began to carefully choose, more seriously than before, because this time he was selecting what would truly be his first starship. The Zero No. Blizzard could only be considered half of his first ship. Should he choose an interstellar destroyer, an interstellar cruiser, or an interstellar battleship? Zhao Chen weighed his options until finally, he fixated on one choice. T2 Aircraft Carrier Starship. This is it. Chapter 21. Zhao Chen's T2 Super Aircraft Carrier Starship T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled. In his previous life, aircraft carriers were undoubtedly the dream of every person from the Flower family. In the interstellar era, aircraft carriers also existed. If there was any type of starship in this era that could be called a giant, it would likely be one of 2 types: interstellar battleships and aircraft carriers. At this moment, Zhao Chen directly chose to exchange. Do you wish to spend 250 system points and one opportunity to exchange a product without needing task points to exchange for the T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship Technical Blueprint. Your remaining system points, 0 points, just right. Zhao Chen's system points could be used to exchange for this T2 Aircraft Carrier Starship. At that moment, data on the T2 Queen Bee surged into Zhao Chen's mind. Normally, if an interstellar fleet had an aircraft carrier starship, it would definitely require a large number of escort starships, unlike interstellar battleships, which could stand alone. Therefore, the number of aircraft carrier starships in service in reality is far less than that of interstellar battleships, as building a fleet centered around an aircraft carrier starship requires enormous costs. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, a single aircraft carrier starship cannot form combat effectiveness. But this T2 Queen Bee was completely different. It possessed the ability to fight independently, which is why Zhao Chen chose to exchange for it. The combat methods of aircraft carrier starships mainly fall into 3 categories: interstellar fighters, interstellar drones, and small to medium-sized starships. The latter situation is rare, as aircraft carrier starships capable of carrying starships are at least T3 level or higher. Otherwise, the size simply doesn't allow for it. Back on track. Let's talk about the T2 Queen Bee. This starship uses interstellar drones as its combat method. Zhao Chen checked the detailed introduction materials. Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship Ship Type. Aircraft Carrier Starship Technology Level. T2 Hull Armor Strength. 300 units, 350 units, Cruising Speed. 40 knots Warp Engine. Level 4 Warp Engine Length. For 60 meters mass. For 100,000 tons crew. 100 people Starship Weapons. T2 Bumblebee Class Light Interstellar Drones. Interstellar Interceptors. T2 Killer B-Class Medium Interstellar Drones. Interstellar Fighters. T2 Wasp Class Heavy Interstellar Drones. Interstellar Bombers. Hangar Standard Configuration. Can accommodate 300 T2 Bumblebee Class Light Interstellar Drones, 100 T2 Killer B Class Medium Interstellar Drones, and 20 T2 Wasp Class Heavy Interstellar Drones. Just looking at its size and mass, it's clear this will be a colossal vessel. The length of 460 meters is nearly twice that of the Zero-class Blizzard. A mass of 400,000 tons is almost 5 times that of the Zero-class Blizzard. It can carry a total of 420 interstellar drones across 3 models. Generally, an aircraft carrier starship would only carry one type of interstellar fighter or drone, as different models require different maintenance teams and systems. However, this T2 Queen Bee is equipped with 3 types of interstellar drones. This is not a foolish action, but rather because the T2 Queen Bee is outfitted with an intelligent system nearly at the T3 starship level and under reasonable and efficient management. It can ensure that these three types of interstellar drones operate without any gaps. These three types of interstellar drones can be categorized as interstellar unmanned interceptors, interstellar unmanned fighters, and interstellar unmanned bombers. The interstellar unmanned interceptor can be considered the close escort of the aircraft carrier Starship, primarily responsible for protecting the ship's safety by intercepting all enemy attacks. The interstellar unmanned fighter serves as the core force for seizing air supremacy in interstellar combat and can also strike enemy ships. The interstellar unmanned bomber, as the name suggests, has bombing capabilities and can carry interstellar missiles, bombs, or even torpedoes as needed. Its strike capability against starships is the strongest, but its own interstellar combat ability is quite weak. Therefore, these three types of interstellar drones can complement each other perfectly. Typically, multiple aircraft carrier starships would provide this complementarity. However, the T-2 Queen Bee takes on all these roles itself. Moreover, the most crucial point, and the reason it does not require an escort fleet, is that it actually possesses a star shield function. The star shield function is an energy defense shield, standard for T-3 starships, capable of forming an energy shield in a specific area to intercept enemy weapon attacks from that direction. It is an epoch-making technology for T-3 starships, significantly enhancing the starship's defensive capabilities. This is also why people often say that T-3 starships are the real starships. To get back on track, the T-2 Queen Bee also possesses the star shield, greatly increasing its defensive capabilities. Coupled with T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones, it achieves a perfect combination of offense and defense. While there may be some risks when facing a T-3 starship fleet against T-2 starships, it is undoubtedly a terrifying presence. It is not impossible to take on multiple enemies at once. Therefore, Zhao Chen chose this T-2 Queen Bee. The cost is 3 million star coins. Zhao Chen gasped at the calculated cost of building this starship. It should be noted that the total savings of the Zhao family do not exceed 100,000 star coins. As for his interstellar territory, due to the barren star system and mismanagement, the annual tax revenue plus other income is only 1 million star coins. This is also why Zhang Heron referred to him as the down-and-out baron. He couldn't even afford a T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer priced at 4 million star coins. However, if Zhao Chen were to sell this T-2 Queen Bee, it could be worth at least 20 to 30 million star coins. Selling starships is a pathway to wealth, as the arms trade is highly profitable in any era. But currently, Zhao Chen lacks the ability and time to consider this. With 3 million star coins, the funds I used to sell a T-1 Lys-class medium interstellar destroyer should be enough to build a T-2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen murmured. Now he just waits for news from Li Wei. North Goose Interstellar Trade Group headquarters, a board meeting, is currently taking place here. In addition to the Li family members, several other shareholders and directors are present. Over the past 5 years, North Goose has been in deficit in the starship arms trade, relying on other industries to cover the losses. This even led to a deficit in our overall profits last year. Therefore, I believe we should abandon the starship arms trade. It is not something that can be easily done, as the research and development investment is too large and the risks are too high. We might as well continue to honestly engage in interstellar trade transportation and interstellar industry, one director said while pounding the table. Other directors also agreed, calling for the cessation of the starship arms trade business sector. No, our development at North Goose has reached a bottleneck. The competition in our original business sectors is increasing. If we do not find a breakthrough, North Goose will inevitably decline. To elevate North Goose to the next level, we must seize the starship arms trade. A charming and curvaceous woman stood up and said. However, other directors opposed her. Miss Yaki, this cannot be decided by you. Although North Goose was founded by your Li family, your and your father's shares only account for 45, and the rest are against it. This is the resolution of the board, said the director with the most shares aside from the Li family, with a cold snort. Li Yaki bit her lip and remained silent. The starship arms trade is her dream and her hard work, while others see a 5-year investment. Li Yaki had started planning 10 years ago, dedicating all her time and energy to it. In her 30s and still unmarried, how could she give up her hard work? Chapter 22, Mysterious Starship Technology. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat scanned the crowd. You are all Yaki's uncles and elders. Yaki expanding the interstellar arms trade is also for the benefit of North Goose. This is about expanding territory. Every beginning is difficult. When my father established North Goose, it wasn't until he endured the first 10 years that we have the current North Goose Interstellar Trade Group. This middle-aged man is the chairman of the North Goose Interstellar Trade Group, the current head of the Li family, and also Li Wei's father. Chairman, that was then. And this is now. Everyone has families to support. We trust you, the head of the Lee family, to invest our entire fortunes in North Goose. But now, we're in a deficit. The investment in the Starship arms trade is a bottomless pit. If this continues, North Goose will inevitably be ruined. The second director snorted coldly. Sticking to old ways, lacking innovation, and not daring to step out of our comfort zone is what will drag North Goose down. Lee Yaqi couldn't help but stand up and angrily retort. Hearing Lee Yaqi speak this way, the directors began to murmur, criticizing her for being disrespectful and disregarding her elders. I said before, girls are not suitable for doing business. You're almost 40, Yaqi. If you had listened to me back then and married that count's son, would you still be working hard here? You would have become a countess and enjoyed life by now. The second director said with a light laugh. Enjoy life? Second uncle. I don't want to become someone else's canary like my cousin. Even my cousin's husband seeks pleasure outside and doesn't dare to say a word. If this is what enjoying life is, then I, Lee Yaqi, have no fortune to enjoy it. Lee Yaqi did not back down and retaliated directly. The second director's face looked grim. This second director is Lee Yaqi's second uncle, the younger brother of her father. He is the second largest shareholder of the BN Interstellar Trade Group. All right, let's give Yaqi a little more time. Didn't we agree on 5 years? It's a 5-year period. As long as within 5 years, Yaqi's Starship Arms Trading Department can turn a profit, we will allow this department to continue to exist. There's still half a year left. Right? Why is everyone in such a hurry? The head of the Lee family said cheerfully. Then let's give my niece half a year, and by then, my second uncle will arrange a good marriage for her. The second director snorted coldly and left the meeting room. The other directors also left one after another. The head of the Lee family saw his daughter looking unwilling and resentful, and he sighed deeply. Yaqi, it's not that your father doesn't want to help you. Business is like this. Everyone only sees profit, and you have half a year left. As long as your arms trading department can turn a profit within that half year, even if it just breaks even, your father can let your department continue to exist. But if you fail, then that's it. If you still want to do business, you can continue with the previous interstellar transport trade. Half a year, how could she turn a profit? She currently doesn't even have a decent Starship product in hand. And she doesn't believe she can turn a profit within half a year. I understand, Dad. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going back now. Lee Yaqi whispered as she left the meeting room. Lee Yaqi threw herself onto her bed in her room, and a fluffy pet resembling a cat jumped in front of her. Ming Ming, I'm really tired today. Go play by yourself. Lee Yaqi covered her eyes with her arm, trying not to let her tears flow out. 5 years of preparation, 5 years of effort, more than 10 years of youth. Is it really going to end like this? Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, Lee Yaqi's handheld terminal rang, and she glanced at it. It was a communication request from her brother. She sat up, adjusted her emotional state, and clicked to accept. Sister, why are your eyes so red? Li Wei greeted his sister through the video screen. However, due to interstellar communication delays, there was nearly a 10-second lag. It's nothing, just too tired these days. Did you suddenly contact me for something? Is your living allowance used up? If I remember correctly, isn't the holiday coming up in a few days? Or did you fail your grade assessment this year and have to repeat a year? Li Yaqi stared at Li Wei. Li Wei pouted. Sis, why don't you ever wish me well? I still have living expenses, and I'm not repeating a year. Next year, I'll be in 4th grade and can really pilot a starship. Then why are you thinking of contacting me? Li Yaqi looked at her brother suspiciously. Li Wei started to talk about serious matters. I sent you a starship blueprint yesterday. It should have arrived by now. Take a look. It was made by my friend. And I wanted to ask if you have any intention to purchase it. Starship blueprint? Li Yaqi stared at her brother. You aren't in debt and trying to fool me. Are you? Sis, why do you always look down on your brother? All right, just go take a look quickly. If you're interested, contact me. I'll help you get in touch with that friend. Just don't expect too much. If it's barely usable, give a reasonable price, just to give your little brother some face. Li Wei still didn't believe that Zhao Chen's starship would be any good, so he said some flattering words. I won't say more. Remember to contact me after you look. Li Wei didn't want to talk much with his sister, who always looked down on him, and directly ended the communication. This kid, where did he find friends who can design starships? It sounds like he's trying to fool me. Li Yaqi completely didn't believe her brother's words. However, she sat on the bed for more than 10 seconds, and somehow, she opened her email. Indeed, there was a data file lying there, and the file showed it was decrypted. Since she had nothing else to do, and her starship design department had no signs of progress, she might as well take a look at what Li Wei sent. Li Yaqi comforted herself, and when she opened the file, looking at the vast starship blueprint information, her eyes gradually began to change. From initially being indifferent to becoming exceptionally serious, even her breathing quieted down significantly. After looking for more than half an hour, she suddenly came to her senses, raised her hand, and summoned a holographic computer starting to simulate some data from the file. No problem, everything's fine. This process continued for another 3 hours. Liyaki's expression was exceptionally rich, and she muttered, T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer, this technical blueprint. She suddenly stood up, quickly copied the Starship technology onto a data disk, and then ran out of her bedroom. Heading towards the Starship Design Research Department she had set up. What was originally an hour's journey, she manually piloted her flying car and arrived in just 10 minutes. She didn't bother to change into researcher attire and dashed straight into the research department, standing in front of her researchers and engineers, pointing at the data disk. Quickly help me see if this Starship blueprint technology is feasible. Liyaki couldn't contain her excitement. I want a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. No, I want it within 3 hours. Chapter 23, 3 million star coins, buyout. In 3 hours, the entire research room's scientific staff went from confusion to shock and surprise. Director Lee, where did you get this Starship technology? Although it only had 80% of the data, the important Starship technical data had been deleted. But this Starship technology is definitely feasible. Moreover, the cost-performance ratio of this T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer is extremely high. I never thought that a Starship with such a low cost could have such high performance. If this goes to market, it will definitely be a hot-selling Starship product. The chief engineer of the research room, an old man with a full head of white hair, stood excitedly in front of Liyaki. Liyaki held the data disk. And to her, this data disk was a treasure. If she had already fallen into despair before, then this data disk was the rope that fell from heaven. You all drop your current research tasks and conduct in-depth research on this Starship technology. Liyaki handed the data disk to the chief engineer. Director Lee, where did this Starship technology come from? Before the chief engineer could finish his question, Liyaki had already run out of the research room. Liyaki sat in her flying car and immediately began to contact her brother. The first call was hung up. Liyaki was confused. The second call was also hung up. Liyaki felt a bit anxious. The third call was still hung up. But this time, Li Wei replied with a short message. Sis, I'm taking a shower. Can we talk after I'm done? Liyaki's face darkened with several lines of annoyance. And she gritted her teeth as she replied. If you don't want to die, pick up the phone right now. If you hang up again, the day Li Wei returns home will be your death anniversary next year. Liyaki sent a fourth communication request, and this time it was not directly hung up. After waiting for about half a minute, the other side finally connected. Li Wei appeared, wrapped in a towel, looking like he had hurriedly finished his shower. Sis, what's the rush? Li Wei had a look as if he was interrupted during something important. Who gave you that Starship technical blueprint? Liyaki asked directly. You mean that? Li Wei hesitated, recalling Zhao Chen's instructions. He coughed and said, Sis, my friend is quite low-key, and it's inconvenient to disclose his identity. Just say it directly. How is that Starship technology? Do you want it? If not, I'll give my friend an answer. Can't even tell your sister? Liyaki stared at her younger brother and temptingly said, As long as you tell me that person's identity, I'll triple your living expenses for next semester. Li Wei hesitated for a moment, and after some inner struggle, he firmly replied, No, I promised them. Moreover, sister, think about it. If they find out I leaked their identity, what if they get angry and don't want to talk to you anymore? Upon thinking of this, Liyaki felt it made sense and had to suppress her curiosity. She thought it might be a work presented by a mentor from the Starship Engineering Department of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Then help me contact this gentleman. I'm very interested in his Starship technology. Can we arrange a time to talk in person? Liyaki asked. Huh, you're interested? Li Wei was a bit surprised. Didn't you look at the contents inside? I didn't look. I'm not like you, sister. I'm not from the Starship Engineering Department, and I wouldn't understand it even if I looked. Li Wei waved his hand. His sister, Liyaki, graduated from the Starship Engineering Department. So she was very interested in Starship research and manufacturing, plus she came from a family of Starship traders. Combining these, she wanted to engage in the business of Starship arms trade. You hurry up and go. Just let me know if you have news. Don't hang up on your side. I'll wait for your news right here. Liyaki urged. Without getting the authorization for that Starship technology, she felt restless. This was her only lifeline right now. Under Liyaki's urging, Li Wei contacted Zhao Chen. After about 10 minutes, Li Wei reappeared in the video communication window. Sister, my friend said forget about meeting in person. If you have ideas, just enter this online room to talk. After saying that, Li Wei sent a link to Liyaki. Talk in an online room? Liyaki was a bit surprised that such an important matter would be discussed in this environment. Forget it, the priority is to get this Starship technology. I understand. Liyaki clicked on the room link, and soon a new window appeared in front of her. It was not a video communication, but a text chat. Taking a deep breath, Liyaki sent the first message. Hello, I'm Li Wei's sister. I'm Liaki, the head of the Starship Arms Trade Department of the North Goose Interstellar Trade Group. After sending the message, half a minute passed. Finally, there was a reply. Hello. Just those two simple words made Liaki feel like she had a lump in her throat. It was her first time doing business in such an environment. I'm very interested in your T1 Wolf Lice class medium interstellar destroyer technology. I hope we can arrange a time to discuss the cooperation plan in detail. No need to arrange a time. If you're sure you want this Starship technology, just quote a price. If I'm satisfied, you transfer the money, and I'll send you the complete T1 Wolf Lice technical data. Liaki was taken aback again. It was so straightforward? Quoting a price? At this moment, Liaki was at a loss for how much to quote since this development caught her off guard, and she was completely unprepared. This was entirely different from her previous business model. The other party was not playing by the rules. After thinking for a moment, she sent a message. What price do you think is appropriate? The other side was silent for a few minutes before sending a number. 3 million star coins. 3 million star coins? That's a bit too expensive for an authorization fee. After all, this is just a T1 starship. The market price is at most 20 to 30,000 star coins. At this time, the other party sent 2 words. Buyout. Seeing these 2 words, Liaki's heart skipped a beat. Are you sure it's 3 million star coins to buy out this starship technology? Liaki immediately sent a message to inquire. A buyout means that as long as this money is spent, this starship technology would belong to Liaki in the future. Previously, Liaki only wanted authorization. Yes. Do you agree to this price? When Liaki saw this line of text, she immediately sent 2 words. Agree. On the other side of the communication window, Zhao Chen stared blankly at these 2 words, clutching his heart, and said painfully, damn. I quoted too low. Zhao Chen actually wanted to say just now that there was room for negotiation on this price. He thought his price was somewhat inflated. Unexpectedly, Liaki directly agreed. Chapter 24. Brother Zhao Chen, can I see your big cannon? Ultimately, this business concluded with Liaki buying out the T1 Wolf Lice class medium interstellar destroyer technology for 3 million star coins. After finalizing the agreement, Zhao Chen directly sent all the technical data of the T1 Wolf Lice to Liaki. I've sent the Starship technology data to your email. Please transfer the 3 million star coins to my account within 3 days of receiving the Starship technology data. Below was a Star Bank card number from the Star Glory Empire. Sir, you just sent me the Starship technology? Aren't you worried I might back out? Liaki was surprised that the other party did this without any concern. Weren't they afraid she might renege? This didn't feel like an interstellar transaction at all. It felt more like casually buying something in a supermarket. I trust Li Wei, and if you dare to do that, I will make you pay 1,000 times the price. All right, I have things to do, so that's it. Happy cooperation. The online room indicated that the other party had left. Liaki hurriedly wanted to ask how to contact them later, but there was no response anymore. Such a strange person. This should be the most bizarre business I've ever conducted. Liaki felt like she was dreaming. Moreover, she realized she didn't even know how to address the other party. A strange person, a strange business. However, no matter what, as long as she could obtain all the technical data of the T1 Wolf Lice, she was confident that within 6 months, she could turn the Starship Arms trade from loss to profit. She would leave those who were waiting to see her joke dumbfounded. On Zhao Chen's side, he still felt a bit heartbroken. If I had known, I would have quoted for $1 million. Zhao Chen smiled bitterly. In terms of doing business, he was still too inexperienced. To be honest, his buyout price of 3 million star coins was already quite high among T1 Starship technologies. It just happened that Liaki was in need of Starship technology. A thirsty person, upon receiving a bottle of water, would naturally overlook some expensive prices. 3 million. 3 million. Zhao Chen was now planning to build his second starship, which was the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Building a starship requires a lot of preparations. It's not as simple as assembling a starship. There are too many things to consider, such as raw materials, construction sites, construction technology, and so on. Beep beep beep. Zhao Chen's handheld terminal rang. Upon checking, it was actually his younger sister, Zhao Wanner. Oh, the young lady actually contacted me for once. Zhao Chen joked as he looked at the video window, showing Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner rarely sought out Zhao Chen. She generally approached him privately. At this moment, Zhao Chen noticed that behind Zhao Wanner were 2 beautiful girls. No, it should be said 2 beautiful ladies. Stop joking, my friend is here. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen. Then she moved aside and introduced the 2 beauties. This is Senior Su Lan from the 5th grade. This is my classmate. Shui Xiao Xiao from the 4th grade. This one, I don't need to introduce, right? My brother. When she said the 2 words my brother, Zhao Wanner clearly had a look of disdain. Hello, we often hear Wanner talk about you. Senior Su Lan greeted politely. She talks about me? Forget it. It's good enough if she doesn't speak ill of me. Zhao Chen shrugged. Brother Zhao Chen, Can I take a look at your cannon? The twin-tailed lowly Shui Xiao Xiao suddenly leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. Zhao Chen was taken aback. This was a bit too much. Zhao Wanner immediately pulled Shui Xiao Xiao back, saying, Xiao Xiao, what are you talking about? What's wrong? I just want to see brother Zhao Chen's 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon on the number 0 blizzard up close. Shui Xiao Xiao pouted. Sister Su Lan, you must have something to discuss with me, right? Just get to the point. Zhao Chen changed the subject. As this little lowly's words were really distracting, Sister Su Lan said, then let us get straight to business. The reason we're here is because of the starship duel yesterday. Zhao Chen squinted, remaining silent, waiting for Sister Su Lan to continue. Sister Su Lan continued. It was Zhang Heiren who looked for connections. Someone knew I was familiar with your sister Zhao Wanner, so they approached me. They hope you can lift the expulsion punishment against Zhang Heiren. Actually, as soon as Sister Su Lan mentioned the starship duel, he knew it was about Zhang Heiren. Zhang Heiren would definitely not leave the North Star Starship Military Academy quietly. This expulsion punishment was registered in the starship duel. Can it really be lifted? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Sister Su Lan said, according to the Academy's regulations, the stakes in a starship duel are recognized and enforced by the Academy. However, if the winning side is willing to lift the penalty, then the losing side can be exempt from punishment. So, we need your agreement. Zhao Chen remained silent. Sister Su Lan then said, it's my friend asking me to help. I owe him a favor. If you're unwilling, just pretend I didn't say anything. If you're willing to discuss, I can help you set up a time and place for you to sit down and talk. You can propose your conditions, after all. We can't let you do it for nothing. Can I talk to my sister privately for a moment? Zhao Chen said. Sister Su Lan agreed. And she left with Shui Xiao Xiao. All right, Sister Su Lan and Shui Xiao Xiao are gone. You can say what you want. Zhao Wanner crossed her arms. Do you hope I help Sister Su Lan? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner was taken aback. This is your matter. Why are you asking me? My little sister rarely asks me for favors. It seems that Sister Su Lan has a good relationship with you. Zhao Chen smiled at Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner's cheeks flushed, and she honestly said, I admit, I really like Sister Su Lan. Since I came to the North Star Starship Military Academy, she has taken great care of me. She is one of my only 2 friends here, the other being Shui Xiao Xiao. I also know about Sister Su Lan's situation. The person asking her for help is a 5th-year senior named Han Tianwang. He helped Sister Su Lan with something before, and since then, he has been pestering her, even wanting her to date him. Sister Su Lan doesn't like him, but due to the favor owed, she has to endure his harassment. If this time she can repay the favor, then she won't have to endure his harassment anymore. Zhao Chen nodded and said, all right. You let Sister Su Lan handle this matter, and send me the time and place tonight. I agree to talk. Really? Zhao Wanner was surprised. Who told you this is the first time my little sister asked me for a favor? Zhao Chen smiled. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Who asked you? You can help or not. After saying that, she hung up the communication. Zhao Chen thought about Zhang Heiren's matter. In fact, whether Zhang Heiren dropped out or not was not important to him. He had never cared about this side character or his relationship with Jiang Shasha. If it weren't for the system mission, he wouldn't have even brought up the starship duel. Now with this opportunity to help Zhao Wanner's sister, and also take advantage of the situation, how could Zhao Chen let such a good chance slip away? The corners of his mouth gradually rose. There would be a good show to watch tomorrow. Chapter 25. Just Neil in the North Star Starship Military Academy's ocean-style restaurant. Zhao Chen looked at the holographic images of aquatic creatures from who knows which star system swimming freely before him. The entire restaurant had a tranquil atmosphere. Only a few dozen people were dining, making it one of the more upscale restaurants in North Star. Only those from noble backgrounds would come here to eat. And it was said that half of the ingredients used were naturally grown. 3 beautiful girls walked alongside Zhao Chen, attracting a lot of attention. Junior Zhao Chen, have you thought about what conditions you'll offer Zhang Heiren? Sister Su Lan asked. I have an idea, Zhao Chen smiled. Seeing his confidence, Sister Su Lan didn't say much more. After all, her role was just that of a middleman. She didn't care much about the outcome of this matter. She was just there to bridge the gap out of obligation. Lai, over here. A voice called out. From a distance, Zhao Chen could see a pale-faced young man sitting at a round table by the window, waving at Su Lan and her group. 3 people were already seated around the round table, one of whom was Zhang Heiren, while the other was a stranger. Zhang Heiren looked visibly displeased, and his gaze briefly met Zhao Chen's before quickly averting, appearing pitiful. But Zhao Chen still keenly sensed Zhang Heiren's hatred. For someone like him, one lesson wouldn't make him behave. If you have any thoughts later, just say them. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll leave without worrying about our presence, Sister Su Lan whispered to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Zhao Wanner felt a bit awkward standing beside them, looking worriedly at her brother. Although her brother was a baron, he had never encountered such a formal setting. Shui Xiao, on the other hand, looked excited. She loved occasions like this. As Zhao Chen and the others reached their seats, the senior named Han Tianwang ignored Zhao Chen, who was supposed to be the main character of this negotiation, and directly pulled out a chair beside him, saying, Lai, come sit here. There were only 7 seats at the round table, perfectly matching the 3 from Han Tianwang's side and Zhao Chen's 4. It seemed Han Tianwang had intentionally saved a spot for Su Lan. But Su Lan glanced over, smiled at Han Tianwang, and said, no need, I can sit here. Saying this, she sat down with Zhao Waner and Shui Xiao. This made Han Tianwang a bit uncomfortable. Now, the only seat left for Zhao Chen was next to Han Tianwang. At this moment, Han Tianwang finally looked at Zhao Chen and said lightly, you must be Junior Zhao Chen, please have a seat. Although he said please have a seat, Han Tianwang was already seated. At this point, only Zhao Chen had not taken a seat. However, Zhao Chen did not approach Han Tianwang's side. Instead, he rested his hand on a chair in front of him, saying, no need, I can sit here. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room began to feel off. Zhao Chen's hand was resting right on the chair Zhang Heron was supposed to sit in. Zhang Heron's face darkened as he looked at Han Tianwang, who averted his gaze. Seeing this situation, Zhang Heron could only stand up with a grim expression, preparing to sit in the spot next to Han Tianwang. Zhao Chen sat in Zhang Heron's chair, and, seeing Zhang Heron about to sit down, he picked up a glass of water and splashed it on that chair. Is there a place for you to sit here? The atmosphere dropped to freezing point again. Zhang Heron clenched his fists. Junior Zhao Chen, don't be so aggressive. Previously, it was all just a misunderstanding between you and Junior Heron. Now that we're gathered for a meal, let us just consider it resolving that misunderstanding and be friends moving forward. Han Tianwang stepped in as a peacemaker, saying, Lai, don't you think so? Su Lan smiled and said, this time we are just here as companions, not to speak. Everything depends on Zhao Chen's own wishes. Since he has a seat here, there is no place for me. Senior, what do you think? Zhao Chen stared directly at Han Tianwang without showing any weakness. A flicker of gloom passed through Han Tianwang's eyes, but he still cheerfully said, that's right. An apology should look like an apology. Heron, you can just stand there. Waiter, please remove that extra chair. Zhao Chen called the waiter over. The waiters here are not intelligent robots, but beautifully dressed young female servers, reflecting the high-end nature of this restaurant. Once the chair was taken away, Zhang Heron stood like a pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. We are all seated, and you are standing alone. Doesn't that make you seem superior to me and the seniors? Zhao Chen said with a smile, making everyone uncomfortable. Zhang Heron gritted his teeth. What do you want? Kneel, Zhao Chen casually replied. The expressions of several people in the room changed. Zhang Heron was furious. Zhao Chen, don't go too far. Too far. I've heard that you and your gang were boasting in my class, saying that if you defeated me in the Starship duel, I should kneel and apologize. At that time, you didn't think it was too much? Zhao Chen smiled at Zhang Heron. Or do we think that young Master Zhang despises continuing his studies at Busy Star? Zhao Chen's last sentence struck right at Zhang Heron's heart. He absolutely cannot drop out of Busy Star. His Viscount father, who will become a count in the future, has more than just him as a son. Busy Star is one of the 3 best Starship military academies in the Xinjiao Empire, and it was hard for his father to get him in. If he can't even graduate from Busy Star, his title might be taken by other brothers. When his mother learned about this, she sent him a message, telling him to find a way and that he must not drop out of Busy Star. Zhao Chen, there's no need for that. Heron already knows he was wrong. We are all classmates. There's no need to make things so tense. Give me some face. Let's eat first and discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Heron while we eat. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Han Tianwang said. Face. Zhao Chen chuckled, looking at Han Tianwang with mock eyes. Does the senior mean I should give you face, and you kneel for him? Zhao Waner gasped, wondering what was going on with her brother today. It's one thing to confront Zhang Heron, but now he's confronting Han Tianwang too. Su Lan and twin-tailed Shui Xiao looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, realizing that this junior seemed a bit different. Han Tianwang's expression darkened at this moment. Fine, I'll kneel. Zhang Heron shouted, kneeling in the spot where the chair had been. The height of the table perfectly blocked his head. This is just right. It won't interfere with our meal. Why is everyone looking at me? Aren't we here to eat? Hurry up and order. I'm starving. Senior Han, order whatever you like. Don't be polite. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened the holographic ordering page. Then, with the fastest speed, he randomly pressed on it. And Zhao Waner sitting next to him couldn't see what he ordered. I've ordered. You all take a look and see if you need anything. Don't be polite. We finally have a chance to dine with Senior Han. Let's enjoy it. Zhao Chen smiled at everyone. Shui Xiao almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Chapter 26. You can sell that T2 White Eagle. Looking at the dishes that were served, even Su Lan was greatly surprised. All the dishes were made with natural ingredients. There were black eggs fried with 6-legged pork for 200 star coins per serving, sweet and sour 3-legged duck for 300 star coins per serving, flame fish soup, a specialty of the flame star system for 500 star coins per serving, and a fruit platter for 1,000 star coins per serving. The 3-piece set specialty from the Augut star system was worth 5,000 star coins. These were secondary. The bottle of wine that was served made Han Tianwang's heart ache. It was a famous fruit wine worth a staggering 13,000 star coins. It was almost comparable to the entire meal. Before he could look at it for long, Zhao Chen had already poured himself and the 3 beautiful women next to him full glasses. Ah, it's all poured. If Senior Han wants to drink, just order a few more bottles. Zhao Chen smiled at Han Tianwang. No, I don't drink. Han Tianwang's mouth twitched. There was only 1 bottle of this wine in this restaurant. There was no chance to order more. Hey, did you order so much? Is it really okay? Zhao Wanner whispered to Zhao Chen. Don't worry about it. Such good food is much better than those artificial foods. Once this opportunity is gone, there won't be another. If we don't eat, it's a waste. Zhao Chen had already started devouring the food like a whirlwind. Indeed, it was appropriate to describe it as eating. Originally, Su Lan and the others still had some reservations about dining etiquette, but seeing the food that was about to be cleared by Zhao Chen, they couldn't care much. Speeding up their eating pace, although they were far more graceful than Zhao Chen's eating style. Such a lavish meal, even Su Lan and her friends had never experienced, having only tried a few of these dishes before. After all, this meal could cost as much as 100 family savings for a lifetime. The average person's annual salary is only about 40 star coins, which can barely support a family of 3, and they mainly eat artificial food. After over a month of eating artificial food, Zhao Chen finally felt that his tongue still had taste buds. Han Tianwang watched Zhao Chen eat like a beast, and he tried to speak several times, but found no opportunity. Ultimately, he gave up and joined the eating frenzy himself, because if he didn't eat soon, such a large table of food might be finished. With such sumptuous food, even he, Senior Han, rarely had the chance to enjoy it. The most pitiful was Zhang Heron, who had to kneel in shame and now endure the torment of multiple senses, smell, taste, and sound. And his heart was bleeding, because this meal was ostensibly on his tab. After an hour of feasting, Zhao Chen rubbed his now significantly expanded belly. If it weren't for the outfit he was wearing being adjustable to his body size, he probably wouldn't be able to button it up. Next to him, Zhao Wanner and Su Lan also looked equally stuffed and satisfied. At this moment, Han Tianwang hurriedly called out to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, we've eaten and drunk enough. Shouldn't we address the agreed matter now? Please apply to the academy to cancel the punishment against Heron. Oh right, I almost forgot. We haven't discussed the main matter yet. Zhao Chen sat back down and said with a smile, sorry, I'm just a small fry who hasn't eaten such delicious food before. Please don't laugh at me. Seeing Zhao Chen's cheeky expression, Su Lan couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Wanner stared at her brother, realizing how cunning he was. So, what conditions are you prepared to offer me to let Zhang Heron go? Zhao Chen asked seriously. Han Tianwang was taken aback, looking at Zhao Chen in surprise. Conditions? You think this meal? Senior Han wouldn't think one meal would settle this matter, would you? Zhao Chen pretended to be surprised. Han Tianwang's mouth twitched. He was already feeling the urge to hit Zhao Chen. He suppressed his anger and smiled. Then Zhao Chen, just state your conditions. Straightforward, I like it. Zhao Chen raised his hand, holding up 5 fingers. My starship has fought a hard battle, and the costs of this battle, personnel losses, and repairs when returning to port all require money. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Come on, that 5-minute battle probably didn't even consume 1% of your starship's energy. What battle losses? Zhang Heron's T2 White Eagle didn't hit your starship even once. And let's not even talk about repairs. Repairing air? Everyone could see that Zhao Chen was trying to extort money. 50,000 star coins. I think Han Tianwang looked at Zhao Chen's 5 fingers. Zhao Chen immediately interrupted, grinning. Not 50,000 star coins, but 500,000 star coins. 500,000 star coins. This outrageous demand made even senior sister Su Lan widen her eyes. 500,000. You're extorting me. Zhang Heron couldn't help but jump up, perhaps because he had been kneeling for too long. He directly fell onto the dining table, the leftover dishes from earlier splattering all over his face. Fortunately, the round table was fixed, or it would have been even more embarrassing. Extorting? If you think that way, then it seems we have no need to talk. I can forego this 500,000 star coins, and you can choose to roll out of the North Star Military Academy. Zhao Chen spread his hands and stood up, ready to leave. Zhang Heron felt angry and desperate inside. He shouted, I can compensate you, but I really don't have 500,000 star coins. You do. Zhao Chen replied. Zhang Heron looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. That T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser of yours, although it was seriously damaged, if you act quickly now, getting 50 or 60,000 star coins is still no problem. Zhao Chen smiled at Zhang Heron. Devil. This guy is just a devil. He had it all planned before he came here. Everyone present had their impression of Zhao Chen completely overturned. By the way, I have another condition. I seem to have heard your friends say that if you win, you could generously let me kneel in front of you and call you Grandpa. In that case, I could consider not dropping out. At that moment, Zhao Chen's smile looked like the devil to Zhang Heron. My time is quite valuable, so I'll give you 10 seconds. Zhao Chen's fingers tapped on the table. At that moment, everyone present looked at Zhang Heron, as if they were silently counting down. In the end, Zhang Heron knelt on the ground. This kneel had already told everyone the answer. Grandpa Zhao Chen, I was wrong. Zhang Heron's head knocked on the ground. Chapter 27. He even packed up before I left the restaurant. Don't stop until I leave the restaurant. And before the semester ends. I want to receive the remittance of 500,000 star coins. I assume finding my academy account won't be difficult for you. Zhao Chen said, taking Zhao Wanner and the others out of the restaurant. Before this, Zhang Heron had honestly knelt on the ground, constantly shouting, Grandpa Zhao Chen, I was wrong. Looking at the messy scene and Zhang Heron's appearance like a stray dog, Han Tianwang said solemnly, this Zhao Chen has some ability, but Heron, you must remember, a gentleman takes revenge, not too late. Staying in the North Star Military Academy is the most important. I will make that Zhao Chen pay 1,000 times the price. I, Zhang Heron, swear. Zhang Heron knelt on the ground, his entire face twisted. Actually, I think you should give up. You're not Zhao Chen's opponent. Another handsome man, who had been silent, spoke for the first time, seemingly an observer of the banquet. But he didn't think he came for nothing. This was truly a good show. Sun Xiao, it's all about effort. Moreover, I think that Zhao Chen is indeed going too far. He needs to be taught a lesson. Han Tinwang's eyes flashed coldly. Just now, that Zhao Chen didn't give him face, especially in front of Su Lan. That Sun Xiao smiled and did not speak further. At this moment, a restaurant manager walked over, looking at Zhang Heron kneeling on the ground with some surprise. How much? Zhang Heron stood up, his legs still trembling. A total of 53,000 star coins. We can waive the cents for you, the restaurant manager said with a professional smile. Zhang Heron slipped, almost falling to the ground. Looking at the other party in shock. 50,000 star coins? How is that possible? How could our table have 50,000 star coins? This table only had 20,000 5-star coins, but the guest who just left packed 2 portions of the same meal besides the drinks. So it's 50,000 star coins. The restaurant manager explained with a smile. Packing. Zhang Heron's anger surged, and he directly spat out blood, shouting, Zhao Chen. Watching Zhao Chen carrying 2 or 3 bags in his left hand and 2 or 3 bags in his right hand was indeed a bit comical. Brother Zhao, you were really too funny just now. This meal was definitely not a waste. Not only did we eat and drink well, but we also watched a good show. And you're still packing. I glanced at the bill just now, a full 50,000 star coins. I estimate that when it comes time to pay, Zhang Heron's face will turn green. The twin-tailed Shui Xiao patted her little belly and said, Don't call me Brother Zhao, just call me Zhao Chen. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and then looked at Zhao Chen. Aren't you worried that they will retaliate against you later? Since you're targeting Zhang Heron like this and not giving Han Tianwang face, you say that as if I should discuss with them in a kind manner. And they won't retaliate against me in the future. Since I can't change it, why not kick the dog when it's down? Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. Su Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. Wanner, your brother is really special. He's not like what you said before, just a bookworm. If he's considered silly, then there probably are no smart people in this world. How would I know he was hiding so deeply? Zhao Wanner pouted. Senior sister Su Lan looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, I still want to remind you. Today, you've thoroughly offended Zhang Heron and Han Tianwang. I'm not sure about Zhang Heron, but Han Tianwang is a smiling tiger, a petty person. Today, you didn't give him face. In the future, he will definitely make things difficult for you in certain matters. I'll be careful, Zhao Chen nodded. Do you have any plans for this holiday? Twin-tailed Shui Xiao asked curiously. Wanner and I have to go back to the territory. After all, I'm nominally a baron, and there's a lot waiting for me to handle. Zhao Chen said helplessly. And a lot to handle? The affairs in the territory are all arranged by your sister, aren't they? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Speaking of your sister, I remember she should be serving in the Imperial Army of the Starry Empire. I've heard that she performed excellently and even became the starship captain of Princess's personal guard. Senior sister Su Lan said. Zhao Chen thought of this sister. In fact, he had very little impression of her because his parents had passed away when he started to remember things. And his sister was already studying at the Starship Academy at that time. After graduating, she went to the Imperial Army. The time he could go back to the territory was less than a month throughout the year, and the number of times they met in that month was also very few. But Zhao Wanner was right. If it weren't for this sister arranging things for the territory, Zhao Chen wouldn't know what his territory would have become by now. Right? This year you don't need to book a ticket. Just take my starship back, Zhao Chen said to Zhao Wanner. In previous years, Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner would book starship tickets to return to the territory. The cost of taking the starship back was dozens of times more expensive than booking a ticket. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, "Don't forget, your brother is now a wealthy man." Thinking of that 500,000 star coins, Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. All right then. To be honest, using his own starship to return was indeed at least 3 times faster than buying a starship ticket. So, go back for a bit. We will set off the day after tomorrow. If you have anything to move, just let me know. I'm heading back first. With so much food, it won't taste good when it cools down, Zhao Chen said as he bid farewell to Su Lan and the others, quickly leaving. Your brother is quite the foodie. With all this stuff, how long can he eat it all by himself? Shui Xiao said with her twin ponytails, swallowing involuntarily because the food really smelled good. Zhao Wanner looked at her brother's back and felt that he had changed a lot. She almost didn't recognize him anymore. Your brother is quite interesting, Su Lan commented. Zhao Wanner and Shui Xiao were both surprised because a man deemed interesting by Su Lan was rarer than a rare animal. 0 number Blizzard Zhao Chen rushed into the starship's cabin, and Charlotte had been waiting there since early on, following Zhao Chen's instructions. Quick, help me. Zhao Chen handed several meal boxes to Charlotte. He looked at his arms and wrists, which were marked with red impressions. A few of his fingers had even turned purple from lack of blood. Captain, what's in these? Charlotte asked, looking at the bags in her hands. It's a secret. Notify all crew members to gather in the dining hall, Zhao Chen said with a mysterious smile. Charlotte didn't ask further and conveyed the order. Then the two headed towards the starship's dining hall. Do you need me to help you carry them? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, who was carrying so many items with ease, unfazed. Are they heavy? Charlotte replied casually. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Well, this was the strength of the half-beast White Tiger clan. Chapter 28. Can we have rice for every meal? 0 number Blizzard Starship dining hall following Captain Zhao Chen's orders. All 100 half-beast female crew members were present. Why is everyone standing? Sit down quickly, Zhao Chen said, gesturing for them to take their seats. In a somewhat restrained manner, the female crew members slowly sat down. Charlotte, help me distribute this food. Zhao Chen opened the bags of meal boxes that Charlotte had brought earlier. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the dining hall. It's important to know that half-beasts have a sense of smell far superior to humans, so they were even more attracted to the delicious scents. Charlotte was captivated by the enticing aroma of the meal boxes for several seconds. Don't just stare, get moving. Otherwise, it'll all be cold and won't taste good, Zhao Chen urged. He personally took on the role of the kitchen lady, evenly distributing the food from the meal boxes into 100 portions, and then instructed Charlotte to serve the food on the plates. In fact, if it were just the dishes, distributing 100 portions would basically mean just 1 bite for each person. But in addition, there was a large bowl filled with white rice. Seeing the fluffy rice, many of the half-beast female crew members swallowed hard. Are we distributing all of this? Charlotte was confused about Zhao Chen's intentions. What's wrong? This is everyone's lunch today, Zhao Chen casually replied. Lunch? Is it these mouth-watering delicacies? Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte and the 100 female crew members were stunned, looking at their captain, whom they had gradually become familiar with, in disbelief. Hurry up and serve it. Everyone is waiting, Zhao Chen said, noticing that Charlotte was still in a daze. At that moment, Charlotte finally began to work, bringing out the portions of food to the female crew members. In a short while, over 30 portions had already been served. Zhao Chen took a moment to look up and found that none of the female crew members who had received their food had moved. Although some were already drooling at the sight of the delicious food, they still sat upright without eating. What are you all waiting for? Eat. Those who have been served can start eating. Those who haven't can wait a bit longer. No need to rush. Everyone will get their share, Zhao Chen said. Seeing that no one moved, he pretended to be angry and said, "This is an order." At that moment, the female crew members who had received their food finally began to eat. At first, they were a bit reserved, taking small bites. But soon, the stimulation of their taste buds made it impossible for them to hold back or remain calm. After years of being tortured by synthetic food, it was as if they were people in a desert finally getting a drink of water. They began to eat frantically, even grabbing food with their hands. A portion of food was finished in less than 3 minutes, and everyone was left licking their plates and utensils. Watching the female crew members with beast ears licking their plates, Zhao Chen found it somewhat cute, yet also heart-wrenching. Many of them were younger than him, and some were even underage. Of course, This was according to Zhao Chen's perspective. In the half-beast community, there was no distinction between minors and adults. As long as one could fight, they were considered adults. Thus, generally, 12 or 13-year-old half-beasts would be thrown into combat and work, regardless of gender. Only through fighting and working could they earn their daily rations. Soon, all 100 portions of food were distributed. The last portion was personally served by Zhao Chen to Charlotte. Try it. It tastes really good, especially the fruit. Charlotte looked at the abundant food on her plate, which included a small crescent-shaped piece of apple and some finger-sized fruits. She looked at Zhao Chen and asked, "Then you?" "I've already eaten. I'm quite full." "Don't believe me? Just look at my belly," Zhao Chen said, patting his round belly without regard for his image. Charlotte chuckled, lowering her head to start eating the food. After a few bites, Zhao Chen noticed that Charlotte's head was lowered even further, her face almost parallel to the plate. At first, he didn't understand what was happening, but when he saw the glimmer in the corner of Charlotte's eye, peeking out from her white hair, he realized what she was hiding. Suddenly, Zhao Chen heard sobbing coming from the dining hall. Some female crew members were crying while eating, stuffing food accompanied by their tears into their mouths. Perhaps they were crying because the food was too delicious, or maybe it reminded them of their past experiences, recalling how their siblings and hometowns had fought desperately just to survive. For the first time, they realized that food was not merely for filling their stomachs, but could be such a delightful experience. "While you all eat, I have an announcement to make." Zhao Chen suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of all the female crew members in the dining hall. Some who were still eating paused their actions. "It's okay. You can keep eating. Just listen to me." Zhao Chen gestured for the female crew members to continue eating, but they still looked at him, helpless. Zhao Chen could only look at Charlotte, who was also staring at him instead of eating. Charlotte understood his intention and took the lead in continuing to eat, though her pace noticeably slowed. "What I want to discuss is about everyone's welfare benefits. We agreed before that you would work for me for 3 years in exchange for your freedom, right? However, we haven't clarified some details, such as the benefits for crew members." Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. "What was the meal standard for crew members in your previous fleet?" Charlotte was taken aback before replying. 1 star coin per day for meals." Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. 1 star coin. That's basically the price for the most basic synthetic food per day, for 1 meal. It means they only had 1 meal a day. Well, I've calculated that we will eliminate synthetic food. In the future, all our food will consist of natural food. However, it won't be as lavish as today. However, we can ensure that everyone has enough to eat for the 3 meals a day. The meal standard we set is 0. 3 star coins per person per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. As for what specific food will be served, I will discuss it with the logistics department responsible for meals later. Zhao Chenayu announced this matter lightly. However, everyone present was stunned. After a while, a 15-year-old half-orc female crew member, with a choked voice, said softly, "So I can eat rice every meal?" Chapter 29. What I want is a hopeful fleet, not a bunch of Walking Dead. Rice for every meal? Zhao Chenayu frowned slightly. Some female crew members' eyes began to dim. Zhao Chenayu shook his head and said, "Having rice every day is a bit difficult. We can have porridge and bread for breakfast, pasta for lunch, and for dinner we can have rice or other meals." Upon hearing the captain's words, those female crew members with dimmed eyes seemed to return to paradise in an instant. "All right, you continue eating. I will go handle other matters." Zhao Chenayu, seeing the suppressed joy of the female crew members, tactfully left the dining hall. The moment he walked out of the dining hall, he could hear laughter and joy coming from behind. "Oh my God, we can actually eat rice every meal. Is the captain fooling us? How is that possible? Even the Lord Fleet of our territory didn't have this treatment. I don't think the captain would lie to us. Look at the food the captain just gave us. It's simply the best I've ever eaten. Does the captain need to deceive us? We are the captain's purchased slaves. Even if he doesn't give us these, we still have to work honestly for him." Zhao Chenayu's mouth curled up slightly. This is exactly what he wanted. He did not want a lifeless slave fleet. He wanted an elite fleet with morale and fighting spirit. Although in this era, the technology of starships has surpassed the morale of crew members to some extent, a fleet with morale will always be stronger than others under the same conditions. A fleet with morale can create miracles. How to have such a fleet? It's simple. Give the crew what they want and fill them with hope for the future. In this way, anything that stands in front of their hopes and seeks to destroy their hopes will be regarded as a mortal enemy. Thud, thud, thud. Rapid footsteps came from behind. "Captain, I think your decision is very ill-considered." Charlotte blocked Zhao Chenayu's path. "What's wrong? I think it's pretty good. Everyone seems to like it." Zhao Chenayu shrugged. Charlotte said seriously, "I appreciate your improvement of the meal standards for the crew, but do you know what it means to set a meal standard of 0? 3 star coins per person per day? I can still do this math." A month is 10 star coins. We currently have 100 crew members. So the monthly expenditure is 1,000 star coins, Zhao Chen said calmly. Charlotte said sternly, 1,000 star coins. Do you know how many energy blocks, military supplies, missiles, and bullets this can buy? Zhao Chen smiled at Charlotte. Are you done? Charlotte continued, you can improve the meal benefits for everyone. I think a daily standard of 0.1 or 0.05 would suffice, and we don't have to completely abandon those synthetic foods. Zhao Chen waited for Charlotte to finish speaking, then smiled and said, I know what you're worried about, but to me, nothing is more important than making everyone happy and satisfied. Previously, they were a group of lifeless slaves. But do you know what I saw in them just now? Hope. What I want is a fleet full of hope, not a fleet like a bunch of walking dead. All right, regarding the welfare and meal standards, there is no need to discuss it. This is the captain's order. It will not be modified or reduced, and in the future, it may even be gradually increased if necessary. If a captain cannot even fill the stomachs of his crew, then he is not a qualified captain. As he spoke, Zhao Chen suddenly reached out and brushed his finger across the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Charlotte was taken aback. She saw a grain of rice on Zhao Chen's finger, and then she saw him actually put that grain in his mouth. Wait, have the logistics department personnel come to a meeting. Discuss how much living supplies to purchase and the future menu for the Starship restaurant, Zhao Chen said, ignoring the blushing Charlotte, who had already left. Bang, bang, bang. After a long time, Charlotte finally came back to her senses, clutching her heart. The captain's actions just now really touched her heartstrings. Especially his unwavering demand to set that luxurious meal standard made her feel a bit indescribable inside. The menu is set. From now on, you will provide meals for the crew according to this menu. Since we will be setting sail in a few days, I will purchase a batch of living supplies and military supplies. Charlotte, you are responsible for making a detailed list for me. I will find someone to deliver all the necessary living supplies and military supplies. You don't have to worry about funding. Just calculate according to the actual situation of the number 0 blizzard, Zhao Chen said, looking at the several female senior crew members in the meeting. All right, Charlotte responded. But she had not made eye contact with Zhao Chen since she walked into the room. You logistics department can start preparing. I will first order a batch of food raw materials to be delivered within 3 hours. Our meal standard will start from tonight's dinner, Zhao Chen said. Yes. The female crew members of the logistics department were all excited and then walked out of the meeting room. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Before he could speak, Charlotte left in a hurry, saying, I will go count the amount of living supplies and military supplies needed. Zhao Chen was surprised, feeling that his role as captain was a bit strange. That night, the news of the Starship restaurant changing the menu quickly spread to all Starship positions. Previously, they thought that the captain's policy would take some time to implement. They didn't expect that just after it was mentioned at noon, there would be changes by evening. Soon, female crew members who were off-duty flocked to the restaurant. The restaurant at this time was completely different from before. Even the layout had changed somewhat. Originally, it was a rationing system for meals, but now it had been changed to a self-selection dining system. Previously, the 3 meals a day had fixed menus. And at this time there was only 1 or 2 food options available, mostly synthetic foods, divided into meal set 1 and meal set 2, with fixed portions that were strictly limited. But now it was different. In addition to the food displayed in the showcase, they could also directly place orders with the kitchen and choose what they wanted to eat. The kitchen would prepare it on-site. Of course, the selected food must be on the menu, and the unit price is slightly higher. The menus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner have each expanded to over 10 categories. The meal allocation for each female soldier has also changed to a monthly limit of 10 star coins. Each dining female crew member can order freely, as long as they do not exceed this limit by the end of the month, and waste is not allowed. And meat. A female crew member pointed at a dish of stir-fried shredded meat with vegetables, her eyes wide. However, that dish was relatively expensive, equivalent to 3 days' worth of meal standards. But if they save a little usually, eating meat once a week is not a problem. Excuse me, can we order now? A female crew member asked timidly, yet eagerly. Of course. As long as the options on the sign are lit and the food displayed in the cabinet, you can order, the head chef personally stepped out and said. The half-orc head chef used to work as a cook for a half-orc lord and is quite skilled in cooking. He is currently serving as the logistics head chef on the Zero Storm. Give me a rice bowl. I want to eat steak. Just a portion of rice and some vegetables will do. I want beef noodles. Chapter 30. Something happened in the Xiaolong star system. This used to be the second officer's room, but since I only have 1 deputy captain, and I thought of bringing you back this time, it has been left empty. You can stay here for the next few days. Zhao Chen pointed to the single room for the deputy captain while carrying his sister's luggage. It's quite nice. Zhao Wanner assessed the room. What about your starship? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner, a fourth-year student, also has her own exclusive starship. Senior Sulan has a long-term rental berth at the starport. She is going home during the holidays, so my starship can stay at her berth. My crew members are also students from the academy. And I've already given them a break, Zhao Wanner explained while sitting on the bed. If I remember correctly, your starship is a T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser. Zhao Chen recalled. Zhao Wanner nodded. When she chose her fourth-year starship, she faced the same situation as Zhao Chen, no funds. And she could only choose from the Academy's starship warehouse. However, Zhao Wanner was fortunate because, as an outstanding student, the Academy specially prepared a T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser for her, even though it was a second-hand ship with a 30-year service life. It is definitely considered a top-quality T-2 starship. With Zhao Wanner's reputation as an outstanding student, students from other departments flocked to join her starship, but considering the salary, she recruited mostly civilian students. The T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser is good, but it's an old ship. In the future, I'll get you a new ship, Zhao Chen murmured. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. A new ship? Forget it. Don't think that, because you got 50,000 star coins from Zhang Heiren. You can show off. 50,000 star coins isn't even enough to buy the smallest part of a T-2 starship. Zhao Chen smiled without replying. He didn't tell Zhao Wanner that he had completed another deal, and by selling the starship technology of a T-1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer. He had 300,000 star coins. Moreover, he wasn't planning to buy a starship. He has a system with a lot of starship technology. Isn't it more suitable for him to build one himself? Just you wait. Just tell me what type of ship you want, and I'll arrange it for you before the end of this year. Zhao Chen waved his hand, acting nonchalant. Zhao Wanner chuckled. If you have the ability, then get me an aircraft carrier starship. The price of an aircraft carrier starship is the most expensive among all ship types, bar none. Because it carries a large number of interstellar fighters and drones, the combined price is exorbitant. Zhao Chun's lips curled up. Aren't you just asking for trouble? No problem. It's just an aircraft carrier starship. I'll arrange it for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Just bragging. Zhao Wanner certainly didn't believe Zhao Chen. It's known that even a T-2 aircraft carrier starship, even a light one, costs no less than 10 million star coins. All right. Once you're packed, let us go eat, Zhao Chen said as he walked to the door. After waiting for a moment for Zhao Wanner, the two headed to the Starship restaurant together. As they reached the corridor in front of the Starship restaurant, Zhao Wanner sniffed the air. I think I smell something delicious. Zhao Chen smiled and didn't reply. By the way, I noticed that your half-orc female crew members seem a bit different than before, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen suspiciously. You didn't do anything to those half-orc female crew members, did you? Zhao Chen tapped Zhao Wanner on the head. What are you thinking about, you silly girl? Zhao Wanner stuck out her tongue, blinking at Zhao Chen. She noticed that her relationship with Zhao Chen had changed significantly during this time. The previous Zhao Chen wouldn't dare touch her head and was always very reserved in front of her, as if she were the older sister and he was the younger brother. As they joked, they entered the restaurant, and at that moment, Zhao Wanner's feet froze. Her expression shocked as she looked at the scene before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy white buns, and aromatic meat chunks. There was even a crescent-shaped white food item. The legendary dumplings. This is your Starship restaurant? Zhao Wanner stared in disbelief. Of course. You can order here, Zhao Chen said, pointing to the chef behind the counter. Her order is on my tab. Captain, you don't need to swipe your card, the chef said with a strange expression. According to the regulations Zhao Chen set for himself, even though he was the captain, he had a meal standard 3 times that of ordinary female crew members. And some officer-level female crew members naturally had a higher meal standard than ordinary female crew members. This class division was also designed to motivate female crew members. Those who performed well could be promoted and enjoy better meal standards. It was a kind of incentive policy. Let us do things according to the rules. Zhao Chen began to order. I'll have a portion of pork and cabbage dumplings. Half of the menu here was set by Zhao Chen. So many Chinese dishes could be found. Dumplings, in fact, also exist in this world and are quite famous, rumored to be an ancient dish from a blue planet. However, due to the high cost of natural ingredients later on, this dish gradually became a noble's meal, a legend in the eyes of ordinary people. Hurry up and order. There are people waiting behind, Zhao Chen urged Zhao Wanner, who was still in shock. Zhao Wanner hurriedly glanced around and ordered a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Soon, a hovering robot scanned Zhao Chen's face. That is your payment. Please take a seat and wait. A robot will deliver your meal, the chef said. Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner found an empty table to sit down. What is going on? Are all these made from natural ingredients? Zhao Wanner asked as soon as she sat down. Zhao Chen nodded. Yes. Zhao Wanner pointed to the holographic electronic screen sign at the counter. Those food items. Can ordinary crew members order them? Everyone has their own meal standard. As long as they don't exceed it or waste food, it's fine. What is the meal standard for ordinary crew members? 3 star coins per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. 10 star coins, Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her voice startling the diners around them. She immediately lowered her head and said in a low voice, Are you crazy? 10 star coins. The noble guardian fleets of our Starshine Empire don't even have such a high meal standard. I only provide my crew members with a meal standard of 0.05 star coins per day. If they don't have such a high standard, then I can't set it that high, right? This is my starship. I can set it however I want, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Zhao Wanner covered her face. Don't think that just because you have that 50,000 star coins, you can do whatever you want. This way, you'll surely run into trouble. Then we'll talk about it when trouble comes, Zhao Chen shrugged. At that moment, Zhao Wanner and Zhao Chun's meals were already served. Fragrant pork and cabbage dumplings and fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. In front of the delicious food, Zhao Wanner gave up on discussing with Zhao Chen, enjoying her meal with a happy expression on her face. After finishing a meal, just as Zhao Wanner was about to continue educating Zhao Chen, her handheld terminal beeped, indicating a new message. Zhao Wanner opened it, and her face changed dramatically. Oh no! Something happened in the Xiaolong star system. The Xiaolong star system is Zhao Chen's territory. What happened? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner projected a hologram of a short message. This is a trusted confidant left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. There are people in the Xiaolong star system colluding with outsiders, attempting to assassinate the Zhao family. The second young master and the third young lady must not return. Chapter 31. The first warp flight of Zero Storm Snow. Someone in the Xiaolong star system is trying to kill me? Zhao Chen frowned. This sudden news disrupted his original plans. This person is a trusted scout left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. And only my sister and I know her identity. The information she provided must be true. I think we shouldn't return to the territory just yet, Zhao Wanner said with some concern. Can we contact her? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner thought for a moment and replied, I have a private communication channel to contact her, but I can't guarantee she will respond in time. Zhao Chen began to think deeply. His return to his territory this time was not as simple as a vacation at home. It was for his future development. To grow stronger and have the power to protect himself, he must have a solid foundation, and the Xiaolong star system was a ready-made existence. However, due to its decline over the past decades, the internal situation of the Xiaolong star system was poor and complicated. Zhao Chen wanted to take this opportunity to reorganize the Xiaolong star system and make plans for his future. But if he canceled this plan due to the unexpected news, then 3 months later would be the start of the academy year. And the following year's academic schedule would make it difficult for him to find time to handle matters in the Xiaolong star system. This delay could mean a year and a half of time wasted. Zhao Chen did not have that much time to waste. We are going home, Zhao Chen said seriously. Zhao Wanner jumped anxiously. Hey, are you out of your mind? Now that you know there are people in the Xiaolong star system coming for us, you still want to go back and deliver yourself to them? Who said we are going back to deliver ourselves? Zhao Chen smirked coldly and said, the situation in the Xiaolong star system has always been chaotic. Because of our Zhao family's weakness, some nobles within the star system haven't taken us seriously. If we want to truly grasp the Xiaolong star system, we must eliminate those hidden cancers and tumors. I originally planned to proceed gradually, but now that they have created this opportunity for me, why should I waste it? Zhao Wanner understood Zhao Chen's thoughts. He wanted to take this chance to uproot the forces behind the assassination attempts against him and make a major reshuffle in the Xiaolong star system. I don't oppose your idea, but you also need to know your own strength. Right now, we don't even know how the enemy is arranged. And we only have 2 T2 starships, so going back would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Zhao Wanner was still worried about their safety. We will go back, but not immediately. You should contact this person you mentioned and find a way to gather more intelligence from her. For example, who organized this assassination attempt, what kind of assassination plan was arranged, and whether there is an organized interstellar fleet. Zhao Chen said seriously. These are not the problems, but our strength. Zhao Chen smirked. Don't worry, I will be prepared. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened a star map. He marked his current location and the location of the Xiaolong star system, then began to filter between the 2 points. Eventually, he chose a location. Zhao Chen pointed to that position. Let's go here. Arctic Fox Starport. Zhao Wanner looked at the name of the place, surprised. Why are we going there? You'll find out once you go. Don't you need to take my T2 Fire Crow? No need. Zhao Chen, what exactly do you want to do? Build ships. After some preparations, Zero Storm Snow officially departed from the North Star Starship Military Academy's starport. Before this, Zhao Chen had also received 2 funds in his 2 accounts, 500,000 star coins from Zhang Heiren and 3 million star coins from Miyake. The former was from the Academy account, while the latter was from an account Zhao Chen secretly opened before selling Starship technology to conceal his identity. He originally planned to leave on July 1st, but due to the situation in the Xiaolong star system, he needed to hurry. So he departed 2 days early and sent a farewell message to Li Wei. Zhao Wan'er also hurriedly said goodbye to senior sister Su Lan and others. The coordinates are located at the Arctic Fox starport in the Arctic Fox star system. We will first head to the Stargate of the North Star star system, then pass through the Stargate to the Stargate of the Arctic Fox star system, and finally arrive at the Arctic Fox starport. It is expected to take about 5 hours. Vice Captain Charlotte stood beside the captain's chair, reporting the flight plan she had formulated to Zhao Chen. Just do as you see fit. I just need to reach the Arctic Fox starport in the shortest time, Zhao Chen said while sitting in the captain's chair. Beside him, Zhao Wan'er was sulking. She was upset that Zhao Chen hadn't clearly explained what he wanted to do. Next, we will activate the Level 3 warp engine. During the warp engine flight phase, all personnel will enter deep-sea travel mode. All crew members will enter sleep pods, Vice Captain Charlotte announced. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. To reach the North Star star system starport as quickly as possible, using the warp engine is essential. A starship typically has 2 to 3 sets of propulsion engine systems. One set is the conventional engine, such as Zero Storm Snow, which can travel at a speed of 100 knots, using the conventional engine. The other set, which is used most often, is the warp engine. The warp engine is generally used for long-distance travel, allowing the starship to accelerate to its limits. When using the warp engine, most starships must enter deep-sea mode, otherwise, the side effects of warp travel can cause crew members not in the sleep pods to die instantly. The human body cannot withstand warp travel. Combat cannot be conducted during the warp travel phase. The warp engine is also classified into levels based on speed, ranging from 1 to 9. Zhao Chen's Zero Storm Snow is equipped with a Level 3 warp engine. The warp engine route has been pre-configured, and the next step will be to enter the acceleration phase. In 10 minutes, we will enter the warp travel phase. In 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode. Repeat, in 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode. At this moment, the voice of Vice Captain Charlotte echoed throughout the various positions inside the starship, accompanied by a soft purple light. This was a prompt before entering warp travel. Beep beep beep. At this time, several sleep pods also appeared beside Zhao Chen's captain's chair. These were vertical, cylindrical, transparent chambers. The arrangement of sleep pods on the bridge was to ensure that crew members returning from warp travel mode could quickly return to their posts in resume combat mode. This is crucial in a real battlefield, especially during combat behind enemy lines, as it severely tests the response capabilities of a starship's crew. Zhao Chen also stood in one of the sleep pods, looking at Zhao Wan'er, who was entering her sleep pod. Don't be nervous. It will be over in a blink of an eye. Please, I have completed combat missions in the Academy's 4th year. I don't need you to teach me. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes and then activated her sleep pod herself. A transparent lid sealed the entire sleep pod, and a light blue liquid was injected. In this sleep liquid, a person can breathe autonomously while also being hypnotized. Zhao Wan'er had already closed her eyes, looking like a sleeping beauty in the water. Peaceful and quiet. Zhao Chen did not immediately enter the sleep state. He watched Charlotte, who was still at the control panel. At this moment, most of Zero Storm Snow's energy supply was cut off, providing almost all energy to the warp engine, while the starship itself maintained a low consumption state. 3 minutes before the 10-minute mark, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen and reported, "Report. All 102 crew members on board have entered sleep mode, with 100 already in hibernation. In 3 minutes, we will officially enter the warp flight phase. It's our turn." Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest, took a deep breath, and activated the sleep pod. The light blue liquid began to cover his body. There was no discomfort at all, but rather it made Zhao Chen feel very relaxed. And eventually, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 32, Stargate Jump at Arctic Fox Starport. The Zero Storm ship's system indicated that it had arrived at the designated location and was in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen vaguely felt a sound ringing in his ears. The Zero Storm ship's intelligence system announced that it had exited warp flight mode and had arrived at the designated location. It was now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for air as he looked at the slowly opening transparent hatch. The bridge lights had been restored, and familiar figures had begun to resume their duties on the command bridge. Within a minute, All personnel on the bridge returned to their posts to check various data on the starship. All personnel on the starship returned to their posts within 3 minutes and stood by for orders. Vice Captain Charlotte continuously issued commands, with Zhao Wanner assisting her. Zhao Chen instinctively took 2 steps forward, only to find that his legs felt weak. If he hadn't been holding onto the handrail beside him, he might have fallen to the ground. Captain, you're awake. Our ship has successfully arrived at the outskirts of the North Star System Stargate. All indicators are normal, and we have returned to a normal flight state. Vice Captain Charlotte promptly reported the current situation to Zhao Chen. You all woke up before me. Zhao Chen looked at them in surprise. Zhao Wanner glanced at Zhao Chen's trembling legs and chuckled. We woke up a minute before you. I told you your physique isn't up to par. I've said it before, you need to exercise more. Don't think that piloting a starship is just mental labor. Navigating through the stars requires both intelligence and physical development. Zhao Chen ignored Zhao Wanner's teasing and asked Charlotte, how long have we been in hibernation? 32 minutes. Vice Captain Charlotte replied. 32 minutes made Zhao Chen feel like he had been gone for a long time. Don't think that just because it's been 30 minutes we haven't traveled far. If we hadn't used the warp engine, it would have taken nearly 100 days at conventional engine speeds. The development of warp engine technology has led civilization towards interstellar navigation. It is as revolutionary as Stargate technology. Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt discomfort in his stomach and instinctively leaned forward to vomit. Vice Captain Charlotte seemed to have anticipated this, as a floating trash bin appeared in front of Zhao Chen. After vomiting for a while, Zhao Chen finally felt better. He realized that warp travel could be such a painful experience. This is your first time using a military hibernation pod, right? When you traveled back and forth between the Falcon Star system and the Academy, you used a travel hibernation pod, which has a recovery phase for your body to adapt. But military hibernation pods are not this comfortable. By the time you reach your 4th year, you'll have practice in this area. Almost everyone experiences nausea the first time. Zhao Wanner explained, though the smile on her face clearly showed she was boasting about her better constitution compared to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen did not respond to Zhao Wanner. He staggered to his captain's chair and looked around the bridge. He was the last to wake up. The other's hibernation pods had already sunk below the bridge floor, and Zhao Chen's pod was just starting to descend now. Apply for Stargate passage to the Arctic Fox star system, Zhao Chen instructed. The application has been sent. We will receive a response within 10 minutes, Vice Captain Charlotte replied. Before 10 minutes had passed, the Zero Storm received passage permission within just a few minutes. But this was after Zhao Chen had paid a Stargate usage fee. The Zero Storm navigated according to the flight route sent by the North Star Stargate Management Department. Soon, Zhao Chen saw rows of starships waiting to pass through the Stargate, as well as starships that had crossed the Stargate to arrive at the North Star system. Of course, none of this mattered to Zhao Chen. His eyes were drawn to the massive Stargate. Although he had learned about Stargates in his academy courses and had seen pictures, this was the first time he had experienced it in person. The North Star Stargate resembled 3 connected temple doors, with blue, red, and golden halos radiating from the 3 doors, resembling a 3-colored lake surface. Gazing at this Stargate, information about it flooded into Zhao Chen's mind. The North Star Stargate is a T3 level Tri-God Gate Stargate, independently developed by the Starry Empire. Over 70% of the Stargate network within the Starry Empire is composed of this model of Stargate. Captain, it's our turn. Vice Captain Charlotte's voice pulled Zhao Chen back from the majestic sight of the Stargate. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, unconsciously gripping the armrest of the captain's chair. Using the Stargate for Stargate jumps does not require entering deep-sea mode. The reasons for this are complex and can only be explained by interstellar scientists. Generally, one only needs to understand this principle. The entire process is very quick, indeed very quick. Zhao Chen felt a flash before his eyes. The surrounding scenery vanished, and his pupils seemed to see a colorful world. Then, his vision began to restore, and the vast dark universe reappeared before him. This feeling was much better than the previous warp flight. It is understandable. After all, this was paid for. A regular person would earn enough star coins in a lifetime. But it wouldn't be enough for a T1 starship to make a short-range Stargate jump. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. Less than 30 seconds had passed. This is the power of the Stargate. It greatly shortens the distance between star systems. However, the Stargate also has limitations. There is a cap on the number of starships that can be dispatched per hour, and the specific limit depends on the type of starship. For example, if 1 hour can send 10,000 T1 starships, then only 1,000 T2 starships can be sent, and for T3 starships, only 100 can be sent. It's roughly that kind of logic. The higher the starship's level, the higher the cost of using the Stargate. We have arrived at the Arctic Fox star system, and we are at the Stargate position. After we leave the Stargate's range, We will re-enter warp flight mode. And we expect to arrive at the Arctic Fox starport in 1 hour. Vice Captain Charlotte began to explain what would happen next. Zhao Chen leaned close to Zhao Chen's ear and said, "You're just a lucky cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I didn't expect there to be such a talented commander among the half-beast slaves. This Charlotte is more professional than many fifth-year students I know." Zhao Chen secretly laughed. He hadn't yet seen the full extent of her abilities. Proceed to Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen issued the navigation order. Chapter 33. I want to build a ship. There wasn't much of a special feeling for Zhao Chen traveling from the North Star system to the Arctic Fox system. If he hadn't been told, he might not have realized he had arrived in another star system. The view was basically the same. The dark universe, endless space, and variously shaped planets, moons, and asteroids. When Zhao Chen woke up from the hibernation pod again, the discomfort from the first time had lessened somewhat. But his legs were still trembling. "Captain, our ship has arrived at the outskirts of Arctic Fox starport," Charlotte reported. Zhao Chen looked at the enormous starport before him, which was many times larger than the starport at the North Star Military Academy. Because this is the real starport. It can also be called an interstellar city. Contact this person and just say it's Zero Storm Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his hand and sent a communication link to Charlotte. Charlotte complied, and soon a video window popped up. On the other side was a beautiful woman dressed like a work uniform. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the responsible personnel of the Arctic Fox starport, IDCC-11. It is my honor to serve you. According to your previous request to contact us, a large starship modification and construction upgrade workshop has been prepared for you. I will send you the address. You have reserved it for 2 months at a price of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, the goods you ordered, totaling 1.5 million star coins, have all arrived and have been placed in your starship workshop as per your request," the female manager said with a smile. 1.5 million star coins. Zhao Chen exclaimed, looking at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Charlotte also glanced at Zhao Chen in surprise, but her long-term psychological training kept her from losing her composure like Zhao Chen. "Thank you, miss. I'll treat you to tea another day," Zhao Chen smiled. The female manager covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sir, you're joking. During your stay, I am your exclusive manager. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. I'm at your service 24/7, she added, not forgetting to throw a flirtatious glance. This was a big client. The commission from this order was equivalent to her half-year salary. Charlotte received the location of the starport dock and, under the coordination of the starport, slowly navigated over to prepare for docking. What else with the 1.5 million star coins? Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask again. "I sold a T1 starship technology," Zhao Chen did not hide, as it wouldn't be long before there was no need to conceal it. "Sold T1 starship technology?" Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. Zhao Chen took out an imperial card and clicked it, projecting the balance in hologram form. "Over 1.9 million star coins. Where did you get so many star coins?" Zhao Chen was shocked. Even the family assets of the Xiaolong star system didn't amount to that much. "I sold the T1 starship technology for 3 million, and then I got 500,000 from Zhang Heron. Renting this Arctic Fox starport starship workshop for 2 months cost 100,000 star coins. The batch of goods I ordered cost 1.5 million star coins, and the supplies before Zero Storm set sail cost 10,000 star coins. Adding it all up, I should have about 1.9 million star coins left." Zhao Chen shrugged. Zhao Chen listened, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She also caught the key point, T1 starship technology? Where did you get T1 starship technology? "I developed it myself." "When did you start developing starship technology? Didn't you see me assembling a starship?" Assembling and developing are completely different things. To me, it's just a slightly more difficult task. Zhao Chen held her head. When did developing a brand new starship become just a slightly challenging task? Beep, beep, beep. Just as Zhao Chen wanted to ask further, her handheld terminal flashed. She glanced at it and her expression turned serious. "It's the scout arranged by my sister. Asking if she can video chat." "Ask her if it's possible," Zhao Chen said. Zhao Chen inquired and replied. She said yes, but only for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. The video communication quickly opened, and a video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen and Zhao Chen. On the other side was a cultured woman. Zhao Chen recalled the information about this woman in his memory. She was a small manager in the interstellar trade industry of the Xiaolong star system. He didn't expect her to be the scout arranged by the elder sister. Her name seemed to be Jiang Hong. "Second young master, third young miss." Jiang Hong slightly bowed. "Let us be brief. What is going on in the Xiaolong star system?" Zhao Chen directly asked. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She didn't expect the previously timid second young master to speak so firmly, but this was also what she was prepared to say. "I received news 2 days ago. several nobles from the Xiaolong star system colluded with interstellar pirates. They want to use the pirates to ambush you and the third young miss when you return to the Xiaolong star system during your holiday, so they can request to nominate a new lord from the empire. I can't contact the eldest young lady, so second young master and third young miss. You must not return, Zhang Hong said. Interstellar pirates attacking? Zhao Chen snorted coldly. Such a trick was really too old-fashioned. But it had to be said that it was very effective. Do you know how many starships the pirates are preparing to ambush us? Also, the list of nobles involved in this plan and the number of starships they control? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhang Hong didn't understand why Zhao Chen was asking this. But fortunately, she knew. That group of interstellar pirates isn't a major force. They're just passing through. There are only 30 starships, 5 of which are T2 starships, while the rest are T1 starships. I already have a list of the nobles involved in planning this. If second young master needs it, I can transmit it to you. The fleets controlled by these nobles number only a dozen ships, mostly T1 starships, with a couple of T2 starships among certain families. Send me the list immediately. Continue to hide your identity and stand by. If there's any other information, notify me immediately, Zhao Chen commanded. Yes, Zhang Hong was taken aback. Why was she obeying the second young master's orders? She hurriedly asked, then what is your plan, second young master? For now, we want to return. I'll contact you if I have other plans, Zhao Chen replied. I'll find a way to contact the eldest young lady. As long as she steps in, this matter can definitely be handled well. It's not suitable for me to stay in contact for too long, so I'll stop here. Second young master. Third young miss, please pay attention to your safety, Zhang Hong said before hanging up the communication. At this moment, a list also appeared in front of Zhao Chun and Zhao Wanner. The Cui family, the Bao family. There were more than a dozen family forces listed, but most were insignificant small families and forces. Only the first two were not ordinary for the Xiaolong star system. I didn't expect the Cui family and the Bao family to collude with the interstellar pirates to try to kill us, Zhao Wanner said angrily. The power of the Cui family and the Bao family in the Xiaolong star system has already surpassed our Zhao family. Our lordship is just a nominal title. Their desires are no longer satisfied. They don't want to just be a noble within a star system. Zhao Chen looked at the list and said in surprise. But what I didn't expect is that her family is not on this list. What do we do now? Right. You still haven't clearly explained why we came to this Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Wanner's doubts were like a volcano about to erupt. Didn't I say before? To build ships, Zhao Chen replied. Build ships? What ships? Zhao Wanner asked in astonishment. At this time, the Zero Storm had already entered the large starship workshop. This starship workshop was dozens of times larger than the starship workshop at the North Star Starship Military Academy. Even with the Zero Storm docked inside, there was more than enough space. The reason for coming to the Arctic Fox starport was that it had one of the few large starship workshops in the northern star region of the Starry Empire. With complete supporting equipment and various raw materials available for immediate dispatch, this greatly increased the speed of shipbuilding. Zhao Chen looked at the starship workshop in front of him, feeling a sense of excitement in his heart. Shipbuilding, what exactly are you going to build? Zhao Wanner couldn't help but ask. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship appeared in front of Zhao Wanner's eyes, instantly capturing her attention. It was an aircraft carrier starship, and its design was very magnificent. That's it. Chapter 34. I took away my sister's wish. You want to build an aircraft carrier starship? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chun in surprise, and Charlotte also cast a surprised glance. To be precise, it is a T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, and it is a starship technology that I developed myself. Zhao Chun unceremoniously claimed this honor for himself. After all, this is a product of the system, and no one would compete with him for it. You developed this? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chun in surprise, not quite believing it. As a genius student of the North Star Starship Military Academy, she was very aware of the importance of T2 aircraft carrier starship technology. Although T2 starships are not as good as T3 starships with star shields, for many lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers, T2 starships are currently the most cost-effective choice. As one of the two starship giants, the value of an aircraft carrier starship is evident. Zhao Chen shrugged. He didn't want to dwell on this issue with Zhao Wanner any longer because he had a lot to do and was pressed for time. Charlotte, I will give you some funds. During this time, you can use that female manager to purchase up to 500 female half-orc slaves. My only requirement is that they must be female half-orc slaves, Zhao Chun ordered Charlotte. Charlotte was taken aback. Saving those half-orc warriors who had been sold to the Starshine Empire, who were once her comrades, was something she had dreamed of. As for Zhao Chen's final requirement of needing female half-orc slaves, she was still trying to understand Zhao Chen's intentions. However, as long as she could save half-orc slaves, Everything else was not important. Warner, for the next period, unless it's that Jiang Hong with intelligence to report, no one should disturb me, Zhao Chen said. And then he left Zero Storm. He walked towards the control platform on the other side of this large starship workshop, where there were interstellar containers filled with various raw materials worth 1.5 million star coins, and a starship manufacturing platform. Is he really going to build a T-2 aircraft carrier starship all by himself? Zhao Warner muttered. Alone? That seems unlikely, Charlotte thought. But as days passed, they began to believe that Zhao Chen was indeed planning to do just that. He operated those mechanical arms and various equipment day and night, starting the starship construction project. Moreover, progress was very fast. By the 5th day, Zhao Warner had already seen the keel of the aircraft carrier starship completed. Zhao Warner stood on the platform, watching her brother, who looked somewhat disheveled and was still working. She felt that her brother was really too far away from her, never this distant before. Relying on one person, he completed the keel construction of the T-2 aircraft carrier starship in just 5 days. It should be noted that even at professional starship manufacturers, this step usually takes at least half a month. But Zhao Chen reduced it to 1/3 of that time, and he did it all alone. During these 5 days, Zhao Warner watched Zhao Chen do it step by step. He operated like a machine, only resting at the control platform when there were processes that didn't require his operation and nothing else to do. In 5 days, he had slept for less than 10 hours. Although he had been taking nutritional supplements daily, the burden on his body was still too great. Zhao Warner clenched her fists and quickly walked up to the oil-stained Zhao Chen, pulling him over. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhao Chen opened his eyes and looked at his sister. Did Jiang Hong contact you? Zhao Warner was taken aback. She didn't expect that the first thing he would ask her was this. No, she replied. Zhao Chen frowned slightly and continued walking toward his workbench. Did I not say that unless Jiang Hong contacts me, no one should disturb me? Zhao Warner bit her lip and shouted. Why have you suddenly changed? Is it really necessary to work so hard to build a starship? We could go back to the North Star Starship Military Academy, as Jiang Hong suggested, and wait for our sister to come. So just throw everything at our sister, right? Zhao Chen's hands didn't stop moving, and his voice was somewhat low. Our sister is now a member of the Imperial Army, serving as a starship captain in the princess's personal guard fleet. As long as she steps in, this matter can be easily resolved, Zhao Warner said. Zhao Chen didn't look up and said, so just throw everything at our sister, right? Zhao Warner paused. For some reason, Zhao Chen's words stung her like a thorn, making her feel uncomfortable. I know you have a good relationship with our sister. She has never liked me since we were young because I took away what should have belonged to her, Zhao Chen said with a wry smile. But his hands didn't stop moving. Our sister is very smart, just like you. She was directly recruited by the Imperial Military Starship Academy and could pilot a starship in combat at just 20 years old. Before 30, she became the captain of a T-3 starship. In our Starshine Empire, very few can achieve such results based on their own strength. Moreover, before our father passed away, she managed the territory well, and the Xianglong star system, which was on the verge of collapse at that time, was kept alive by our sister's efforts. I was only 2 years old then. When our father passed away, I have no memory of it, so to be honest, I don't have much affection for them. Later, I heard that after our father's death, she applied to stay in the Starshine Empire's Imperial Army. In fact, she originally wanted to return to the Xianglong star system. Her application to return was rejected 3 times by her superiors, who hoped she would reconsider. What made her suddenly give up her 3 return applications? Choosing to stay in the Imperial Army? It was because of what she said to our sister when our father passed away. I don't know exactly what was said, but the gist was that the future title of the Xianglong star system was meant for me, and she hoped our sister could protect the Xianglong star system and assist me. At this point, Zhao Chen's gaze dimmed. Isn't this request too much for our sister? Although I haven't interacted much with our sister, I heard from the servants that her childhood dream was to become the lord of the Xianglong star system and to build it into a prosperous interstellar territory. Just because of our father's selfish request, it shattered our sister's dream and even cruelly made her assist the person who took her dream away. If it were me, I might not be able to do it, even if it were my own younger brother. Why? Clearly, I have more ability, more talent, and I've done so much. Why should all of this belong to him? Why? But she, our sister, said nothing and agreed to our father. I don't know when it started, but Zhao Chen felt himself gradually merging into the memories of this body, and the emotions and feelings from before were infecting him. He had tried to control it, but he found that these feelings surged like a torrent, becoming more intense the more he tried to block them. So, Zhao Chen decided to accept these feelings calmly, regardless of who Zhao Chen would eventually be. Whether it was the ordinary Zhao Chen from his past life or the second young master Zhao Chen of the Xianglong star system, it didn't matter. He just wanted to do things according to his own ideas. For these years, our sister has been reporting good news, but not bad news from the Imperial Army. Not only does she have to develop her own career, but she also has to maintain the development of the Xianlong star system. Do you really think these are trivial matters? Although we can't see it, I can imagine the loneliness our sister endures alone during these times. Zhao Chen turned his head to look at Zhao Wanner. I don't want to see our sister like this. She has already made enough sacrifices. I am a man. I am the Lord of Xianlong. These responsibilities should be mine to bear. Since I have the ability now, I will do my utmost to fulfill them, rather than hiding behind our sister as a timid and weak second young master. At that moment, Zhao Wanner looked at her brother in front of her, and for the first time, she noticed that this originally unremarkable brother had light in his eyes. An indescribable emotion spread within her heart. Chapter 35: The completion of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier starship at the end of August. It had been 2 months since the North Star Starship Military Academy had its break, which was also the duration that Zhao Chen and others spent at the Arctic Fox starport. Originally, there was only a single aircraft carrier starship hull in the starship construction area, but at this moment, a brand new aircraft carrier starship was on display. The new hull armor, the yellow and black paint scheme, and the entire hull's streamlined design were impressive from both aesthetic and practical perspectives. Next to it, the Zero Storm, in comparison, looked like a child standing beside an adult. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, steadying his weary body, and concluded the final starship inspection. He swayed slightly and nearly fell to the ground. Is it done? Zhao Wanner approached with a meal prepared for Zhao Chen in her hands. It's done. Next is the sea trial, Zhao Chen replied, grabbing the food that Zhao Wanner handed over, not caring about his dirty hands, and started eating. Who knows how he managed to get through these 2 months? He hadn't slept a full night for 2 months. Thankfully, the medical technology here was advanced, and there were energy drinks to keep him awake. Otherwise, Zhao Chen would have been at risk of collapsing multiple times. Finally, hard work paid off, and in 2 months, he had completed the construction of this T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Witnessing all this, Zhao Wanner was truly convinced by her brother, who had single-handedly built a T-2 Queen Bee and had even designed and researched it himself. If the instructors at the North Star Starship Military Academy knew, they would feel ashamed. Why didn't I realize you had such amazing abilities before? Zhao Wanner asked curiously. Before this, Zhao Chen had been an unremarkable presence. At most just a bit studious, with no other notable traits. Our family already has a big sister who's a genius. Now another little genius has emerged in you. If I were to showcase my talent, do you think some people would take notice? I suspect those guys from the Xiaolong star system are also afraid of your growth. So they chose this time to act. The bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. Zhao Chen found an excuse for himself. So you've been hiding yourself all along? Zhao Wanner was surprised. This is called being low-key. Zhao Chen crossed his arms. At that moment, Charlotte walked over. Captain, you called for me? Charlotte's condition was much better than 2 months ago, and she had gotten used to life here with Zhao Chen. After all, 3 meals a day were all natural food. Who wouldn't like that? How is the training of the 500 half-orc female crew members going? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte spent a month purchasing 500 half-orc female crew members through the slave trade network at the Arctic Fox starport. After receiving them, she began their training. Fortunately, they all recognized Charlotte, the legendary general, so they obeyed her management. Plus, with the benefits Zhao Chen set for his female crew members, once they saw the white buns, they were already enchanted. The training of the 500 half-orc female crew members is going smoothly. If we had 5 Zero Storms right now, they could be immediately thrown into combat, Charlotte replied. And what about this T-2 Queen Bee? Zhao Chen pointed to the aircraft carrier starship behind him. Charlotte glanced at the large starship in yellow and black and confidently stated, within 3 days, they can master this starship and form effective combat capability. Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wanner's shoulder. Charlotte, you take Wanner and a selected 100 crew members aboard. Conduct sea trial testing for this T-2 Queen Bee. Me too. Zhao Wanner was surprised. Didn't you say you really wanted to have an aircraft carrier starship? This starship is my gift to you. But when we return to the academy, you should temporarily use your original starship. This aircraft carrier starship cannot be exposed. Big trees attract wind, Zhao Chen said. Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in shock, pointing at the T-2 Queen Bee and then at herself. You want to give me this starship? But it's not for free. You need to serve as my captain. Why are you unwilling? Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. I'll just help you out. Who cares about your starship? After that, without another word, Zhao Wanner pulled Charlotte aboard to start familiarizing herself with the T-2 Queen Bee. The internal space of the T-2 Queen Bee was many times better than the Zero Storm. Everything was brand new, unlike the Zero Storm, where traces of age were visible everywhere. Zhao Wanner arrived at the bridge of the T-2 Queen Bee. The entire bridge was a circular enclosed structure, but when activated, the surroundings of the starship would be projected around the bridge using 360-degree panoramic projection technology. Sister Charlotte, let us get ready. I can't wait to take this starship out for a sea trial, Zhao Wanner said hurriedly. Commanding an aircraft carrier starship had always been Zhao Wanner's dream, and she never expected it would come true. It will take some preparation time, about half a day. First, we need to familiarize the crew with the environment of this starship and their respective positions. Fortunately, some of the half-orc female crew members I recruited have previously served on aircraft carrier starships, so they should get used to it quickly. Moreover, this is just a T2 class aircraft carrier starship, so the technical difficulty shouldn't be too high, Charlotte said. Then they began selecting crew members for the T2 Queen Bee, and the chosen crew members quickly received notifications to report to the T2 Queen Bee. In a large cabin, Charlotte looked at the 100 half-orc female crew members gathered there, all dressed neatly and smiling. One should know that a month ago when they were brought in, they were still dressed as slaves, looking terrified like birds in a cage. In Zhao Chen's words, now they have light in their eyes. I now announce something. From now on, you are the official crew members of this T2 Queen Bee. Detailed position assignments will be sent to each of you. Over the past month, I believe you have all enjoyed your life on the Zero Storm. But remember, who provided all this for you? Perhaps you still doubt that man in your hearts, but regardless, you must fight for him now. If anyone slacks off in their combat position, even if you were once my comrades, I will expel you from this starship. Charlotte stared at everyone present. Remember 2 words, gratitude. That man gave you a second chance at life. Without him, you wouldn't even be able to stay in clean rooms or eat delicious food. We half-orcs must understand how to be grateful. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Chen lay on the big bed in the captain's quarters of his Zero Storm, watching the scene of Charlotte's exhortation through his inside eye. It was evident that these half-orc female crew members, if not fully loyal to him, had no hostility towards him and were even grateful. He believed it wouldn't be long before their mindset would completely change. Let us take a look at my rewards. Zhao Chen forced himself to stay awake and opened the system page. When he completed the construction of the T2 Queen Bee, a system task prompt had already been completed. Quarterly task. On a starship, system produced. Completed. Rewards can be claimed. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the task rewards. Quarterly task rewards claimed. Distributing task rewards. Obtained 5 task points. Obtained a T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship technical blueprint. Obtained 500 system points. Obtained T1 super soldier potion. Zhao Chen's drowsiness suddenly vanished. An interstellar industrial ship. Chapter 36. Interstellar industrial ship. The interstellar industrial ship, also known as the Interstellar Mobile Factory, is a type of auxiliary starship. As the name suggests, the interstellar industrial ship can carry out most industrial production operations, even producing starships. Zhao Chen had been thinking about interstellar industry for some time. Without a foundation in this area, he had to rent workshops at starports for starship production, which was both inconvenient and unsafe. If he could have his own interstellar industry, all these troubles would disappear. Now, Zhao Chen had the opportunity to acquire an interstellar industrial ship. This meant that as long as he had raw materials and technology, he could produce starships anytime and anywhere. Establishing a Starfleet belonging to Zhao Chen was no longer a dream. Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship type. Interstellar industrial ship technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 100 units cruising speed. 20 knots warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 500 meters mass. 200,000 tons crew. 200 people starship weapons. 50 light close-in weapon systems. Zhao Chen reviewed the data of this T2 Hammer and found that it was even larger than the T2 Queen Bee class heavy carrier. The weapons it carried were pitifully few, as it was not a combat-type starship, only equipped with the most basic defensive firepower. However, when he looked at its core function, the interstellar industrial capability, Zhao Chen was drooling. This was a semi-intelligent interstellar industrial ship that required only a small crew to carry out production tasks, and its production efficiency was extremely high. For example, the recently completed T2 Queen Bee took Zhao Chen 2 months of non-stop work in the best starship workshop rented from the Arctic Fox starport. But if he used the T2 Hammer, even if Zhao Chen wasn't present, as long as he input the blueprints and technology, the starship system would distribute tasks to various manufacturing positions, and it could also adopt the confidential production method, where each position's personnel would only know the technical details of their specific tasks. Furthermore, the most critical technologies could be managed by Zhao Chen himself. This greatly reduced the workload. At the same time, this interstellar industrial ship could reduce the material wastage rate by 20. This meant that the originally 1 5 million star coins worth of raw materials could save nearly 300,000 star coins. It was undoubtedly the most powerful T2 interstellar industrial ship known. With it, Zhao Chen felt like he had wings. He had to build one. Absolutely had to build one. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, after calculating the construction costs, Zhao Chen was stunned. The cost for a single ship was 2 million star coins. Damn, that was even more expensive than the T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen glanced at his account. He had previously had 9 million star coins, and although he had given Charlotte several thousand to purchase half-orc slaves, he still had over 8 million left, but there was still a gap of over 200,000. Moreover, he hadn't included the costs for renting the starport workshops. Adding to that, he also needed some funds for the maintenance of the Zero Storm and T2 Queen Bee starships in the future. Calculating it all, without at least 5 million star coins, Zhao Chen simply couldn't afford to build this T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Running out of money again, Zhao Chen scratched his head. Building ships really was a money-burning endeavor. It's often said that starships are toys for the rich. What to do about the missing funds? Should he go find Liyaki to sell starships? But she currently had a starship in production and wouldn't need another one in the short term. Should he look for other starship dealers? But what if he attracted some entities that he couldn't afford to provoke? He knew very well the saying that an innocent person can suffer from having something precious. Zhao Chen frowned. As he pondered, he suddenly slapped his forehead. The money was right there waiting for him. How could he have forgotten about it? The nobles in the Xiaolong star system had considerable wealth. Even though the Xiaolong star system was poor, it didn't stop these nobles from amassing wealth. A cold smile crept onto Zhao Chen's face. In addition to a starship technology reward, Zhao Chen had also received 3 other rewards. Received 5 mission points. Received 500 system points. Received T1 super soldier potion. The mission points and system points were just what Zhao Chen needed. However, the third reward caught his attention. T1 super soldier potion. T1 super soldier potion. A potion that can modify the human body, injected directly into the body. Just such a simple sentence. This description was almost meaningless. It was obvious from the name that it modified the human body. Zhao Chen was speechless. But since it was something given by the system, it should be reliable. Moreover, this body was indeed too weak. Over the past 2 months of work, he had fainted 5 times. When he used the military hibernation pod, he had embarrassed himself in front of Zhao Wan'er. He was a man destined to conquer the stars and seas. How could he be so weak? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen retrieved the potion from the system warehouse. Immediately, a 20-centimeter long cylindrical vial containing a light blue glowing liquid appeared in Zhao Chen's hand. He gulped and silently thought, "System, you won't let me down, right?" After saying that, he swiftly injected it into his arm. In 1 second, the blue liquid from the potion was completely injected. No feeling. Zhao Chen was taken aback. But in the next second, his pupils dilated, and it felt like every cell in his body was exploding. He fell to the ground in pain, wanting to scream. But he found that his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. This sensation seemed to last for a century in Zhao Chen's mind. Huff, huff, huff. Zhao Chen suddenly gasped for air as he sat up, and that discomfort had vanished. He glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes had passed. He touched his body. And not only was there no pain, but even the fatigue he had previously felt was completely gone. Zhao Chen stood up, pulled out a mirror, and looked at himself. His face seemed more chiseled than before. Lifting his shirt, he was surprised to find that his once flat abdomen now had defined abs. And even his arms had muscle definition. Zhao Chen tried to swing his fist and heard the sound of air being cut. He attempted to jump and found he could easily touch the ceiling. Excited, Zhao Chen did push-ups without any strain, completing 500 in one go without feeling tired at all. Have I turned into Superman? Zhao Chen was overjoyed. This T1 super soldier potion really works. Wait, if they're SAT1, does that mean they're SAT2? Zhao Chen suddenly thought of something and opened the system mall. First, he searched for T1 products and surprisingly found the T1 Super Soldier Potion he had just used. T1 Super Soldier Potion requires 1 mission point and 30 system points, so it turns out it was available in the system store. However, when he was browsing before, Zhao Chen had only looked at starship blueprints and hadn't paid attention to these. At that time, he wouldn't have used his precious mission points on this either. Zhao Chen then looked at the T2 series products and quickly found his target. T2 Super Soldier Potion requires 3 mission points and 600 system points. Right now, I'm not in a hurry to enhance my physical abilities. The current situation is sufficient. I can exchange for it later when I'm more affluent. Seeing the price, Zhao Chen chose to set it aside for now. Since the feeling of fatigue was gone, he went directly to the bridge of the Zero Storm. Captain, the half-orc female crew member on the bridge immediately greeted him. carefully observing the captain. She noticed that the captain seemed a bit different today, handsomer than before. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen contacted the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee. The video window on the other side displayed Zhao Wanner and Charlotte. "Why aren't you taking a break?" Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen replied, "I'm not very tired right now. How's the preparation for your starship going?" "About the same. It will take another half a day to get ready," Charlotte answered. "Okay, Charlotte, go and tally up the living supplies and military supplies we need. Bring everything along before we depart. The Zero Storm will accompany you during the trial voyage, and after the trial is completed, we'll set off for the Xiaolong star system." Zhao Chen said. "Are we in such a hurry?" Zhao Wanner asked, a bit surprised. Zhao Chen joked, "We've kept them waiting for 2 months for this banquet. It wouldn't be appropriate to delay any longer." He was eager to gather his wealth. Chapter 37. Heading to the Xiaolong star system report. All trial projects for the T2B King-class heavy carrier starship have been completed, with a completion rate of 100. "Please give instructions, Captain." Charlotte reported via video communication from the bridge of the T2B King to Zhao Chen, who was on the bridge of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Since everything is ready, let's set off. Destination, Xiaolong star system. Are we really going to eliminate those space pirates? Just with our 2 starships?" Zhao Wanner asked worriedly from the video window. Zhao Chen smiled at Zhao Wanner. "You should have seen the performance data of the T2B King. Why don't you believe it?" "It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just worried that having only 2 starships might be too reckless," Zhao Wanner muttered. Zhao Chen raised the corners of his mouth. "This operation has no what-ifs. By the way, before we depart, send a text to Jiang Hong to inquire about the starship data of the space pirate fleet and the noble starship fleets. It would be great if we could get their starship information." "All right, I'll get in touch," Zhao Wanner agreed. The communication was disconnected. Zhao Wanner sat in the captain's chair on the bridge of the T2B King, looking around. She still found it hard to believe that she was on a T2 carrier starship, and such a terrifying one at that. "Sister Charlotte, do you think this operation is dangerous?" Zhao Wanner asked Charlotte. After more than 2 months of interaction, Zhao Wanner had developed a good relationship with Charlotte, often seeking her out to learn about starship command and combat skills. Charlotte didn't reject this girl who didn't discriminate against their half-beast race, and shared her knowledge freely. "If we go by the information from your lookout, the space pirates and those rebellious noble fleets number less than 50 starships, most of which are T1 starships. This operation should have no problems at all, unless they have more than 20 T2 starships or a T3 starship. After all, you should know how terrifying the T2B King that your brother built is," Charlotte said seriously as she looked at the starship bridge. "This is not just a T2 carrier starship, it is a quasi-T3 carrier starship. After all, who has seen a T2 starship with star shield capabilities? On the Zero Storm's bridge, the hyperdrive engine's flight path has been prepped. We will enter the acceleration phase next, and in 10 minutes, we will enter the hyperdrive phase. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Repeat, all crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Chen issued the command via the ship-wide broadcast. As he spoke, all the cryopods on the bridge popped out. At that moment, Zhao Chen had a thought. He wondered what the cryopod experience on the T2B King was like. It should be much better than the experience on this assembled starship. He didn't expect that the first person to experience the new ship he built wasn't himself. However, once he constructed the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would be time to build that T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. By then, he would have a genuine T3 starship. T3 Blizzard. This was the starship technology blueprint that Zhao Chen had always dreamed of having in his system warehouse. The emergence of the T2 Hammer gave Zhao Chen the capital to build it. Report, out of 101 crew members on board, 99 have entered the cryopods. A half-beast female crew member reported. This was a temporary assistant assigned to Zhao Chen by Charlotte. "I understand. You should also enter the cryopod," Zhao Chen said. "Yes." The female crew member entered the cryopod and injected the liquid. Zhao Chen glanced at the dimming lights on the bridge and then at the T2B King, which was also accelerating into hyperdrive. This hyperdrive journey would not be like the previous one, which only took half an hour. Instead, it would take a full 2 weeks. Because this time, they were crossing 2 star systems. The Arctic Fox star system and the Xiaolong star system are adjacent. But since the Xiaolong star system lacks a stargate, they can only rely on the starship itself to reach it. This shows the importance of stargates for a star system. There is a desolate area between star systems, where usually there is nothing. Crossing this desolate area requires a lot of time, much like how someone in ancient times would need to cross an endless ocean to reach another continent. This area is also known as the star system's marginal space. Zhao Chen lay down in the cryopod, and just as the blue liquid quickly filled the pod, a voice sounded. Mission triggered. Eliminate the space pirate fleet. Mission details. Eliminate the space pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Mission difficulty, sea level. Mission reward, 3 mission points and 600 points. Failure penalty, deduct 600 points. What a coincidence. Zhao Chen accepted the mission without hesitation. Soon, Zhao Chen fell into a state of cryosleep. The Zero Storm and the T-2B King set off from the Arctic Fox star system towards the Xiaolong star system. In the Xiaolong star system, in a residence 5 kilometers above the ground on a habitable planet, Jiang Shasha was having dinner with her family. Although her Jiang family was a noble family in the Xiaolong star system, aside from their noble status, their living conditions were only slightly better than those of ordinary people. Jiang Shasha looked at the food on the dining table. Each person had a serving of rice and 3 servings of green vegetables, one of which contained minced meat the size of a fingernail. The rest were artificially synthesized foods. These synthetic foods looked very luxurious, with big fish and meat. But their taste was practically indistinguishable, like plastic. Yet, such food was what ordinary people outside would have for an entire month's meals. In the past, Jiang Shasha might have felt proud of her family. However, after attending the Northern Star Starship Military Academy and seeing the outside world, she began to detest such a life. Father, why don't you join the plans of the Bao and Chui families? If the operation is successful and we eliminate Zhao Chen, our 3 families can control the entire Xiaolong star system. Whether we appoint our own lord or use the Xiaolong star system as a stepping stone to ally with other interstellar forces, it would be better than the current situation. Jiang Shasha's father looked at the old man, not understanding why he hadn't made a decision. Do you still hold foolish loyalty to the Zhao family? Up until now, due to the old man's influence, the Jiang family had not joined the Bao and Chui family's plans. Chapter 38. The turmoil in the Xiaolong star system. The family looked at the old man, curious about why he didn't do so. The old man murmured, I have never been loyal to the Zhao family. I am just a businessman. I only do things related to profit. Firstly, although we did not directly join the plans of the Bao and Chui families, once they succeed, we can completely benefit from it. After all, our Jiang family controls 70 of the only interstellar trade routes in the Xiaolong star system. Secondly, don't forget about the young lady from the Zhao family. You wouldn't naively think that just because she hasn't returned to the Zhao family in years, she has truly severed ties with them, would you? Once that young lady learns of the Bao and Chui family's rebellion, with her abilities, she could easily deal with them. If we openly stand with them, we will only become targets of the Zhao family's young lady. Therefore, the best choice for us is to watch the changes quietly. Wise people always leave themselves a way out. After listening to the old Master Zhang's lengthy discourse, everyone suddenly understood. I heard from Shasha that Zhao Chen, that useless person, defeated a Viscount's son with an assembled starship at the academy? The old Master Zhang looked at Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha nodded. She had informed her father and grandfather about this as soon as she returned from the academy. Just one starship. Could it really stir up much trouble? I heard that the Bao and Chui families have hired professional interstellar pirates this time. All of them are former professional interstellar soldiers, Jiang father said with a sneer, as if he could already see the scene of that useless Baron Zhao Chen being killed. Speaking of which, in the past during the academy holidays, the Zhao siblings would usually return around the same time as you. Shasha, why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they discovered the plans of the Bao and Chui families? Jiang mother mumbled beside them. Jiang Shasha said, according to the information we received, Zhao Chen and his sister have gone first to the Arctic Fox star system. The message sent back said that their No. 0 Blizzard starship needs repairs at the Arctic Fox starport. However, they will return during this holiday. Just no specific time was given. Just then, a man resembling a butler approached the dining table and whispered a few words into the old Master Zhang's ear. The old Master Zhang looked at his family. The latest news is that our Baron has departed from the Arctic Fox starport and is returning to the Xiaolong star system. He is expected to arrive in 2 weeks and will prepare to head back to the North Star Military Academy after a brief stay. This news finally eased the tensions of the Bao and Chui families, Jiang father said with enthusiasm. The old Master Jiang squinted at his unstable son. Remember, this time our Jiang family must keep a low profile, and no one is allowed to interfere in this matter. Summon all the direct descendants of the Jiang family back to avoid causing us trouble. Yes, father, Jiang father replied. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the vast expanse of the star system's boundary space. The No. 0 Blizzard starship's intelligence system prompted that it had exited warp travel status and had arrived at the designated location. It is now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Compared to the last warp journey, he felt much clearer at this moment. This should be due to the injection of the T1 super soldier serum. The hatch of the sleep chamber opened. Although he had been immersed in blue liquid earlier, his clothes had dried automatically by now. He stepped out of the sleep chamber, his legs steady and his spirits high. The half-orc female crew member beside the captain, who had just awakened, looked at the now-awake captain in surprise, noticing that the captain's mental state was very good. It should be noted that not long ago, she had seen the captain trembling after just waking up. Generally, it takes at least 3 months to fully adapt to a military sleep chamber. Let's get to work, Zhao Chen said flatly as he began his work. With Charlotte absent, many tasks required Zhao Chen to handle them personally as he began issuing orders. All personnel on the bridge return to your posts within 1 minute to check the starship's data. All personnel on the starship return to your posts within 3 minutes and stand by at all times. The Communications Department. Try to contact the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier starship. The Radar Department. Scan the surrounding star regions to see if we can locate the T2 Queen Bee. Just as Zhao Chen was issuing commands, a video window appeared, showing a request for communication from the T2 Queen Bee's bridge. Zhao Chen accepted the call. On the other side was the bridge view of the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier starship. You have arrived? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and Zhao Wanner, who did not seem to have just awakened. Zhao Wanner said, "We arrived half a day earlier than you." Charlotte added, "If it weren't for coordinating with the speed of the number 0 Blizzard, based on the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier's level 4 warp engine, we could have arrived 5 days earlier." The number 0 Blizzard uses a level 3 warp engine. The T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier uses a level 4 warp engine, which naturally results in a significant speed difference during warp travel. As Charlotte mentioned, if the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier had not set a speed limit to accompany the number 0 Blizzard, they would have reached the Xiaolong star system long ago. I got in touch with Jiang Hong. She is very anxious about our rash actions and repeatedly emphasized that we should leave as soon as possible, Zhao Wanner mentioned. Zhao Chen asked, "Did Jiang Hong have any other useful information?" Zhao Wanner transmitted a star map. According to the intelligence Jiang Hong obtained, the Bao and Chui families are preparing to launch an attack on us at this location. Zhao Chen looked at the star map of the Xiaolong star system. The attack location is a crucial point on the way to the Zhao family's planet in the Xiaolong star system, and they have cleverly calculated the point to end warp travel. The Bao and Chui families have planned that if their attack on us succeeds, they will immediately launch an attack on our home planet, eliminating all descendants of the Zhao family. Zhao Wanner said indignantly, "Our Zhao family has really raised a bunch of ingrates." Zhao Wanner continued, "Jiang Hong also provided me with information on the starship models of the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as the private fleet starship models of the Chui and Bao families. Send me both pieces of information," Zhao Chen said. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Even though Zhao Chen felt confident, one should never let their guard down. Chapter 39. The game begins. My Lord Baron soon. The 2 pieces of information arrived before Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at the 2 information boxes, which not only contained the names and models of the starships, but also images of the models, as these were relatively common starships on the market. The interstellar pirate fleet has a total of 35 starships, including 5 T2 starships, which are 1 T2 Grey Shark class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T2 Ishtar class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigates. The 30 T1 starships include 15 T1 Vulture class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T1 Scythe class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T1 Blue Jay class medium interstellar cruisers. Looking at the Rebel Nobles side, they only have a mere 16 starships, which shows the chill and poverty of the Xiaolong star system. Among these 16 starships, there are 2 T2 starships, a T2 Grey Wolf class light interstellar cruiser, and a T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 T1 starships are all T1 Vulture class medium interstellar frigates. Looking at these starships, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. A bunch of starships older than himself. Even the relatively new T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer was a second-hand starship bought with decades of family savings by the head of the Chui family. As for the starships used by the interstellar pirates, they are basically common ships, known for their low price and ease of repair. The most common ship among them is undoubtedly the T1 Vulture class medium interstellar corvette, a T1 starship developed by the Stellar Empire 2 centuries ago. Although its combat power is not high, it is inexpensive and has a low technical threshold. Moreover, the Stellar Empire publicly disclosed the technology for this starship, resulting in an even lower market price, making it a favorite among small nobles, interstellar pirates, and space adventurers. With just this intelligence about the enemy ships, winning this battle should be straightforward. The current issue is where and how to engage, Charlotte said. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He looked at the star map of the Xiaolong star system and muttered, "We can't fight in the battlefield they preset. Although we would win no matter where we fight. We should minimize our losses. Plus, if we fight near my Zhao family's home planet, what if we affect innocent bystanders?" Suddenly, Zhao Chen had an idea. He squinted and pointed to a location on the star map. "Who says we have to go find them? Let's let them come to us." Charlotte and Zhao Warner looked at the location Zhao Chen was pointing to and almost simultaneously understood what he was planning. The flagship of the interstellar pirate fleet is a T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. The bullet marks and signs of repair on its hull clearly indicate the ship's history. A burly man with a beard is half reclining in the captain's chair, his feet propped up on the control console in front of him. "Damn it. I've been waiting here for 2 months. If it weren't for those guys being smart and sending over some women, I wouldn't want to wait here." This grumbling speaker is the captain of this interstellar pirate fleet, which calls itself the Three-Claw Serpent Interstellar Pirates. Their hull bears the emblem of a three-claw serpent. At that moment, another thin man walked out from a nearby room, adjusting his pants. From the room behind him, the sounds of women pleading and crying could be heard. These women are as thin as bones, a little roughhousing, and they're done. Boring. It's those noble ladies who are more fun to play with. "I say we just raid the nobles in this system," the thin man said, unimpressed. The bearded captain glanced at the thin man, his first officer. "Although this fleet in this broken system isn't strong, don't forget who asked us to come. If we really take action against this system, we might end up in trouble. Let's just earn this commission honestly and avoid unnecessary trouble," the bearded captain said. The thin first officer picked his nose and replied, "We don't have to plunder these planets. But we can squeeze a little more out of the commission. After all, our fleet of dozens of ships can't just wait here for 2 months for nothing." The bearded captain smirked and held up 3 fingers, saying, "I've already thought of that. Once they let us take action, we demand a 30 increase in commission." The thin first officer gave a thumbs up, saying, as expected of our boss, knows how to calculate. Just then, a communication request appeared. "Looks like we have some work to do," the bearded captain said with a grin as he opened the video call. A middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Someone he recognized, the head of the Bao family in the Xiaolong star system. "Head Bao, I was just about to come find you if you didn't reach out. My brothers have been waiting here for over 2 months, and they're getting restless," the bearded captain said, looking displeased. Head Bao replied seriously, "Haven't we been sending you a batch of women and food every month? Now, let's get to the point. The target has appeared, but they've just sent word that they are changing their itinerary and won't be returning to their home planet. They will show up on a planet called Longway Star at the edge of the system, making an appearance as a lord, staying for a day before heading back to the North Star Military Academy. Therefore, we need to modify our combat plan. You should set off immediately to eliminate the target near Longway Star. There's just one starship. I think you should have no problem handling it." The bearded captain tapped his foot, saying, "Changing the combat plan is fine since it's all in the same system. It will only take a few hours to get there. But we've been delayed for over 2 months. Head Bao, you need to understand how much business this has cost my brothers. You need to calculate the time cost for us, or I won't be able to explain it to my men." Head Bao sensed the hint of extortion and cursed the band of interstellar rogues in his heart. He didn't realize that these guys might not even have such work for a year and a half. 2 months of delay and they're already boasting. However, the most important thing now is to deal with that useless baron. "Name your price," Head Bao said coldly. The bearded captain held up 3 fingers. A 30 increase in commission, no bargaining. Head Bao's mouth twitched, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. "Fine. Once the job is done, I'll send it over to you." "Great. I like straightforward people like you. Give me the coordinates, and my brothers will take care of that, Baron," the bearded captain said, putting his feet down and adopting a serious demeanor. "I'll send the coordinates right away. Remember, send us a message as soon as the operation is completed," Head Bao reminded. "No problem. We are professionals at this," the bearded captain confidently replied. Soon after, the bearded captain received the coordinates and immediately arranged for his interstellar pirate fleet to set off, confirming the coordinates and entering warp mode. Due to the presence of T1 starships, and to ensure the uniformity of the fleet's speed, the T2 starships deliberately reduced their speed. The entire journey took nearly 6 hours. When the bearded captain woke up from the sleep chamber, he immediately ordered combat preparations and to locate the target. In fact, there was no need to search for the target because when they activated the starship radar, they detected a lone starship hovering near Longway Star, as if it were prey waiting for a hunter. "Captain, the target is 20 minutes from our current position. It's the Zero-class Blizzard of that Baron," the thin first officer said excitedly. The bearded captain grinned and said, "Let the games begin, Baron." Meanwhile, the Baron aboard the Zero-class Blizzard finally awaited his prey. Chapter 40. The first battle of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. The Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet did not immediately prepare for battle. Instead, they advanced slowly, like an ordinary interstellar fleet. Just as they were about to enter the combat range of the Zero-class Blizzard, the Zero-class Blizzard suddenly moved, as if sensing something, and began to change course. "Boss, do you think we've been discovered?" the thin first officer asked. "At this distance, so what if we have been discovered?" "Same old trick. Let two T-2 Ishkar-class medium interstellar corvettes lead several T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar corvettes to flank them from both sides. At this distance, stopping them will be a piece of cake," the bearded pirate captain confidently said. At that moment, the Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet dropped any pretense and pursued the Zero-class Blizzard at full speed. Among them, the two T-2 Ishkar-class medium interstellar corvettes and the T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar corvettes had the fastest speeds. The interstellar corvette class is the fastest among all ship types in terms of maneuverability, with only certain interstellar cruisers able to compete. Interstellar corvettes rely on high speed to perform escort formations and intercept enemy ships. Therefore, the pirates favored this cheap and suitable starship for plundering. They surged forward in mass, regardless of the type of starship, launching a relentless pursuit. At this moment, the Zero-class Blizzard likely sensed something was amiss and began to increase its speed. But the starships of the Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet seemed like a stubborn adhesive plaster that couldn't be shaken off. Their distance was closing in, and it looked like they were about to catch up. "Little cutie, want to escape? The prey I have my eyes on has never been able to get away," the bearded pirate captain sneered. Just then, the communications officer exclaimed, "Report, boss. We have a communication signal request coming in. It seems to be the Zero Storm." The bearded pirate captain was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Looks like that useless Baron got scared and wants to beg for mercy from us. Next, I want to enjoy the sight of a Baron begging for mercy before his demise." The video communication connected, and a video window appeared in front of the bearded pirate captain. A man's face appeared before him. Instead of the expected terror and fear, he saw a mocking gaze as if looking at a toy. "You are the leader of the Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet, right?" the man said nonchalantly. This opening caught the bearded pirate captain off guard. He was momentarily confused, thinking there was something wrong with the way this was unfolding. "You know me?" the bearded pirate captain said in surprise. "I also know that you are hired by the Bao family and the Chui family to attack us," Zhao Chen said, resting his chin on one hand. The bearded pirate captain spread his hands and laughed. "Since you, Baron, already know, there's nothing more to say. We are just doing this for money, so please go die obediently." "Die?" Zhao Chen chuckled. "Sorry, it's not me who is going to die, but you." "We? Ha. You useless Baron really know how to joke, sending us to die?" the bearded pirate captain scornfully retorted to Zhao Chen. "What qualifications do you have to send us to die? Just because of your broken starship that looks like a mishmash? Just look around you. Those are all my starships. They are about to crush your ship, and you, the pitiful Baron, will be buried in your own territory. I advise you to take a look around you first," Zhao Chen said, his eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth rising. Just then, the radar officer shouted, "Not good. There are massive energy reactions appearing around us, and they are closing in." "Energy reactions? Could it be starships?" The bearded pirate captain looked at the radar, where hundreds of light dots were rushing towards them from all directions, targeting the Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet. "It doesn't seem like starships. It looks like interstellar fighters," the radar officer replied. "Interstellar fighters?" The bearded pirate captain was astonished. He activated the deep space telescope and quickly saw what those dense light dots really were. Interstellar drone swarm. Hundreds of interstellar drones have completely surrounded our Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet. During the ongoing video communication, Zhao Chen thought, without avoiding that the pirate leader could hear his words. He coldly issued an attack order. "Attack. Eliminate all interstellar pirate starships. Leave not a single one." Then, one by one, the interstellar drones began to lock onto their targets. The first to launch an attack was the T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drone. With 100 units, they were equipped with laser cannons, which, although not as powerful as starship weapons, could get close to enemy ships and find the most suitable positions to launch attacks. Most importantly, these were T-2 level interstellar drones. "Boss, not good. My starship is under heavy attack from interstellar drones. Damn, these interstellar drones are too fast. My close-in defense cannons can't stop them." "Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate bridge is under attack," The captain is dead on the spot, and the ship has lost its command system. Report. The T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer is under siege by enemy interstellar drones. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Various bad news kept coming in from the bridge of the bearded pirate captain. Those hundreds of interstellar drones seemed to be devouring their starships like a swarm of bees. Counterattack. Counterattack. Form a fire net to intercept these interstellar drones. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth and issued orders. Just then, a massive fireball appeared, and the shockwave even affected his flagship, with the sound of the hull and armor vibrating. The bearded pirate captain was dumbfounded. One of our T-2 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers has apparently been bombed by the enemy's interstellar bombers. The starship has fallen, the crew reported. The bearded pirate captain looked at the chaotic battle situation in front of him, swallowed hard, and suddenly didn't know what to do. Split into two groups immediately. One fleet continues to attack that Zero Storm, while the other high-mobility fleet searches for their carrier starship. Their carrier starship must be hiding nearby. As long as we destroy that carrier starship, these interstellar drones will naturally pose no threat. The thin deputy suggested the smartest plan at this moment. The bearded pirate captain reacted and quickly ordered, all interstellar destroyers stay here to continue pursuing that Zero Storm. The remaining interstellar cruisers and interstellar frigates will search at full speed for the enemy's carrier starship. Report, we have located the coordinates of the enemy's carrier starship. The interstellar drones that completed their attacks are returning in this direction. The carrier starship should be in this area. The radar officer pointed to a location on the star map. The returning interstellar drones showed no intention of hiding their tracks at all. Under the scanning of their starship radar, it was quickly discovered that behind a satellite, there was indeed a carrier starship lurking. The bearded pirate captain seemed to see his enemy and shouted hysterically, "Charge in. I want to blow that carrier starship to smithereens." Chapter 41. One shot to kill a T-2 heavy interstellar destroyer T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship bridge. Report. The first wave of interstellar drones has successfully returned and landed. It is estimated that reloading ammunition will take 60 seconds. The combat report for the first batch of interstellar drones has been compiled. We lost 7 T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones and 1 T-2 Giant Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone. We destroyed 2 enemy T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers, 4 T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, and 2 T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers. Report. The enemy fleet has captured our ship's position and is advancing towards us at full speed. The female crew members on the bridge were all on high alert, continuously reporting the current situation to the captain and the deputy captain. Charlotte stood nearby, looking at Zhao Wanner, who was sitting in the captain's chair. Before this battle, Zhao Chen had privately contacted her, instructing her to hand over full command of the operation to Zhao Wanner at the start of the battle, unless Zhao Wanner issued an incorrect order, in which case she had the right to terminate it. Or if the battle got out of control, she had the right to take over command. So far, Zhao Wanner had issued very good orders. The girl, sitting in the captain's chair, appeared calm, showing no signs of panic or nervousness. She didn't resemble a student who hadn't graduated yet, but rather a seasoned professional soldier. Begin deploying T-2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones to intercept the enemy fleet. The starship began to move at full speed toward the preset direction, while the star shield system was activated. The interstellar drones that had completed their supply preparations were ready to launch a second round of attacks. Zhao Wanner methodically issued combat orders, her eyes scanning the data panels. Facing the ferocious interstellar pirate fleet closing in, the T-2 Queen Bees began to accelerate away, but due to being a heavy carrier starship, their maximum speed was only 30 knots. They could not shake off the pursuers behind them at all. At the same time, holes began to appear in the abdomen of the T-2 Queen Bee, and soon, a series of T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones were deployed. In less than 10 seconds, 300 T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones were all released. The densely packed T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones began to charge towards the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet from behind. At this moment, the battlefield was divided into two sides. One side was the Zero Storm, and the other side was the T-2 Queen Bee. However, the Zero Storm showed no intention of supporting the T-2 Queen Bee. Instead, it began to change its course, sailing in an arc towards the right flank, thus entering the fire range of the enemy fleet. Several starships from the interstellar pirate fleet immediately prepared to open fire, but unfortunately, the enemy ship's speed was too fast, and it took some time to lock onto the target. Changing course was an order given by Zhao Chen. Otherwise, with the speed of the Zero Storm, these pirate ships would never catch up. Activate the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, Captain Zhao Chen commanded. Understood. Activating the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. It will take 10 seconds, the bridge crew responded. At this moment, the massive cannon at the bow of the T2 Zero Storm emerged. The engines on the right starship were shut down, while the engines on the left were fully powered, turning in place. Let our main cannon target that T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Zhao Chen ordered. Right engine shut down, complete. Left engine fully powered, complete. The Zero Storm, which was originally sailing in an arc, suddenly made a brake turn, directly facing the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. This sudden maneuver took the pursuing pirates completely by surprise. Zhao Chen focused on the targeting window of the main cannon. Just as the red targeting circle overlapped with the T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, he shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, the entire Zero Storm shook. Zhao Chen did not have time to check the result of the shot. He immediately gave the order, "Restart the right engine." Let the Zero Storm circle the enemy fleet at a speed of 70 knots, adopting a high-speed maneuvering hunting mode. Understood. The helmswoman confidently shouted. The so-called circling the enemy fleet in high-speed maneuvering hunting mode is a tactic where, relying on the overwhelming speed advantage, the starship circles around the enemy fleet while keeping a few of its own ships within the firing range, thus avoiding taking fire from the entire enemy fleet at once, greatly reducing the risk of being hit. This requires a high level of skill from the helmsman, but fortunately, the Zero Storm's speed was terrifying, providing an absolute advantage. The Zero Storm once again sailed at high speed, and the entire process took less than 10 seconds, showcasing the terrifying maneuverability of this starship. At this time, Zhao Chen finally had time to check the results of the previous shot. He was somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, some people were filled with fear. The entire bow of the T2 Ishtar class had vanished, leaving a massive crater where it had been, as if it had been decapitated. The surrounding interstellar pirate ships witnessed the entire process. The ship they had been pursuing suddenly turned around, followed by a main cannon attack. Unexpectedly, one of their only two T2 Ishtar-class ships was directly destroyed by a single shot. It must be noted that this was a heavy interstellar destroyer. The term heavy means a larger hull, stronger weaponry, and thicker armor. Yet, this T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer was taken down by a single shot from the enemy. That was a 1200 caliber cannon. Suddenly, the captain of one of the pirate ships exclaimed in the internal communication channel. Other pirate captains quickly used deep space telescopes to check the situation. They were astonished to see that the bow of the Zero Storm had a terrifyingly large cannon. It was this cannon that had just destroyed the T2 Ishtar class. How could a T2 starship possibly mount such a large caliber cannon? What kind of monster starship is this? The captain of a T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer felt a chill down his spine. If a higher-tier T2 Ishtar class couldn't withstand this shot, how could a lower-tier T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer, which was still a medium interstellar destroyer, survive? If it took a shot, one could only imagine the result. 5 minutes. One shot. Let me count how many there are. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Chen grinned as if counting beans, tallying the enemy starships. Chapter 42. Does this T2 carrier ship have a star shield? Report, boss. One of our T2 Ishtar-class ships has been destroyed by that Zero Storm. One shot. Just one shot. A terrified shout echoed in the internal communication channel. The bearded pirate captain's heart sank. One of his T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers had been destroyed. He knew that among the 5 T2 starships in his fleet, each one was vital to him. Losing a T1 starship didn't hurt him. He could always buy another. But the T2 starships were all quite expensive. He had saved for 5 years with his pirate fleet to buy that T2 Ishtar class from the black market. And now, just like that, it was gone? Don't joke with me. That was a T2 Ishtar class heavy interstellar destroyer. How could it be destroyed by a single shot? If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, when I get back, I'll have you drink your own pee. The bearded pirate captain angrily shouted, unwilling to accept this fact. Boss, it's true. That enemy ship, the Zero Storm, has a 1,200mm cannon, a full 1,200mm caliber. I've never seen such a large caliber cannon in my life. The voice of the pirate captain trembled as he spoke. A 1,200mm cannon? The bearded pirate captain's heart trembled. He knew that his subordinate wouldn't joke with him at this moment. The Bao family and the Chui family. These noble bastards tricked me. He shifted all the blame onto the employer, the Bao and Chui families, for providing incomplete information. This was no useless baron after all. When I get back, if my commission isn't tripled, I'll attack his planet and mess with his wife in front of him. The bearded pirate captain cursed. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to do so. In the pursuit of that carrier ship, those interstellar drones had already destroyed several of his T-1 starships, especially one of the T-2 interstellar unmanned bombers, whose bomb's power was equivalent to that of a T-2 starship's main cannon. They specifically targeted one position repeatedly. Usually, 3 of these T-2 interstellar unmanned bombers could easily destroy a T-1 starship within minutes, in conjunction with the attacks from T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones. Report: We have lost another T-1 Bluebird-class medium interstellar cruiser, a subordinate reported cautiously. The bearded pirate captain clenched his fists. Report: We have entered firing range. We can attack that carrier ship now. A subordinate reported good news. The bearded pirate captain immediately ordered, Fire! 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 Tear that damned carrier ship apart. Yes. The T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser equipped its laser main gun to lock onto the carrier starship and then opened fire. Because the carrier starship was moving slowly, it was essentially unable to evade the laser, as the space pirates waited for the moment the carrier starship would be hit. The laser struck a light curtain at a distance from the carrier starship, exploding and dissipating. The carrier starship remained intact. The space pirates were stunned. What was going on? The bearded pirate captain frantically grabbed the pirate crew member responsible for the weapon module. I don't know, the pirate crew member said, looking innocent. The thin first mate incredulously muttered 2 words, Star Shield. Star Shield? The pirate crew members present reacted. It was indeed the Star Shield. But how could a T-2 carrier starship have a Star Shield? Could it be a T-3 carrier starship? Listening to the discussions among the pirate crew members, the bearded pirate captain roared, Shut up. Then he looked at the thin first mate. The Star Shield isn't a feature exclusive to T-3 starships. This carrier starship doesn't look like a T-3 carrier starship at all. From the scale and combat power of the equipped interstellar drones, it indeed wasn't a T-3 carrier starship. But what they saw just now was definitely a Star Shield. Sweat dripped down the thin first mate's forehead. At this moment, the direction of the interstellar battle had exceeded their expectations. So what do we do now? The bearded pirate captain questioned. The Star Shield can only withstand attacks from a certain range, so as long as our starships can launch simultaneous attacks from several other directions, the Star Shield won't be able to defend in time, the thin first mate said. The bearded pirate captain bit his lip until it bled, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He naturally understood this principle, but they had chased this far, paying the price of several T-1 starships just to catch up with the tail of this carrier starship. What price would they have to pay to simultaneously attack from the flanks? Boss, we have no choice now. If we retreat, will that Baron let us go? I understand now. That Baron came prepared. He used his flagship to lure us in, then arranged for interstellar drones to ambush us. This is a trap, the thin first mate said. It's either you die or I die. The space pirates often encountered such situations. In the past, they might still have the desire to fight. But today, with 35 starships surrounding 2 starships, they hadn't even touched the enemy's hull armor and had already lost nearly a third of their starships. This was too demoralizing. Full speed ahead. No matter what, we must destroy this carrier starship. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth and said, having come this far, they had no way to retreat. They could only fight to the end. Report: T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser number 03 side armor has been attacked. Remaining armor strength is 50. Report: T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate number 11 has been destroyed. No survivors. Report: T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate number 19 has been heavily damaged, losing power and unable to navigate. Report: T-2 Ishkar-class medium interstellar frigate's left hull armor has been breached with a 10-meter wide hole. 23 compartments are in emergency lockdown, 32 dead. Hull power system damaged. Speed is continuously declining. This chase lasted more than half an hour. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship's interstellar drones had taken off and landed nearly 10 times on average, with losses exceeding 30. However, due to the excellent interception capabilities of T-2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, the pursuing interstellar pirate starships were unable to launch a flank attack on the T-2 Queen B. The Star Shield continued to intercept the attacks coming from behind. Our ship is under attack. Star Shield's remaining energy value is 44. Accompanied by a shimmering wave on the Star Shield, the crew on the T-2 Queen B nervously reported the numbers. In fact, on the holographic projection on the bridge, Zhao Chen could see the declining Star Shield energy value. It changed from green to yellow and was about to turn red. Despite this, Zhao Chen remained calm. Report: one of the enemy's T-2 Ishkar-class medium interstellar frigates broke through our T-2 Young B-class light interstellar drone's interception, closing in on our ship's right flank. At the same time, the enemy fleet's flagship, The T-2 Grey Shark class medium interstellar cruiser is still firing from behind us. If both ships attack simultaneously, our star shield won't be able to defend from both directions, reported the crew member controlling the star shield. Zhao Chen paused for a moment before sharply ordering, "Deploy all interstellar drones to attack the T-2 Ishkar with full force." Meanwhile, the star shield continues to withstand the attacks from behind. Charlotte looked at the order Zhao Chen issued. It was the best way to handle the current situation. First, find a way to deal with one side of the attack. Even if it meant sacrificing the hull to absorb a few shots, at least the overall situation would remain unaffected. Report, Captain, our ship is now in the target's flank. We can open fire. The captain of the T-2 Ishkar shouted. The bearded pirate captain frantically shouted over the communication channel, "Fire! Fire! Blow a big hole in that damn carrier starship." Yes, preparing to fire. But just at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. An interstellar warship rushed at high speed to the flank of the carrier starship, positioning itself between the T-2 Ishkar and the T-2 Queen Bee. At the same time, it charged head-on towards the T-2 Ishkar. The 1,200mm giant cannon seemed to announce that something was about to happen. The pirate captain of the T-2 Ishkar trembled in his captain's chair and shouted in panic, "Fire! Fire!" Chapter 43. We surrender. The laser main gun of the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate fired, the beam shooting straight toward the Zero Storm, which was blocking in front of the T-2 Queen Bee class heavy carrier starship. The 1,200mm cannon of the Zero Storm fired almost simultaneously. Then, a massive fireball appeared between the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate and the Zero Storm, the explosion creating a cyclone that formed circular mist. The attacks from both ships coincidentally collided with each other, canceling each other out. This was an incredible coincidence. Zhao Chen on the Zero Storm was very clear that this was likely due to the fleet's luck value bonus provided by the system. Similar to the previous instance where a single shot destroyed the T-2 Ishtar class heavy interstellar destroyer, the probability of such events occurring was less than 1 in 10,000. However, under the halo of fleet luck value bonus, the probability of all this happening significantly increased. Through Zhao Chen's experiments, it wasn't guaranteed that every attack would hit perfectly or achieve excellent results, but the probability of occurrence was indeed very high. Back to the point, Zhao Chen immediately ordered, "Full speed ahead. Target that T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate." The speed of the Zero Storm increased instantly, reaching a speed of 100 knots in just a few seconds. 5 T-2 medium Hyena laser cannons and 30 T-2 medium point defense cannons fired with full force, relying on its high maneuverability. The Zero Storm quickly closed in on the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate, and both sides' secondary guns fired at full capacity. However, the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate had a very low hit rate against the high-speed Zero Storm, while the Zero Storm's secondary guns and point defense guns hit almost every shot. They continuously attacked the hull of the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate. Boom! The hull was hit, and Zhao Chen heard a loud bang in his ear. The deck of the bridge shaking. Report, the armor on the port side of our ship has been hit, and the armor strength remains at 90. Report, the armor on the port side of our ship has been hit, and the armor strength remains at 80. Report, the armor on the port side of our ship has been hit, and the armor strength remains at 70. This should be considered the first time the No. Zero Blizzard has endured an attack, but relying on the armor of the interstellar battleship can easily withstand the fire from the secondary guns of an interstellar frigate. On the other side, the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate, which is under attack from the No. Zero Blizzard, is not faring much better, with multiple damages to its hull and even cracks appearing. The T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate can only wait for its laser main guns to reset and cool down. At this moment, Zhao Chen's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Behind the hull of the No. Zero Blizzard, 3 T-2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drones leaped out. 3 interstellar torpedoes were launched at a very close distance to the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate. Due to the recent fierce battle with the No. Zero Blizzard, most of this T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate's weapons had entered the reset cooling phase and could not stop the 3 incoming T-2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drones. They could only watch helplessly as the 3 interstellar torpedoes hit the battleship's bridge, the belly of the hull, and the area on the left side that had been previously attacked by the No. Zero Blizzard's secondary guns. 3 fireballs erupted around the T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate, and then the starship was shattered, completely falling here. Report, our T-2 Ishkar class medium interstellar frigate No. 2 has fallen. The thin officer trembled as he reported this news to the bearded pirate captain. The bearded pirate captain slumped back in his captain's chair, his expression blank. When he saw the number 0 blizzard charging here, he sensed something was wrong. This meant that the pirate starships on the other battlefield were likely all wiped out. He looked at a data panel in front of him, which recorded information about all his fleet starships. Sure enough, at this moment, the icons of the vast majority of starships had turned gray, especially those responsible for attacking the number 0 blizzard. None survived. This included the 2 T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers and the T-2 Ishtar-class medium interstellar frigate. This meant that the 3-clawed serpent interstellar pirate fleet was left with only 1 T-2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. Besides that, there were only 4 T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates and 1 T-1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruiser left. Although in terms of numbers, the 3-clawed serpent interstellar pirate fleet still held a threefold advantage. The pirates were very clear about their fate in this situation. Watching the T-2 carrier starship and T-2 No. 0 blizzard both focus on them, their end was evident at that moment. "Boss, let's surrender," the thin officer said cautiously. "Surrender?" The bearded pirate captain was taken aback. He never expected that this assassination mission he thought was in the bag would end up like this. But continuing this battle was already meaningless. The remaining 6 pirate starships being destroyed was just a matter of time. "Contact that Baron. We are willing to surrender," the bearded pirate captain muttered dejectedly. An hour ago, he never thought he would become a defeated man seeking to surrender to survive. "Captain, the enemy's flagship has sent a communication. They are willing to give up resistance and surrender." Charlotte asked Zhao Chen for his opinion on the T-2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen coldly replied, "We are willing to accept their surrender, but they must immediately shut down all starship engines." Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but still conveyed Captain Zhao Chen's orders. Soon, all 6 starships shut down their engines. Inside the dark starships, those interstellar pirates were contemplating their fate. Imprisoned in a dungeon? Sold into slavery? Or escorted to a mining area, spending their lives mining until death? No matter what, at least they could live for now. "Report. The enemy's 6 starships have shut down all engines," Charlotte reported. At this moment, Zhao Chen suddenly issued an unexpected order. The No. 0 Blizzard and T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starships will immediately attack the remaining 6 pirate starships and destroy them. He coldly watched the 6 pirate starships. The moment they appeared here, their fate was already sealed. Annihilation. Chapter 44. There was no option of surrender the moment they set foot here. Hearing Zhao Chen's order, everyone had different reactions. Zhao Wanner was startled. "They have surrendered. Why do we still need to destroy them?" Zhao Chen's face was cold. "Surrender? When they launched this battle, there was no option for surrender in their fate. If we were the ones defeated at this moment, have you ever thought about what kind of situation we would face if we surrendered?" Zhao Wanner's expression became complex as she thought about that outcome. Perhaps it would be better if they all died in battle. Once captured, she and the female crew on board would face a fate worse than death. Zhao Chen continued, "Just now, I took the time to connect to the communication network of the Xiaolong star system. During the 2 months these interstellar pirates stayed in the Xiaolong star system, they had those nobles send them at least 500 women from various planets. What kind of treatment would these women endure when sent to those pirate starships? You should know very well." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanner bit her lip. "But the textbooks taught us about human rights." "Charlotte, if Zhao Wanner cannot continue to command the battle, then the command of the T-2 Queen Bee will be handed over to you. Continue executing the combat orders," Zhao Chen said coldly. Charlotte replied, "Yes." At this moment, the complicated look in Charlotte's eyes completely vanished, and instead, she strongly agreed with Captain Zhao Chen's decisive order. Having been through many battles, she understood very well that to survive on the interstellar battlefield, one must be ruthless. "Miss, Captain Zhao Chen's order is not wrong. On this battlefield, there cannot be the slightest mercy, especially when facing these bottomless scum. They have no attachments, no bottom line. If they survive, they can do anything. The sins they carry are enough for them to die 100 times. The dirty deeds they have done are beyond your imagination," Charlotte advised Zhao Wanner as she stood beside her. But Zhao Wanner was still worried about the women captured on those pirate starships. Charlotte said solemnly, "For those women, death is actually a kind of liberation." Zhao Wanner took a deep breath and looked at Charlotte. "Can I continue to command the battle?" Charlotte nodded. Zhao Wanner stared at the 6 pirate starships across from her, and at that moment, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. All interstellar drones prepared for the final round of attack. The bearded pirate captain was currently waiting for the enemy's starship to take over their ship. But what he received instead was a swarm of interstellar drones approaching from the distance, as well as the 1,200 mm cannon of the number 0 Blizzard. The vibration from the hull being attacked made the bearded pirate captain immediately realize what was happening. "Zhao Chen, you bastard. You go back on your word. The bearded pirate captain roared in anger, which was his last sound. The next moment, his T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser was hit by the 1,200mm cannon of the No. 0 Blizzard. The other 5 starships also fell under the bombardment. At this point, it was already too late for them to think about restarting their starships. Under the attack of the Zero Storm and the bombardment of the T-2B Queen's interstellar drone fleet, these 6 pirate starships fell one by one. In the end, all of them became wreckage on this battlefield. The battle was over. After a 10-minute rest, Charlotte, please tally the combat consumption of the 2 starships. If there are no issues, we'll head to the core area of the Xiaolong star system in 10 minutes, Zhao Chen said. Most of those nobles live in the core area of the Xiaolong star system. This matter is not finished yet. Yes, Charlotte immediately began her work. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair and let out a long breath. This should be considered his first real star battle. Although the opponent was just interstellar pirates, it was much more exciting than the mock starship duels at the Academy. 2 starships annihilated 35 pirate starships. This result was quite good. Leaning back in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen closed his eyes as if resting. In fact, he had opened the system interface. The reason he wanted to eliminate these interstellar pirates completely was due to the existence of a system mission. Mission content: eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Mission difficulty: C-class mission reward, 3 mission points and 600 points. Mission status: mission completed. Rewards available: yes. It was for this system mission. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the mission rewards, and the 3 mission points and 600 system points were all received. Adding to the quarterly mission he had completed previously, Zhao Chen now had quite a bit of resources. Host: Zhao Chen. Profession: top starship engineer. Special attributes: fleet luck bonus. Inside eye points: 1100 mission points. 8 starship count: 2 mission, none warehouse. T3 Storm Snow class light interstellar, with 8 mission points and a substantial 1100 system points. He could consider redeeming another T2 item soon. Zhao Chen felt a bit excited. As his strength grew, he gradually had the foundation to establish an interstellar fleet. Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted Zhao Chen's thoughts. He opened his eyes and looked at Charlotte on the video window. During this battle, the T2B Queen's hull suffered no damage, losing 107 T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, 39 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 5 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. Ammunition consumption was 67. With no casualties, the T2 Zero Storm's hull armor had an overall damage level of 75, mainly on the port side hull armor, which did not affect the starship's navigation and combat. Ammunition consumption was 46, with no casualties. The total combat loss was valued at 8,000 star coins for the repair of starship armor, the manufacturing of interstellar drones, and ammunition consumption, Charlotte reported. In just 1 hour of combat, 8,000 star coins were consumed. Although it was not much compared to the million star coins Zhao Chen had accumulated, for an ordinary person, this was a fortune they could never save in a lifetime. However, we destroyed 35 starships, including 5 T2 starships, and we can recycle the wreckage of these starships. It is expected to generate a value of 600,000 star coins, Charlotte added, delivering another piece of news that surprised Zhao Chen. 600,000 star coins? So much. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Charlotte explained, although these 35 starships are old, their value is at least around 600,000 star coins if sold. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The pirate fleet originally priced at 6 million star coins could yield about 600,000 star coins from the remaining wreckage. However, the 600,000 star coins are based on our own recycling and melting profits. If sold directly to others, we might only get 300,000 star coins, Charlotte supplemented. By the way, it seems the Xiaolong star system lacks industrial facilities to handle these starship wrecks. Zhao Chen helplessly held his head. After all, the Xiaolong star system is too backward and has nothing. The technological level is entirely stuck at T1 technology. We'll just leave the starship wrecks here for now. After all, no one will steal them. The Zero Storm and T2B Queen were ready to depart, traveling at warp speed to the core area of the Xiaolong star system. It was time to meet my uncles and aunts. They had prepared such a big gift for us to go home. I must reciprocate properly. Zhao Chen's eyes were vacant. With a cold expression, the time to cleanse the Xiaolong star system had come. Although this cleansing might shake the foundations of the Xiaolong star system, as many families were involved in its interests. Chapter 45. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. The Xiaolong star system has a total of 1 star, 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, 77 satellites, and over 400 periodic comets. Based on the habitability index, It is divided into three categories: high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and marginally habitable planets. High-quality habitable planets are, as the name suggests, very suitable for life due to natural environmental conditions or transformations. Low-quality habitable planets indicate that there are some life-threatening factors on the planet, but it is still suitable for life. Marginally habitable planets are more complex. Some interstellar races can live on them, while most interstellar races can only barely survive if equipped with special devices or by building small artificial habitable cities under energy shields. The Xiaolong star system is resource poor. It has only one high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 marginally habitable planets. These habitable planets include planets, dwarf planets, satellites, and asteroids. The Xiaolong star system has a population of 500 million, of which 99 are human, and the rest are humanoid interstellar races. The main star of the Xiaolong star system is called the Xiaolong main star. The Xiaolong main star is the planet where most of the nobles live and is the only high-quality habitable planet here. Today, the entire Xiaolong main star was surrounded by a strange atmosphere. All space elevators were out of service, and starships in the near-Earth orbital spaceport of the Xiaolong main star were not allowed to depart. These orders seemed to announce that something significant was happening. In the Bao family's mansion, the family head was sitting in a chair in the hall, surrounded by anxious descendants of the Bao family waiting. Head of the family, can we attack the Zhao family mansion now? One of the Bao descendants couldn't help but speak up. The family head closed his eyes and said solemnly, no rush. Without news from Longwei Star, not a single starship, mecha, or soldier from our Bao family is allowed to move. Seeing the calm Bao family head, many members of the Bao family thought he was too cautious. The worthless baron was probably already dead. Why waste time here? But without the family head's permission, no one dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the Bao family mansion was the area with the best environment on the Xiaolong main star, which was also the location of the Zhao family mansion. The Zhao family mansion did not have a technological feel. Instead, it was built with wooden structures on the mountains, exuding an ancient charm. In this quiet mansion, all the Zhao family members looked pale. Some had already begun to weep. It's over, it's over. Our Zhao family is done for today. I should have followed my cousin to move out of the Xiaolong star system. Wandering in a foreign land is better than waiting to die here. Poor my child, born just to suffer this fate. An elderly woman leaning on a dragon-headed cane slowly walked out, striking the ground heavily with her cane. What kind of pathetic state is this, Zhao family children? The elderly woman scolded. Accompanying her was a red-haired woman. Old Madame Zhao. The Bao family and the Cui family have completely sealed off the entire Xiaolong main star and have taken control of the patrol fleet. There are also rumors that they have hired pirate fleets to ambush Zhao Chen and Zhao Waner. This is clearly an attempt to annihilate our Zhao family. A middle-aged man said helplessly. The communications of the entire Xiaolong main star have been blocked, and even if we want to seek help, it's like calling out to the heavens and getting no response. Our Zhao family is doomed today. Another woman, holding her child, cried bitterly. Old Madame Zhao looked at the group and was furious. Old Madame, your health is not good. You should go back to your room to rest, a red-haired woman said. Jiang Hong, are you still unable to contact Xiao Xia? Old Madame Zhao whispered. The red-haired woman shook her head. I still can't contact the young lady. What about the second and third? You said they insisted on coming back, but I advised them not to return, Old Madame Zhao asked. The red-haired woman hesitated. I did try to persuade them, but after that last communication, there has been no news. I don't know what the situation is now. Xiao Hong, you were originally hiding your identity. Now that you are openly appearing in the Zhao family, Old Madame Zhao is somewhat worried about the woman in front of her. My mission was to protect the Zhao family. Jiang Hong's life was saved by the young lady, so I must fulfill this mission. Today, I will share the fate of the Zhao family, the red-haired woman said without changing her expression. This red-haired woman is Jiang Hong, the secret lookout left in the Xiaolong star system by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Knowing that the lookout's mission is no longer important, she resolutely came to the Zhao family, preparing for a final showdown. Alas, who would have thought that our Zhao family would fall to this state? Back then, my father. Old Madame Zhao coughed violently a few times, and Jiang Hong was about to help her back to the house. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded from above. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw a starship falling from the atmosphere, engulfed in flames, with visible damage on its hull. That is a T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate. Jiang Hong recognized the crashing starship at a glance. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate crashed into the distant sea, causing massive waves that formed a tsunami sweeping towards the surroundings. Fortunately, there were no populated areas near the tsunami. What is going on? The Zhao family members were astonished. Look, it seems like there is fierce fighting in space. The sharp-eyed Zhao family members noticed the red flashes occasionally appearing outside the atmosphere. Who is fighting outside the Xianglong main star? This was a question on everyone's mind. Could it be that the interstellar pirates have fallen out with the Bao family and the Chui family, and that's why they're fighting? Someone murmured. Activate the energy shield of the Zhao family mansion. The battle mechas immediately entered combat positions. Jiang Hong stepped forward at this moment and gave the orders. Soon, a light screen enveloped the entire Zhao family mansion. Implementing energy shield technology on the ground is quite simple, but moving it onto a starship is a revolutionary technology. 30 T-1 battle mechas appeared around the Zhao family mansion, representing the last combat strength of the Zhao family, although they would have little chance against an incoming starship. Look, something is entering the atmosphere. Someone exclaimed. A huge figure was slowly entering the atmosphere, its size about 300 or 400 meters. It looks like a starship. Someone recognized the shape. It seems to be an aircraft carrier starship. As that figure entered the atmosphere, everyone finally got a clear view of its true form. But now everyone was even more puzzled. They had never seen this starship before. Why did it appear in the Xianglong main star? Suddenly, a voice echoed across the land like thunder. It came from that aircraft carrier starship. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. Chapter 46. If the living can't be invited. Then the dead will do. As the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship entered the atmosphere of the Xianglong main star, several interstellar drones were deployed. The combat power of these interstellar drones is overwhelming on the surface. Ordinary battle mechas are no match for them. They can easily circle the planet in 10 minutes. On the bridge of the T-2 Queen B, a list was placed in front of Zhao Wanner. This was the task Zhao Chen had given her, after the T-2 Queen B entered the Xianglong main star, to invite all the people on the list to the Zhao family mansion. Zhao Wanner remembered a line Zhao Chen had said, if the living can't be invited, then the dead will do. This list naturally contained all the families that supported the Bao and Chui families in this assassination plan. The interstellar drones that had just been deployed were heading towards these families' mansions. They were there to invite people. Sister Charlotte, the starship will be under your command in a moment. I will take the shuttle to the Zhao family mansion, Zhao Wanner said. Okay, just leave it to me. Charlotte nodded. But just in case, I will arrange a team of interstellar drones to follow you remotely for your safety. All right. Zhao Wanner left the bridge and went to the hangar to board the shuttle. The shuttle is a type of small interstellar transport ship, generally capable of carrying about 3 to 10 people, with very limited cargo space and unable to conduct long-distance interstellar travel. However, because interstellar warships cannot land after entering a planet's atmosphere, they typically switch to shuttles to reach their final destination. The shuttle is small, about the size of a car, and fits comfortably within the starship. At this moment, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle away from the T-2 Queen B, looking at the familiar scenery on the surface of the planet, and soon arrived at a quiet valley. From a distance, she could see a mansion nestled among the mountains, surrounded by a layer of light. That is her destination, the Zhao family mansion. Zhao Wanner's shuttle hovered outside the light barrier, and within the barrier, battle mechas were aiming their weapons at her. I am Zhao Wanner, the third young lady of the Zhao family. The situation is under our control. You can lower the energy shield now, Zhao Wanner shouted through the shuttle's loudspeaker. But there was no response for a long time. It seemed they were still suspicious of Zhao Wanner's identity. Zhao Wanner had no choice but to set the shuttle to auto-hover mode. Then opened the front hatch and stood up, allowing those inside the light barrier to see her clearly. Before long, the light barrier was lowered. It really is the third young lady. The third young lady has actually returned? I saw the third young lady's shuttle seem to have flown down from that aircraft carrier starship. Could it be that the third young lady brought reinforcements? Inside the Zhao family mansion courtyard, the Zhao family members, who were initially filled with fear, were now surprised and puzzled by the current situation. Seeing the light barrier close, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle directly into the courtyard of the Zhao family mansion. She stepped out of the shuttle. The Zhao family members immediately surrounded her. Miss Wanner, what is going on? What about that aircraft carrier starship? Third young lady, something big has happened in the Xianglong star system. The Bao family and the Chui family are going to betray us and even attempt to attack you. Zhao Wanner looked at the Zhao family members surrounding her and said directly, the situation is basically under control now. As long as everyone stays in the Zhao family mansion, there is no danger. Wanner, what is going on? I heard that the Bao family and the Chui family hired an interstellar pirate fleet to attack you and Chener. How did you end up here? Did you not encounter that group of interstellar pirates? Old Madame Zhao walked out, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, and the Zhao family members who had been surrounding Zhao Wanner immediately fell silent. My brother and I were piloting 2 starships. We have completely annihilated that group of interstellar pirate fleets near Longway Star, Zhao Chen said. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Zhao family was in an uproar. The interstellar pirate fleet has been wiped out? I heard that this group of interstellar pirates had a total of 35 starships, including 5 T2 class starships. How could just 2 starships defeat them? This is impossible. Most people did not believe Zhao Wanner's words. In fact, if she hadn't experienced it herself, she probably wouldn't have believed it either. There was no time to explain now. My brother was busy commanding the T-20 storm to eliminate the starships following the Bao and Chui families outside the Xiaolong main star. He asked me to command the T-2B Queen to take control of the Xiaolong main star first. Don't worry, second aunt, everything is under our control, Zhao Wanner said respectfully, looking at the elderly lady from the Zhao family. This elderly lady actually held a higher status than Zhao Chen, the lord, because she was Zhao Chen's grandfather's younger sister. However, due to personal reasons, she never married and has lived to this day, still in good health. Chenner is back? He is commanding starship battles? The elderly lady was surprised. The surrounding Zhao family members also looked somewhat astonished. It should be known that he was the useless baron everyone in the Xiaolong star system knew, who had no abilities other than reading a bit. Now he was actually commanding starship battles? Don't be ridiculous. Zhao Wanner noticed the expressions of those around her, and her face darkened. Second aunt, please wait a moment. My brother will be here soon, Zhao Wanner said. This wait lasted nearly half an hour. At this moment, everyone witnessed an astonishing scene. 2 interstellar warships simultaneously fell from the atmosphere, their hulls burning and showing signs of damage, with one ship even having a very obvious large hole. It seemed to be the starships of the Bao and Chui families. Those are T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers and T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruisers. Someone recognized the 2 starships and exclaimed. As these 2 starships fell, they crashed into a desert and a mountain range, creating a large shockwave upon impact. But they did not affect the Zhao family residents. Just as the Zhao family members were still astonished by this event, a shuttle unexpectedly landed at the Zhao family residence. This shuttle was larger than the one Zhao Wanner had. The cabin door opened, and a team of female soldiers in combat uniforms emerged. Following them was a man familiar to everyone in the Zhao family, Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. The female soldiers, armed with laser guns, escorted Zhao Chen through the crowd of Zhao family members, their sharp eyes filled with killing intent, causing the Zhao family members to instinctively part ways. Zhao Chen ignored the other Zhao family members and walked straight to the elderly lady, kneeling on one knee and clenching his fists. Unfilial descendant Zhao Chen has arrived late, causing second aunt to be alarmed. Chapter 47. Butcher Zhao Chen. If we were to say who Zhao Chen respected and was closest to in the Zhao family, it would be the second aunt in front of him. When Zhao Chen was old enough to remember, his parents had already passed away. He only had a cold older sister and a baby sister. Aside from that, most of the Zhao family members considered Zhao Chen to be superfluous, as his birth forced the Zhao family's eldest daughter, who could have become the head of the Zhao family and baron of the Xiaolong star system, to leave home. Throughout Zhao Chen's childhood, it was the second aunt who took care of him, like a real grandmother or mother. Get up, get up. You are now a baron. How can you kneel before this old woman? The elderly lady hurriedly helped Zhao Chen up, looking at the young man with deep affection. It's been over a year since we last met, and you've grown taller and stronger. After Zhao Chen was helped up, he assisted the elderly lady towards the house. You are getting older. You shouldn't be wandering around outside at this time. Let me help you back inside. At this time, how can I rest easy? I just heard Wanner say that you wiped out the interstellar pirate fleet and are now clearing the remnants of the Bao and Chui family starships? The elderly lady asked with concern. Zhao Chen replied, it's all taken care of. The 35 starships of the Sanzhua Snake interstellar pirate fleet have been completely annihilated near Longway Star. The 16 starships controlled by the Bao and Chui families, including 2 T2 starships and 7 T1 starships, have been destroyed by our fleet. The remaining 7 T1 starships have all surrendered. With the loss of their fleet, the Bao and Chui families can no longer stir up any trouble. Hearing Zhao Chen casually announce this, the Zhao family members were deeply shocked. What was initially a crisis that had affected the Xiaolong main star for 2 months, making the Zhao family members feel like disaster was imminent, was now resolved in just a few words from Zhao Chen. Jiang Hong, help me contact all the nobles of the Xiaolong star system. Within 5 hours, have all the clan leaders come to the Zhao family residence to see me, and say this is the Baron's order. Anyone who dares not to come will bear the consequences. Zhao Chen looked at Jiang Hong, whom he was meeting for the first time, and directly issued the order without any hesitation. Jiang Hong was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced at Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner said, Jiang Hong, do as my brother says. Yes. Jiang Hong began to handle the matter. Chener, are you planning to deal with this matter? The elderly lady sensed the implication in Zhao Chen's words. Zhao Chen nodded. The elderly lady continued to ask, may this old woman speak a few more words. What do you plan to do? The Xiaolong star system has been decaying for many years. It is time for a thorough cleansing, Zhao Chen said. The elderly lady looked at Zhao Chen, and with her dry hand, she stroked Zhao Chen's cheek. You've grown up. Our Chener has truly grown up. Go do what you need to do. No matter what you do, you are our Zhao family's baron, and your grandmother supports you. Grandma, the scene later may not be suitable for you to see. Why don't you step aside? Zhao Chen said with some concern. The elderly lady laughed heartily, gripping her dragon-headed cane. Chener, do whatever you want. I've lived over 100 years. What kind of scene haven't I seen? You probably don't know that when your grandfather became the Lord, I was the deputy commander of the fleet in the Xiaolong star system. I will sit here today and watch how our Chener cleans up the house. Warner, help me bring that chair over. Zhao Warner looked at her brother, unsure of when it began. But the brother she once looked down upon had now become her pillar of support. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Warner went inside and brought out a redwood dragon-patterned chair, which was very old and showed signs of cracks and fading. This was left by Zhao Chen's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family. The elderly lady loved this redwood dragon-patterned chair the most. Holding her dragon-headed cane, the elderly lady sat in the redwood dragon-patterned chair. At that moment, a squadron of interstellar drones appeared in the distant sky, and it seemed they were dangling something below them. Then, a horrifying scene appeared before the Zhao family members. Several corpses were directly dropped into the Zhao family courtyard by these interstellar drones, and a voice came from the drones, reporting to the captain. The Chui family members were obstinate and attempted to resist. According to your instructions, the Chui family residence has been destroyed, and all 225 members of the Chui family have been killed. These were the corpses of the head of the Chui family and several high-ranking members. The Chui family? Some Zhao family members stared carefully at the corpses on the ground, and upon seeing a bloody head, they confirmed it was indeed the head of the Chui family. Some women and children were already covering their mouths and retching. The stench of blood assaulted their senses. That old thing from the Chui family should have died long ago. A traitor who eats inside while digging outside. If it weren't for my father taking in their ancestor and giving him a meal, there would be no Chui family in the Xiaolong star system. Bah! The elderly lady looked at the bloody scene before her, unfazed, and instead scolded the people of the Chui family. After that, several batches of interstellar drones arrived one after another, either carrying corpses or live people. The live ones were also tied up in nets and dropped directly from several meters high into the Zhao family's courtyard, basically left with barely a breath. The Zhao family looked at these people being sent over, and without exception, they all supported the Chui and Bao families' noble forces, both openly and secretly. Suddenly, a person being hoisted by an interstellar drone attracted everyone's attention. It was Bao Daxian, the head of the Bao family. Bao Daxian was covered in blood, his eyes vacant, looking completely disoriented. Like the previous individuals, he was heavily thrown onto the ground. Head of the Bao family, long time no see, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Looking at Bao Daxian, who was thrown down like a heap of mud. Upon seeing the person in front of him, Bao Daxian instantly erupted in fury, shouting, Zhao Chen, you beast, you devil. You actually slaughtered my entire clan. I will never let you go, even if I become a ghost. Hearing Bao Daxian's words, the Zhao family felt a tremor in their hearts. Another noble from the Xiaolong family had been almost entirely wiped out. Bao Daxian, I've discovered that your skin is truly thick. Who was it that planned the assassination, wanting to kill me and Zhao Warner, who secretly organized ground troops, ready to seize control of the Zhao family residence as soon as news of my death arrived? Zhao Chen mocked. Bao Daxian was left speechless, but he glared at Zhao Chen in anger, wishing he could tear him to pieces. However, his legs were broken, leaving him with no chance for revenge. Find a pillar and tie up the head of the Bao family. The corpses too, tie them up. Throw them all on the ground. What if they catch a chill? Zhao Chen said lightly. Soon, the head of the Bao family, once one of the three great nobles of the Xiaolong star system, was tied to a pillar like livestock. The old lady of the Zhao family watched Zhao Chen's actions, but remained silent, even sipping tea several times. At this moment, a shuttle arrived outside the Zhao family residence. But due to the interception by interstellar drones, the shuttle could only stop outside the courtyard. Report, the head of the Jiang family has arrived. A servant of the Zhao family reported. The Jiang family was the only surviving family among the three great families of the Xiaolong star system. And it was also the family of Zhao Chen's fiancée, Jiang Shasha. Chapter 48. Zhao Chen's death lists the old master of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiong. was currently walking into the Zhao family residence with his 2 children. Dad, did you just say that 2 starships wiped out the interstellar pirate fleet? Is that true? Jiang Xiong's son, Jiang Ziwen, quietly asked. Jiang Shasha, standing beside him, looked extremely pale, biting her lip as if lost in thought. The battlefield is at Longwei Star. We have our collateral relatives there, and the news is absolutely true. The wreckage of those interstellar pirate starships is still drifting outside Longwei Star, Jiang Xiong said solemnly. Sister, were those 2 starships Zhao Chen's? Where did Zhao Chen get such powerful starships? Jiang Ziwen asked curiously. Jiang Shasha recalled the images of the 2 starships her father had shown her earlier, one of which was the aircraft carrier floating 20,000 kilometers above them. One was called Zero Number Blizzard, which Zhao Chen used to win the starship duel at the North Star Military Academy. I haven't seen the other aircraft carrier starship, so I'm not sure, Jiang Shasha said quietly. Suddenly, a wave of bloodiness hit them. Just as they were wondering where the bloody smell from the Zhao family residence was coming from, the scene before them made their pupils dilate. Stone pillars stood in the Zhao family courtyard, each tied with a person, some alive, some half-dead, and some already lifeless corpses. They recognized the identities of these people. Among them were the head of the Bao family and the head of the Chui family. Passing through this grove of stone pillars, the 3 Jiang family members reached the Zhao family members. Jiang Shasha looked at the man before her. He was unfamiliar. Although his appearance was familiar, his gaze and expression, along with the aura he exuded, made her feel that the Zhao Chen she had known for over 20 years was entirely different from the one before her. Jiang Xiong from the Jiang family, accompanied by my children Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha, has come to pay respects to the Baron. Jiang Xiong first bowed to Zhao Chen. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha followed suit. Uncle Jiang, you came very early, Zhao Chen said with a smile, looking at Jiang Xiong. As soon as I received the news from the Baron, I rushed over immediately, not daring to delay, Jiang Xiong said, lowering his head in a humble and honest manner. Do you know about the betrayal of the Bao and Chui families? Zhao Chen asked directly, throwing out a main point. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing they were like a knife at their throats. I know, Jiang Xiong replied. Then were you involved? Zhao Chen asked flatly. No, Jiang Xiong replied. If you weren't involved, then what were you doing during this time? Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiong. I only learned about the betrayal of the Bao and Chui families a month ago, but at that time, the Xiaolong main star had already been controlled by them. The starships under my command were also forcibly requisitioned. I did not wish to associate with them, but I was powerless to stop them. So I could only watch everything happen. Fortunately, the Baron is safe and resolved the crisis. Jiang Xiong changed his tone, kneeling on one knee, but I know that as a subordinate, being ineffective during the betrayal of the Bao and Chui families is equivalent to being an accomplice. I, Jiang Xiong, am willing to accept any punishment from the Baron, just asking for the Baron to spare my wife and children. Jiang Shasha looked worriedly at her father, then at the unfamiliar man. You did nothing wrong. I do not blame you for this matter. First, take your children to the side. After that, I will hold a noble meeting for the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen directly shifted the topic, not punishing the Jiang family for this matter. Time passed little by little. The number of corpses and prisoners in the Zhao family courtyard increased, and the number of noble leaders arriving in response to the news also grew. Each person who arrived was shocked by the bloody scene in the Zhao family courtyard. Everyone is here. Jiang Hong walked up to Zhao Chen and whispered. Zhao Chen looked around the Zhao family courtyard, apart from the living and dead people tied to the pillars. All the nobles big and small in the Xiaolong star system had gathered, totaling around 20 to 30 people. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the Jiang family, the last remaining of the 3 great families. I have dealt with the betrayal of the Bao and Chui families. All who participated are tied to those stone pillars. Zhao Chen pointed to the bloody pillars. I know that many of you used to not submit to me as your lord, thinking I was useless. Zhao Chen spread his hands. It doesn't matter. I truly don't care. You can discuss me however you like behind my back. If you think I am unworthy of being your lord, you are welcome to leave the Xiaolong star system and seek development elsewhere. I, Zhao Chen, will not stop you. Zhao Chen's expression changed, not angry but imposing. However, I detest those who speak one way and act another behind my back. Since they have chosen this path, they must pay the price for their choices. Jiang Hong, at your command, Jiang Hong stepped forward. Zhao Chen took out a list. The families on this list, all those still alive, will be imprisoned. The leaders will be executed, and the remaining family members will be sent to the mines for indefinite labor. The people present looked at Zhao Chen's list, all showing expressions of horror. That was a death list. As for the families not on the list, you all know in your hearts how many of you are truly innocent. I have not cared about what small disturbances you have caused in the past. From today onwards. Please remember, this Xiaolong star system belongs to the Zhao family. If you are unwilling, you may leave. Otherwise, I'm really worried that one day you will also appear on these stone pillars. Zhao Chen turned around, his back to the crowd. All right, the meeting ends here. Second grandma. It's getting late. We should go for dinner. I've prepared dinner for you. You'll definitely like it. Zhao Chen smiled as he helped the old lady Zhao into the main house, completely different from the Grim Reaper-like Zhao Chen from earlier. The group left behind in the courtyard exchanged glances. It was unclear who moved first, but one by one, they lowered their heads and left the Zhao family residence. On the Jiang family shuttle. Get ready, we are migrating as a family, Jiang Xiong said in a deep voice. Migrating as a family? Why? We have quite a few assets in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Ziwen was surprised. Jiang Xiong sighed and said, Didn't you hear what Zhao Chen meant earlier? He was warning us. If we don't obediently hand over these assets, our Jiang family will become the third Bao family and Shui family. Without assets, we can start over. Moreover, I've already made arrangements in other star systems over the years. As an interstellar merchant, one must understand the principle of having multiple hiding places. But do we really have to leave? Shasha is Zhao Chen's fiancée. Given the relationship between our two families, we could wholeheartedly support Zhao Chen. And perhaps we could be one person beneath him and thousands above in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Ziwen said dreamily. Hearing this, Jiang Shasha lowered her head even further. Jiang Xiong looked at his daughter and said coldly, Don't you know what your sister has been doing at the North Star Military Academy? Our bond with the Zhao family has long ended. If we participate in the rebellion of the Bao and Shui families this time, Zhao Chen will not hesitate to tie us to those stone pillars. While we still have a choice, let's leave here while we can. Jiang Xiong looked through the shuttle window at the direction of the Zhao family. The Zhao family has grown up. Chapter 49, Building a New City on the Ruins. In the following days, Zhao Chen gathered 71 starships that had surrendered. Previously, Zhao Chen had instructed Charlotte to purchase 500 half-orc slaves in one go at the Arctic Fox starport, with 100 arranged on the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, including the 100 half-orc slaves purchased earlier at the North Star Military Academy, with 50 arranged to work on the Zero Storm. So there were still 450 half-orc female crew members without formal positions. They were temporarily assigned to take over these T-1 starships, responsible for maintaining order in the Xiaolong star system, and to collect the wreckage of the 35 Three-Claw interstellar pirate fleet ships from the battlefield near Longwei Star. All this made the Xiaolong star system seem to have returned to calm. Everything appeared normal. But the truth was, the Xiaolong star system had undergone tremendous changes. Although it was originally a lord family, the Zhao family, which had been marginalized, completely took control of the Xiaolong star system overnight. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier led interstellar drones and some of the Zhao family's battle mechs to take control of all the family assets on the death list. As these families had all been defined as rebels, and their family assets and properties were confiscated by the Lord, just dealing with this took nearly a week. Second young master, this is the property we looted from those rebellious nobles in the past few days, and all their assets have been taken over by us. And production has completely resumed, Jiang Hong reported to Zhao Chen. Compared to Zhao Warner, Charlotte, and others, no one was more suitable than Jiang Hong to handle matters in the Xiaolong star system. Previously, she was just a small leader in the trade department. But thanks to her connections in the Xiaolong star system, she was very familiar with everything inside and out. Zhao Chen entrusted all these affairs to Jiang Hong, who did not refuse. After all, her task was to safeguard the Zhao family's foundation. At this moment, they were in Zhao Chen's temporary office in the Zhao family residence. How much valuable property is there? Zhao Chen asked. A total of over 600,000 star coins, Jiang Hong said. Zhao Chen was quite shocked. Over 600,000 star coins? These guys really know how to line their own pockets. They managed to accumulate so much wealth. Jiang Hong continued. In addition, including the Jiang family, dozens of noble families have migrated out of the Xiaolong star system within this week. The assets left by those families have all been collected by us. And some things they couldn't take with them naturally also became ours. That part is worth another 100,000 star coins. Another 100,000 star coins. This time, that's 700,000 star coins. Zhao Chen couldn't be happier. His T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was finally within reach. Second young master. Are you really letting the Jiang family and those noble families leave? Is that appropriate? Your previous list has already cleaned out half of the noble forces in the Xiaolong star system, including the two giants, the Bao family and the Chui family. Now even the Jiang family has left, taking away a group of noble families. Currently, there are less than 20 of the noble families remaining in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Hong looked at Zhao Chen with some concern. Allowing those noble families to leave was indeed a significant loss for the Xiaolong star system. Those who are willing to stay will naturally remain without us saying anything. Those who want to leave, it's useless for us to stop them. Zhao Chen said calmly. This way, it's better to leave cleanly. Otherwise, I would have to watch them pretending to be loyal and would be unable to resist cutting off their heads. Jiang Hong frowned. Second young master. Have you considered the Xiaolong star system? After all this turmoil, the already thin foundation of the Xiaolong star system has become even thinner. The Xiaolong star system was already a mess. Could it get any worse? Zhao Chen spread his hands and said frankly, rather than being entangled with the chaotic Zhao family, it's better to start fresh. Building a city on the ruins is far easier than transforming a decaying city. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong turned their gaze to see the old lady Zhao walking out with a cane. What a great idea to build a new city on the ruins. What a fresh start. Jiang Hong, I believe what Chinner said is right. Rather than wasting time with those families, it's better to drive them all away and start over. Seeing that the old lady Zhao said so, Jiang Hong had no way to refute, but she still disagreed with Zhao Chen's approach. Second grandma, why are you out again? Zhao Chen stepped forward and helped the old lady Zhao to sit down. I just came to see. I heard that you will be leaving the Xiaolong star system soon to return to the North Star Military Academy? The old lady Zhao looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Yes, it is already late September, and the academy starts in early October. We need 2 weeks to traverse the boundary space outside the Xiaolong star system. Although I have already taken leave, the academy's assessments are strict. If I don't complete the required academic assessments, I won't be able to pass at the end of the term. Indeed, academics are important. It's a pity that our Xiaolong star system doesn't have a stargate. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient, the old lady Zhao sighed. The absence of a stargate has always been a hardship for the Xiaolong star system. The existing stargate technology requires a dual star system to build a stargate. The Xiaolong star system only has one star, so it cannot build a stargate. Second grandma, don't worry. Our Xiaolong star system will soon have our own stargate. When that time comes, if you miss me and Wanner, just let us know, and we will rush back to see you, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Stargate. This is an insurmountable hurdle in Zhao Chen's construction of the Xiaolong star system plan. In the T2 items of the system mall, there are no technological advancements that meet the requirements. The only option is to upgrade them all to T3 and place hope in those T3 items. Haha. It would be great if that day really comes. Old lady Zhao chuckled but did not take it seriously. After some casual chatting, she patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Chinner, you have grown up. Do whatever you want to do without hesitation. Your second grandmother supports you. You just said that the current situation in the Xiaolong star system is a mess. How much worse can it get? Zhao Chen nodded. After old lady Zhao left, only Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong remained in the room. Jiang Hong, I know you've always been unconvinced by me. You think the person sitting in the position of Lord of the Xiaolong star system should be my elder sister, right? Zhao Chen looked at Jiang Hong, who had a cold expression. Jiang Hong replied without changing her expression. Yes. I don't need you to acknowledge me, as long as you're genuinely for the Xiaolong star system. Whether you're loyal to me or to my elder sister, it's all the same, Zhao Chen said. Jiang Hong remained silent. Zhao Chen stared at her. Wanner and I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. I will leave you with 200 half-orc crew members. And you can have those 71 starships to command as you wish. All matters of the Xiaolong star system will be handled by you. Before I leave, I will announce that you are the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. Seeing you is like seeing me. Jiang Hong was surprised. She did not expect Zhao Chen to make such arrangements. Knowing that her loyalty was not to him, he was still willing to hand over the Xiaolong star system to her. Chapter 50. I want to achieve food freedom during this time. Zhao Chen was also observing Jiang Hong and learned about her background. Jiang Hong was a little girl found by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family while she was out playing in other star systems. At that time, she was lying on her dead mother's body in a daze. She wanted to cry but was too hungry to make a sound. It was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family who took Jiang Hong in and buried her mother. From then on, the eldest daughter treated Jiang Hong like a younger sister, teaching her to read and write and imparting various knowledge to her. Gradually, Jiang Hong's talent began to show. She learned many things quickly and was very skilled in management. In fact, over the years, many affairs of the Xiaolong star system were managed by Jiang Hong in secret for the Zhao family, with orders conveyed by old lady Zhao. Zhao Chen was merely a nominal lord. The eldest daughter had long since left him to manage things. Over time, Jiang Hong became very adept at handling various matters. The most important point was her absolute loyalty to the Zhao family, or rather, to the Zhao family that raised the eldest daughter. Now that Zhao Chen had no available talents by his side, he could not stay in the Xiaolong star system as it was too impoverished. Charlotte was a general who could command starships in battle, but letting her govern the Xiaolong star system was out of the question. Thus, Zhao Chen chose Jiang Hong, the woman who did not acknowledge him. Are you willing to take care of the Xiaolong star system for me? Jiang Hong asked her question. Zhao Chen nodded. I trust you to handle it. Jiang Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Chen then began to outline his plans. For the Xiaolong star system to rise and prosper, 3 opportunities are needed. First, stargates. A star system without stargates has no prospects for development. This issue cannot be resolved in the short term, but I will find a way. Second, industry. The Xiaolong star system has only had low-level T1 technological industries, which can only maintain self-sufficiency. In fact, whenever unexpected situations occur on those planets, people often starve to death. If I remember correctly, the Galactic Alliance has a rating system based on the living conditions of a star system, from 0 to 10, right? Our Xiaolong star system has a rating of only 0. 3. It's below the average of 5. Therefore, we must develop a promising industry that has advantages for external trade. Only then can we draw funds from the outside to build the Xiaolong star system. I already have a plan for this, but it requires some preparation time. Third, a new order. Most of the old nobles are either dead or gone. The Xiaolong star system now needs a new order. Although I'm not fond of those nobles, we still need the existence of some large families. Your task during this time is to re-establish the order of the Xiaolong star system, centered around the Zhao family, which can elevate the status of some loyal small families or support the establishment of some loyal families anew. I believe you can handle this task, right? Hearing Zhao Chen ramble on about these points, Jiang Hong thought the first 2 were fanciful and completely unachievable. However, the third point was the only one she agreed with. The Xiaolong star system was in dire need of a new order system. The task given to me by the eldest daughter is to keep the Xiaolong star system safe and protect the Zhao family while she is away. Jiang Hong coldly looked at Zhao Chen. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the eldest daughter. This woman still had to act proud at this time. After a simple agreement was reached, Jiang Hong left. Zhao Chen used a handheld terminal to project a holographic map of the Xiaolong star system, gazing at this star system. Zhao Chen raised his hand, as if to caress the starry sky. Since this was your wish before, let me fulfill it for you. Zhao Chen seemed to be speaking to someone, a faint smile on his face. He then opened the system page. Host, Zhao Chen occupation, top starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck value bonus. Eye of insight points, 1100 task points, 8 number of starships, 2 tasks, none warehouse, T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint, T1 Wolf Laos class medium interstellar destroyer technical blueprint, T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier starship technical blueprint, T2 Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship technical blueprint. Now, there are 1100 system points and 8 task points. Let us take a look at the conditions for upgrading the system mall. T2 system mall upgrade conditions first. Exchange for 2 T2 level items. 12. Second, complete 2 C-level system tasks. 12. Third, spend 2,000 system points to upgrade the mall. 1100 2000. Zhao Chen's face darkened. It seemed that his savings were completely insufficient to upgrade the T2 system mall. Forget it. Let us complete the upgrade conditions one by one. The third item cannot be rushed. The second item SC-level tasks depend on luck. Then let us tackle the first item first and exchange for 2 T2 level items. The previous exchange for T2 Queen Bee already counted as 1 T2 item, and now just 1 more is needed. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had already planned this out. I remember I saw something before. Where was it? Zhao Chen rummaged through the T2 items section of the system mall. Finally, he found a product he had seen before. T2 Bronze Eden class starship technical blueprint. Due to not having exchanged it yet, he couldn't see the detailed data, but he could see a brief introduction. T2 Bronze Eden class starship. Auxiliary starship capable of developing and operating agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing indefinitely without resource consumption. In simple terms, this is an interstellar farm, ranch, forest, and fishery, and it has no cost. Do you want to consume 400 system points and 3 task points to exchange for the T2 Bronze Eden class starship technical blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations. You have obtained the T2 Bronze Eden class starship technical blueprint. You have remaining system points, 700 points. You have remaining task points, 5 points. Zhao Chen immediately began to review the data on this starship. The T2 Bronze Eden, as introduced, is an auxiliary starship capable of interstellar travel. It can utilize nutrients transformed from cosmic particles to cultivate agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery indefinitely within the starship. In simple terms, It can grow food and raise livestock without consuming any resources. This technology has been researched by the Galactic Alliance as well. But its cost-effectiveness far exceeds the cost of growing crops on planets, and it has not been commercialized or mass-produced until now. However, Zhao Chen's situation is different. The cost of a single T2 Bronze Eden is only 3 million star coins. In comparison, it may seem a bit expensive, as the T2 Queen Bee only costs 1.5 million star coins, making the difference twofold. The key point is that the monthly crop yield from a T2 Bronze Eden is equivalent to a market value of around 1 million star coins. Depending on the type of crop cultivated, this yield can satisfy the living needs of at least 1 million people. By this calculation, constructing 500 T2 Bronze Edens could eliminate the food crisis in the Xiaolong star system. Natural crop food has always been hard currency in interstellar trade. In the future, it could also become an important part of the Xiaolong star system's interstellar trade. This is also why Zhao Chen had a plan, as he mentioned to Jiang Hong earlier. His plan is to achieve food freedom. Chapter 51. The Female Soldier's Uniform T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship Bridge. This is Zhao Chen's first time stepping onto the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee. Aside from when it was built, it is much more spacious than the bridge of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen looked around and directly sat in the captain's chair. Zhao Wanner, the nominal captain of the T2 Queen Bee, didn't say much. After all, this is Zhao Chen's starship. Shall we set off early? Let's travel to the Arctic Fox star system at the fastest warp speed? Zhao Wanner asked Zhao Chen. Yes, this time we don't need to wait for the Zero Storm. We'll set off first and meet at the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen replied. Did you bring everything I told you to take? Zhao Wanner said. The supplies worth 700,000 star coins that we looted from the nobles are already in the storage compartment of the T2 Queen Bee. Additionally, the wreckage of the three-clawed snake interstellar pirate fleet is being transported to the Arctic Fox star system by the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is all funding for building starships. I didn't expect you to really let the Jiang family go. Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Zhao Chen smiled and said, what else? Should I wipe out the Jiang family too? According to Jiang Hong's intelligence, the Jiang family knew about the plans of the Bao and Shui families, but they have always been bystanders, not participating. I need to establish authority in the Xiaolong star system, so I eliminated the Bao and Shui families and other families. However, no one wants a lord who kills for no reason. Killing too many is more harmful than beneficial. So, I won't touch the Jiang family. But I can make them roll out of my territory. Zhao Wanner nodded in understanding. She originally thought that Zhao Chen might take this opportunity to deal with Jiang Shash's family. Yet, Zhao Chen never mentioned Jiang Shash's name from beginning to end. Let's get ready to depart. Zhao Chen stepped into the sleep chamber early. The sleep chamber of the T2 Queen Bee is much better than that of the Zero Storm. Aesthetically pleasing, more comfortable to lie in, and even the blue liquid injected has a faint fragrance. Gradually, Zhao Chen began to doze off. The T2 Queen Bee then entered warp travel mode, preparing to traverse the interstellar boundary space to the Arctic Fox star system. Arctic Fox Starport. Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the responsible personnel of the Arctic Fox Starport, IDCC-11. It's a great honor to serve you again. The woman smiled and greeted from the video window. Please arrange another starship workshop like the previous one, reserving it for 2 months for now. Additionally, I will give you a raw materials order worth 2 million star coins. Please help me procure the materials on it as soon as possible. Lastly, book me a ticket to the North Star Starship Military Academy, Zhao Chen said. Okay. I have already reserved a large starship workshop as per your request, the same one you used last time. Also, the ticket to the North Star Starship Military Academy has been booked. It's a first-class ticket on a T2 interstellar cruise ship for tomorrow afternoon. Is that okay? The female officer smiled and asked. That will do, Zhao Chen said, and he transferred 210,000 star coins from his account. Originally, Zhao Chen had only 190,000 star coins left, but after looting the nobles of the Xiaolong star system, he had a total of 260,000 star coins. Even after spending 210,000, he still had a solid 50,000 star coins left. The female officer smiled broadly. During your stay, if you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. I'm at your service 24/7. Saying this, she threw a flirtatious glance, reluctantly ending the video communication. She considered him her big spender. A ticket? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Unsure of what he was planning to do, the T2 Queen Bee experienced a week of warp travel. With its level 4 warp engine, it arrived at the Arctic Fox starport a full week earlier than the Zero Storm, coincidentally on the last day of September. I have some matters to handle, so I won't return to the academy for now. You can take this flight back to the North Star Starship Military Academy tomorrow, Zhao Chen said. What could be more important than studying at the academy? Aren't you worried about failing the assessment at the end of the term? Zhao Wanner muttered, clearly unhappy that Zhao Chen was not returning with her. Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wanner on the head. Don't worry, your brother knows what he's doing. I'll be back in a month or two at most. I'll wait for you at the academy, Zhao Wanner replied. The T2 Queen Bee slowly entered the Starship workshop where it was originally built. Although one T2 Queen Bee had stopped, there was still enough space to park or build several more starships. The raw materials order had not yet arrived, so they had some free time. Let's go stroll around the Arctic Fox starport. Last time we were here, I was too focused on building this T2 Queen Bee to really explore, Zhao Chen suggested. After a week of sleep, Zhao Chen wanted to enjoy this brief holiday before a busy period ahead. Sure, Zhao Wanner happily agreed. Afterward, Zhao Chen called a team of half-orc female soldier bodyguards arranged by Charlotte, and the 7 of them took an unmanned flying car, leaving the Starship workshop and entering the interior of the Arctic Fox starport. The interior of the Arctic Fox starport is a large city capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of residents. Of course, the premise is that you need to have money. By the way, my crew seems to lack a uniform. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, looking at the 5 half-orc female soldier bodyguards following him. They were wearing the most ordinary clothes, which were given for free by the slave trader when he purchased them. Since you haven't bought new clothes this year, let's go buy some new clothes for you, and I will also order a batch of crew uniforms, Zhao Chen suggested. I have a school uniform at the academy, Zhao Wanner said. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Wanner, who was still wearing her academy uniform. No one wants to wear a school uniform all day, and it was actually to save expenses. Zhao Chen directly pulled Zhao Wanner forward. No, today we must buy you clothes. You can't go back without at least 10 sets. Zhao Wanner was taken aback, just as they were on their way. A person wearing a black cloak and walking with their head down staggered toward Zhao Chen and the others. The half-orc female soldier quickly positioned herself in front of Zhao Chen. The person bumped into the half-orc female soldier and repeatedly apologized. The voice was a hoarse female voice. I'm sorry, and then immediately walked away. Zhao Chen watched as the person left until they disappeared around the corner. What's wrong? Zhao Wanner looked at the puzzled Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen replied, it's nothing, let's go buy clothes. Inside the clothing store, Zhao Chen stared at several sets of outfits in front of him, his expression conflicted. A body-hugging uniform, a maid outfit, a bunny girl costume. If the female crew members on his starship wore such outfits, the scene would be too beautiful. He thought to himself, forget it. Just order the one I drew. Zhao Wanner directly sketched a few clothing designs beside him, shattering Zhao Chen's beautiful fantasy. Suddenly, Zhao Chen spotted a familiar figure outside the store, but behind that figure were several sneaky silhouettes. Wanner, wait here for a moment. You two stay. The 3 of you come with me. Zhao Chen suddenly left the clothing store with 3 half-orc female soldiers, disappearing into the crowd. In a remote, abandoned underground pipe not far from the clothing store, the person in the black cloak who had previously bumped into Zhao Chen's female soldier was carefully walking through the underground tunnel. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he turned into a small pipe and rhythmically knocked on the wall a few times. Soon, dozens of figures emerged from the darkness. They were all female, with short horns on their heads, short wings on their backs, and even long tails. Sister Lilith. These girls surrounded the black, cloaked figure. The cloaked figure lowered her hood, revealing her graceful features. Although smeared with something resembling mud, it couldn't hide her charm. Like these girls, she also had black horns on her head. You must be hungry. Here is some food I found. Eat first. Lilith took out a box filled with a green viscous substance. This is synthetic food, although it doesn't taste good. Seeing this food, the girls immediately grabbed it and shoved it into their mouths, clearly having been hungry for a long time. Seeing the children eat, Lilith couldn't help but swallow. Unfortunately, she had set her sights on a wealthy target today and had no opportunity to strike. She didn't expect the person's guard to be so sharp, leaving no chance at all. Sister Lilith, you should eat some too. A little girl who looked about 13 or 14 held a bit of green synthetic food and looked at Lilith. Lilith smiled gently. Sister ate outside and isn't hungry. You all eat. The little girl blinked and began to gulp down the food. Lilith turned away, rubbing her flat stomach. In fact, she hadn't eaten anything at all, as the food she had stolen today was limited and could only satisfy the needs of everyone. If she ate more, there wouldn't be enough for everyone else. She could go without a meal, but she couldn't bear to see her kin suffer from hunger. Watching the bowl of green viscous synthetic food, it was quickly finished. With even the bottom of the container licked clean, she sighed. It seemed she must go out hunting again today. Just then, very faint footsteps approached. However, Lilith still heard them. She immediately looked in the direction she had come from and shouted, "Who is there?" Sure enough, she hadn't been mistaken. This girl was a succubus. As expected, her big brother was clever. thinking that this succubus wouldn't be alone and following the trail to find more succubi. Who would have thought there would be so many? The market price for a decent succubus was reportedly over 1,000 star coins. The one in front of her could probably fetch 10,000. 7 men emerged from the darkness, wielding knives and other weapons. There were regulations in the starport that prohibited carrying any firearms inside the living and trading areas, so they were only armed with cold weapons. The 7 men grinned as they eyed the succubus in front of them, as well as the succubi behind her who were now huddled together in fear. Succubi, a very rare interstellar race, have no males, only females, and can reproduce asexually. Each succubus is a highly alluring beauty, originally living on an untouched planet, but once discovered. Their enchanting forms quickly attracted humanoid hunters. War soon broke out on the planet inhabited by succubi, and since the succubi were not strong, the planet fell. With most succubi either killed or captured, while the remaining succubi fled their mother planet on starships and began a long life of wandering. During their wandering, the succubi gradually dispersed. On the black market, the price for a succubus is over 1,000 star coins, and those with exceptional looks can even reach tens of thousands. Many nobles take pride in having a succubus slave. However, due to extensive hunting, succubi are now rarely seen. Who would have thought that dozens of succubi were living in the abandoned pipes of this starport? This was a moving treasury. Run, Lilith shouted, drawing a dagger and taking a fighting stance. The succubi behind her began to flee. Want to get away? No way. The men rushed forward. Lilith swung the dagger in her hand, but it was clear her fighting ability was not strong. Soon, the dagger was snatched away by one of the men. Little girl, I advise you not to resist. Instead of struggling here, let me sell you to those nobles. Then you can live a life of luxury instead of suffering here. The man grinned, grabbing Lilith's arm. Who wants to be your prisoner? I would rather die than let you succeed. Lilith immediately opened her mouth and bit into the man's arm. The man winced in pain and kicked Lilith in the abdomen. Lilith flew back, crashing hard to the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. Let go of me. Sister Lilith, save me, came the cries of her fleeing companions from behind. Lilith gritted her teeth and looked up, only to see 4 or 5 people blocking the other end of the pipe, already starting to capture her companions. It seemed they were all part of the same group. Hey, why did you hit her so hard? If you break her, we won't get a good price. Another man shouted. The bitten man snorted coldly, walking toward Lilith, saying, if we can't sell her, we can enjoy her ourselves. I've lived so many years without having played with a succubus before. They say that even if you lose 10 years of life, it's worth it to have fun with a succubus. Saying this, the man stepped in front of Lilith, one foot directly on her back, grabbing her hair with one hand, grinning as he said, tonight, I'll savor the famous succubus flavor in the universe. Lilith was pulled by her hair, her head tilted back. The physical pain was nothing compared to her inner torment. She knew very well what would happen to her and her companions if they were captured. After fleeing for so many years, barely surviving. Why? Why did they succubi not have the right to live equally? Just because they were beautiful? Lilith hated this damned universe, hated those who invaded her mother planet, and hated the man in front of her. If someone could save them, Lilith would be willing to give everything, even her life. Suddenly, screams echoed through the pipe. At first, they thought it was the fleeing succubi, but soon something felt off. A shadow emerged from the darkness. It's so lively here. I hope you don't mind if I join in. Chapter 53. Succubus Lilith. Zhao Chen smiled as he observed the lively scene in the underground tunnel, where 3 female soldier guards were vigilantly protecting him in the center. Who are you? The man standing on Lilith's shoulders stared at Zhao Chen, his hands behind him making some gestures. The accomplices who were originally trying to capture the succubus began to gather around. What do you mean, who am I? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, feigning contemplation, then replied with a smile. What I am is none of your business. The man felt humiliated and angrily pointed at Zhao Chen. Kid, I warn you. Behind me is the Black Fox Society of the Arctic Fox Starport. You better get lost now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't leave the Arctic Fox Starport. Black Fox Society? Sounds like a gang. But Zhao Chen didn't care. He chuckled and shook his head, spreading his hands. Whatever capabilities your Black Fox Society might have, do you really think you can leave here alive? The man understood the implication in Zhao Chen's words and immediately pulled out a dagger, while his companions drew their weapons as well. Forming a group of more than 10 people, the 3 half-orc female soldier guards immediately assumed a combat stance. Hold on, let me try first. Zhao Chen stopped the 3 guards and stepped forward alone, beckoning to the group. Stop stalling. Let us make this quick. I see you're looking for death. Get him. Kill this guy. The man ordered. His companions surged forward, but due to the narrowness of the underground tunnel, only 3 could charge at the front. Seeing this, The 3 female soldier guards gripped their short blades at their waists. General Charlotte had said that no matter what happened, protecting the captain's life was their top priority. But now the captain ordered them not to intervene. This left them in a dilemma, so they could only watch and wait. Once the captain was in danger, they would act immediately. An unexpected scene unfolded. Zhao Chen took the lead, deftly dodging the first-person S-dagger, then delivering a punch to the man's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed. His sternum had shattered. Following that, Zhao Chen executed 2 flying kicks, sending the other 2 men flying. The speed was astonishing, the movements fluid, and the terrifying power left the 3 half-orc female soldier guards in awe. He was no less than the elite warriors of their kind. Continue. Zhao Chen's eyes flashed with battle intent. After injecting the T1 super soldier serum, Zhao Chen had conducted simulated combat aboard the starship, and the data showed that his physical abilities surpassed the vast majority of interstellar soldiers. However, without any real combat experience, he still didn't know his true strength. If he were to face the half-orc female crew members, they would hold back due to his identity as captain, and he couldn't bear to use excessive force against them. Thus, he had been waiting for an opportunity to unleash his skills. Now that opportunity had finally arrived. 3 minutes later, except for the man, all his accomplices lay on the ground, a third of them dead. They either had their hearts crushed or their necks severed by a chop. Zhao Chen's strength was simply too great. Ordinary bodies could not withstand it. Don't come any closer. The man looked at Zhao Chen in terror as he kept retreating, eventually turning to run. Zhao Chen picked up a dagger from the ground and threw it. The dagger plunged into the man's buttocks. With a piercing scream, the man collapsed next to Lilith in a peculiar position. Zhao Chen remarked discontentedly, "The accuracy still needs improvement. I was clearly aiming for the head." Lilith looked at the man who had fallen before her, recalling the years of their escape, during which people like him relentlessly pursued them, causing many of her sisters to lose their lives. Anger surged within her. She grabbed a small knife nearby and plunged it into the man's neck, splattering blood on her face. After a few seconds of shock, Lilith regained her composure, warily observing the peculiar combination of 1 man and 3 women. "You are of the succubus clan, right?" Zhao Chen spoke to Lilith while signaling the 3 female soldier guards to clean up the battlefield, ensuring that those who were still alive among the fallen were dealt with. For the half-orc female crew members, this was a routine task. A swift strike meant 1 less life. "Are you here to capture us too?" Lilith asked, placing the dagger against her fair neck. "I would rather die than let you humiliate me." Zhao Chen shrugged and smiled. "If you want to die, then die. But I have no intention of humiliating you. I just saw the succubus clan and was curious to take a look." Lilith was taken aback. She didn't understand what the man meant. "It's no longer safe here. If you don't mind, you can come to my starship. I can guarantee your safety," Zhao Chen said. Lilith stared at Zhao Chen and cautiously replied, "How do I know your intentions aren't the same as theirs? If my intentions were the same as theirs, I could easily capture you without wasting my breath here." Zhao Chen turned to leave. "If you don't accept my goodwill, that's fine. Let us go. Someone will come to capture you soon. You can die here, but it's a pity for your clan. I think there are still children among them." Zhao Chen turned to leave. Lilith felt her weak spot had been struck. She looked back at her kin huddled together in fear. She bit her lip and ultimately couldn't hold back, shouting, "Hey, I'm willing to go with you. As long as you can guarantee the safety of my kin and don't harm them, I can agree to any condition." Those words were incredibly impactful coming from a seductive succubus. "You 3, find a way to get them back to our starship, okay?" Zhao Chen looked at his guard female soldiers. The guards glanced at the succubi and nodded. "Captain, we can rent a few flying cars and park them at the exit of the underground tunnel, then hide them in the cars to take back to the starship. It's not a difficult task." "Then let's do that," Zhao Chen said, walking towards the tunnel exit without looking back, seemingly indifferent to the succubi behind him. Lilith held her kin close, unsure if her choice was right or wrong, but rather than waiting to die here, she might as well take the risk. She looked at the man's back, her expression complex. What she didn't see was the slight upward curve of the man's lips. Chapter 54. What kind of starship is this? This is clearly paradise. Apart from their stunning appearance and innate charm, the succubi possessed another trait. They were actually very intelligent. Their combat power was low, but their minds were exceptionally sharp. They excelled at mental labor, managing many things well and learning quickly. However, compared to these abilities, the world paid more attention to the succubi's looks. After all, there are many intelligent interstellar races. Several unmanned flying cars parked in Zhao Chen's starship garage. During the time they rented the starship garage, it was entirely Zhao Chen's private territory. Without his permission, even the people from the Arctic Fox starport were not allowed to enter. "Come out. You're safe now." After getting out of the car, Zhao Chen called to the unmanned flying cars. One by one, the succubi carefully descended from the vehicles, cloaked in black to conceal their identities. This is my starship workshop. And this is my starship. Zhao Chen introduced to the succubi. And I am the captain of this starship. My name is Zhao Chen. I am Lilith, their leader. Lilith stepped forward, visibly nervous and timid, but she had to stand up for her people behind her. At that moment, a woman got off another unmanned flying vehicle. And it was Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner looked surprised at the few additional people in front of Zhao Chen. Upon a closer look, she exclaimed, "Succubi?" Lilith immediately looked at the woman with caution. "Don't be nervous. This is my sister." Zhao Chen waved his hand. Then looked at Zhao Wanner. "You are responsible for arranging for them. They will temporarily stay on our starship for a while. First, take them to bathe. Then to the dining hall for a meal, and arrange clean clothes and dormitories for them." "Okay," Zhao Wanner instinctively replied, but soon she reacted and asked, "Wait. You haven't explained where you got these succubi from." Although they were women, Zhao Wanner knew very well what succubi meant to those men. Hey. What do you mean by God? I'm helping them." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I'll explain this to you later. It seems like my batch of raw materials is about to arrive, so I need to check on that. As for the clothes we ordered earlier, you take care of that." After saying that, Zhao Chen hurriedly ran away, leaving Zhao Wanner and the group of succubi behind. What are succubi compared to Zhao Chen's starship? Lilith thus led her people onto the massive starship. "My name is Zhao Wanner. Although I don't know how you came to be with that guy, you can rest assured that as long as I'm here, he won't do anything bad to you," Zhao Wanner said firmly. "My name is Lilith," Lilith said softly. Her people were still timidly shrinking behind her, but curiously looking around at the dazzling starship corridor. Compared to the Zero Storm, the internal structure of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship was quite beautiful, like a work of art. Zhao Wanner fell in love with the starship the moment she stepped inside. "You all smell a bit. I'll take you to bathe first," Zhao Wanner said, looking at Lilith. Lilith's cheeks flushed. They had been hiding in the underground tunnels of the starport for some time, so they certainly had an unpleasant odor. The vast bathhouse was filled with steam. There were shower stalls with shower heads installed on both sides, and in the middle, there was a soaking tub. "Hurry up and wash. Clean clothes are over here. After you finish bathing, you can change into them. I'll take you to eat later," Zhao Wanner said at the entrance of the bathhouse. "All right," Lilith replied somewhat constrained, but some succubi couldn't help but rush to the shower to enjoy the warm water. "It's actually hot water. I haven't taken a hot shower in ages," one succubus exclaimed. "But, will we get scolded for using so much water? I've heard that the water resources on a starship are very precious," another succubus said. "I once sat on a T-2 starship, and that starship had only 5 shower spots. It was hard to turn around, and each person only had 3 minutes to shower, and it wasn't even this clean hot water." Lilith looked around. As a succubus who once held a position on a starship in the succubus planetary kingdom, she knew that this bathhouse was a luxurious configuration. "Don't worry about the water. This starship uses the most advanced cosmic particle collection water molecule technology, so water is not very precious." Zhao Wanner's voice came from outside. This completely dispelled their concerns. The succubi began to relax and bathe, washing away the dirt on their bodies. Each succubi's delicate figure was on display. If Zhao Chen were here, he would probably be pleasantly surprised. Due to their previous hiding in the underground tunnels, he couldn't see the succubi's appearances clearly, but now they looked radiant, truly deserving of being the objects of pursuit by humanoid males in the universe. After about 10 minutes, all the succubi had finished bathing and changed into clean clothes. In fact, if they hadn't heard they were going to eat, they could have bathed in this happy place all day. "Sister Lilith, will I have the chance to bathe here again in the future?" A little succubus pulled at Lilith's arm and said softly, looking back at the bathhouse. Lilith looked at the little succubus's hopeful eyes. She couldn't bear to deny it and could only whisper, "Yes." Up until now, she still didn't know the purpose of that man named Zhao Chen in helping them, nor was she clear about their fate ahead. "Miss Wanner, we are all done washing. Thank you for your clothes." "Actually, our clothes are still wearable," Lilith said somewhat shyly. But in reality, their clothes were all tattered and completely ill-fitting. During the days of fleeing, who cared about clothing? As long as they could cover themselves, that was enough. Zhao Wanner looked at the dozen or so succubi in front of her. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "You all are too beautiful," Zhao Wanner said enviously. Succubi have an innate charm, and their every move exudes an aura that they cannot control. Therefore, they are all born beauties. Lilith's cheeks flushed, but she was already used to such gazes. Zhao Wanner looked at Lilith, then at herself, especially her chest. It was really a small witch compared to a big witch. However, Zhao Wanner was not lacking in beauty either. It was just that she hadn't fully matured yet. And she was completely a different style compared to Lilith and the others. "Ahem, let's go eat." Zhao Wanner changed the subject and led Lilith and the others to the starship dining hall. In the dining hall, Zhao Wanner pointed to the food counter. You can order whatever you want, as long as you don't waste it. After Zhao Wanner finished speaking, not a single succubus stepped forward. Zhao Wanner looked over in surprise, only to see each succubus standing there in a daze. A few were staring blankly at a half-orc female crew member eating in the distance, making her quite embarrassed. Do you usually eat this? Lilith asked in amazement. The menu was full of natural food, not synthetic food. Of course, you can order as much as you want, Zhao Wanner said casually. Lilith inhaled the fragrant smell, and she thought to herself, this is not a starship at all. This is clearly heaven. Chapter 55. The succubi who overate. I want a portion of dumplings. Can I have a portion of this steak rice? Sister Lilith, there's fruit. There's fruit. Is this the legendary fruit? The succubi seemed like children who had never been out before, excitedly standing in front of the food counter. Lilith looked at these tribespeople and felt a pang in her heart. After placing their orders, the succubi stood in front of the food counter, eagerly waiting. The chef inside the counter chuckled. You can find a seat and wait. Once the food is ready, a mechanical waiter will bring it to you. Hearing the chef's words, the succubi finally walked over to the nearby dining area, turning their heads every few steps. A few minutes later, the first orders of succubi were ready. It's really rice. The succubi looked incredulously at the fragrant rice in front of them, and as they chewed the rice, the taste of happiness spread across their taste buds. Other succubi cast envious glances, but soon their food was also ready. One by one, they began to gobble it down, enjoying the pleasures they had never experienced before. Gradually, some succubi began to cry while eating. Lilith looked at the little succubus and asked with concern, why are you crying? Is it not delicious? It's not that it doesn't taste good, it's just too delicious. But when I think about the possibility of not being able to eat it in the future, I can't help but want to cry. Sister Lilith, I don't want to wander around like before, hiding and starving. The little succubus said with tears streaming down her face. Lilith silently hugged the little succubus, not saying a word for a long time. Sad emotions can be contagious, soon. More than half of the succubi were eating while quietly sobbing. A small and thin succubus carefully walked to the dining table, holding a bowl that was almost the size of her face, and timidly said, can I have another bowl? The bowl was already licked clean, as if it had been washed. What did you say? Perhaps because her voice was too soft, the chef didn't hear her at first. The thin succubus lowered her head in embarrassment and said softly, half a bowl is fine too. Oh, you want more to eat, right? No problem. Miss Wanner just said that you can eat as much as you want a day, as long as you don't waste it. The chef said enthusiastically. I see you ordered beef noodles. Just wait a moment, and it will be ready soon. Thank you. The thin succubus said, and then quickly ran back to her spot, keeping her head up and staring at the dining table without taking her eyes off it. Over an hour later, when Zhao Wanner returned, she saw an astonishing scene. The once delicate and charming succubi now all had little bellies, as if they were pregnant. Some even showed expressions of pain. What's going on with you all? Zhao Wanner looked at Lilith in surprise. Lilith said a bit apologetically and shyly, I'm sorry, they couldn't control themselves and ate too much. A few of them are too full. As she spoke, she intentionally gathered her own slightly bulging belly. Burp. I never realized that being too full feels like this. A little succubus leaned back in her chair, her expression a mix of pain and happiness. Zhao Wanner chuckled. I'll arrange for someone to bring you some digestive medicine. Once you're feeling better, I'll take you to see your dormitory. Thank you, Miss Wanner. Lilith sincerely expressed her gratitude this time. She knew very well that the value of this meal far exceeded the total value of the food they had eaten in previous years. There's no need to thank me. It's just a meal. Zhao Wanner had gotten used to the food from the Starship restaurant and gradually felt that there was nothing special about it. As if people were meant to eat these natural foods instead of artificial ones. Do all the crew members eat this? Lilith asked. Zhao Wanner nodded and then raised a finger, saying, that guy Zhao Chen, who is my brother, set a meal standard of 10 star coins per month for the crew on this starship. 10 star coins per month. Upon hearing this meal standard, Lilith's heart shook. That seemed too extravagant. When she ordered earlier, she had intentionally looked at the price list for 10 star coins. As long as it wasn't every day with big fish and meat, one could easily order meals here every day for a month. This life seemed too happy. I have another question. From earlier until now, it seems like all the crew members on this starship are female, and besides you and that Captain Zhao Chen, all of them are half-beast female crew members. Lilith pointed out a question she had discovered. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, you should ask my old brother about that. All these half-beast female crew members were bought by him from the black market. Slaves? Lilith was astonished as she looked at those half-beast female crew members chatting and laughing while enjoying their meals. Are they called slaves? When did slaves have such treatment? However, Thinking about a starship with only women made her unconsciously doubt Zhao Chen's intentions. After the few stuffed succubi had rested, Zhao Wanner took them to their dormitory. There are 18 of you, right? I'll arrange 5 four-person dormitories for you, and any empty beds can just stay empty, Zhao Wanner said while walking. Lilith quickly waved her hands, saying, no need, just arrange one dormitory for us. If not, a place to sit will do. Looking at the clean corridor, Lilith thought resting here wouldn't be too bad. After all, during these years of fleeing, they had experienced worse environments than underground pipes. No need to be polite. What we lack the least on this starship is rooms. Although this starship only requires 100 people to operate, it can accommodate up to 300 people. And if we squeeze a bit, having 700 or 800 people is completely fine, Zhao Wanner said proudly, as if introducing her home. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory area. This is where you will stay. The beds and blankets have already been arranged for you. And there are also clean clothes on each bed. This is a temporary ID badge. You can go to the bathhouse for showers and eat at the restaurant every day. Zhao Wanner introduced. Lilith looked at the dormitory in front of her, and she felt like she couldn't move her feet. A room this clean and bright was actually going to be her sleeping place. Moreover, right after entering the door, there was an independent bathroom on the left. She had never heard of a starship dormitory having an independent bathroom. Usually, one bathroom was shared among a dormitory area, and the environment was terrible. Additionally, the whole room was quite spacious, at least 40 to 50 square meters, with 4 double-decker beds. But the lower level of these double-decker beds was used as desks. The aisle between the beds was a full meter wide. Spacious, clean, tidy, and convenient. It was hard to believe that this was actually a starship dormitory. Lilith couldn't help but exclaim again, what kind of divine starship is this? Chapter 56. Where do you want to go? I can take you. After Zhao Wanner settled the succubi, she went to the operation console on the other side of the starship's workshop. There, Zhao Chen was planning the upcoming starship construction project, constantly adjusting various parameters on the holographic projection in front of him. Hey, did you bring those succubi back for some evil purpose? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen as if she were scrutinizing a criminal. Zhao Chen stopped his work and said helplessly, hey, I'm doing a good deed here, right? Didn't you notice how pitiful those succubi are? Zhao Wanner squinted at Zhao Chen. They are indeed pitiful. But I don't believe you brought them back just because you felt sorry for them. There are plenty of pitiful people in the Arctic Fox starport. Seeing he couldn't hide it from Zhao Wanner, Zhao Chen stopped pretending and said with a smile, hey, those are succubi? I know. They are the types men like the most. Zhao Wanner crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Uft, am I that vulgar? What I mean is, those succubi are very smart. Zhao Chen raised his hand and displayed detailed information about the succubi, highlighting their strong learning abilities and intelligence in red. Zhao Wanner guessed Zhao Chen's intention. You want to recruit them? Exactly. What I lack now is talent. Those half-beast female crew members, while they are qualified interstellar soldiers, are not suitable for certain tasks. For example, Charlotte is excellent in combat, but if you ask her to manage the fleet's various affairs, it would be a mess. Zhao Chen said with shining eyes. And the succubi are just good at management and have great memory, making them perfect for administrative jobs on the starship. Talent. This is talent. Zhao Chen was desperate for talent, especially female talent. But is that really your only reason? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen with suspicion. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Hey, I'm still your brother, okay? If I were really that kind of person, in these past few months, have you seen me touch a single half-beast female soldier? Well, no. But those succubi are incredibly charming, and even I feel tempted. Who knows if you might turn out to be worse than a beast? Zhao Wanner snorted coldly. All right. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. You should go back and get some rest. You still need to catch the interstellar cruiser back to the North Star Military Academy tomorrow morning, Zhao Chen said. You really won't come back with me? Zhao Wanner asked. Zhao Chen pointed at the holographic starship designs in front of him. Look at this. Do you think I can go back? What kind of starship is this? Zhao Wanner asked curiously. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. It's something that can help us build an interstellar fleet in the future. An interstellar fleet? Zhao Wanner originally wanted to tease him. After all, the smallest interstellar fleet requires at least 30 starships, and he only has 2 at most. Wanting to establish an interstellar fleet seems a bit exaggerated. But thinking about how Zhao Chen assembled the number 0 Blizzard and built the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, everything he did was exaggerated. Maybe he really can do it? Well then, I'll wait for you at the North Star Military Academy, Zhao Wanner said, glaring at Zhao Chen. But I warn you, if I find out you dare to bully those succubi, watch out. Zhao Wanner made a scissor gesture and then turned to leave. Where did this girl learn all this? Zhao Chen muttered, and then he buried himself in his work. As for those succubi, they can be tamed later, there's no rush. Now that they are on his starship, they won't have the chance to leave this pirate ship. Half a day's time passed. The system prompt sound in his mind pulled Zhao Chen back to reality. He put down his work and opened the system page. 2 pop-up windows appeared. Quarterly task. Please build and own 3 different T2 or higher starships. System produced. So, it was the quarterly task. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was already October. It seems this quarterly task is issued every 3 months, with no penalties for not completing it, but if not finished, it will be automatically cancelled, along with rich rewards. It's a pretty good way to obtain system rewards. He looked at the other pop-up window. Monthly points. 80 points. Zhao Chen's system points actually increased by 80 points. After checking, he realized it was the passive income from the T2 Queen Bee. As mentioned before, there are several ways to earn system points, apart from completing system tasks. There is also passive income from owning system starships. This T2 Queen Bee was commissioned at the beginning of September, so in October, he could collect monthly points, accumulating to 80 points daily. The more starships you own, the more points you get. The higher the starship level, the more points you earn. That's what it means. This is good news. The more starships I have in the future, even if I don't do system tasks, I can still accumulate a large amount of system points. Zhao Chen thought happily. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day after the succubi arrived at the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Wanner took the interstellar cruiser back to the North Star Military Academy. Meanwhile, all the raw material orders Zhao Chen needed had arrived, and he began his long journey of starship construction. During these 5 days, one person was immersed in anxiety. That was the succubus Lilith. She originally thought that the next day, the man would come to find her and reveal his intentions. However, to her surprise, the man didn't come the next day, and even Miss Zhao Wanner had left. On the 3rd day, the man still didn't appear. On the 4th day, he still didn't show up. By the 5th day, Lilith had surprisingly gotten used to life on the starship, waking up with the female soldiers, tidying her bed, washing up, and then going to the dining hall for meals. The rest of the time, they would help clean the starship, although there were cleaning robots responsible for that. But they didn't want to be idle all the time, so they would actively find things to do. Gradually, they also began to get familiar with the half-beast female crew on the starship and learned that their lives here were quite good. The captain had never forced them to do anything. On the 6th day, Lilith began to feel anxious. The more she adapted to her current life, the more anxious she became, especially since the man had yet to appear. That night, she couldn't sleep. On the 7th day, Lilith lay on her soft bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep for a long time. During the past time, she hadn't slept on a bed for a long time, let alone a bed. Sometimes it was already good to have a place to take shelter from wind and rain. So on the 1st day, many succubi couldn't sleep, and some even ended up lying on the floor to finally fall asleep. At the same time, Lilith noticed that the anxious emotions were also present in other succubi. She clearly understood what that expression meant. They were extremely unwilling to lose their current life, which was what they had always dreamed of. On the 8th day, Lilith came to the starship dining hall with dark circles under her eyes, ordered a plate of her favorite dumplings, and sat down. After a while, a plate of dumplings was placed in front of her, and someone sat down opposite her. Lilith also noticed that the dining hall suddenly became quiet. She looked up and saw the man who had been missing for 7 days, the man she had been waiting for 7 days. Go ahead. Where do you want to go next? I can take you, Zhao Chen said, eating dumplings and speaking casually. His voice was loud enough for all the succubi in the dining hall to hear. This statement was like a bolt from the blue for them. It felt like they were in an ice cave. The delicious food in front of them suddenly seemed to lose its appeal. Chapter 57. The succubus's complaint. Her name was Bessie, a succubus. She heard from her companions that they once came from a succubus kingdom, but it was invaded by evil invaders, forcing them to flee. Since she could remember, she had been on the run. On planets, on starships, in various places. They had to disguise their identities and could not appear in front of the world. The places they slept were mostly dark, damp, filled with bugs and stench. The food they ate was usually synthetic, and they could only eat once every 2 or 3 days. She had seen several companions starve to death before her eyes. Several times, they nearly got caught by evil villains or succumbed to hunger. Fortunately, their sister Lilith was very capable, always leading them away from danger and finding food for them. But one day, a group attacked the underground tunnel where they were hiding. And just when they were in danger, a very powerful man appeared. He easily defeated all the bad guys and brought them to his starship. She had never seen such a beautiful starship before, and here they didn't have to hide their identities, as most of the people they saw were female half-beasts. Sister Lilith had said that they must be extremely careful around men. Men are devils that eat people. Afterwards, they were arranged by a beautiful and gentle sister to take showers. That was her first time taking a bath with clean warm water. Before, they could only wipe their bodies with dirty water. When she felt the water flowing over her body, She fell in love with that feeling. Not just bathing. There was also a hot tub where they could enjoy the bliss of being submerged in it. Later, they were taken to a dining hall. And the beautiful sister said they could order whatever they wanted. Looking at the names on the menu, she was surprised to find them unfamiliar because she had only eaten artificial food before. The few times she had consumed natural food were just a cookie the size of a finger and some wild animals caught in the wilderness of the planet. In the end, she chose a dish that appeared to have a lot of meat. When the large plate of meat was placed in front of her, the enticing aroma hit her. And the infinite delight on her taste buds as she chewed made her realize for the first time that eating was not just about survival, but a truly enjoyable experience. After that, they were arranged to stay in a very clean room. There was a soft bed, clean bedding, even a private bathroom, and tidy clothes that had a faint fragrance. Everyone could have their own space without being crammed into a narrow area. Everything seemed so wonderful. It felt like a dream. And if this truly was a dream, Betsy hoped she would never wake up. For the following week, they lived on this starship, staying in clean rooms and eating delicious food. They also helped the female crew members clean the starship and did some trivial tasks. Today, however, the man who had brought them here appeared again, but his words felt like whispers from an abyss. Say it. Where do you want to go next? I can send you away. Betsy was momentarily stunned, and the meat she had once loved lost its appeal in an instant. One thought filled her mind. They had to leave here. They had to return to their previous life. No, she didn't want to. What do you mean? Lilith stared blankly at the man before her. Zhao Chen said, I have already contacted someone and can book tickets for an interstellar cruise for you, taking you to any planet or starport you want. Lilith's expression was dazed. She didn't know what to say at that moment because the man's words were completely unexpected. Suddenly, a succubus sprang up, grabbing a fork from her plate and pressing it against her throat. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. The succubus Betsy looked at Zhao Chen with tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. Betsy, what are you doing? Put the fork down. Lilith looked at the youngest Betsy, who, according to the succubus tribe's age, was still a minor. Little succubus Betsy ignored Lilith and looked at Zhao Chen. Why? Zhao Chen looked at the little succubus, who was about 1.4 meters tall, but her natural developmental advantages made her figure quite tempting. If some Lilicans saw her, they would definitely kneel and worship her immediately. Sister Lilith, I don't want to go back to that kind of life. I don't want to drink that black water anymore. I don't want to hide in dark places. I don't want to live in fear every day. I don't want to rummage through moss on the walls to eat dirt or look for anything I can find to eat, only to endure the pain in my stomach in a corner. I don't want to fight those terrifying beasts for a bit of food in the wilderness of barren planets. And I don't want to see the bodies of our companions fall in battle. The little succubus Betsy choked as she looked around. She smiled bitterly and said, For the first time here, I discovered that being alive can also be a wonderful thing. Being alive can be a wonderful thing? This statement was very ironic. But for the succubi living in darkness, merely surviving was an incredibly difficult task, let alone enjoying life. Many succubi present were choked with sobs, their eyes red and swollen. Some older succubi continued to eat the food in their bowls, savoring every grain of rice. As this might be the last time they enjoyed such wonderful food in their lives, they would return to darkness. Little succubus Betsy stared at Zhao Chen with bloodshot eyes. And she shouted in a hysterical, tearful voice, Since you want to take us away, why are you being so nice to us? Why let us experience this kind of life? Give us clean clothes, warm water, this food, and cozy beds. Why let us know that we can live so happily? You showed us the light, but now you want to push us back into darkness. As she spoke, the knife and fork in little succubus Betsy's hands fell to the ground, and she collapsed, covering her face and crying. Lilith walked up to little succubus Betsy with mixed feelings and embraced her. She felt guilty, but also helpless. Chapter 58. They could have endured the darkness as long as they had never seen the light. Zhao Chen looked at the succubi before him, who were emotionally breaking down. He knew his goal had been achieved. In fact, they could have endured the darkness as long as they had never seen the light. But Zhao Chen had brought them onto the starship and provided them with an unimaginable happy life. He had thrown a ray of light into their originally pitch-black lives. But now Zhao Chen's words meant that this light would disappear. For them, it was cruel. Actually, if you don't want to leave, you don't have to go, Zhao Chen said calmly. At that moment, all 18 succubi turned their gaze towards Zhao Chen. Even Lilith's eyes were filled with a certain hope. You can become my crew members like those half-orc crew members. Fight for me, Zhao Chen said. Lilith was stunned. She never expected such a choice. To fight for a human was something she had never thought of. Because in the eyes of humans, succubi had never been seen as interstellar warriors, but merely as tools for venting. I'll give you time to think it over. You can finish this meal. If you choose freedom, leave through the back door of the restaurant. and someone will arrange for you to go to any planet or starport you want. If you want to stay here, go to the front door of the restaurant, where someone will register your information, and from then on, you will be my Zhao Chen's crew." After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he wiped his mouth, stood up, and left the restaurant. He had given the succubi a choice, and he already knew the answer. Just as Zhao Chen left, little succubus Betsy wiped her tears and ran towards the front door without hesitation. No matter what, she had to stay. If she couldn't stay here, she would rather die. Other succubi also gradually walked towards the front door. "Sister Lilith, let us stay." Another succubus looked at Lilith, who had been silent, and actively reached out to hold her hand, persuading her. Lilith bit her lip, and soon she felt relieved. She had always thought about freedom, but what would happen after going out? As little succubus Betsy said, "Continue hiding? Continue living a life where one meal was not guaranteed? You go first, I'll catch up later." Lilith patted the little succubus on the head, and then quickly walked in the direction Zhao Chen had left. Walking in the corridor of the starship, Zhao Chen heard footsteps behind him. He knew he had succeeded. "Wait," Lilith called out to Zhao Chen, blocking his way. "Is there something?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith stared at Zhao Chen and asked, "What is your true purpose? Are you trying to entice us with a superior life? What do you want from us? Just to make us your interstellar soldiers?" "My purpose, you've already said it," Zhao Chen shrugged. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen with suspicion. Zhao Chen knew that if he didn't give Lilith a satisfactory answer, she would never be convinced. "To be honest, my fleet has just been established. With only 2 starships and about 800 interstellar soldiers, all of whom are half-orcs. The half-orcs have no problem operating starship combat, but they struggle with managing the internal affairs of the starship and fleet operations. I lack talent, and you succubi are just the talent I need in this area. Of course, I will conduct assessments and training for you later." Zhao Chen expressed his thoughts. "Do you really value our abilities rather than our bodies?" Lilith asked, somewhat astonished. She didn't expect anyone to remember the succubi's gifted abilities. "You are beautiful and alluring, but I won't force anyone to do something they don't want to do. Similarly, if you choose to leave, I won't stop you," Zhao Chen said with a smile. This was also his honest opinion. Lilith bit her lip and said, "Then you know, if you recruit us, the news of succubi serving on your starship will bring you and your fleet a lot of trouble." "Trouble?" Zhao Chen smiled slightly, then said with authority, "If anyone dares to trouble my crew, I will become the biggest trouble in their life." Zhao Chen had many good qualities, but he had one flaw. He was protective. "You are indeed a strange person, but you have convinced me," Lilith said, looking at Zhao Chen. "I am willing to work for you, although I can't say I am absolutely loyal to you yet." Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "I don't need your loyalty. I just need you to genuinely work here for all of us and for your own livelihood." In fact, Zhao Chen didn't care about loyalty. As long as they became familiar with and accepted the lifestyle here, loyalty would no longer matter because they would be unable to part with it all. Zhao Chen provided them with light. He was their light. Naturally, they would follow the light. "What do we need to do next?" Lilith quickly adapted to her role. Zhao Chen handed Lilith a handheld terminal. "There are some study materials in here. Take it and study with your kin. In a month, I will assess you. This assessment will determine the positions you will hold in my fleet in the future. To put it bluntly, it will affect your living conditions here, including whether you can have meat for every meal." Lilith took the handheld terminal and smiled. "With your final explanation, I believe they will study the materials well." Studying? Succubi excel at studying. After temporarily handling the succubi's matters, Zhao Chen returned to the construction workshop of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The keel of the T2 Hammer had been laid, but it would still take a considerable amount of time to see the overall construction completed. The quarterly task was to build 3 different styles of T2 starships. I already had a T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. With this T2 Hammer, to complete the task by the end of December, I must construct another T2 starship. Zhao Chen did not want to miss out on the generous rewards of the quarterly task. In the Arctic Fox starport, in the underground pipeline where Zhao Chen had previously taken the succubi, a team was exploring with searchlights and discovered bodies in the underground pipeline, as well as signs of someone having lived there. A young man covered his nose, looking around in disgust. "Boss, we found the bodies of several people. Half of them died from severe injuries, and the other half were likely slit throats after being heavily injured. The attacker was very decisive. Additionally, there was no sign of the target succubi," the subordinate reported to the young man. "I wondered why those rats have been missing. It turns out something happened here. The succubi we've been looking for are also gone. This is a task that our Black Fox Society's leader entrusted us with. The relevant clues cost us thousands of star coins to obtain. Who dares to snatch food from our mouths at the Arctic Fox starport?" The young man's eyes flashed with coldness. "Find them. Send people to look for clues at every exit of this underground pipeline. We must find out who took the succubi." Chapter 59. The Falcon Fleet. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Chen's construction of the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was more than halfway done. It seemed he would need to find some soldiers skilled in starship construction. Otherwise, he would be doing all the work himself and would wear himself out. Zhao Chen, with a face full of grease, looked at the new ship before him. Brother, once I have you, my work pressure won't be so great. At that moment, a delicate female voice came from behind Zhao Chen. He turned around and was pleasantly surprised. A figure in a pure white, well-fitted military uniform with a short skirt just above the knee and white long socks appeared before him. Due to her being a succubus, the skirt and the back of the upper garment were specially designed with openings for her tail and small wings. The already charming succubus looked even more alluring in this outfit. Zhao Chen truly experienced what it meant to have a uniform temptation. At the same time, he silently thanked his younger sister. This was the starship uniform designed and tailored by his sister, Zhao Waner. Considering the uniqueness of Zhao Chen's fleet, the style of the starship uniform was not fixed. Only the fabric and general style were consistent, making it clear at first glance that they belonged to the same series. Variations could be made according to the specific body shape and features of the wearing female soldiers. After all, Zhao Chen's soldiers were either half-orcs or succubi. Captain, Lilith called out to Zhao Chen again. Zhao Chen snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost his composure a bit. He quickly feigned calmness and asked, "What brings you to me?" "We have completed the study materials you assigned us. When does the assessment start?" Lilith inquired. Zhao Chen then remembered what he had assigned a month ago. "Let's do it today. Have all the succubi gather in the Starship conference room." "Understood," Lilith responded. As soon as Lilith left, Charlotte appeared. In fact, Charlotte had arrived here driving the number 0 Blizzard in the first week of October. Lilith greeted Charlotte as she left. The two had met a few times during this period. Perhaps due to somewhat similar fates, they quickly became good friends. It was evident that the succubi had adapted to life here. Charlotte walked up to Zhao Chen, and the two were now as familiar as old friends. "So, are you satisfied with my arrangement?" Zhao Chen asked, while looking up and down at Charlotte's military uniform. Because Charlotte was the vice captain, her outfit had some differences in detail. But generally, it was similar, also a white top, white short skirt, and white long socks. However, while it looked alluring on Lilith, on Charlotte, it gave off the vibe of a valiant female general. It was a completely different visual impact. There were indeed rumors about the succubi's gifted abilities, claiming they had strong learning and management skills. But as you know, everyone focuses on their bodies, and very few have actually put it into practice. Probably only you would recruit the succubi to serve as your interstellar female soldiers. If outsiders knew, they would definitely say you were wasting talent, Charlotte teased. Zhao Chen chuckled. Letting them play their value in suitable positions is the true meaning of worth. Charlotte looked at the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship under construction. "Is your interstellar industrial ship almost finished?" "In a month at most, it will be completed. During this time, keep an eye out and purchase a batch of half-beast soldiers with technology in starship manufacturing and maintenance. And as before, they must be female." Zhao Chen said, "I find it strange if you really have some special preference. Speaking of which, we have hundreds of women on our starship. Not to say they are all as beautiful as fairies, but they are quite good-looking. And don't your human race like half-beast women? You even call us beast-eared girls?" Charlotte looked at him suspiciously. Zhao Chen replied seriously, "Come on, we've known each other for 3 or 4 months. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Suddenly, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, "Captain, you don't have any physical problems, do you?" Zhao Chen paused, then immediately exploded. "What do you mean by physical problems?" "I tell you, if you have the ability to come to my room tonight, I'll show you what an electric little golden man is." Charlotte wasn't too angry at Zhao Chen's crude remark. After all, she had also been a captain before and had a bunch of big men half-beasts under her command, so she had heard all sorts of crude comments. But she wasn't mentally prepared to seduce Zhao Chen. "Speaking of business, since you are building this interstellar industrial ship, does that mean you want to continue building mini starships in the future?" Charlotte changed the subject. Zhao Chen nodded. "My temporary goal is to first build an interstellar fleet. Then there are a few issues to solve. Right now, we have 2 starships, and in the future, we will have 3. By then, we need to decide on our name. Should we name it after your territory and directly call it the Owl Dragon Fleet, or should we pick another name? Also, we haven't decided on our fleet emblem yet," Charlotte said. Hearing what Charlotte said, Zhao Chen thought about it, and indeed, that was the case. Now we have the fleet's standard uniforms, and other things also need to be gathered. The fleet name will be Owl Dragon Fleet, and the fleet emblem will continue to use the Owl Dragon emblem that my grandfather from the Zhao family used. Saying this, Zhao Chen found a dragon emblem from his handheld terminal. "Owl Dragon Fleet, Owl Dragon Emblem." Then we will call ourselves the Owl Dragon Fleet from now on. Charlotte remembered the Owl Dragon emblem and planned to arrange for someone to paint this emblem on the hull after returning. Charlotte continued, "There's one more thing. Although we currently only have 2 starships, I think you should consider the arrangement of the fleet flagship. The fleet flagship means the leading starship of a fleet, the most important existence. The flagship is temporarily undecided since we don't have many starships now," Zhao Chen said. In fact, he already had ideas about the flagship. It would be that T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser lying in his system's warehouse. Unfortunately, it still couldn't be revealed. However, Zhao Chen had already decided that the first flagship of the Owl Dragon Fleet must be a T-3 starship. To be honest, the term Owl Dragon Fleet is quite rare in the Owl Dragon galaxy, since the Zhao family declined. The family starships in the territory have never referred to themselves as the Owl Dragon Fleet again, which has also caused this emblem to fall silent. Zhao Chen stared at this emblem, and he couldn't help but think of the Zhao family's grandfather, who, after enduring hardships, achieved great things and established the current Zhao family. He wanted to make this Owl Dragon emblem shine again in the Starry Empire. He wanted the name of the Owl Dragon Fleet to spread throughout the Starry Universe. Chapter 60. T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship in the conference room of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. 18 succubi were on high alert. The exam is starting. You need to complete the questions in front of you within 3 hours, Zhao Chen said to the 18 succubi. Each succubus had a holographic screen in front of them displaying their exam questions. At the moment Zhao Chen announced the start of the exam, not a single succubus spoke. They all began to work on the questions seriously. In fact, all these questions were found by Zhao Chen's sister Zhao Wanner from the past civil service courses of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Moreover, these were all 6th grade questions. Previously, Zhao Chen provided materials to Lilith and the others, which were theoretical materials that the civil service students needed to study during their 6 years at the North Star Starship Military Academy. But Zhao Chen only gave them a month to prepare. During this month, these succubi studied every day, even while eating, sleeping, and bathing. Today was the time to verify their abilities. Time passed little by little. Some succubi remained calm, some furrowed their brows in thought, and some were anxious and worried. 3 hours soon passed. Everyone stop all actions. I will collect your exam content, and I will announce the results a few hours later. You can leave the conference room and have free activities immediately, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Although the exam was over, none of the succubi dared to relax. They all stood guard outside the conference room. Little succubus Baisai grabbed Lilith's hand and whispered, "Lilith sister, what if this time we don't do well on the exam? Will Captain kick us out?" Although Captain Zhao had only said that the exam was related to their future positions on the starship, he didn't say that failing would lead to being kicked out, so they had all been on edge for a month. "It's okay, you all worked hard. And I believe your exam will be fine," Lilith comforted. An hour later, Zhao Chen opened the door and came out. All 18 succubi's eyes fell on Zhao Chen. Some nervous, some anxious, some afraid. "I will announce the exam results ranking. First place, Lilith." Lilith's ranking was expected by everyone, as she had the highest talent among them all. Second place, Marcy. Third place, Baisai at 6th place. After hearing her rank, Baisai breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was 6th and not last. Meanwhile, the succubi who ranked at the bottom became nervous, looking helplessly at Lilith and the captain. Some even covering their faces and crying, regretting why they hadn't studied harder. After Zhao Chen finished reading the rankings, he looked around and said, "Each of you has passed. Passed." Now, the succubi who ranked at the bottom all breathed a sigh of relief. One succubus cautiously asked, "Captain, does that mean we can stay?" Of course, Zhao Chen smiled. In fact, whether they did well on the exam or could stay completely depended on Zhao Chen's will. The exam was just a formality, but it must be said that they performed really well. In just a month, even the succubus who performed the worst was equivalent to the level of a 4th-year student in the Civil Service Department of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Among them, Lilith even achieved the highest score, surpassing the passing score of the North Star Starship Military Academy by several points. "I will announce your future job positions. Lilith will serve as my secretary, and Marcy will serve on the bridge of the number 0 Blizzard ship." Zhao Chen announced each person's position, all in civil service roles on the starship. Among them, Lilith's position was the highest. The secretary in a fleet can be said to be the second in command, second only to the fleet commander. And on a starship, they are definitely among the top 3 power holders, comparable to the deputy captain. "My secretary?" Lilith was also taken aback. "Yes, this is because you deserve it due to your abilities. I hope you can work seriously in the future. If we encounter other succubi in the future, you can recruit them like Charlotte," Zhao Chen said. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, completely not expecting him to value her so highly. Captain, I will definitely work hard. Beside her, Bessie said excitedly. For them, being able to stay here was the happiest thing. Thus, Lilith and the succubi officially joined the Xiaolong fleet. In the last few days of November, Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was officially completed. The emblem of the Xiaolong fleet appeared on its hull. With this, I can build our starships faster and in greater numbers, Zhao Chen said joyfully as he looked at the T2 Hammer in front of him. He turned to Charlotte. How's the matter I asked you to handle? During this time, as per your request, I have gathered 200 half-orc crew members who have experience in starship manufacturing and maintenance. Charlotte reported. Very good. Starting tomorrow, let them board the ship and start learning to master the T2 Hammer as quickly as possible, Zhao Chen said excitedly. However, at this moment, Charlotte poured cold water on him. Captain, although we now have the T2 Hammer, the funds in our fleet's accounts may not be enough to build another starship. Previously, selling the remains of the three-clawed snake interstellar pirate fleet's starships yielded 400,000 star coins. Adding our remaining funds, we currently have a total of 900,000 star coins. 900,000 star coins. This indeed cannot meet the raw material requirements for building a starship. Out of money again. Zhao Chen scratched his head, not expecting that just a few months would pass and he would be short on funds again. He needed to find a way to make money. However, there was only a little over a month left until the deadline for the quarterly mission requirements. He didn't have much time left. Triggering system task. Accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox Star System. Do you accept this task? Refusing the task will cost 300 system points. At this moment, a system task popped up, seemingly related to the Arctic Fox Star System. Zhao Chen originally didn't want to accept it, but seeing the cost of 300 system points to refuse the task, he chose to accept it. Task content. Accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox Star System. Task difficulty, sea level. Task reward, 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward, a random reward based on task completion. Failure penalty, deduct 1,000 system points. Zhao Chen glanced at the system task and immediately asked Charlotte to check if there were any bounty tasks issued by the Arctic Fox Star System. You know about this? Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. What matter? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, and it seemed she knew something. Charlotte said, just now. The Arctic Fox Starport broadcasted a request for private fleets and adventurer fleets to accept bounty tasks. The content is that a cosmic wormhole has appeared at a remote asteroid base in the Arctic Fox Star System. A small batch of Imperial warships has already been sent to support, but the number of interstellar insectoids inside the wormhole is considerable, and the situation is not good. The Lord S fleet of the Arctic Fox Star System and other Imperial warships will take a day to arrive, while it only takes 3 hours to get there from us. The task requirement is to cover the evacuation of 5 million residents from that asteroid base. Insectoids. Zhao Chen's eyelids twitched. Chapter 61, Interstellar Insectoids. Interstellar insectoids are a type of creature that seems to appear out of nowhere, with no information about them. They are known to be instinctively aggressive, subconsciously consuming any living beings within their perception, and there are even cases of them devouring their own kind. If they descend upon a planet, it will be a disaster for all life on that planet. Interstellar insectoids usually appear alongside the emergence of cosmic wormholes. Up to now, there has been no scientific explanation for the appearance of cosmic wormholes. They are also known as cosmic rifts or interstellar cracks. It is as if a crack suddenly appeared in the universe, and then interstellar insectoids would pour out from it, attacking surrounding planets. If left unchecked, these interstellar insectoids will consume all life on a planet and then breed more insectoids, spreading to nearby planets and star systems. The existence of cosmic wormholes is not fixed in time. They can be long or short, large or small. And the scale of interstellar insectoids that appear varies with different scales of cosmic wormholes. In this regard, researchers of the Galactic Alliance have established a system. Cosmic wormholes are classified from low to high as Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3, with grading standards comparable to T1 and T2 technology. This is because during battles with interstellar insectoids, it is found that some powerful individual interstellar insectoids possess strength comparable to interstellar warships. These interstellar insectoids are also known as hive mother ships. Hive mother ships carry large numbers of interstellar insectoids to battle, conquering, and slaughtering planets. Zhao Chen recalled some knowledge about insectoids he learned at the North Star Military Academy. Is there detailed content about this task? Zhao Chen asked Charlotte. Charlotte shook her head. I only heard the general news. I don't know the details. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said to Charlotte, you need to prepare immediately. Arrange for the number 0 Blizzard and T-2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier starships to carry a full load of military supplies and prepare to depart as quickly as possible. Depart? Where to? As soon as Charlotte asked, she realized it and looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Captain, you can't be planning to do as I said. I will now find a way to gather more information on this. After Zhao Chen finished giving instructions, he immediately headed to the bridge of the T-2 Queen Bee. Charlotte then headed to the number 0 Blizzard to issue orders. During the time Zhao Wanner was absent, the two were responsible for these two starships respectively. Upon arriving at the bridge, Zhao Chen immediately contacted someone. Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the head of the starport numbered CC-11. How may I assist you? The female head of the starport smiled at the man in front of her. Do you know about the cosmic wormhole incident? The female head was taken aback, then nodded. Are you referring to the cosmic wormhole incident that occurred around asteroid number P331? If your star system has not experienced two cosmic wormholes, then that is it. Zhao Chen said. If you want to know the details, you can go to the headquarters of the Arctic Fox starport that issued the task. There is more information there, the female head replied. I don't have time. I need to quickly understand all the information regarding this task. And I also need to take on this task as fast as possible, Zhao Chen said. You want to take this task? The female head was shocked. It should be noted that half an hour had passed since the bounty task was issued, and the head of the starport had personally questioned several commanders of private fleets and adventurer fleets stationed at the starport. But no one was willing to take on the task. Yes, Zhao Chen said. The female head said, taking on the task is not a problem. But according to the procedure, we need to register your fleet first, and... Zhao Chen interrupted. I want it done as fast as possible. Get it done within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The female head looked troubled. These procedures must be followed, partly for the safety of your fleet. Beep beep beep, your account has received 1,000 star coins. The female head suddenly received a notification of the deposit, glanced at it, and exchanged a knowing look with the holographic Zhao Chen. Due to the special nature of this task, we can use the emergency channel. I will find a way to contact you and give you a response within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I will send you all the task information. The female head quickly finished these instructions, directly cutting off communication with Zhao Chen to go through the emergency channel. Indeed, it's the same everywhere. Having money makes things easier. Zhao Chen didn't have time to consider this. He began reviewing the mission intelligence sent by the female officer. This was about an incident that occurred 3 hours ago in a remote area of the Arctic Fox galaxy, where a level 2 cosmic wormhole suddenly appeared. Upon receiving this news, the Lord of the Arctic Fox galaxy immediately issued orders to dispatch fleets to eliminate these interstellar insectoids. However, a significant portion of the Imperial Army originally stationed in the Arctic Fox galaxy had recently been reassigned. The Lord's fleet of the Arctic Fox galaxy was also sent to another border battlefield for a small operational task. Therefore, currently, there was only a small fleet of the Imperial Army stationed in the Arctic Fox galaxy, which had already rushed to the incident area. Unfortunately, the number of interstellar insectoids was too great, and this small fleet was entirely insufficient to suppress them. The Arctic Fox galaxy immediately sought assistance from surrounding star systems and the governor of the North Wind star domain. The North Wind star domain is one of the 8 star domains of the Starry Empire, overseeing 63 star systems, including the Xiaolong star system, the North Star system, and the Arctic Fox galaxy. However, reinforcements also needed time to reach the battlefield, with the fastest arriving at least 10 hours later. According to the high-level simulations of the Arctic Fox galaxy, within these 10 hours, this batch of interstellar insectoids would affect planets with inhabitants within their range, including 3 asteroids and 1 satellite, with a total population of 70 million. The first to be attacked would be the 5 million civilians on asteroid P331. Currently, there were 2 voices among the high-ranking officials of the Arctic Fox galaxy. One suggested abandoning asteroid P331 and retreating to other planets with larger populations to wait for reinforcements. The other voice suggested that while they could abandon asteroid P331, they must evacuate all 5 million civilians from it. The latter opinion happened to belong to the commander of the remaining small fleet of the Imperial Army, who directly took the fleet to asteroid P331 without prior approval and requested immediate deployment of interstellar transport ships to evacuate the civilians there. However, according to system calculations, this small fleet of the Imperial Army could not ensure the safe retreat of the 5 million people on asteroid P331 under the onslaught of the interstellar insectoids. So the commander of the Imperial Army fleet came up with an idea. Since the Lord's fleet and the Imperial Army couldn't reach them in time, they would ask civilian fleets for assistance. Thus, this bounty mission was created. The reward was a substantial 500,000 star coins. And the fleet commander also guaranteed that all losses and expenditures during the battle would be borne by the Imperial Army. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. In fact, he wasn't too concerned about saving people. He wouldn't risk the lives of so many on his 2 starships just to save others. He certainly didn't consider himself a savior. However, the corpses of interstellar insectoids were very valuable, containing various resources, making them a moving treasury. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen was currently short on money. Additionally, there was the systems task. Chapter 62. Target. The edge of the Arctic Fox Galaxy. Asteroid P331. Arctic Fox Starport Interstellar Mission Headquarters. My lord, calling us here is useless. This is a level 2 cosmic wormhole, with at least 3 T2 motherships, and more than 30 T1 motherships. How can we possibly hold them off for a few hours with just our adventurer fleets? One of the commanders objected. Although the bounty is 500,000 star coins, you need to have your life to spend it. Who doesn't know that dealing with insects can lead to the entire starship being lost if you're not careful? They want to give you a chance to surrender and become prisoners. So what if 5 million people die? I say it's better to retreat to asteroid P300, which has a population of 20 million, and we only need to hold out for 2 hours at most for the fastest reinforcements to arrive. But on P331, we need to withstand the insectoids' attack for at least 3 hours to ensure the safe evacuation of those 5 million people. The risk is too great. In a room, the head of the Arctic Fox starport looked worriedly at the 3 commanders of the largest private fleets currently at the starport. All 3 refused the mission for various reasons. I'll increase the bounty by 100,000 star coins personally. Will you reconsider? This mission doesn't require you to fight the insects to the death. Just delaying for 3 hours or maybe even 2 hours should suffice. The head of the Arctic Fox starport urged. Don't say 60,000 star coins. Even 1,000,000 star coins. Whoever wants to do this can go ahead. I'm not doing it, one of them replied. It's strange. That fleet commander who wants to safely evacuate 5 million civilians from asteroid P331 must be out of their mind. You guys are ridiculous. Just have the Lord of the Arctic Fox Galaxy issue an order to withdraw the fleet. The head of the Arctic Fox starport sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness. The Lord above him would certainly want to withdraw that Imperial Army fleet, although the Imperial Army was not under his direct command. A Lord generally holds some authority over their territory. Moreover, the Lord of the Arctic Fox Galaxy was a count and was one of the most prosperous systems in the North Wind Star domain, so his status was naturally significant. However, the commander of the Imperial Army fleet had an even more unusual identity. The Lord of the Arctic Fox Galaxy had said that he wouldn't care if those 5 million people, along with the total population of 70 million on the other planets, all perished. But if something happened to that commander, he would face serious problems. At this moment, the head of the Arctic Fox starport received a notification on his terminal. Upon reading the content, he was instantly overjoyed and immediately connected the call. Hello. You say there's a fleet willing to accept this bounty mission? The 3 present heard the excited words of the head of the Arctic Fox starport and exchanged glances. They were all too afraid to take on this mission. Who was daring enough to accept it? Procedures not complete? It doesn't matter. At this critical time, we can simplify all processes. It's best if they can set off immediately, the head of the Arctic Fox starport said. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, what is their background? How many starships do they have? The Black Dragon fleet? Currently, there are only 2 starships in our starport. The head of the Arctic Fox starport was stunned. The Black Dragon fleet? The 3 bystanders murmured this name. They had never heard of such a fleet in the entire North Wind Star domain. And only 2 starships? Although it was possible that most of the fleet wasn't docked at the starport, was there really someone willing to take on this mission? Forget it. No matter what fleet it is, tell them to set off immediately. If they successfully complete this mission, the Arctic Fox starport will give them an additional 100,000 or 200,000 star coins as a reward. The head of the Arctic Fox starport said. After ending the communication, he looked at the 3 people present again and asked, are you really not considering it anymore? This bounty mission has no limit on the number of people. If you go together, maybe. Forget it, forget it. A task that is so easy to earn should be left to that Black Dragon fleet, one of them said sarcastically. I'd like to see if they can successfully evacuate those 5 million people, another added mockingly. Their tone and gaze completely disbelieving that the other party could accomplish this task. On the bridge of the T2 Queen B class heavy aircraft carrier, Mr. Zhao Chen, we have registered you. You have accepted this mission. Additionally, we have added a reward of 200,000 star coins. If you can complete this task, you will receive a total reward of 700,000 star coins, the female supervisor said in a video call with Zhao Chen. Okay, thank you, Zhao Chen replied. Wishing you a triumphant return, the female supervisor said. The communication ended. Zhao Chen looked at the other side of the video call window, which was Charlotte. What's going on with this Black Dragon fleet? Charlotte asked curiously. Zhao Chen explained, the registration for the task requires a name. After thinking it over, I decided not to use the name of the Tiaolong fleet because that would be too ostentatious. So, we are using the title of the Black Dragon fleet for external purposes. After explaining, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and asked, aren't you curious why I'm so insistent on taking this task? Charlotte replied, what task you accept is a matter for you as the captain, as your subordinate. My only job is to fight. I must say, Charlotte is indeed an exceptionally competent starship commander. Right now, the T-2B Queen and Zero Storm are leaving the Arctic Fox starport, and there's still some time before they enter warp travel mode. Zhao Chen continued. What do you think are our chances of completing this task based solely on our efforts? Charlotte's expression became serious as she raised her hand. Summoning a holographic image of the task introduction. This is a level 2 cosmic wormhole. Assuming there are more than 3 T2 Hive motherships and 30 T1 Hive motherships, if we go all out, we don't have much of a chance because we currently lack interstellar supply ships. Even if we exhaust all our ammunition, we might not be able to eliminate them all. But if it's just about stalling for time to evacuate the 5 million people on asteroid P331, the difficulty is much lower. I'd say we have about an 80% chance. So high? I thought you would think I was being reckless, Zhao Chen said, a bit surprised by Charlotte's assessment. Charlotte replied, if it were 2 ordinary T2 starships, the chance would be less than 30%. But your 2 starships cannot be described as ordinary T2 starships. Furthermore, I have encountered interstellar insectoids a few times, and as long as they are not a large-scale interstellar insectoid swarm, they are actually not that threatening. With Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen's confidence increased significantly. The warp engine's route was preset, and they were about to enter the acceleration phase, with warp travel set to commence in 10 minutes. All crew members enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. Repeat, all crew members enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Chen issued the command. Target. The edge of the Arctic Fox system, asteroid P331. Chapter 63. They really dare to fire 20 minutes later. The Zero Storm and T-2B Queen heavy aircraft carrier starships arrived at the predetermined coordinates one after the other. Zhao Chen immediately woke up. Leaving the sleep pod and sitting in the captain's chair, ready to issue commands when a voice sounded beside him. All personnel on the bridge return to your posts within 1 minute and check all starship data. All personnel on the starship return to your posts within 3 minutes and be on standby. The starship immediately entered level 2 combat readiness, with interstellar drones ready for deployment. Zhao Chen looked over and saw his secretary, Lilith, had already started issuing commands. Lilith noticed Zhao Chen's gaze and said somewhat awkwardly, did I do something wrong? No. You're doing great. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Your physical fitness is quite impressive, Zhao Chen praised. The secretary's duty is to assist the captain in issuing commands and, when necessary, to issue some non-designated orders before the captain. Just like the words she just said. Lilith replied, I previously served on a starship in the Succubus Kingdom and participated in the war against invaders, but we ultimately failed. I remember the Succubus Kingdom campaign was over 50 years ago, right? You had already served back then? How old are you now? Zhao Chen began to speculate about his secretary's age. Lilith said, yes, I am 75 this year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. 75? Looking at Lilith's appearance. She could easily be mistaken for someone in their 20s. Lilith guessed Zhao Chen's doubt and explained, our lifespan can reach 300 years under normal circumstances. And if we use some technological advancements like your human race, we might live up to 400 years. 400 years? Zhao Chen gulped. By that calculation, Lilith's age in human terms would indeed be like a 20-year-old girl. The highest lifespan for humans now can reach 150 years, of course. Only the privileged classes can enjoy that. Ordinary people's lifespan is still around 70 to 80 years. Captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed warp travel. Please give the next instructions. Charlotte's communication window popped up. How far are we from asteroid P331? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith quickly answered. If we go by the speed of the T-2B Queen, it is estimated that we can reach asteroid P331 in half an hour at the fastest. The Zero Storm can reach it in 10 minutes. Since warp travel can only get us to a rough location in a non-combat environment, we can get a bit closer to the destination. However, if heading to a combat area, interstellar fleets generally slow down in advance. Stopping warp travel at a certain distance from the combat area and then using conventional engines to enter the combat zone. The Zero Storm will first form a formation with the T-2B Queen to head for asteroid P331. We'll discuss the specific battle plan when we arrive, Zhao Chen said. Understood, Charlotte and Lilith replied in unison. Subsequently, the two starships maintained the same speed and headed in one direction. After about 10 minutes of travel, they saw a batch of slow-moving interstellar transport ships. What type of starship is that? Zhao Chen looked at these interstellar transport ships, which were estimated to be moving at only 10 knots, clearly not their normal speed. According to the identification numbers of these interstellar transport ships, they should belong to the Arctic Fox Systems Lord Fleet. The model is T-2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships. They appeared here likely to evacuate the populace from asteroid P-331. Lilith quickly answered. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith in surprise. Lilith quietly explained, I have that information in my studies. Contact their starship and ask why their speed is so slow. Zhao Chen frowned. Soon, the communication was connected. What fleet are you? The opposing fleet commander asked first. We are the Black Dragon Fleet, assigned to support the evacuation operation of asteroid P-331. You are the interstellar transport fleet responsible for evacuating asteroid P-331. But why is your speed so slow? Lilith inquired. The opposing fleet commander paused for a moment. Our starships have been damaged, so our speed is slower. Since you are here to provide support, you can go ahead. After saying that, the fleet commander cut off the communication, chuckling to his adjutant. There are actually people who dare to take on this task. They must be fools with a screw loose. We're not idiots. If we rush over now and the interstellar insectoids come while we're evacuating people, what do? We'll just take our time. When the Imperial forces can no longer hold, and we are told we don't need to go over anymore, we'll just retreat. I warn your fleet. Please carry out your mission and proceed at full speed to asteroid P-331. Lilith's voice rang out. The fleet commander frowned. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? Since the communication was not open on their side, the T-2B Queen could not hear what he said. The adjutant beside him was smoking calmly and said, Just ignore them. Let's do our own thing. They're not the Imperial Army. What can they do to us? Suddenly, a report came from the bridge crew. Report. That unidentified starship has all its secondary guns aimed at our fleet. The fleet commander snorted coldly. What? Do they dare to fire on us? We are the subordinate fleet of the Arctic Fox Systems Lord Fleet. Suddenly, meteors streaked across the view outside the bridge's floor-to-ceiling windows. With the closest ones even less than 100 meters away, that starship really dared to fire. This is our last warning. If you neglect your duties again, you'll bear the consequences. The woman's voice echoed again. The fleet commander swallowed hard. Crazy. This must be a madwoman. She wants to die and insists on dragging us with her. What should we do? At this rate, they really dare to fire. We don't have an escort fleet. And our interstellar transport ship's firepower is far from enough to fight back. The adjutant exclaimed, having been startled. The cigarette in his hand burned down to his fingers without him noticing, causing him to yelp in pain. The fleet commander frowned. This time I'm unlucky. But I'll remember this grudge. Full speed ahead. Head for asteroid P-331. Zhao Chen on the T-2 Queen Bee's bridge saw the originally slow interstellar transport fleet suddenly accelerate, revealing a satisfied smile. He knew well what these guys were thinking. Usually, it had nothing to do with him. They could do whatever they wanted. But unfortunately, this time it was his system mission, and they shouldn't think of dragging it out on purpose. Chapter 64. Mother Nest Asteroid P-331, with a population of 5 million, is a small resource planet. Therefore, the Arctic Fox system built several bases here, assigning 5 million people to conduct resource extraction operations on this small resource planet. Who would have thought that disaster would strike from the sky? A cosmic bug nest appeared. The first to be threatened was their asteroid, P-331. The asteroid manager was currently overwhelmed with evacuation efforts, but unfortunately, there were too few interstellar transport ships here, and so far, they had only evacuated less than 1/10 of the population. Their transportation capacity was far from sufficient, and the subordinate interstellar transport fleet of the Arctic Fox Systems Lord Fleet, which was supposed to arrive half an hour ago, had yet to show up. How is your evacuation work going? A video window appeared in front of the asteroid manager. On the other side was a woman in the uniform of the Star Empire's military. So far, we have only evacuated 500,000 people. And over 4 million are still waiting to be evacuated, the asteroid manager replied. What about the interstellar transport fleet? The female officer frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the efficiency. They haven't arrived yet, the asteroid manager said helplessly. Captain, we have a large number of bugs appearing on the right flank of our fleet. There are too many. We must retreat on a large scale. Captain, the enemy ST-2 Mother Nest is attacking our ship with plasma cannons. One T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer has sustained damage. The female officer's side was chaotic, filled with various reports, each one increasing the asteroid manager's worry. Sir, why don't you retreat first? Sacrificing 30 Imperial starships for the sake of a few 100,000 people isn't worth it, the asteroid manager advised again. He had already said this several times. If it weren't for this officer leading the Imperial fleet here, he might have left the asteroid himself long ago. We still have time. We cannot abandon any of the Empire's people, the female officer said sternly. The asteroid manager smiled bitterly inside, while she was compassionate. She shouldn't drag the higher-ups of the asteroid into this mess. If she didn't leave, these people wouldn't be able to escape either. We will continue to delay the insect attack. We can hold out for another 2 hours. You need to find a way to evacuate the civilians as quickly as possible, the female officer said firmly. Yes, the asteroid manager replied, steeling himself. On the bridge of the flagship Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship of the 5th Fleet, 3rd Corps, 7th Legion of the Star Empire, the female officer who had just finished the communication looked at the starship radar with a serious expression. The radar was filled with countless red dots, numbering in the millions. These are the bugs. Miss, we really need to retreat. If we keep fighting like this, our fleet could easily be overwhelmed by the swarm and face total annihilation. Right now, we can suppress the bugs with our firepower, but as their numbers increase, we will soon be surrounded, and then we won't even be able to retreat. An anxious female officer beside her advised. The female officer gritted her teeth and said reluctantly, "Are we really going to abandon the lives of millions on that planet? Miss, your life is far more important than those millions." The female officer said bluntly, "No, everyone is the same. As Imperial soldiers, our duty is to protect the Empire's people," the female officer declared with righteousness. The female officer's mind was racing with frustration. Could she not have such an overwhelming sense of justice at this moment? With no other choice, the female officer had to drop the bomb. "Miss, if you care about those millions, have you thought about how many people will pay the price if something happens to you? How many families will be affected?" The female officer was torn inside. She knew she was being a bit willful, but her sense of justice wouldn't allow her to easily abandon the millions of lives on that planet. 2 hours. We can hold out for 2 more hours. She gritted her teeth, choosing to compromise. 2 hours is impossible. Given our current situation, we can only hold out for at most 1 hour. We must retreat in 1 hour, no matter what. If it really doesn't work, your starship can withdraw, and I'll lead the remaining fleet to hold the line here, the female officer said decisively. Compared to the life of this young lady in front of her, this fleet of 30 Imperial starships was nothing. "How can I leave you all behind and escape?" The female officer rejected this suggestion, clenching her fists, and asked, "Have any fleets come to support us since I issued the bounty task earlier?" "Miss, it's impossible for anyone to come to support us," the female officer said, truly wanting to knock the young lady out and take her away. The female officer was conflicted inside. Her sense of justice was constantly clashing with reality. Retreat or not to retreat? At that moment, on the battlefield, due to the increasing number of bugs, a T-2 Defender-class medium interstellar frigate was breached by the bugs. Creatures the size of a human began to leap onto the hull of this T-2 Defender, frantically gnawing at the hull armor. The T-2 Defender was powerless against these bugs clinging to its hull, helplessly watching as its armor was chewed away. Report. The starboard hull of T-2 Defender 0712 has been extensively covered by flying bugs and is beyond saving, the bridge crew reported to the female officer. Once a starship was covered by bugs, it was basically 1 foot in the underworld, facing a near-certain death. The female officer looked at the T-2 Defender with anger and guilt. This would be the first starship to fall in her fleet here. But it might not be the last. Report. A swarm of interstellar drones has appeared behind our fleet. One crew member, who had been monitoring the starship radar, suddenly reported a new development. Interstellar drones? The female officer was surprised. Just as they were astonished by these interstellar drones, the swarm had already charged into the battlefield, targeting the flying bugs with a barrage of fire, blasting them to pieces. At the same time, they provided support to the besieged T-2 Defender. Relying on the firepower of the interstellar drones, all the flying insects on the hull were gradually cleared. Finally, the T-2 Guardian, dragging its damaged body, successfully retreated from the danger zone. Where did these interstellar drones come from? The female officer was astonished. Just then, a communication came in. "I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, here to provide support for the bounty mission," a male voice echoed in the communication channel. The female officer felt a surge of joy, thinking, "See, someone is willing to come to my rescue. There are still people like me who have a sense of justice." Meanwhile, in the distance of the battlefield, several massive insect-like creatures, resembling interstellar warships, were gradually approaching the battlefield. Chapter 65. Just 2 starships? Commander of the Black Dragon Fleet. "Hello, I am Commander Chu Xian of the 5th Fleet under the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Starry Empire. Your support is very timely. May I ask how many starships you have brought? Commander Chu Xian inquired excitedly. With reinforcements, it meant that the 500,000 people on that planet could evacuate safely. Our fleet has 2 starships, Zhao Chen stated bluntly. 2. Chu Xian immediately doubted whether she heard correctly. She glanced at her female adjutant and whispered, "Did I just hear 2 starships instead of 20? I think I heard 2 as well." The female adjutant nodded with a dazed expression. Chu Xian hesitated for a moment and confirmed again. "Did you just say your fleet has only 2 starships?" "Yes," Zhao Chen replied. "Are you just an advanced fleet? With the main fleet still on the way?" Chu Xian tried to salvage some hope. Zhao Chen said, "Only these 2 starships came to provide support this time. As for the mission issued by your excellency, no one else is willing to accept it besides us." "Only 2 starships?" Chu Xian felt her hopes plummet from a peak to a valley. "Are you T3 starships?" Chu Xian asked, unwilling to give up. "2 T2 starships," Zhao Chen answered. Chu Xian's expression turned blank. Perhaps she really shouldn't have chosen to hold the P-331 asteroid. She shouldn't let her so-called sense of justice lead her fleet to sacrifice here. "Thank you very much for coming to support us, but with just your 2 starships, we can't turn around this terrible situation," Chu Xian said, feeling somewhat down. "So I have decided to give up." "Are you really going to give up without even trying?" Zhao Chen retorted. Chu Xian was taken aback. "You are willing to defy the Lord's orders and insist on covering the evacuation of 500,000 civilians on asteroid P-331, even if it puts your fleet in danger, possibly jeopardizing the safety of tens of millions of civilians behind. You might not be a competent commander, but you are an admirable soldier. I don't believe that you would be willing to give up your belief in this cause without having completely lost hope," Zhao Chen said, looking directly at Chu Xian. Although separated by the virtual window of the video communication, Chu Xian felt a jolt of electricity. Goosebumps rose all over her body. Chu Xian opened her mouth. But the female adjutant interrupted directly. "Captain, you may not understand the current situation. With just your 2 T2 starships, you cannot change the situation at all. You must know that there are 30 T2 starships of the Imperial Army here. Just 2 starships." The female adjutant initially had some admiration for this man, but now she saw him as a fool. Just when their lady was finally persuaded to retreat, here comes a kid trying to rally her again with a few words. Did he even know what kind of identity their lady held? If anything happened to her here, the entire Arctic Fox star system might pay a heavy price for it. "Let me explain the current situation." Zhao Chen looked at Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian stopped her female adjutant from continuing and said seriously, "The current situation is as follows. This swarm of interstellar insects comes from a secondary universe insect hole, which has already been closed. For T2 insect motherships and 35 T1 insect motherships have appeared, so far. We have destroyed 4 T1 insect motherships and severely damaged 1 T2 insect mothership. However, the number of insects is simply too many, and we are struggling to maintain our defense." Zhao Chen asked, "What is the battle damage situation of your fleet? How much combat power do the starships have left?" Commander Chu Xian was taken aback, but still answered, "All 30 of my fleet starships are still intact, with 2 suffering some damage, but it does not affect combat capability. The weapons on board still have over 50 remaining. However, our firepower is insufficient against the number of insects." "I understand. I believe we still have a chance to fight." Zhao Chen interrupted Commander Chu Xian's words, speaking firmly. The female adjutant covered her face. Where did this reckless youth come from? How could he be so similar to their lady? Ugh, their lady held a significant identity. Could this person compare? "Hey, do you even understand the current situation? We can't just risk 30 starships because of your words and accompany your 2 starships into danger." The female adjutant, unable to contain herself, shouted at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen ignored the female adjutant and focused on Chu Xian. "What is your plan?" Chu Xian asked Zhao Chen. "There is no time to explain too much. You just need to have your fleet follow my instructions. Defeating the interstellar insect swarm is impossible, but buying about 2 more hours for asteroid P-331 is still feasible." Zhao Chen looked at the young and beautiful commander before him. "You just need to tell me if you are willing to believe me, and if you are willing to gamble once more for your inner belief." Chu Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip. It was clear that she was very conflicted. "Are you done? If you want to die, no one is stopping you." The female adjutant, unable to bear it any longer, shouted at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen added, "If you still don't believe me, I can give you a guarantee. When you think this battle really has no hope, you can retreat at any time. All right, I promise you. My fleet will now follow your command." Commander Chu Xian's eyes sparkled like jewels at that moment. "Young lady." The female adjutant stamped her foot anxiously. "Let me be reckless one more time. If it really can't be changed, we can still retreat then," Commander Chu Xian whispered. The female adjutant felt helpless. She knew that once their lady made a decision, she couldn't change it. Their lady was a person with a strong sense of justice and a particularly stubborn temperament. My drone swarm will provide cover for you. Now your fleet should retreat at full speed. At this position, form a one-way carrier combat formation centered around my T2 carrier starship, Zhao Chen said seriously. There are many of these insects. Are you sure your interstellar drone swarm can really hold them off? Commander Chu Xian asked worriedly. Zhao Chen replied without changing his expression. Please trust me, Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian looked at the man before her and felt that he seemed to radiate light. She began to issue commands to her fleet. All fleet. Retreat from combat at full speed towards the designated coordinates, and form a one-way carrier combat formation centered around the friendly fleet's carrier starship. Chapter 66. Insect Sea Tactics. It must be said that the quality of the Imperial Army's fleet is quite high. After Commander Chu Xian's orders were given, 30 starships retreated from battle at the fastest speed while maintaining a very safe withdrawal formation. The T2 Guardian-class medium interstellar escort ship stayed at the rear to provide cover, just in case. However, the worst they feared did not happen. 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones covered 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones as they approached the incoming swarm of insects. The 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones immediately opened fire with their cannons and missiles, launching an attack on the insects, causing chunks of them to be blown to pieces. Meanwhile, the 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones deployed pre-prepared timed bombs, and then all the interstellar drones retreated. Naturally, the insects would not let these prey escape, surging forward like a black tide. Just as the swarm was in pursuit, the timed bombs exploded one by one, creating a barrage of firepower that disoriented the chasing insects. On the bridge of the T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing the battlefield scene magnified by a deep space telescope. Although he had learned about the interstellar insect race in textbooks at the North Star Starship Military Academy, seeing the combat methods of these interstellar races with his own eyes was still shocking, sending shivers down his spine, especially for those with a fear of clusters. Witnessing the scene before him would likely lead to immediate collapse. The combat style of the interstellar insect race is quite unique. The individual insect motherships are relatively large and belong to the category of biological starships. However, they are generally slow, and their main combat weapons, such as biological plasma cannons and biological torpedoes, do not have any advantages compared to starships of the same level. However, their unique social structure gives them a specialized combat style and tactics. The Insect Sea Tactics. A T1 insect mothership has about 10,000 T1 flying insects. A T2 insect mothership has 100,000 T1 flying insects and 1,000 T2 stingers. The flying insects and stingers serve as the engineering units of the insect mothership. The former is somewhat similar to a mantis with wings, about the size of a person, and is only capable of close combat. The latter resembles a long snake characteristic of insects, standing about a person's height but nearly 10 meters long, capable of spraying highly corrosive acid at close range. They can leave the insect mothership to survive and fight in the cosmic environment, moving with great speed. Among peer units, only the speed of interstellar corvettes can barely match theirs. Other starships are slower. These units are commonly referred to as bugs. Despite being classified as T1 and T2, their actual combat abilities are far below that level. For example, a T2 Stinger, when compared to a T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in a fight, would be easily crushed. However, when these bugs attack, they do not come 1, 10, or 100 at a time, but in the thousands, surging towards you like a wave. Unless you can annihilate them all, as long as a few bugs manage to bite into your ship's hull and penetrate it, the interstellar warriors inside the starship will be in grave danger. Moreover, these bugs do not feel fear. They only obey instinctual drives and orders from the insect mothership, charging towards their target one after another. This combat style is somewhat similar to that of aircraft carrier starships. These bugs are the interstellar fighters of the insect mothership. Report: the first wave of T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones and T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombing and are preparing to return, Lilith said beside him. Have these Hornets and Killer Bees complete their resupply and prepare for the second wave of attacks. Also, deploy 300 T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones in 3 alternating waves. Zhao Chen ordered. Yes, Lilith began to relay the captain's orders. Initially worried about whether these interstellar drones could withstand the insect swarm's Imperial fleet, everyone was now amazed by the performance of these interstellar drones. The combat power of these interstellar drones is even comparable to that of interstellar fighters of the same level. Commander Chu Xian exclaimed. At this moment, the female officer also noticed the aircraft carrier starship, which was painted in yellow and black, resembling some kind of insect. Strikingly similar to the interstellar insect race across from them. What kind of aircraft carrier starship is this? I've never seen it before. The female officer accessed the starship database and scanned the image of the aircraft carrier starship before her, but found no records. There are actually no records in our database, she said in surprise. Commander Chu Xian looked at the aircraft carrier starship, recalling the man's words, and whispered solemnly, I hope that captain can really turn the tide of battle. The female officer thought to herself, just 2 starships. How could that be possible? Unless they are 2 T3 starships. Right, aren't there 2 starships? Why is there only 1 aircraft carrier starship here? And what about the other starship? The female officer suddenly said in surprise, looking at the starship radar. There was no energy signal from a second starship. Where's that starship? On asteroid P331. Dozens of T-2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered in the air above the asteroid, with airships continuously evacuating civilians from the interstellar transport ships. Great. You finally came. The person in charge of the asteroid looked at the fleet commander with tears of joy. We're also on a mission. So hurry up and arrange for the personnel to evacuate. We are pressed for time. Once the interstellar insect race gets within warning range, we must evacuate. The fleet commander forced a smile. Okay. We will definitely hurry to evacuate, within 2 hours. No, within an hour and a half. We will complete the evacuation mission. The asteroid's person in charge confidently promised. In any case, the sooner, the better. The transport ship fleet commander said impatiently. It wasn't that he wanted to come. It was a bunch of lunatics forcing him with starship cannons. Now that he was here, he could only obediently carry out the task of evacuating the civilians. He just hoped that the damn man could hold on a little longer so they could evacuate safely. But in his dark thoughts, he secretly wished that the man and his damned starship could be fed to the insects on the distant battlefield. It would be best if they were fed to the insects only after they successfully evacuated. Yes, just like that. He cursed in his heart. Chapter 67, General White Tiger. Charlotte, under the cover of the interstellar drone swarm from the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, Chu Xian's Imperial fleet successfully retreated near the T-2 Queen Bee. They formed a one-way aircraft carrier combat formation centered around the T-2 Queen Bee. The so-called one-way aircraft carrier combat formation is a combat formation constructed to face only one direction. The T-2 Queen Bee is positioned at the back, with a T-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship in front. Further ahead are 8 T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers and 20 T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar corvettes. These 31 starships stood ready to face the approaching swarm. Almost the moment the insects entered firing range, all the Imperial military starships opened fire. With prior combat experience, these Imperial military starships were somewhat familiar with the rhythm of battle against these interstellar insect races. Meanwhile, the T-2 Queen Bee continued to deploy interstellar drone swarms. 3rd wave, 5th wave, 7th wave, 10th wave. Gradually, the number of returning interstellar drones began to decline, as those that disappeared had been torn to pieces by the insects. With the support of the T-2 Queen Bee, although the combat power of the interstellar drone swarm was unexpected, the sheer scale of the insect swarm was overwhelming, and the front line was gradually being pushed closer. From a distance, it looked like a black wave was about to engulf the 31 starships. If this continued, the outcome would still be the same. Our firepower is completely insufficient to fend off these swarms, the female officer said anxiously beside Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian was focused on the changes in the holographic interstellar sand table, her expression grave. Given the current situation, within 20 minutes, these swarms would close in on their starship line, posing a direct threat to them. Contact the captain of the Black Dragon Fleet, my lord, Commander Chu Xian said in a low voice. The female officer immediately established contact, and a video window opened, revealing the man's face once again. Before Commander Chu Xian could speak, Zhao Chen spoke first. Wait a moment. Commander Chu Xian and the female officer were taken aback. Wait for what? Commander Chu Xian instinctively asked. Time. Zhao Chen was not looking at Commander Chu Xian, but at the interstellar holographic sand table on his side, as if waiting for something to happen. Both Commander Chu Xian and the female officer felt it was absurd. 10 minutes. At most. Wait for another 10 minutes. Zhao Chen said seriously. Commander Chu Xian, who was about to speak, chose to hold back, thinking to herself, then let us wait for 10 more minutes. If there's no change after that, she would really have to lead her Imperial fleet to retreat. Time passed little by little. The swarm of insects was gradually closing in on the fleet line. The female officer was anxiously overwhelmed. Suddenly, the starship radar operator monitoring the battlefield exclaimed, "Report. A high-energy reaction has appeared behind the swarm." At the same time, the life signal of a T2 Hive mothership has disappeared. An unidentified energy signal moving rapidly has suddenly appeared behind the swarm. Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged glances. Could this be what the man was waiting for? "It's starting," Zhao Chen murmured, his eyes flashing with a mad glint. "Charlotte, begin your performance." At that moment, the swarm that had been aggressively attacking surprisingly slowed down, with some of the insects even retreating. "Release drones to see what is going on," Commander Chu Xian hurriedly ordered. Drones were deployed. As the front battlefield was covered by the dense swarm, making it impossible for the starships to visually see what was happening behind the swarm. They had to rely on the drones to move to a position where they could see and transmit the visual feedback. Soon, visual images were transmitted back. "My God, that is a starship," the female officer exclaimed, covering her mouth. "This starship is moving too fast. It's at least 70 or 80 knots. No, it's 100 knots. Commander Chu Xian accurately stated the speed of the starship based on her battlefield intuition. 100 knots? The female officer was stunned. At this time, the wreckage of the exploded T2 Hive mothership also came into their view. The once gigantic Hive mothership was split into 3 sections, and it was evident that one side of the Hive mothership had suffered terrifying bombardment, having been directly penetrated. It was a cannon with a caliber of over 1,000 millimeters. Commander Chu Xian identified the weapon that caused this damage based on the imagery. Commander Chu Xian said urgently, "Zoom in on that starship." The image was gradually magnified, although somewhat blurry. It was still possible to see the rapidly moving starship maneuvering quickly among the enemy ranks, completely ignoring the pursuing swarm, continuously sailing. Because of its astonishing speed, the pursuing swarm couldn't keep up. The Hive motherships attempted to attack with their biological plasma cannons, but unfortunately, the starship was just too fast, and not a single shot hit. "Captain, what exactly is going on?" Commander Chu Xian could no longer contain her curiosity and directly asked Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and explained calmly, "That is my Fleet S starship, the Zero Storm, a T2 starship with high speed, equipped with a 1,200 mm caliber cannon." "A T2 starship equipped with a 1,200 mm caliber cannon?" the female officer exclaimed. "So this is the second starship of your fleet. You never intended to defend against the Swarm S attack from the beginning. Instead, you used us to attract the insect troops from the Hive motherships, which diverted a large number of insect troops to attack us, leaving those Hive motherships defenseless. And at this moment, your Zero Storm is closing in at high speed, directly attacking those Hive motherships." Commander Chu Xian directly articulated Zhao Chen's plan. Zhao Chen nodded. This commander of the Imperial Fleet not only had a sense of justice and responsibility, but was also a talented military leader. "You madman. You're simply insane. Have you ever thought that with the slightest mistake, that starship could be completely devoured by the swarm?" The female officer looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Zhao Chen, however, said resolutely, "There will be no accidents, because that starship is called the Zero Storm." There was another thing Zhao Chen did not say. The one commanding the battle on that starship was the legendary half-orc general, the White Tiger General, Charlotte. Chapter 68. Full speed ahead, charge forward. Bridge of the Zero Storm report. The swarm on the front line has begun to retreat in succession, and they are preparing to charge at us. The bridge crew reported. Ignore them, continue at full speed. Charlotte was personally operating the starship, controlling every sailing angle and trajectory herself. This was usually the responsibility of a specialized helmsman. But today, after many years, General Charlotte was back at the helm, because she understood the dangers of this mission. A slight misstep could result in being hit by the biological plasma cannons of the Hive motherships or being caught by those swarms, leading to death. The route and trajectory of the voyage had been calculated countless times in her mind. The main force of the swarm needed a bit more time to retreat. Charlotte murmured, her gaze fixed on the interstellar sand table as if searching for a target. Right now, the Zero Storm could cleverly evade and dodge, partly due to its astonishing speed and partly because the T-1 flying insects and T-2 stingers left to guard the Hive mothership were too few to effectively encircle the Zero Storm. However, once the main force of the swarm, which had been engaged with the Imperial Fleet and T-2 heavy carrier starships, returned, the threat to the Zero Storm would greatly increase. Time passed slowly. Report, the T-2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon has been reset and is ready to fire. The crew responsible for the weapon system reported. In fact, there was no need to report. These numbers were already imprinted in Charlotte's mind. At this moment, The Zero Storm was precisely aimed at a T-2 Hive mothership. This T-2 Hive mothership might have sensed the danger and began to retreat while firing plasma cannons at the Zero Storm, but unfortunately, it couldn't hit this high-speed moving starship. Charlotte focused on the targeting reticle. She only had one chance to fire. Not to say she would destroy the T-2 Hive mothership with one shot, but at least she needed to deal a heavy blow. The swarm was controlled by the Hive mothership. Although destroying the Hive mothership wouldn't cause the swarm to die directly, it would significantly reduce their combat effectiveness. It would be like an army losing its leader. Chaos would ensue. Now is the time. Fire! Charlotte shouted angrily. A shell from the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon shot through the air at an incredible speed, following a comet-like trajectory, and finally struck the side of the T-2 Hive mothership. A massive explosion directly flipped over the T-2 Hive mothership, which was a full kilometer in size, with chunks of flesh floating in space. After this explosion, an even larger explosion occurred in the belly of the T-2 Hive mothership, splitting it in two and marking its fall in this part of the universe. Commander Chu Xian and her female officer were stunned as they witnessed all of this. Previously, they had heavily damaged a Hive mothership using a surprise attack method, but even so, they couldn't destroy it on the spot. Yet this starship managed to bring it down with just one shot. It was truly incredible. Moreover, it was obvious that the previous T-2 Hive mothership was also taken out by a single shot. Could this single shot that destroyed the T-2 Hive mothership possibly be from a T-3 starship? The female officer found it hard to believe. Commander Chu Xian quickly understood the reason. It had hit the organ that stored the biological plasma elements of the Hive mothership. That was equivalent to our starship's ammunition depot, similar to a starship engine. Once hit, it would create an effect similar to a chain explosion, achieving several times or even dozens of times the power. But could it really hit twice in a row? The female officer questioned. Commander Chu Xian stared at the image of the Zero Storm, which had begun to maneuver at high speed. It's not about whether it's possible. This starship did it. In just 10 minutes, destroying two T-2 Hive motherships is already quite an impressive achievement. Report. More than half of the enemy's swarm forces have retreated, and the remaining swarm forces can no longer break through our fire blockade, reported the crew. Commander Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane. Truly a madman's battle plan." But it has indeed achieved the strategic goal of stalling for time, allowing for at least another hour or even 2 hours without a problem. The female officer was at a loss for words, recalling her previous mockery of the two starships, feeling as if she had been slapped in the face. However, whether this Zero Storm could safely retreat was a question. Commander Chu Xian said with concern. At this moment, the Zero Storm had begun to withdraw after destroying two T-2 Hive motherships. But how could the swarm, which had been raided, tolerate the escape of the culprit? Waves of swarm forces, like a black whirlwind, began to encircle the interstellar warship. Their numbers were now dozens of times greater than before. It was as if a giant black hand was trying to crush a small mosquito. Report. According to the Starship System calculations, if we continue in the current direction, our chances of escaping are only 16. The crew reported nervously. Charlotte closed her eyes at that moment. It felt as if she had returned to her days with the half-orc rebellion, outnumbered and outmatched. But each time, she was able to turn the tide. Turn around, Charlotte suddenly ordered. This command took the crew on the bridge by surprise. Originally, the Zero Storm was headed towards the opposite side of the main battlefield, and now turning around meant heading straight into it. Wasn't this throwing themselves into a trap? But Charlotte's word was law on this starship. The Zero Storm nimbly executed a turn. Full speed ahead, Charlotte declared. After a brief turn, the Zero Storm's speed increased to 100 knots. At this moment, Charlotte summoned a virtual control interface and, after inputting a series of numbers, said, "Lift the starship engine restrictions and continue to accelerate." Lift the starship engine restrictions? The crew member in charge of navigation was stunned, then worriedly said, "If we lift the starship engine restrictions and continue to accelerate, the engine will be overloaded." "This is an order. Keep accelerating," Charlotte said firmly. "Yes, lifting the starship engine restrictions, the starship continues to accelerate. Speed 103, speed 106, speed 110. The speed set for each starship's engine is not its peak speed, but its optimal speed, meaning that below this speed, the engine's lifespan is maximized. Exceeding this would cause operational issues and significantly reduce the engine's lifespan. Therefore, starship engines usually have a restriction lock, which can only be lifted by the captain or the first officer with a password. Report. The engine is starting to overload. Report. The power system is beginning to run at overload. Report. The speed has now reached 120. All the crew members on the bridge were tense. The sudden turn of the Zero Storm, combined with the rapid increase in speed, meant that the swarm forces that had been surrounding it were caught off guard and were thrown far away. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. The battlefield was now divided into two parts. One was the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet, and the other was the swarm forces that had been diverted to besiege the Zero Storm. Normally, everyone would expect the Zero Storm to flee in the opposite direction, so the swarm had started to encircle early. Ironically, the number of swarm forces heading towards the main battlefield was the smallest. However, unfortunately, there was still a T-2 Hive mothership and a small group of swarm forces right in the path of the Zero Storm. Report, speed too fast. We cannot make a sharp turn now, the crew reported nervously. Charlotte suddenly smiled. It was the first time she had laughed so freely since coming to Zhao Chen's side. Then let's not detour. Full speed ahead, let's crash through. Chapter 69. Is this a ship collision? The flagship T-2 Fire Leopard class medium interstellar battleship bridge of the Imperial fleet. What is that starship doing? Commander Chu Xian looked in surprise as the Zero Storm was charging straight towards a T-2 Hive mothership, with a small batch of swarm forces in front of it. It seemed like it was going to collide. The female officer was dumbfounded. Commander Chu Xian said with a serious expression, the main cannon of the Zero Storm should have a reset loading time of about 5 minutes. Only 3 minutes have passed since the last shot, and it cannot be used yet. It should have lifted the starship engine restrictions, and its speed is visually estimated to have exceeded 130 knots. In just a few minutes of watching, Chu Xian had already grasped some combat information about the Zero Storm. At this moment, they all fell silent, their eyes glued to the video screen as the starship, like an ancient knight facing death, was about to charge into the enemy swarm. The swarm forces guarding the T-2 Hive mothership sensed the danger, immediately transforming into a black whirlwind rushing over, trying to intercept the starship. At the same time, the abyssal maw of the T-2 Hive mothership slowly opened, aiming at the speeding starship. The biological plasma cannon began to charge within its abyssal maw, flickering with blue light. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm was already colliding with the swarm. From Chu Xian and the others' perspective, it seemed as if the Zero Storm had plunged into the swarm, but due to its extreme speed, it even surpassed the T-1 flying insects and T-2 stab snakes. What would happen when two high-speed objects collided? One side would be torn apart, and now, the role of that side was being played by these insects. One by one, T-1 flying insects and T-2 stab snakes crashed against the hull of the Zero Storm. And before they could attack, they became a puddle of meat paste, their green juices becoming the new paint job of the Zero Storm. The crew inside the Zero Storm was experiencing the sensation of being in a storm. At any position on the starship, they could hear the continuous thumping sounds, and the ground beneath their feet was shaking. Bridge report. The overall damage level of the frontal hull armor has reached 101214. Report. The overall damage level of the lateral hull armor has reached 357. The crew is continuously reporting various conditions of the hull. The constant thudding sounds in the background seem to cast a shadow over many crew members on the bridge. As the temporary captain, Charlotte's eyes gleam with a frenzied look. Her long silent blood is igniting. What is the current speed? Charlotte shouted. Speed is 135 knots. Although the speed has been somewhat affected by the collision with the swarm, our starship speed is still gradually increasing. Are we continuing to accelerate? The crew member responsible for speed control is now sweating profusely. Looking at the number that has turned red and is still fluctuating, she feels her heartbeat racing several times faster than usual. Continue to accelerate, Charlotte commanded. Charlotte gazed at the images transmitted from outside the ship. To be honest, there is nothing visible now, just a pitch-black expanse, as the hull is surrounded by the swarm. They are moving against the swarm. Due to the high speed, these insects cannot cause effective damage to the hull armor. The only effective damage may come from their sacrificial collisions. Although it is invisible on the starship radar, the Zero Storm is getting closer to the largest energy body. Finally, the scene before her brightened, breaking through the darkness. The Zero Storm burst out from the swarm, with the T-2 Hive mothership almost within reach. The T-2 Hive mothership opened its enormous maw, preparing to fire its bioplasma cannon, ready to unleash its attack. All secondary weapons, point defense guns, fire at will, Charlotte roared. The prepared secondary weapons and point defense guns fired simultaneously. The bioplasma cannon also fired, and the two collided, creating a dazzling fireball effect, along with a large cloud of dust, the shockwave blowing away the nearby insects. A few seconds later, the Zero Storm charged out from the explosion's smoke. Charge ahead. Point defense guns, continue firing, Charlotte shouted. The crew member beside her immediately used the ship-wide communication to shout, all hands prepare for impact. Repeat, all hands prepare for impact. All crew members on the Zero Storm immediately braced for impact, grabbing onto anything they could hold to stabilize themselves. In the next moment, the speeding T-2 Zero Storm crashed directly into the bow of the T-2 Hive mothership. The size difference between the two was several times greater. But let's not forget what type of hull the Zero Storm is using. It is a hull of an interstellar battleship, with an average strength second only to interstellar corvettes among ships of the same class. Coupled with the added speed, the Zero Storm itself transformed into an accelerated starship projectile. Under the terrifying impact, the bow of the T-2 Hive mothership caved in, while the entire Hive mothership's hull shifted to one side. Meanwhile, the point defense guns of the Zero Storm continued to fire relentlessly. On the bridge of the Zero Storm, several female crew members were thrown out due to the sudden impact, landing heavily on the ground, limbs flailing, but fortunately only sustaining minor injuries. Ignoring their wounds, they immediately returned to their battle stations. Report: the overall damage level of the frontal armor has reached 50. Report: speed has decreased to 100 knots, 90 knots, 80 knots. Report: the swarm behind has caught up. Charlotte remained silent, just staring. It seemed that at this moment, her eyes could penetrate the hull armor and lock eyes with the T-2 Hive mothership in front of her. Ultimately, under the severe collision, the position of the T-2 Hive mothership shifted. The T-2 Zero Storm's hull, while rubbing against the T-2 Hive mothership's hull, crossed over each other. Full speed ahead. Keep charging, Charlotte shouted immediately. With no obstacles in the way, the T-2 Zero Storm began to accelerate again, this time heading towards the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet. Behind them, a large number of insects chased like a black tide. As for the T-2 Hive mothership that was hit, the bow was caved in by 1/3, and one side of the hull was riddled with holes, indicating that this biological starship was on the brink of death. Who would have thought that a T-2 Hive mothership could be directly rammed to death by a T-2 starship? This is luck. T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship bridge. All T-2 Worker B-class light interstellar drones and T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones gathered to tear a gap for the Zero Storm. Let the Imperial fleet cooperate with us. Zhao Chen looked at the starship radar, with the Zero Storm gradually approaching. At this moment, there was still a line of the swarm blocking the way between the two. The situation of the Zero Storm was still somewhat dangerous, with a line of swarm in front and a batch chasing from behind. It was like a sandwich cookie, and a slight misstep could lead to being completely devoured by the swarm. Imperial fleet's T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship bridge. In fact, without Zhao Chen's relay, Commander Chu Xian already knew what to do. With a serious expression, she issued orders. Relay my orders, at all costs. We must tear open a gap. Chapter 70. The Triumphant Return of the Zero Storm. The Imperial fleet's starships spared no effort in concentrating their fire on one point, forcibly tearing open a gap. But how could the swarm let the culprit who had destroyed 3 of their T-2 Hive motherships escape so easily? They also began to block, forming an encirclement with the swarm responsible for pursuing that starship, presenting a sandwich effect. At this moment, they even abandoned the Imperial fleet as a target. The only command in their swarm was to annihilate that damned starship at all costs. Report: the gap has been blocked again, the female adjutant said nervously. Commander Chu Xian clenched her fists. Continue the attack, no matter what. We must let that starship break through. In Chu Xian's heart, that starship now equated to a hero's existence. How could they bear to watch the heroic starship being surrounded and devoured by the swarm? But at this moment, no matter how their starships attacked, they could not blast open the gap. At this time, the Zero Storm was already approaching the line of the swarm. Given the current condition of the Zero Storm's hull, it could not withstand another impact from the swarm. Commander Chu Xian bit her lip, feeling a sense of guilt. The female adjutant sighed, lamenting the fate of that starship. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the swarm's defense line, engulfing a large number of insects and clearing the space. Subsequently, the already prepared T-2 Worker B-class light interstellar drones and T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones surged forward, launching an attack on the insects around the gap to prevent them from blocking it again. That was the main cannon shell of the interstellar missile ship. They set it to detonate on a timer, accurately calculating the explosion distance. At this moment, Commander Chu Xian could clearly see the Zero Storm rushing towards them through the gap in the swarm's line, and that glaring 1,200 mm cannon. She immediately understood the reasoning behind it. Quick, provide fire cover, Commander Chu Xian hurriedly ordered. Under the fire cover of the Imperial fleet and the attacks of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starships interstellar drones, a ship silhouette rushed past the swarm's line at an incredibly fast speed. It is the highly anticipated Zero Storm. At this moment, The Imperial Fleet starship can clearly see the marks of the previous swarm impact on this starship. The hull armor has been dented in hundreds of places, making it riddled with holes. Most notably, at the bow of the starship, there is a pit with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of nearly 3 meters. This is naturally the military honor for destroying that T2 Hive mother ship. There are also many carcasses of the swarm on the hull, splattered with green liquid, as well as bugs that attempted to attack the starship, clinging to the hull and damaging the starship's armor with their mouthparts, claws, and corrosive acid. But soon, these bugs were cleared away by the incoming T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones. What a starship this is! Commander Zhao Chen gazed at the starship, feeling somewhat envious. At the same time, she admired the commander aboard this starship. The previous battle was nothing short of perfect, a blend of madness and fluidity. She asked herself, if she were in that position, could she do as well? Zhao Chen had no answer. Report: Zero Storm has successfully completed its combat mission. The hull is partially damaged, and 7 crew members are lightly injured. Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen via video communication. Well done. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte's performance enthusiastically. Although he had previously discussed the strategy for this battle with her, Charlotte had proposed the idea, and Zhao Chen had agreed. However, she could not promise the detailed steps of the battle, as they were still facing the interstellar swarm, and everything needed to be adaptable. But Charlotte assured Zhao Chen that she was at least 80% confident that even if it was not successful, she could safely lead Zero Storm to retreat. And she did it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was a communication request from the flagship of the Imperial Fleet. Secretary Lilith pointed to a pop-up communication request beside her. Connected. Zhao Chen said. The video communication was re-established. The female officer appeared before Zhao Chen again. Captain, we have just received news from asteroid P331 that the evacuation of the population has been completed by 80. It is expected to be finished in another half hour. If that's the case, we only need to hold on for a few more minutes before we can gradually withdraw from the battlefield. Commander Zhao Chen's eyes were fixed on the man before her, filled with curiosity. This man seemed like a deity descending to help them, who had lost all hope. To resolve this crisis and save 5 million people on that planet. What was this man's background? What were those 2 types of starships? Zhao Chen had too many doubts and questions in her heart. I understand. Then we will fight while retreating. With the 3 T2 Hive motherships destroyed, the command system of the swarm will be chaotic for a short time, greatly affecting their combat efficiency. They will not pose a significant threat, Zhao Chen said calmly. Commander Zhao Chen was about to say more when Zhao Chen interrupted. Let us stop here. We cannot let our guard down until the battle is over. He ended the communication directly. Commander Zhao Chen was taken aback, staring blankly at the now blackened communication screen. This was the first time a man had ended a communication with her so quickly. After all, she was a prized member of the Imperial Fleet. Was this treatment not a bit off? Zhao Chen, of course, was unaware that he had left this Imperial Fleet flower lost in thought, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Report on the current status of the 2 starships. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, finally relaxing, pressing his temples and taking a deep breath. Although he had Charlotte's promise, it was false to say he wasn't nervous. Lilith had already completed the data statistics for the 2 starships and began her report. So far, the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship has lost nearly 200 T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones, 60 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 7 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. The loss of interstellar drones has reached 70%, with ammunition consumption at 50% and no personnel casualties. After finishing the report on the T2 Queen, she moved on to Zero Storm. The situation for Zero Storm is not optimistic. The frontal armor has been damaged over 70%, while the side armor has been damaged by 30%. The 3 compartments at the bow have been compressed and deformed and are now sealed. The structural strength of the starship's main frame has decreased by 5%, but it does not affect Zero Storm's ability to continue fighting and navigating. The engine, after being released from restrictions, is currently functioning normally, but may need to return to port for a thorough inspection. The power system, energy system, and control system are all normal. Ammunition consumption is at 30%. Chapter 71. This person must have fallen into the money pit. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen. The combat information for Zero Storm was provided by Charlotte, and I compiled it by retrieving data from Zero Storm. Zhao Chen was satisfied. Lilith had already begun to familiarize herself with this position, and indeed, the learning ability of the succubus race was impressive. The subsequent battles could essentially proceed step by step, and they were just waiting to return to port. Wait, Lilith. Remember to tally that. Zhao Chen squinted, speaking mysteriously. Lilith nodded vigorously. We have been keeping track of that, and will ensure there will not be significant data discrepancies. That's good. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. In a matter of minutes, as Zhao Chen and Chu Xian had expected, the command efficiency of the swarm significantly decreased after losing the 3 T2 hive mother ships, and their offensive tempo was not as fierce as it had been initially. Report. We have received news from asteroid P331 that over 500,000 people have been safely evacuated. The female officer excitedly reported to Chu Xian. Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This crisis was finally resolved. They could finally withdraw successfully, leaving the large number of hive mother ships and swarms to the Imperial fleet and Lord fleet that were coming to provide support. Fortunately, this time it was a secondary cosmic wormhole, and it hadn't been around for long. If it had been a tertiary cosmic wormhole, then probably half of the Arctic Fox galaxy would have been affected, Chu Xian said, feeling relaxed. She had once seen a record of a battle against the swarm. A tertiary cosmic wormhole appeared in a galaxy, and in less than a week, the entire galaxy completely fell, becoming a breeding ground for the interstellar swarm, producing dozens to hundreds of times more swarm fleets. Afterward, the Imperial fleet spent 3 to 4 months to eliminate this batch of interstellar swarms, and as for that galaxy, hundreds of years later, it had become an abandoned galaxy, with no one caring for it. Quickly contact the Black Dragon fleet and tell them we can withdraw from the battle, Commander Chu Xian said excitedly, but soon she stopped her deputy. She wanted to contact them personally. For some reason, she was filled with curiosity about this Black Dragon fleet and that man. The communication request was sent, and the other side quickly agreed. Captain, we have just received news that over 500,000 people on asteroid P331 have been safely evacuated, and we can withdraw from the battle, Commander Chu Xian reported. Zhao Chen nodded, and he had no emotional fluctuations regarding this news, as the system had just reminded him that the system task was successfully completed. He hadn't had a chance to check yet when Chu Xian sent a communication request. He decided to communicate with Chu Xian first because there was something very, very important to discuss with this Commander Chu Xian. Your Excellency, the Captain. This time, thanks to your fleet, Commander Chu Xian was preparing to chat more with the captain to understand the other party better. However, Zhao Chen rudely interrupted her again. If it were someone else, Chu Xian would probably have started to feel disgusted with them. Commander Chu Xian, I remember that according to a regulation of the Galactic Alliance, whoever participates in the extermination of the interstellar insect race gets to claim the insects they have eliminated. Even if the bodies cannot be recovered at the moment, they can still be recorded, Zhao Chen asked. Chu Xian nodded. That's right. Zhao Chen immediately raised his hand, projecting a holographic table with a series of numbers clearly displayed. Killed 3 T2 insect mother ships, over 70,000 T1 flying insects, and over 400 T2 stingers. Since we temporarily cannot clean the battlefield, we must wait for the subsequent Imperial fleet to eliminate these interstellar insects before recovery can take place. Even excluding the situation where some insect bodies might be consumed by their companions, we can still preserve at least half of the insect remains. According to our calculations, this is roughly equivalent to a recovery price of around 5 to 600,000 star coins. Because I want to make it easier, I don't know if you, Commander, would be willing to directly accept this batch of insect bodies, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Your starship also participated in this battle, so the battle recorder on your starship should be able to verify the number of enemies we eliminated. Is that all you want to say to me? Chu Xian was stunned. Did he just talk about money right after this? This made Chu Xian feel that the initially great image of this man in front of her seemed to fade a bit. Zhao Chen didn't care about his image fading or not. He wanted money. He wanted to buy raw materials. He wanted to build starships. Your Excellency, everything you said can be verified by us as a third party. I can also use my authority to directly approve that we will recover those insect remains on your behalf. Chu Xian forced a smile and still enthusiastically helped the other party handle these matters. Zhao Chen then immediately asked, so when will the funds be transferred? Chu Xian maintained her smile. If you're in a hurry, we can use our authority to directly take a special route, and it can be transferred within a day. As a reward for your fleet's excellent performance in this battle, I can increase the funds to 600,000 star coins. Okay, thank you. I'll send you the account number. Looking forward to our next cooperation. Goodbye. Zhao Chen immediately showed a bright smile on his face and, without waiting for Chu Xian to say anything, decisively ended the call. Chu Xian's expression was stiff. What was wrong with this guy? He didn't even give her a chance to interject. Was talking to her such a waste of time and boring? No. I must meet this guy in person. Chu Xian's mood at this moment was like a curious kitten that couldn't satisfy its curiosity. Just then, an account message came in. Chu Xian looked and her eyes lit up. She recognized the information on this account. The initial code indicated that it was a temporary account opened at the Arctic Fox starport. A temporary account meant that this Black Dragon fleet should be stationed at the Arctic Fox starport. coupled with her bounty task release and the timing of this fleet's arrival. It should have set off from the Arctic Fox starport, if necessary. She could also confirm with the person in charge of the Arctic Fox starport who accepted this bounty task. Once the other Imperial fleets arrive for the handover, we will go to the Arctic Fox starport. Chu Xian made a decision. She wanted to find this man. As for what she wanted to do when she found him, she wasn't quite sure. It was just an instinctive thought. At this moment, Zhao Chen naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by an Imperial female officer. He was calculating the small money he had on hand. 600,000 star coins, plus the previous bounty he had offered, and additional bounties from the Arctic Fox starport. This time's mission directly brought in 1,300,000 star coins, adding the balance of 900,000 star coins in his account. He now had a total of 2,200,000 star coins. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, really like a money fanatic. With only 1 month left for the quarterly task, he had only completed 2/3 of the requirement to have 3 system-produced starships. The T-2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier and the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The quarterly task had no penalties but offered substantial rewards. Zhao Chen didn't want to waste it. So in this remaining month, he had to produce another starship. First, he checked the system task he had just completed. In Zhao Chen's consciousness, the system interface opened, and a long-awaited box appeared before him. Chapter 72, Miniature Armored Behemoth? Task Content. Accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Task Difficulty. C-Class Task Reward. 5 task points and 1,000 points special reward. A random reward will be issued based on task completion special reward completion. P-331 Asteroid, Civilian Safe Evacuation Completion, Rate 100. Task completed. You can claim 1 task reward and 1 special reward. It seemed that this completion rate was based on the data of the safe evacuation of civilians from P-331, as all civilians on the asteroid had been safely evacuated. Zhao Chen thought to himself and claimed these 2 task rewards. Task reward received. 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward received. Obtain the technical blueprint for the T-2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Unexpectedly, he had received a starship technical blueprint. This was beyond Zhao Chen's expectations. The ship type was an interstellar frigate, but judging from the name, this was not an ordinary interstellar frigate. Host, Zhao Chen Profession, Top Starship Engineer Special Attribute, Fleet Luck Bonus. Eye of Insight Points, 1780 Task Points, 10 Starship Quantity, 2 Ships Task, Quarterly Task, Claimed, Warehouse, T-2 Black Rhino Class Interstellar Heavy Assault Frigate Technical Blueprint, T-3 Blizzard Class Light Interstellar Battlecruiser Technical Blueprint, T-2 Bronze Eden Class Starship Technical Blueprint. After claiming these 2 rewards, Zhao Chen's system page data increased significantly. First, he studied this interstellar frigate. Black Rhino Class Interstellar Heavy Assault Frigate Ship Type, Interstellar Frigate Technology Level, T-2 Hull Armor Strength, 3,000 units. 5,000 units Cruising Speed, 35 knots Star Speed, Level 4 Warp Engine Ship Length, 110 meters Mass, 120,000 tons Crew, 20 people Starship Weapons, 50 T-2 Level 300 mm Caliber Heavy Close-In Guns, 1 shot at a time, no interval, Special Performance, Short-Range Assault Mode. A model of this starship appeared in Zhao Chen's mind. It resembled a compact rhinoceros-shaped hull, with an overall appearance similar to an irregular oval structure. Moreover, this hull was quite small. It could be said that it was difficult to find a smaller starship among the current T-2 starships on the market. Don't underestimate this small starship. Its hull armor is made of the hardest metal among T-2 materials crafted in a special combination, with armor strength 10 times higher than that of the Zero-class Blizzard. This is evident from its title. Heavy actually means heavy armor. The weakest part of its hull armor has a defense strength of 3,000 units, and the strongest part has a defense strength of 5,000 units. If there is no smaller starship than the T-2 starship, then there is certainly no starship within the T-2 that has stronger hull armor. Therefore, the characteristic of this starship is simple. It is sturdy and durable, making it the first choice for travel and resistance to damage. Originally, with such heavy armor, the speed would definitely be affected. In fact, this is indeed the case. The T-2 Black Rhino's speed is not fast under normal conditions, but it has a special feature, the short-range assault mode, which allows it to accelerate in a very short amount of time. This enables the T-2 Black Rhino to appear where friendly ships need it at critical moments. To put it directly, this is a starship meat shield. Additionally, it has another advantage. A single unit costs only 100,000 star coins. The cost of 1 T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship can be used to build a full 15 T-2 Black Rhinos. It's incredibly cost-effective. Zhao Chen excitedly contacted Charlotte on the Zero Snowstorm. Charlotte, can the Zero Snowstorm perform warp travel now? Warp travel? Are we preparing to return to the Arctic Fox starport? Charlotte replied. The situation with the Zero Snowstorm is that there is no problem with warp travel for returning to the Arctic Fox starport. All right, prepare for it. We are returning to the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen could no longer wait to use the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship still docked in the Arctic Fox starport's shipyard to build the T-2 Black Rhino. Yes. Charlotte began making arrangements. Both starship bridges started issuing orders to enter warp travel mode within 10 minutes, with the entire fleet entering deep-sea mode. As the captain, vice captain, and secretary, Zhao Chen and his companions naturally had to be the last to enter the sleep pods. Charlotte, this time you did a great job. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte in the video feed without holding back. It's mainly because of this starship. If it weren't for such extreme speed and the hull armor of an interstellar battleship, my fanciful tactics would have been impossible to implement, Charlotte said sincerely. Lilith couldn't help but ask, but why did you choose to break out in the opposite direction from the front battlefield instead of continuing to accelerate toward the other side? Lilith expressed her confusion. Charlotte explained, releasing the starship engine restrictions means that the extreme speed state cannot be maintained for too long. If I let the Zero Snowstorm keep heading that way, it would probably have problems in less than 10 minutes, and at that point, the starship's speed might not even guarantee normal cruising speed. Being caught up by the swarm behind is just a matter of time. So from the very beginning, the Zero Snowstorm only had one direction to break out. Hearing this, Lilith suddenly understood. It turned out that these seemingly crazy actions were all planned by Charlotte. However, I never expected that we would crash into that T-2 Hive Mother ship. That guy's head must be a bit fragile, Charlotte remarked, surprised by this outcome. At that moment, she was only thinking of using the collision to break through and continue escaping. Who would have thought it would be a direct kill? A T-2 Hive Mother ship was taken out by a single starship. This would probably be quite embarrassing if it got out among the insectoid species. Zhao Chen knew that there was no such luck in this world. It was likely due to his lucky halo that allowed the Zero Snowstorm to perform so brilliantly. Captain, we have images of the P-331 asteroid captured by the Deep Space Telescope, Lilith suddenly said. Since Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet, officially known as the Black Dragon Fleet during missions, had begun to withdraw alongside the Imperial fleet. Although the swarm was still pursuing closely behind, they were already completely unable to catch up. The P-331 asteroid, lying on their path, became their target, and a large group of insects swarmed toward the ground base on that asteroid. The ground base's facilities were destroyed, but the swarm found no signs of human presence. Watching this scene, Zhao Chen's expression grew somewhat melancholic. If they had not intervened, the asteroid would have been a completely different sight, a hell on Earth. The entire asteroid would become a breeding ground for the insectoid species, hatching more hive mother ships and combat units, using it as a springboard to sweep across the entire Arctic Fox star system. The interstellar insectoid species was like a spark in a prairie, if not extinguished in time. It would lead to extremely serious consequences. Report, all 102 crew members have entered the sleep pods, Lilith reported to Zhao Chen in the dimly lit bridge. Let's also prepare for sleep. Zhao Chen lay down in the sleep pod as a fragrant liquid began to cover his body. He seemed to see himself at the center of a large interstellar fleet, with the emblem of the Xiaolong on each starship's hull. Meanwhile, 2 starships began to enter warp travel mode, disappearing into the dark universe in the direction they had come from. Chapter 73. The mysterious origin of the Black Dragon Fleet. When he opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the Arctic Fox starport. And after a few more minutes of travel, they would see the Arctic Fox starport. As soon as the starship returned to normal cruising status, Zhao Chen immediately contacted the female officer in charge, numbered CC-11. Sir, you are back? The female officer covered her mouth, her eyes wide in surprise as she looked at Zhao Chen. The fleet had been gone for almost 5 hours. Not welcome? Zhao Chen teased. No, I didn't mean that. The female officer, curious about the situation at the P-331 asteroid, asked a question that actually violated reception protocols, as they were not allowed to inquire about guest matters. However, since no detailed news had been returned from the P-331 asteroid yet, and possibly due to her insufficient rank, she was not privy to that information. Hence her curiosity about what the Black Dragon Fleet, which had accepted a bounty mission but returned so quickly, had done. The matter has been settled, Zhao Chen replied calmly. Settled? The simple answer made the female officer even more curious. Help me extend my original Starship Workshop's usage time by 1 month. And I need all the raw materials on this order delivered to me within 3 days. Part of it is for repairing the starship, according to the bounty task. The damage and consumption during this battle are to be borne by the publisher, and I have listed this separately. Zhao Chen sent over a list of raw materials. This time, the payment of 1 million star coins will be deducted from my bounty. The insufficient portion should be covered by a fund that should arrive in a few days. Understood, the female officer replied. The communication was cut off. What exactly happened? The female officer wondered, and just then, a communication request came in. Without consent, the communication was directly opened. It was an internal communication from the higher-ups. The female officer quickly straightened her posture, surprised to see the total officer of the Arctic Fox starport on the video window. You just received the Black Dragon fleet, right? The total officer inquired directly. Yes, the female officer replied. Did they make any requests? The female officer relayed Zhao Chen's words. The 1-month usage fee for the Starship workshop has been waived for them. The raw materials order will be arranged within a day. Additionally, the bounty and another fund will be credited to that gentleman's account within 12 hours. You can send a message to that gentleman. The total officer said seriously. The female officer was astonished. What kind of identity did that gentleman have to warrant the total officer of the starport personally inquiring about this matter and expediting every aspect? From now on, you are promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of the Reception Department at the Arctic Fox starport. You can delegate other guests to others. But you will specifically be responsible for this gentleman's Black Dragon fleet. Please try to meet any demands as long as they are not excessive. If you cannot meet them, you can contact me. The head of the starport instructed. Deputy Minister of the Reception Department? The female head felt dizzy. She had only been an ordinary starship reception head before, to put it bluntly, just a customer service representative. Now she had directly risen several levels to become the Deputy Minister of the Reception Department. Thank you, my lord. The female head stammered as she spoke. The head of the starport said, if you want to thank someone, thank your luck for encountering such a guest. What exactly is this Black Dragon fleet that warrants your seriousness? Please fill me in so I can be cautious, the female head inquired cautiously. I'm not entirely sure of their background, but they successfully completed a bounty mission, leading the Imperial fleet in the safe evacuation operation plan for the P-331 asteroid. The head of the starport said solemnly. The female head gasped in shock. A task that many private fleets were unwilling to take on had actually been completed by them, although she had already anticipated this aspect. She could hear important information in the head's wording. They led the Imperial fleet to complete the mission, rather than just assisting or helping them. Don't underestimate these 3 different terms. They mean completely different things. Assisting implies a younger brother helping an older brother. Helping suggests a situation where both parties are equally matched. Leading means that the Black Dragon fleet was the core of that battle, with the Imperial fleet assisting alongside. Additionally, a significant figure has inquired about the Black Dragon fleet, and they will soon be visiting our Arctic Fox starport. That significant figure is not someone we can provoke. Even our Arctic Fox system's lord must greet them with a smile and warm hospitality, the head of the starport said nervously. Someone whom even the lord of the Arctic Fox system must treat with caution? The lord of the Arctic Fox system is a well-known imperial count, and there is even hope for them to be granted a marquee title within the next decade. To have such a connection with the Black Dragon fleet is extraordinary. The female head gulped. Just treat this guest with care and report any matters to me immediately, the head of the starport concluded before cutting off communication. At this moment, 2 starships from the Black Dragon fleet slowly entered the visual range of the Arctic Fox starport, navigating towards the docking positions in the Starship workshop according to the guidance. The female head called up the video feed, and she could see the 2 starships. One was a carrier starship primarily yellow in color, and the other was of an uncertain type. The latter's condition was severe, with its bow depressed and many pockmarks on the hull that looked like they had been struck by meteorites. Additionally, there was a long, deep indentation on the port side spanning several meters. This was actually a scar left from the encounter with the T-2 bug nest mothership. What on earth did they go through? The female head muttered. As the 2 starships docked, the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship remained in place, and nearly 100 half-orc female crew members without formal assignments stood in a line to welcome them back. Hoo. Lilith sighed in relief as she watched the starships successfully dock. After years of fleeing, she participated in an interstellar battle for the first time as a starship secretary, and it was against the interstellar bug race. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was quite nervous inside. Now that it was coming to a close, she could finally relax her worried heart. Arrange for the injured on the Zero Storm to receive treatment. If the injuries are serious, they can use the starport's treatment pod, with costs borne by the fleet. Meanwhile, the T-2 Hammer will start working on repairing the Zero Storm's hull and constructing the lost interstellar drones for the T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship. aiming to restore the T2 Queen's combat status as soon as possible. I'll personally take charge of this matter. You assist me, Zhao Chen said as he began to assign tasks. Chapter 74. Preparing to build the third type of interstellar warship, the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was now starting its first operation. The ship was equipped with comprehensive industrial construction equipment, capable of producing everything from starships, mechs, interstellar fighter jets, interstellar drones, to even the combat suits and laser guns worn by interstellar warriors. However, there were some restrictions based on the level of the construction targets and its production capacity. It could conduct engineering construction within the ship. If it was hovering in space, it could even extend its working platform outside the hull, allowing for the construction of larger starships like similar class carrier starships, etc. The T2 Hammer operates in a semi-intelligent mode and is equipped with a certain number of engineering robots of different types. As long as task codes and corresponding technical standards are inputted, the interstellar industrial ship system can assign these engineering robots to carry out work. However, personnel are still needed for supervision since 20 of the processes require human operation of certain robotic arms and industrial equipment for construction. Engineering robots also need human oversight to review the quality of the completed work. A T2 Hammer requires 200 personnel to operate, which is significantly more than a combat-class starship of the same level. At this moment, Zhao Chen began leading the 200 half-orc female crew members with some industrial technical background to start various operational tasks. You team, operate the repair robots to repair the Zero Storm. You all, organize the production of interstellar drones for the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship inside the T2 Hammer. Zhao Chen, being a top engineer, quickly and efficiently directed everyone to complete their tasks. After assigning the tasks, Zhao Chen went to the bridge of the T2 Hammer and began inputting a starship blueprint into the system. T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. That's right. The third starship Zhao Chen was going to build was the T2 Black Rhino, although he still had the blueprint for the T2 Bronze Eating class starship. That ship might take over a month to complete and would cost 3 million star coins. To meet the quarterly task, he could only postpone it. After inputting the technical blueprints into the T2 Hammer, the industrial ship system encrypted it. In the future, even the captain of this starship would not be able to retrieve the complete technical blueprints unless granted special permission by Zhao Chen. When assigning the construction tasks, the industrial ship system would scramble the entire technical blueprint, distributing it among the crew, while encrypting a small portion of the core technology that Zhao Chen would personally oversee. If this T2 Hammer were threatened, the system would self-destruct all encrypted information. Done. Zhao Chen finished inputting the last technical blueprint and closed the operational interface. Leaning back in the captain's chair, he surveyed the bridge of the T2 Hammer, which had a black iron layout. It was not very ornate, but rather simple and clear, giving a sense of steel industrial style. From here, he could call up images from various locations on the T2 Hammer, checking the status and progress of each work unit. Finally, he wouldn't have to exhaust himself like before, manually building starships. Zhao Chen reminisced about the history of constructing the Zero Storm and the T2 Queen, feeling quite emotional. Zhao Chen had just handled his affairs when he unexpectedly received 2 transfers of funds and a message that the raw materials had been delivered outside the workshop. In just half a day's time, everything had been settled. The efficiency was quite impressive. The 2 transfers had deducted the payment for the raw materials Zhao Chen ordered, and the remaining amount was all transferred to Zhao Chen's personal account at the Empire Bank. There was still 2 million star coins left. Once the T2 Black Rhino was completed, he could find a way to build the T2 Bronze Eden class starship, fully achieving food independence for the fleet and even expanding into the food trade business. Zhao Chen called Lilith and walked towards the main door of the starship workshop. Opening the door, since the T2 Hammer was located deep inside, it was out of sight from the door. Zhao Chen did not hold back and directly instructed the workers delivering the raw materials to stack the materials 1 container at a time inside the door. Sir, here are the raw materials from your order. Is there anything else you need? The female manager, who Zhao Chen had only seen in video communications, stood before him. She wore a professional smile, dressed in a fitted professional skirt suit, with 1 button intentionally undone at her chest. However, Zhao Chen did not pay attention to this. After all, he was more focused on the raw materials for constructing the starship, looking at the containers of materials as if he could already see the completed T2 Black Rhinos. The female manager felt a bit awkward. She considered herself attractive and thought about asking this important figure out later. At that moment, she noticed Lilith next to Zhao Chen, dressed in a white female military uniform, and her eyes lit up with admiration. So beautiful. There was an innate charm in her brows, evoking a desire to protect and tease. The female manager self-deprecatingly thought that with such a stunning beauty by his side, she, a mere starport customer service representative, could hardly catch his eye. Lilith, please take care of the communication with this lady. Zhao Chen assigned the task to Lilith. After all, Lilith was now the secretary and would be responsible for such matters in the future. Although Lilith already had a lot of theoretical knowledge, real growth still required practical experience, from fleet battles to internal affairs and logistics. Lilith stepped forward and began negotiating with the female manager, while Zhao Chen focused on the raw materials inside the containers, lost in thought with a faint smile. Next to the starship dock, an unkempt man walked out with a middle-aged man. Old Chen, why do you look so unhappy? Old Chen was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet, just returning from a mission. You have no idea, I just ran into a big fool who threatened me with a battleship cannon, and he actually fired. The shell was this close to my bridge. Old Chen complained. What? Someone dared to do that? Dared to threaten my brother Chen. Tell me who did it. As long as it's in the Arctic Fox system, my Black Fox brothers will take care of them. The young man boasted. Old Chen shook his head. I don't know. I only heard it was from a group called the Black Dragon Fleet. There was no video communication. I only saw their starship. As the two walked and talked, they passed by the entrance of a starship workshop. Seeing a large number of containers, Old Chen instinctively glanced over. To his surprise, he caught sight of the very starship he loathed, parked in the dock. Although it looked a bit damaged now, with a dent in the bow, he would recognize that damn starship anywhere. In an instant, rage surged within him. Old Chen darkened his face and strode toward the starship workshop. Who the hell is the captain of this starship? Get out here. Old Chen screamed hysterically, pointing into the workshop. Another young man, hands in his pockets and with an arrogant demeanor, followed closely, sneering, You offended my brother Chen. I see you're asking for trouble. You better come out and apologize. This shout drew the attention of everyone around. Lilith and the female manager, who were still negotiating, paused to look over. The female manager's expression changed. She recognized the two men. The one called Brother Chen was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet affiliated with the Arctic Fox System's Lord Fleet. Seemingly related to the Lord, he was notorious in interstellar trade and transportation within the Arctic Fox System, often meddling in others' affairs. But because of his background, those bullied by him dared not speak out. The other young man was a high-ranking member of the Black Fox Society, equally infamous in the Arctic Fox System as a dark force. After all, every place has its dark side, and the Black Fox Society represented that in the Arctic Fox System. The two had a good relationship, often using interstellar transport ships to smuggle gray market goods for hefty profits. I'm the captain, what do you want? Zhao Chen casually stepped out, standing right at the door. What do you mean, what do I want? You threatened my starship with your battleship cannon. Have you forgotten? Old Chen shouted. Don't think I can't recognize you just because we didn't have video communication. I recognize that piece of junk starship of yours even in ashes. As Old Chen spoke, he prepared to grab Zhao Chen's collar. But Zhao Chen was unceremonious and kicked him away, sending him flying several meters. What the hell? You dare to touch me? I'm from the Black Fox Society. You know what the consequences are for offending us. The young man hadn't finished speaking when he was kicked in the face, crashing heavily into a container. Clang. A distinct red shoe print appeared on his face. Zhao Chen frowned at this moment. The onlookers instinctively thought the man was angry. You kicked the wrong direction, Zhao Chen mused, feeling uncomfortable about having crashed into his precious cargo. Although theoretically, the impact wouldn't affect the raw materials inside the container, Zhao Chen still felt uneasy. Cough cough. You dare to lay hands on me. I'll report you to the Imperial Military Court for shelling my starship. Old Chen clutched his stomach, feeling like his insides were about to spill out from that kick. You are the commander of the interstellar transport fleet sent to rescue the civilians on asteroid P331. Zhao Chen remarked, finally recalling a previous incident. Old Chen pointed at Zhao Chen. You're in big trouble now. I'll tell you. If you dare touch our Black Fox Society members, I've already called my brothers. Just wait for your own demise. The kicked young man shouted. You deliberately delayed and slowed down the fleet's speed, disregarding the lives of 5 million people on asteroid P331. You're the ones in trouble. Lilith stepped forward, standing beside Zhao Chen to speak on his behalf. It's you, the one who threatened me during that communication. Old Chen recognized Lilith's voice. She was the one who had threatened them during the earlier video call. Succubus. Suddenly, the young man from the Black Fox Society took several steps forward, as if to rush at Lilith. But Zhao Chen moved swiftly to block Lilith, gazing coldly at the young man. The young man from the Black Fox Society halted in his tracks, his eyes wary as he looked at Zhao Chen. He then raised a holographic image, revealing a shadowy figure cloaked in black, barely showing half of their face. If you compare carefully with Lilith, You will find that this is the woman in front of you. Kid, it was you who attacked our Black Fox Society members and stole these succubus items, right? The young man from the Black Fox Society originally wanted to mention the word succubus, but he quickly realized that news about succubi could not be spread. A big tree attracts the wind. So what? Zhao Chen said indifferently. Good. It's really like finding something that was lost without much effort. Everyone in the Black Fox Society has been looking for you. You actually came to us. The young man from the Black Fox Society quickly took a few steps back, edited a message on his handheld terminal, and sent it out again. Then he pointed at Zhao Chen. Just wait, you're finished. Here. No one dares to go against the Black Fox Society. Ha ha ha. So she is the one you were looking for. Old Chen laughed excitedly at this moment. He had heard about the succubus from the young man. Seeing the current development of the situation, he felt ecstatic. This kid has offended the Black Fox Society. So he is completely finished. Zhao Chen frowned. He wasn't afraid of the Black Fox Society, but he found it troublesome. If things escalated, he would have to leave the Arctic Fox starport, which would definitely delay the construction of the T-2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate. This matter is very important. Important. In fact, if this guy and T come to him on his own, Zhao Chen wouldn't T have bothered with such trivial matters. Are you not worried that your actions will land you in a military court? Lilith pointed at Old Chen in anger and embarrassment, while also worrying whether their identity as succubi would bring trouble to Captain Zhao Chen. During this time, they had been living happily in the Hawk Dragon fleet and had grown fond of life here, to the extent that some succubi had nightmares, dreaming that everything was fake. They were still struggling to survive outside, uncertain of their future. You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? My starship had a malfunction, so I slowed down. You guys fired at my fleet without asking for the reason. Old Chen grinned maliciously at Lilith and Zhao Chen. This is the Arctic Fox star system. You have no evidence. Who would believe your nonsense? I believe it. Just then, a voice came from behind Old Chen. Who the hell is meddling here? Old Chen instinctively turned around to yell, but the next moment he was dumbfounded, his mouth stammering. A woman in an Imperial military officer uniform was walking towards him slowly. The sound of her military boots hitting the ground was somewhat pleasant. Behind her, there was a squad of 30 soldiers armed with laser guns. Most importantly, the woman wore a badge next to the Imperial military emblem on her chest, which was very eye-catching. It was a single character, in golden letters, Chu. Chapter 76. The distinguished Chu Xian, the female officer, walked straight past Old Chen and came in front of Zhao Chen, took off her white gloves from her right hand, and extended her delicate hand. We meet again. Zhao Chen looked at this Imperial fleet female commander named Chu Xian in surprise, wondering why she was here. Out of politeness, Zhao Chen shook her hand, but quickly let go. In fact, he didn't want to deal with Imperial military personnel. After all, the Imperial military represented the Starry Empire. And if the Empire knew too much about him, it would inevitably lead to trouble. This time, he took on this bounty mission partly because it was a system-triggered task and partly due to the resource shortage for the quarterly mission of building starships. This guy doesn't like men, does he? Chu Xian thought to herself as she watched Zhao Chen quickly let go of her hand. However, this was a good opportunity to do him a favor. The gentleman just now didn't say anything wrong. Your interstellar transport fleet is responsible for executing the P-331 asteroid evacuation mission, right? Chu Xian turned her head to look at the man who was currently pale and sweating profusely. May I ask who you are? Old Chen cautiously inquired, his gaze constantly sweeping over the golden Chu badge worn by Chu Xian. Our commander is asking you a question. What are you looking at? The female adjutant stepped forward and slapped Old Chen's face. Old Chen quickly averted his gaze and hurriedly explained. I am the commander of the interstellar transport fleet responsible for the P-331 asteroid evacuation mission. But we successfully completed the evacuation of the civilians. So you mean, this gentleman is saying that you deliberately delayed and were unwilling to go to the P-331 asteroid to evacuate the civilians, which is a lie. Chu Xian countered. Yes, of course. We have a feud. He maliciously framed me, and he even directly used ship cannons to attack my starship. I was ready to take him to the military court. Old Chen said stubbornly. Now he could only deny it. Otherwise, the price would be too high. Xiao Song. Chu Xian suddenly called out a name. Among the soldier guards, a male soldier stepped forward and stood in front of Chu Xian. Seeing this seemingly personal guard, Old Chen and the others were dumbfounded, because this male soldier was wearing a general's uniform, and there was a star on his rank insignia. This male soldier was actually a one-star brigadier of the Empire. A woman could easily have a one-star brigadier as her personal guard, and with that golden badge. Her identity seemed to be clear. Subordinate is here. This gentleman just said he was wronged. Please investigate this matter thoroughly for me. We cannot wrong a good person. nor can we let a bad person go. Chu Xian said coldly, her tone icy. Understood. Xiao Song first respectfully looked at Zhao Chen and saluted him. During the battle against the Zerg, Xiao Song was also present as the captain of another starship. Therefore, he greatly admired the man in front of him. When Xiao Song's gaze shifted to Old Chen instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Don't worry, we won't wrong anyone. Just wait here for my return. 10 minutes is enough. After Xiao Song finished speaking, he directly took a few guards to investigate the matter. Old Chen swallowed hard. Sweating profusely, he frantically recalled whether he had handled everything properly. He had instructed everyone in the fleet to be tight-lipped. But those people's words couldn't be considered direct evidence. He could quibble it was slander. As for the starship's navigation logs, he had deleted all of them. He had removed all evidence. As for the footage that might have been recorded when that guy warned him, he could easily explain that it was indeed his starship that was damaged and happened to be encountered by that guy while in repair. Everything should be fine. Nothing will go wrong. Hello, let us get to know each other again. My name is Chu Xian, and I am the commander of an imperial military small fleet. Chu Xian smiled and greeted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. Your rank is a colonel, but you have a one-star brigadier under you? Who would believe you are just a commander of a small imperial fleet? Zhao Chen responded. Chu Xian gazed into the starship workshop and saw the No. 0 Blizzard being repaired and another aircraft carrier starship. This one is called number 0 Blizzard. What is the other aircraft carrier starship called? Chu Xian inquired enthusiastically. The B-King class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Zhao Chen replied. B-King? I've never heard of that name. I searched the starship database for both of these starships, but couldn't find them. Chu Xian blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Zhao Chen said, I'm not sure either. You're not sure? You don't know your own starship? This guy's attitude is really cold. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came. A crowd of people dressed in clothes patterned with black fox designs turned into the long corridor from a distance, numbering at least 300 to 400, each holding various weapons, including laser guns. But in the next second, they were dumbfounded. A squad of Imperial soldiers, fewer than 30 in number, had already taken up positions, with the barrels of their laser guns aimed at them. At that moment, the air seemed to grow still. What was going on? The leading small boss of the Black Fox gang was stunned. How did Imperial soldiers end up here? What was happening? Chu Xian saw these people and realized they were targeting Zhao Chen. They were looking for trouble, Zhao Chen said. Are these people from the Black Fox gang? Did you offend them? Chu Xian asked curiously. Zhao Chen coldly glanced at the Black Fox gang members in the distance. They want to steal my troops. The Black Fox gang members began to cautiously retreat. Hey, you there, the leader, come here. Chu Xian suddenly pointed at a prominent small boss among the crowd of the Black Fox gang. The small boss turned pale. He saw Chu Xian and noticed her golden emblem. At that moment, he dared not leave. He could only brace himself and walk over. Also noticing the dazed little brother Wang Chong standing beside him. What was going on with this guy? He clearly told himself that there were people here to take away the succubus. Why were there Imperial soldiers here too? Wang Chong felt wronged. He had wanted to send a message to the Black Fox gang members to not come after the appearance of the Imperial soldiers. But at that moment, the officer named Xiao Song had fixed his gaze directly on him. With just a glance, he abandoned that little thought. Speak, why are you here? Chu Xian asked. Arms crossed. The small boss lowered his head, unsure of what to say. If you don't tell me, I'll go directly to ask your Black Fox gang leader. Chu Xian's eyes were sharp. I don't know who the officer is. The small boss tried to inquire. My name is Chu Xian, and this is my friend. If you bully my friend, that means you are bullying me, Chu Xian said boldly, pointing at Zhao Chen behind her. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. When did he become this lady's friend? Chu Xian? Golden emblem? Chu family. Chu Xian. Suddenly, the small boss thought of something, and his whole body shuddered. His eyes wide as if he had seen a giant beast. You are from the Chu family. The small boss instinctively wanted to mention the name of this female officer, but was intimidated by her gaze. Chapter 77. No time. I'm in a hurry to build a starship. The small boss nervously looked at the Chu family female officer in front of him. Even if their Black Fox gang leader were here, as long as this woman said a word, she could wipe out the Black Fox gang completely. The thing is, we were capturing a batch of succubi, but unfortunately, this gentleman got there first. We didn't know he was your friend. If we have offended you in any way, I am willing to die to apologize, hoping you won't implicate others. The small boss steeled himself and drew his laser gun. At the moment he drew the laser gun, several of Chu Xian's personal guards had already locked onto him. As soon as he posed any threat to Chu Xian, he would be dead before he had a chance. Moreover, the young lady had a trump card that could save her life in any situation. The small boss handed the laser gun to Chu Xian, his demeanor respectful as if he were a little lapdog. This surprised Zhao Chen, who looked at Chu Xian. It seemed that this woman's identity was quite extraordinary. Just moments ago, even a one-star brigadier general had obeyed her orders. What status did a one-star brigadier general hold? As long as they retired normally, they could directly be conferred the title of baron or even viscount, a status that was definitely higher than Zhao Chen's. Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chen beside her, clearly asking his opinion. Get lost, Zhao Chen spat out a word. If it weren't for the cargo hold still being unloaded, he would have already disturbed him for over 10 minutes of shipbuilding time. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to see blood. You handle your own matters. Just understand one thing. This person is my friend, Chu Xian. Chu Xian smiled faintly. The small boss let out a sigh of relief. At least his life was saved. However, since this young lady said to handle it, he had to show some attitude. As for that attitude, the small boss looked at the expressionless Wang Chong beside him. With a cold face, he walked over and directly started punching and kicking him. Daring to disrespect Miss Chu's friend. I think you're looking for death. He scolded verbally, but in his heart, he wished he could tear him apart. However, since Miss Chu said she didn't want to see blood, he couldn't deal with this guy on the spot. Big brother, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Wang Chong pleaded on the ground. Someone, take this guy away and punish him according to our strictest rules. The small boss said coldly. Sacrificing a key member to appease Miss Chu's anger was a deal too profitable. Not to mention him being here. Even if the Black Fox Gang leader were here, he would have done the same without hesitation. He might even kill all the little brothers present, just to entertain Miss Chu. Upon hearing the small boss's words, Wang Chong turned pale, his body trembling as he crawled like a dog towards Chu Xian and Zhao Chen. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I have an elderly mother of 80 relying on me to take care of her, and an 80-year-old wife and a baby waiting for me to support them. Wang Chong, begging for mercy, spoke incoherently. However, Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Even if what he said was true, Zhao Chen believed there were people who had suffered worse than him under his command before. This was just his retribution. In the end, Wang Chong was dragged away by the small boss's subordinates. The little man has taken his leave, the small boss cautiously asked. Get lost. Chu Xian waved her hand. The small boss felt as if he had been granted amnesty and immediately left, while the Black Fox Gang scattered like birds and beasts. As for Wang Chong, it was reported that he was tortured to death, and his body appeared days later in a garbage dump at the Arctic Fox starport. The small boss dared not go against the orders. Just then, the previously departed bodyguard, named Xiaosong, returned. Lao Chen's face was as pale as death. His eyes filled with fear, his legs trembling as if they were about to collapse. How did it go? Chu Xian asked. Xiaosong glanced at Lao Chen. His eyes filled with murderous intent. The navigation data in his starship had all been deleted. But he didn't expect that there was a backup data at the bottom of the starship system processor. I retrieved this backup data. The data contains orders to delay the mission and postpone heading to asteroid P331. Upon hearing this, Lao Chen seemed to fall apart, sitting on the ground, lost and dazed. Our Imperial soldiers fought on the battlefield to buy time, disregarding their lives, and you actually delayed the precious time for rescue. Chu Xian looked at Lao Chen with icy eyes. This time, she was not just standing up for Zhao Chen. She was completely fueled by her own anger. She hated those who said one thing and did another, especially those who selfishly sacrificed others for their own interests, particularly actions that endangered Imperial soldiers. This Lao Chen had crossed her bottom line. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will give up all my property. Lao Chen kept begging for mercy. Xiaosong, take him to the military tribunal. Chu Xian said coldly. No. I don't want to go to the military tribunal. My cousin is the lord of the Arctic Fox system. You can't treat me like this. Lao Chen cried out, fully aware that once he was sent to the military tribunal by this woman named Chu, even if he was innocent, he might not be able to leave alive. Moreover, he is now guilty beyond doubt. The lord of the Arctic Fox star system? If he thinks I've done something wrong, let him come find me personally. Chu Xian snorted coldly. Our young lady doesn't like to make a fuss, so quiet down. Xiaosong stepped forward, seemingly casually throwing a punch, which directly dislocated Old Chen's jaw. Weave. Old Chen wanted to speak, but couldn't say a word. He was then escorted away by other soldiers, and the outcome was predictable. After this, the lord of the Arctic Fox star system directly divorced Old Chen's cousin and came to Chu Xian to apologize. Fortunately, Chu Xian did not punish him. As for Old Chen, he was sentenced to death by a military tribunal. Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chen with satisfaction. How about it? I've helped you sort out these matters. How will you thank me? Thank you? Do I owe you a favor? Zhao Chen replied without changing his expression. Chu Xian was taken aback. She pointed at Lilith next to Zhao Chen, and then at the position where the little head of the Black Fox Society was standing just now. Hey. Don't you dare go back on your word. If I hadn't stepped in, who knows what the Black Fox Society would have done to you today? If a Black Fox Society could scare me, I wouldn't have gone to kill insects with just 2 starships back then. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said, even if this matter can barely be counted as you helping me, it just means we are even. Don't forget. The information about Old Chun was provided by me, and if it weren't for my fleet discovering their negligence at the time as a warning, the subsequent battle would not have seen the P-331 asteroid retreat so quickly. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Chen's words. Remembering her own purpose, she took a deep breath and forced out a smile. Then let's not talk about this for now. We are friends who fought side by side. How about I treat you to a meal? No time. Zhao Chen walked into the starship workshop without looking back, and since the cargo hold had been fully unloaded, he directly closed the door. He was busy building the T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, completely ignoring the stunned Chu Xian behind him, who had never been treated like this before. Chapter 78 The Pearls of 2 Imperial Dukes. All the goods on the order have been delivered. The female manager looked at Zhao Chen. All right, thank you. After Lilith saw the female manager off, she returned to Zhao Chen's side, looking at the closed door behind them, and could faintly hear someone complaining and kicking the door. Are you really not going to have any contact with Miss Chu? Lilith asked. Her identity is quite extraordinary. You know her identity? Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Lilith raised her hand, and a holographic projection displayed the image of the golden emblem of Chu. After I became your secretary, I roughly learned about various intelligence regarding the Starshine Empire. Among them is information about Miss Chu. Although there is no visual data of Miss Chu online, through those detailed clues, her identity can basically be determined, Lilith said. Zhao Chen, who was originally walking towards the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, slowed down his steps, indicating for Lilith to continue. The Arctic Fox star system we are in is governed by the North Wind Star region, and the governor of the North Wind Star region is Miss Chu's maternal grandfather, who holds the title of Imperial Duke. Additionally, the governor of the Chu River Star region, one of the 8 star regions of the Starshine Empire, is Miss Chu's grandfather, who also holds the title of Imperial Duke and concurrently serves as a 5-star marshal of the empire. Most importantly, this Miss Chu is the only granddaughter of Duke Chu River. She is always doted upon. The governor of the North Wind loves this granddaughter even more than his own grandson. She can be considered the darling of both star region governors, Lilith said seriously. The 2-star region governors are this girl's grandfather and maternal grandfather. It is evident how terrifying Chu Xian's background is. And no wonder the Black Fox Society doesn't dare to act recklessly and boldly calls for the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system to come find her. You think I should befriend her, right? Zhao Chen said. Lilith looked at the captain in confusion, not understanding his meaning. Isn't this very obvious? The more prominent her identity, the further we should stay away from her. What we need to do now is to develop cautiously. Although we have 2 top-tier T-2 starships, we are still quite vulnerable in the face of real enemies, Zhao Chen said lightly. In fact, there is another reason. Zhao Chen does not believe that a duke's granddaughter would suddenly be so enthusiastic towards him. There must be something unusual about it. Moreover, the secrets he carries are increasing. And who knows what might happen if he gets too close to such a person. Naturally, it is best to keep a distance. Understood, Lilith replied. The raw materials I ordered have all arrived, and the next task is to build the T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate before the end of the year. Zhao Chen said, his eyes gleaming. At this moment, if Chu Xian, who was blocked outside the door, knew that her charm was not even comparable to a T-2 interstellar frigate, she would probably be furious and confront Zhao Chen. What the heck is wrong with him? Can't he see my identity? I invited him to dinner, and he actually disrespected me? Chu Xian placed her hands on her hips, losing the dignified demeanor of a female officer from before, and appeared somewhat out of sorts. The female officer beside her covered her mouth and chuckled. Young lady, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for this gentleman, would you? PFF, we've only met a few times. How could I possibly like him? Especially since he is such a big, straight man. Like him? Unless I get hit by a starship when I go out. Chu Xian rolled her eyes in anger. Then why did you come all the way to the Arctic Fox starport? Was it really just to treat him to a meal? To get to know him? The female officer asked skeptically. Chu Xian calmed her emotions and looked at the door, as if she could see Zhao Chen's figure inside. I had someone investigate the starship named Zero Storm, and there are no records at all. Even the other aircraft carrier starship has no records. I even expanded the search range beyond the Starshine Empire, but there are still no matching types of ships. Chu Xian said with a serious expression. In this case, there are only 2 possibilities. First, he has a very secretive channel for purchasing ships. Second, these 2 starships were not bought by him. He designed and built them himself. He designed and built them himself? How is that possible? Although T2 starships are only semi-military grade ships, they are not something just anyone can design and manufacture. The female officer questioned this answer. I don't believe it either, which is why I want to find out the truth. If it is the former, we can utilize this channel to procure a batch of these astonishing combat starships. If it is the latter, then this is a talent. If we can recruit him for our Chu family, it will undoubtedly enhance our strength. The situation in the Starshine Empire is very complex now, and we must seize any opportunity to strengthen our Chu family. After Chu Xian finished speaking, she shot a glare at the female officer. You don't really think I'm big-chested and brainless, do you, trying to chase after a man? I didn't think so. The female officer shook her head repeatedly, but her gaze was not so firm, and then she glanced at a certain spot and muttered, moreover, this doesn't count as being big-chested and brainless. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. You little brat. How dare you tease me? Report, young lady. There is a communication request from 2 dukes. Xiao Song came over at this time, projecting the links for 2 communication requests. Hey, don't answer. Before Chu Xian finished speaking, Xiao Song had already connected the call. Then, as if he didn't see the deadly glare from the young lady, he turned and left. The female officer beside him also tactfully walked away. Chu Xian covered her face, and soon the familiar voices she could not be more familiar with rang in her ears. Darling granddaughter, are you all right? I heard that a second-level cosmic insect nest appeared on your side, and you took 30 starships to fight? Xiao Xian, you haven't been injured, have you? I've already dispatched my fleet to support you. 2 old men appeared in 2 video communication windows. The old man with the surname Zhu. I told you not to let Chukshuan go to you, and you confidently assured me that nothing would happen. Now look, such a big issue has occurred. If anything happens to my granddaughter, I'll rip your skull off. Hey, you can't say that. It was Xiao Xian who got scared by you and ran to me, her grandfather. Besides, this was completely unexpected. I didn't anticipate the emergence of the interstellar insect race. But don't worry, Xiao Xian is very safe now. There will definitely be no problems. My precious granddaughter, come back quickly. Even if you really want to command a fleet at the grassroots level, we have our own fleet, whichever one you want. We can go there. If it really doesn't work, you can command Grandpa's fleet. That flagship is a renowned T4 interstellar battleship. You liked it so much, it's yours. I heard that over there with that old man. You're on a T2 starship. That thing doesn't even have a star shield. What will you do if you encounter danger? In our North Wind star domain, although we don't have T4 starships, we have T3 carrier starships. Those interstellar fighters flying everywhere look so cool, and you don't even have to be on the front lines. It's much safer than any interstellar battleship. I'll arrange for Xiao Xian. Tomorrow she will be the captain. Chukshuan had a look of despair. She couldn't stand the doting of these 2 old men, which is why she ran out. Now she could only temporarily set aside matters regarding Zhao Chen and first appease these 2 old men, promising them that she would return to see them. Otherwise, who knows what they might do. Chapter 79. Promoted to Fleet Commander Headquarters of the Black Fox Society, the eldest lady of the Chu family? The leader of the Black Fox Society was startled to hear this name. The matter has been handled, and that lady shouldn't hold us accountable. The small leader said. However, we may not be able to intervene in that batch of succubi anymore. Although we still don't know the identity of the man with the eldest lady of the Chu family, it's clear that she values him highly and openly stated that he is her friend. The implication is obviously a warning to us. The leader of the Black Fox Society frowned and pondered. This is a task assigned to us by young Master Han, and we haven't completed it. Young Master Han is important, but he can't compare to the Chu family. The small leader muttered. The leader of the Black Fox Society nodded. That's true. Forget it. If it's against the Chu family, then our Black Fox Society wouldn't be able to handle it either. I will report this matter to young Master Han. For now, you all should avoid taking any reckless actions to prevent attracting any major troubles. Time flew by, and it was already the end of December. The originally spacious large starship workshop now felt somewhat crowded, because there were 10 additional starships here. If it weren't for the fact that these 10 starships were not large, they probably wouldn't fit at all. Zhao Chen stood in front of the 10 starships, and after surveying them, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Follow my orders. Prepare to start testing the starships. Zhao Chen commanded the bridge of the 10 starships. The 10 starships immediately began to show signs of activity. At the same time, beside Zhao Chen, 10 video windows were open, and each captain was methodically carrying out the starship startup process. Report, Black Rhino-class ship number 1, starting the starship engine. Report, Black Rhino-class ship number 2, starship engine, starting normally. Report, Black Rhino-class ship number 5, starship propulsion system auto-detection in progress. Detection completed, functioning well. Report, Black Rhino-class ship No. 7, starship weapon system auto-detection in progress. Detection completed, functioning well. Zhao Chen listened to each report. Soon, some starships completed all the initial startup procedures. Report. Black Rhino-class ship number 8. Initial startup. Full process detection completed. Starship functioning normally. Reports of each T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship completing their self-check process came in. After all 10 reported completion, Zhao Chen's face beamed with a brilliant smile. And he lightly clenched his fist. Nice. After nearly a month, Zhao Chen directly produced 10 T2 Black Rhinos at once. Because the T2 Black Rhino is relatively small and adopts a production line process, it greatly increases the efficiency of starship production. Moreover, it's low cost. With a unit price of only 100,000 star coins, meant that these 10 ships only consumed the 1 million star coins worth of materials previously purchased. I didn't expect you to build 10 T2 Black Rhinos all at once. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Chen, glancing over the 10 glossy black starship escorts. Each starship, aside from the hull markings of 001, 002, 003, etc., was basically identical. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "After all, we have to build them sooner or later. Our fleet only has 2 starships, one of which is a carrier starship. Although it has a star shield, it doesn't provide comprehensive defense. We must equip a certain number of interstellar escorts to have the semblance of a fleet, right?" Charlotte looked at this type of interstellar escort ship and marveled. It's really hard to believe that an interstellar escort ship with such performance data only costs 100,000 star coins. And it only took a month to build 10 of them. Both efficiency and quality are guaranteed. This is certainly thanks to the T2 hammer. Without it, relying solely on the production capacity of this starship workshop, we could only build at most 3 ships in a month. Zhao Chen looked at the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship on one side of the starship workshop. Luckily, with it around, this time of starship construction did not require him to personally handle the production. He only needed to complete less than one of the core technology processes. Let's go out and conduct a trial navigation. After completing the trial, we'll procure a batch of military supplies and living supplies. And then we'll head back to the North Star system. Zhao Chen arranged. 3 months had passed since Zhao Wanner returned early to the North Star Military Academy. Taking a 3-month leave as a student was indeed somewhat unreasonable. In fact, Zhao Chen's situation was the same whether he attended school or not. But there was one issue that required him to obtain certification from the North Star Military Academy. That is, the Starry Empire has regulations that any lord must obtain graduation certification from an internal interstellar military academy. There are no specific requirements for the Interstellar Military Academy, as long as it is a qualified interstellar military academy. Therefore, some young rascals might casually find some mediocre interstellar military academies to muddle through for 6 years before returning to formally inherit their titles. Due to the early death of his father, Zhao Chen, according to imperial law, ascended to the throne early. However, if he does not obtain certification from the Interstellar Military Academy within a certain time frame, he might be forcibly stripped of his title. "I think there is another matter that needs to be arranged," Charlotte said. "What is it?" "The establishment of our Falcon fleet system," Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Charlotte continued. "Previously, we only had 2 starships, so the assignment of positions was quite casual. But now it's different. We have 12 combat-type starships and 1 auxiliary starship. We have formed a small fleet, and to facilitate future management, we must establish a fleet system." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "Since you have an idea, you must have a preparatory plan, right? From today on, your position will no longer be captain, but fleet commander. You can choose any starship as your flagship. I suggest the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, as it is safer. I will serve as the captain of the Zero Storm and also the deputy fleet commander. Lilith can serve as your flagship secretary and fleet secretary. Then, arrange a captain for each of the remaining starships one by one. Before that, we still have about 200 female soldiers without formal positions. Each T2 Black Rhino only needs 20 female soldiers to operate. So these 200 female soldiers can just fill this gap. As for the selection of captains and the crew for each starship's bridge, that will need your personal arrangement." Charlotte listed her arrangements one by one. As expected from a former fleet commander, she had already thought of all the plans for Zhao Chen. "You should already have the list, right? Show it to me later, and if there are no issues, I'll approve it directly. I'll leave all these matters to you. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll go back to rest." Zhao Chen deliberately stretched, handing the work over to Charlotte. Charlotte rolled her eyes. This captain, or rather, fleet commander now, increasingly enjoyed being a hands-off manager. Zhao Chen naturally avoided doing things himself whenever possible. Why make things hard for himself when he had someone under him? As for now, Zhao Chen wasn't going to rest. Instead, he wanted to check on the quarterly tasks he had completed and claim his rewards. Quarterly task. Own 3 types of starships, system produced. Task completed, rewards can be claimed. Chapter 80, Stars and Moon. Vow to follow, quarterly task. Own 3 types of starships, system produced. Task completed, rewards can be claimed. Task rewards claimed. Gained 10 task points. Gained 1,000 system points. Gained T2 Super Soldier Serum. Gained a blueprint for T2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Battle Mecha. Indeed, the rewards for the quarterly tasks were quite generous, not wasting Zhao Chen's anticipation for a month. Besides the regular rewards of 10 task points and 1,000 system points, Zhao Chen noticed a familiar item. T2 Super Soldier Serum. It seemed that this Super Soldier Serum was part of a series. After injecting the T1 Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chen felt his physical condition improved significantly. What would happen if he injected the T2 Super Soldier Serum? Zhao Chen took a deep breath, and with a thought, a vial identical to the previous one appeared in his hand. Recalling the feeling from his first injection, Zhao Chen sat on his bed, took a deep breath, and jabbed it into his arm. Hiss! In an instant, Zhao Chen felt a jolt in his head as if it had been electrocuted, and every cell in his body trembled, his consciousness almost leaving his body. After a few minutes of pain, Zhao Chen's face revealed a look of comfort, his mouth slightly open, and his eyes narrowed. This state lasted for half a minute before Zhao Chen reluctantly came back to his senses. He first waved his fist. Whoosh! A shadow of his fist flashed by. Zhao Chen looked around and walked directly to the edge of the bed, lifting it up with one hand effortlessly. Looking at himself in the mirror, his gaze became more resolute. His face seemed to have more definition, and the muscles in his abdomen were more pronounced, just the right amount. If I kicked the old Chun with my current strength, he would probably lose his life, Zhao Chen muttered. Zhao Chen pulled back his thoughts and looked at the last reward from the task. T2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Battle Mecha. In this interstellar era, battle mechas had become a supporting role. Nevertheless, battle mechas were still indispensable. While starships could fight in the cosmic environment, how could one conquer a planet? If you just want to eliminate the forces on that planet, you can directly use starships for orbital bombardment. But if you want to control the planet with minimal damage, then battle mechas are essential. It's important to note that while battle mechas and interstellar battle mechas are the same type of weapon, they are 2 completely different branches. The former is generally deployed among ground forces on the planet, while the latter can fight in space and even participate in starship jump battles. Zhao Chen checked the data on the interstellar mecha. T2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Battle Mecha Type. Interstellar Battle Mecha Technology Level. T2 Armor Strength. 40 units 50 units Cruising Speed. 10 knots Maximum Speed. 30 knots Height. 158 meters Weight. For 20 tons Crew. 1 Weaponry. 2 36-barrel Gatling Laser Cannons. 30 unit Small Missiles. 1 Black Knight Lightsaber. The armor strength of the mecha is already comparable to that of a T1 starship, and the weapons equipped can match the firepower of a T1 starship, plus their SA melee weapon. The cruising speed is relatively slow since it is just an interstellar battle mecha, not a starship. However, its short-term maximum speed can rival that of some T2 starships. It would be wise to build and deploy some interstellar battle mechas in the starship's hangar for standby. They might come in handy for ground combat missions in the future. Zhao Chen thought to himself. After understanding the interstellar battle mecha, Zhao Chen glanced at his data interface. Host, Zhao Chen Profession, Top Starship Engineer Special Attributes, Fleet Luck Bonus. Eye of Insight Points, 2950 Task Points, 20 Number of Starships, 12 Tasks, None Warehouse, T3 Blizzard Class. The task points and system points have been updated. In addition to the 1,000 system points gained this time, there are also 160 points accumulated from the monthly points of October and November for the starships. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and clicked on the upgrade page for the T2 shop. T2 System Shop upgrade conditions first. Exchange for 2 T2 level items. 22. Second, complete 2 C-level system tasks. 22. Third, spend 2,000 system points to upgrade the shop. 2950 to 2,000. All 3 conditions for upgrading the T2 shop have been met. Confirm to spend 2,000 system points to upgrade T2 shop to T3 shop. Confirm, spending 2,000 system points. T2 shop upgraded to T3 shop. Your remaining system points, 950 points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the T3 series of products in the system shop. And you have received 1 chance to exchange for any product without using task points. It was the same reward privilege. But after Zhao Chen glanced at the T3 series products, he found that the average price was around 6,000 system points, which this poor guy had no points to exchange for, so he could only look at them longingly. After that, Zhao Chen followed Charlotte to supervise the first test flight of the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. A fleet of 10 T2 Black Rhinos left the starport. It wasn't until several hours later that they returned. The first test flight was successfully completed. Next, it was time to procure some military supplies and living necessities. Zhao Chen still had a lot of funds in his account. While it might not be enough to build starships, it was more than sufficient to support the over 600 interstellar female soldiers. At the same time, Zhao Chen also specially prepared a banquet, a New Year's Eve party. This should be Zhao Chen's first New Year's Eve since crossing into this world. In the Starship workshop, a space was cleared, with a lavish spread of food and drinks, playing the hottest music at the moment. Some were dancing, some were eating and drinking heartily, and some were singing. This banquet must have cost a lot of star coins, right? Charlotte took a sip of some unknown brand of spirits, looking at Zhao Chen and Lilith beside her. Lilith replied, "The total cost is 5,000 star coins." Charlotte shook her head. 5,000 star coins. If this were back when she was in the rebel fleet, it would have covered several months of food expenses. Now, it was all gone in just one night. It could really be said to be quite extravagant. What's wrong? Feeling heartbroken, Zhao Chen teased as he looked at Charlotte. Charlotte didn't say anything, but her expression said it all. "Warriors of the Eagle Dragon Fleet, tell me, are you happy?" Zhao Chen suddenly shouted. Hearing the commander's voice, everyone shouted back, "Happy." Zhao Chen smiled, raised a nearby wine glass, downed it in one gulp, and said, "I, Zhao Chen, don't have any grand goals. I just don't want to disappoint my family's expectations. I want to build my Eagle Dragon Galaxy and Eagle Dragon Fleet well. Let those who are willing to follow me live like humans, live with hope, instead of just surviving like puppets. At the same time, we must have the power to prevent anyone from bullying us. Dignity is always within the range of our starships." Many female soldiers paused their actions, gazing sadly at the commander, some even with red-rimmed eyes. "On this day next year, I hope we can still drink and dance under the moon. Cheers to our future." Zhao Chen raised his glass once more. Lilith stepped forward, placing her hand on her chest, and solemnly said, "Stars and bright moon, I vow to follow till death. Stars and bright moon, I vow to follow till death." Many female soldiers echoed in unison. Zhao Chen tilted his head back and finished the strong drink in his cup. At this moment, the time had reached the new year. System notification, annual mission triggered. System notification, quarterly mission triggered. Chapter 81 Annual missions and quarterly missions. The system tasks are here. Zhao Chen found a reason to leave the banquet venue and went to a quiet place. 2 system pop-ups appeared before him. Annual mission. Please graduate normally from the North Star Starship Military Academy within 1 year. Zhao Chen was stunned. Graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy within a year? He was currently only a 4th-year student, and normally, he would have to wait more than 2 years to graduate. By the end of this year, he would at most just become a 5th-year student. However, the rewards for the quarterly tasks were so generous that this annual mission reward would definitely not be bad either. It would be a pity to waste it. It seems he needs to find a way to graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy early, as he also wants to fully develop the Eagle Dragon Galaxy once he has a certain foundation. Looking at the other task pop-up. Quarterly mission. Own 5 different models of T2 and above starships. 35. Build an interstellar fleet with a total of 30 starships. Note, must be T2 or above starships. 1230. Own 1 T3 starship. 01. System-produced starship. The requirements for this task were indeed numerous. However, the difficulty of completing the first 2 requirements was not that high. Zhao Chen had already built the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier, the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, and the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. At the same time, he also had the technical blueprints for a T2 Bronze Eden-class starship and a T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser in his system warehouse. If necessary, redeeming a T2 starship from the T2 marketplace would also be an easy task for Zhao Chen now. The second requirement of 30 starships, just building T2 Black Rhinos. Zhao Chen could complete this task requirement in 2 months. The main challenge was the third requirement, 1 T3 starship. Zhao Chen opened the T3 Blizzard technical blueprint that had been sitting in his system warehouse for a long time. To build this T3 Blizzard, the construction cost was 13 million star coins. That was equivalent to the construction cost of 130 T2 Black Rhinos or nearly 10 T2 Queen Bees. Zhao Chen only had less than 2 million star coins left in hand. There was a gap of 10 times. Covering this 10-fold gap in 3 months was no small task. Additionally, if the T2 Hammer was responsible for constructing the T3 Blizzard, it would require all production capacity and a construction time of 2 months. Even the best starport workshop would take about the same time. However, this T3 Blizzard could not be built in the starport's starship workshop because once it was completed and left the starport, its hull shape could basically determine that it was a T3 starship a model that had never been registered before. At that time, if they checked the starport's Starship Workshop rental records, Zhao Chen would be exposed. Building a T2 Starship might not have much impact. But being able to build a T3 Starship that had never appeared before would definitely attract some unwanted attention to Zhao Chen. Although exposure was bound to happen sooner or later, naturally, the later, the better, giving Zhao Chen more preparation time. Construction cost and construction time. These two were challenges in front of Zhao Chen. This quarterly task was quite difficult. Zhao Chen muttered, but if he didn't complete it, it would be a pity to waste a quarterly task reward. Zhao Chen closed his eyes and began to plan and think continuously. Seconds later, Zhao Chen opened his eyes. He had a series of construction plans. First, use the T2 Hammer No. 1 ship to spend a month expanding a T2 Hammer. In the second month, the T2 Hammer No. 1 ship would start the construction task for the T3 Blizzard, taking 2 months to complete. At the same time, in the second month, the T2 Hammer No. 2 ship would begin constructing a T2 Bronze Eden, which was preliminarily estimated to be completed in less than a month. Although this auxiliary starship was expensive, the construction time was short. In the third month, the T2 Hammer No. 2 ship would work at full capacity to build a large number of T2 Black Rhinos or other T2 starships that could be completed within the time limit, fulfilling the standard of 30 starships in the quarterly task. In terms of time, there were not many issues. The problem lay in the gap of raw materials and resources. Considering all the starship construction costs, it added up to a total of 20 million star coins. Zhao Chen covered his face. With this calculation, the funding gap was even larger. Where could he get the money? The territory? Forget it. The Eagle Dragon Galaxy was still a mess. Then he could only find money from outside. Zhao Chen thought of Liyaki. Arms trading was the fastest way to make money. Previously, in a hurry to obtain funds, he had sold a T1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer technical blueprint at a low price, using a one-time buyout, which was a reluctant choice. If he had chosen to sell the technical authorization or agency rights, the funds obtained in a short time would certainly not have been this high, and he wouldn't have been able to make it all at once. He could only sell it outright for quick cash. But this time, Zhao Chen didn't have such plans. Having established trust with Liyaki through the T1 Wolf-Laus starship technology, he wanted to do something big with Li Wei's sister this time. He had already conceived all of this in his mind. After that, Zhao Chen returned to the banquet scene, enjoying the rare leisure time of this New Year's Eve banquet. On the first day of the galactic calendar, year 3031, this Eagle Dragon fleet officially set sail, a total of 13 starships sailing out of the Arctic Fox starport, heading towards the distant star regions. Zhao Chen looked at the fleet sailing in a carrier battle formation and thought, this is what a fleet with carrier starships should look like. Before, a makeshift starship paired with a T2 Queen Bee. How could that resemble a fleet? 10 T2 Black Rhino-class frigates are surrounding us, with the Zero Storm located next to the T2 Queen Bee. This way, they can respond to any potential threats at any time. Report. We have exited the area around the Arctic Fox starport where warp travel is prohibited. Lilith reports. Zhao Chen sits in the captain's chair and gives orders. Command the entire fleet to prepare for warp travel. Target, Arctic Fox Star System Stargate. Use the Arctic Fox Star System Stargate to reach the Northern Star System, and then return to the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. After 6 months, Zhao Chen is finally going back to school. Chapter 82, the best-selling T1 Starship with a Stargate to use. The efficiency is fast. Previously, it took nearly half a month to travel from the Owl Dragon Star System to the Arctic Fox Star System. Now, it only takes a few hours to go from the Arctic Fox Star System to the Northern Star System. The Queen Bee's intelligence system reminds us that the ship has exited warp travel mode and has arrived at the designated location. It is now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen wakes up immediately, and Lilith issues the command for the crew to return to their combat posts. Report. All starships in the fleet have successfully arrived. Please give your instructions. Lilith reports to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raises his hand and opens the star map of the Northern Star System. Their current location is still quite far from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, but if they use the warp engine, it would take just a few minutes. The reason for choosing this location is that Zhao Chen needs to first settle his Owl Dragon fleet. He does not plan to bring all 13 starships back to the Academy in a grand manner. That would be too conspicuous. This area of space is relatively remote within the Northern Star System, a place rarely visited by ships and people. He asks Charlotte to find a suitable place to station the fleet. Zhao Chen assigns the task of selecting the specific location to Charlotte, who, as a former general of the Beastman Rebel Army, is very familiar with choosing hidden locations. Soon, Charlotte selects an area among 3 small asteroids that can effectively hide their presence using the visual blind spots. Unless a starship happens to pass by, it would be difficult to discover such an interstellar fleet here. Charlotte, I will take 1 T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate and the Zero Storm back to the Academy, while the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier and the remaining 9 T2 Black Rhinos and T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships will stay here. You are responsible for guarding here and ensuring the fleet's safety. At the same time, supervise the production and construction tasks of the T2 Hammer. Using our existing raw material resources to expand 1 T2 Hammer first, Zhao Chen instructed. Before leaving the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen exchanged 1.2 million star coins for living supplies, military supplies, and raw materials. The raw materials are naturally arranged inside the T2 Hammer. The living supplies can meet the needs of all female soldiers on the starships for 3 months. Without considering the living supplies, these starships, even if they do not return to port, can survive in space for decades as long as they are not on long voyages or in combat, thanks to the ample energy inside. Yes, Charlotte accepted the order. During my absence, report any intelligence to me in a timely manner and keep communication open 24 hours. Zhao Chen instructed. Yes. After that, Zhao Chen changed ships with Charlotte. Boarding the Zero Storm, he set off again with a T2 Black Rhino back to the Academy. The distance between the 2 places is actually not far. In case of an emergency, using the warp engine, accounting for the acceleration and deceleration time of the starships, it could arrive in as little as 15 minutes. Soon, the Zero Storm and T2 Black Rhino arrived at the outer star area of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen sent a request to rent a starship docking space that could accommodate 1 large and 1 small starship. Is this your Starship Academy, Commander? Lilith said enviously as she looked at the beautiful interstellar city before her. Once upon a time, their succubus kingdom also had such beautiful buildings. Unfortunately, you give the crew instructions to stand by on the starship. You come with me. Zhao Chen said. I should wait for you on the starship, right? Lilith said, clearly nervous. She was still somewhat restrained towards the outside society, as for decades prior, she and her kin had been in flight, hiding in the darkest corners. Even though she recently joined the Owl Dragon fleet, it was only because she could gradually adapt in a closed environment. Suddenly being taken to an outside social environment made her quite anxious. Yes, Zhao Chen said. I can just wait on the starship for you. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. Lilith said softly. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. This is an order. Zhao Chen knew very well about Lilith's psychological barriers. But as the secretary of the Owl Dragon fleet, she must overcome this obstacle. Therefore, he required Lilith to follow him to train her. Yes, Lilith timidly replied. You can wear everyday clothes that conceal your form, hiding your tail, wings, and horns. Zhao Chen said. During the previous procurement of living supplies, he had bought some everyday clothing, which every female soldier had, in addition to the military uniforms of the Owl Dragon fleet. Lilith felt a glimmer of joy in her heart. Although it only concealed part of her features, it still gave her a bit more sense of security. After both starships docked, Zhao Chen took Lilith out of the starship. Zhao Chen had already changed into the Academy's uniform. While Lilith wore a dress with a fluffy skirt that concealed her tail, and the layers in the back of her outfit hid her wings. She wore a somewhat oversized hat that covered her horns. Zhao Chen took a look. She seemed like a timid, shy ordinary girl, but if one saw her face, regardless of gender, they would likely be enamored. After all, this was the charm of a succubus. The first thing Zhao Chen did upon returning to the Academy was to inform Li Wei and Zhao Wan'er of his return. He even sent a communication request to Zhao Wan'er, but it was surprisingly rejected. Could she be busy with something important? Zhao Chen murmured. Forget it, there's no rush. Once Zhao Wan'er sees it, she will naturally reply to him. Zhao Chen put his hands in his pockets and began to stroll around the Academy with Lilith. Lilith timidly followed Zhao Chen, initially not daring to lift her head, clutching the hem of Zhao Chen's clothes. As she gradually became familiar with her surroundings, she began to cautiously observe the buildings and crowds around her. Zhao Chen was now thinking about something important. Graduation. The annual task requirement is to graduate within a year. This means Zhao Chen must advance levels, and he needs to advance 3 levels within a year. If it were first or second year students, it would be manageable. But advancing from the 4th, 5th, or 6th year is quite challenging. I should ask Wan'er. She should know how to advance smoothly and quickly. Zhao Chen murmured. At this moment, Zhao Chen noticed a starship holographic model in a nearby starship display case. He was very familiar with this starship. It was the T1 Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer. A big headline read, the hottest T1 starship. Released just 2 months ago, orders have already surpassed 500. Chapter 83. Are you crying? Zhao Chen stopped and looked at the news above. He could hear some students passing by pointing at the T-1 Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer, clearly indicating that although it was just a T-1 starship, its popularity was quite high. The T-1 Laos is selling so well. I heard that orders now require waiting for half a year to receive the starship. Yes, I heard that many lords are ordering this starship, with a single unit priced at only 30,000 star coins, which is incredibly affordable. It is said that this starship has the potential to become the best-selling T-1 starship of the year 3031, and it might even break the sales record of previous T-1 starships. Zhao Chen listened to these words while looking at the promotional advertisement below the holographic projection, which even featured Li Yaqi speaking personally. T-1 Wolf-Lice, the most cost-effective T-1 starship. Please pay attention to the BN Starship Technology Group, wholeheartedly preparing the best starships for you. It seems that during the months Zhao Chen has handed the T-1 Wolf-Lice over to Li Yaqi, she has successfully promoted it. This was the result Zhao Chen had anticipated. This T-1 starship is the most cost-effective combat starship in his T-1 Mall system, so it was bound to be popular. Its manufacturing cost is only 10,000 star coins. Now, with Li Yaqi quoting 30,000 star coins, even with some advertising, operational, and labor costs included, the profit per unit is between 10,000 and 15,000 star coins. If the order quantity reaches 500 units, it means that once these orders are completed, Li Yaqi could directly earn nearly 6 to 7 million star coins. Compared to the 3 million star coins given to Zhao Chen, this figure has doubled. However, this is predicated on the construction and delivery of 500 T-1 Wolf-Lice units, which is the projected total profit for Li Yaqi over the next 6 months. At that time, Zhao Chen didn't have the luxury to wait that long. Only by buying out could he receive 3 million star coins in one go. But now that he thinks about it, maybe quoting 4 million star coins would also be acceptable to Li Yaqi. Forget it. No need to think about the dark past. Zhao Chen covered his face, feeling like crying without tears. However, this time he was prepared to approach Li Yaqi, and it would be a significant move. Just as Zhao Chen was contemplating these matters, his handheld terminal buzzed. It was a message from Li Wei. Zhao Chen, hurry. Your sister is being bullied. Zhao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he took Lilith to the address sent by Li Wei. It was a Starship Duel Arena. Starship Duel Arena Number 1. In the arena, a T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship, with a deformed hull and smoke rising from one part, was being slowly towed away by an interstellar barge. Meanwhile, several shuttles were transporting crew members out from inside the T-2 Fire Crow. Not far away, in the arbitration area, Zhao Wan, who had just stepped down from the shuttle, was glaring angrily at the people opposite her. The opposite side was a group of individuals wearing uniforms different from those of the Busy Starship Military Academy. What? Can't you people from the Busy Starship Military Academy accept defeat? We won fair and square. Blame yourselves for being incompetent. The Busy Starship Military Academy is just that. What genius girl? She has just been defeated by us. A group of people stood there, mocking, surrounding a haughty woman with brown wavy hair. The twin-tailed lowly, Shui Xiao, jumped out, indignantly pointing at the proud woman. You are despicable. We clearly admitted defeat. Why did you continue to attack? And the arbitrators, didn't you see that? The arbitrators being scolded by Shui Xiao now looked away, feeling guilty. These arbitrators were not from the Busy Starship Military Academy, and they were wary of the identities of these noble young masters, who were from the Tianyo Noble Starship Military Academy. The students there are either rich or powerful. Not worth the trouble. The woman spread her hands and sneered. I didn't have time to stop it. And who would have thought your T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship would be so easy to beat? I apologize to my classmates from the Busy Starship Military Academy. Although she said she was apologizing, the expression on her face was still mocking. Just then, a shuttle landed, and several injured crew members were carried down, covered in blood. One of them even unconscious. How are my crew members? Zhao Wan hurriedly went to check on her crew, ignoring the argument with the other side. The accompanying medic said, one is seriously injured but has been given a cardiac stimulant, so there is no danger to life. The remaining 7 have minor injuries and will heal in a few days. Zhao Wan looked at the seriously injured crew member. It was one of her junior schoolmates. When she recruited her earlier, the junior said she idolized her and wanted to join her starship. They had gotten along quite well privately. She never expected that now the other person would end up like this. Guilt, anger, and self-blame filled her heart as she glared at the woman opposite her. Oh dear. That gaze is so scary. It's just a commoner. What does it matter if they die? You people from the Busy Starship Military Academy are really something. Still recruiting commoner students. Unlike us from the Tianyo Noble Starship Military Academy, We only recruit students of noble status. As for those crew members, we can just recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial Army. Forget it, forget it. I'll cover your crew member's medical expenses later, the woman said, covering her mouth with a laugh. You will not insult my crew members. Zhao Wanner shouted at the woman. The woman's smile vanished, and she looked at Zhao Wanner with cold disdain. So what if I insult you? If you have the ability, come fight me again. In starship duels, I'll accompany you to the end. But by then, if your crew members die or get injured, don't come crying. Zhao Wanner certainly wanted to take revenge, but she didn't have a starship now. Her crew was still injured. She felt a deep sense of defeat and helplessness. At this moment, she even thought of her brother, whom she had always considered useless. If he were here, if you want to fight, then let us keep fighting. We Zhao family members will accompany you to the end. A voice rang out just then, attracting everyone's attention. Zhao Wanner's body shook, and she looked over excitedly, seeing a familiar figure. She had previously disliked this figure, but now, the moment she saw it, she felt a sense of security. Tears couldn't help but flow from her eyes, filled with grievance. Zhao Chen walked over to Zhao Wanner, hands in his pockets. He didn't comfort his sister but asked, crying? You're the one crying. Zhao Wanner turned her head, quickly wiping her tears dry. If you're not crying, then go and fight that bitch again. Zhao Chen's words directly provoked the big wave-haired woman on the opposite side. Chapter 84. Then let us fight. Where did this loser come from, daring to insult me? The big wave-haired woman glared at Zhao Chen, furious that he dared to insult her. At this moment, one of the admirers of the big wave-haired woman felt a spark of excitement. This was a rare opportunity to show off. He walked toward Zhao Chen. You dare to be disrespectful to Miss Zhou Min? Watch how I tear your mouth apart. Saying that, he swung his fist toward Zhao Chen's face. Shui Xiao Xiao and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the students from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy to be so arrogant. Not only breaking the rules during the starship battle, but now also daring to resort to violence. Faced with the incoming fist, Zhao Chen moved quickly, directly grabbing the opponent's fist and twisting it. The man's face showed pain as he cried out, kneeling on the ground. Zhao Chen then kicked him in the face, sending him flying, and he ended up sliding under the skirt of the big wave-haired woman, only to unfortunately have passed out by then. He would miss out on the view of his dream lover's skirt. Isn't that Zhao Wanner's brother, Zhao Chen? Isn't that Zhao Chen who defeated the other side during the starship duel at the end of last semester when no one thought he could win? Wow. How did Zhao Chen become so strong? Have you all noticed that Zhao Chen is quite handsome too? Among the surrounding students from the busy Star Military Academy, some recognized Zhao Chen while others had only heard about him. But now, Zhao Chen started off by punching students from the other school. It was truly satisfying. In recent days, the students from Bizi had already grown tired of the students from Tianyao Academy. Good job. Keep it up. And it would be even better if you could beat that damn woman too. The double-tailed lowly, Shui Xiao Xiao, jumped to Zhao Chen's side, looking eager for trouble. The noble lady named Zhou Min was also startled by Zhao Chen's rough behavior and instinctively took a few steps back. Zhao Chen ignored her and turned back to Zhao Wanner. Handle your own matters. We, the Zhao family, will take back the humiliation we suffered wherever it happened. Zhao Wanner pointed at the T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship that was still being dragged away from the duel arena in the distance and said aggrievedly, but my starship was severely damaged, and some of the crew are injured. Do you want to return the humiliation they gave you? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner nodded heavily. Her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. She accepted that she lost the starship duel. However, the other side fired on her starship even after she conceded, causing injuries to her crew that she could not tolerate. I want to. Zhao Wanner gritted her teeth and shouted. Go challenge her. I will arrange the starship. Zhao Chen said. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, although Zhao Wanner didn't know what arrangements Zhao Chen had, she felt a surge of confidence. She took a deep breath and walked straight to Zhou Min, pointing at her. Zhou Min, I want to challenge you to a duel again. You set the time. Do you dare to accept? Zhou Min laughed in anger and said, Sure, let us not change the day. Anyway, my starship isn't affected. After half an hour, when my starship is replenished, let us have another match. Good. It's a deal. Zhao Wanner replied. Just then, the onlooking students parted to make way, and a few people who looked like instructors walked in. What is going on? I heard someone was fighting here. A sharp-voiced woman hurriedly walked in and immediately saw her fallen student. She angrily pointed at the nearby male instructor from Bizi Academy, Vice Principal Hong. What is going on with your Bizi? My student was just fine and ended up being beaten by your students here. You need to give me an explanation. Our Tianyao Academy came here for academic exchange. Is this how you treat your guests? Vice Principal Hong looked surprised and tried to calm her down. Vice Principal Jia, please calm down. Let us first understand what happened. At this time, students from both sides began to shout and curse. Their busy academy students couldn't handle losing and resorted to violence. Nonsense. It was clearly your Tianyo Academy students who broke the rules during the Starship duel. They had already conceded but still fired, causing injuries to our crew and insulting them as commoners. What is wrong with calling you commoners? Commoners should stay put on the planet. Why are you out here flying starships? Do you even deserve it? Soon, both vice principals understood the whole situation. Vice Principal Hong's expression began to turn unfriendly as he looked at Vice Principal Jia. It seems that this incident has its cause, and both sides share responsibility. Let us leave it at that. Is Vice Principal Hong trying to cover for his students? Vice Principal Jia, used to being arrogant, retorted without holding back. You old hag. With your arrogant temper these days, anyone who doesn't know would think you're the principal. I'm treating you with respect since you're a guest. But you're pushing it. Vice Principal Hong cursed inwardly but maintained a faint smile. If we must delve into this, it's clear that the cause of this incident is your students not following the rules. After one side conceded, they still fired. These rules of Starship duels should have been taught in the first year. Didn't your academy teach them? This was a pointed remark. Vice Principal Jia's expression darkened. Vice Principal Jia, just now, the students from Bizi said they wanted to have another match. Since there's a conflict, and we're all military academies, let us settle it with a Starship duel, Zhou Min said, coldly looking at Zhao Wanner. She could win against this woman once, so she could win her again. I'll accompany you to the end. Zhao Wanner glared at her, feeling inexplicably confident at this moment. Then, Vice Principal Hong, how about we handle it this way? As for what happened just now, let us not pursue it. Vice Principal Jia said with a somewhat cold smile, while looking at Vice Principal Hong. You were quite arrogant just now. Fine, I'll let my student defeat your genius student again in front of you. Let us see if your Bizi can hold its face. Vice Principal Hong hesitated, glancing at Zhao Wanner. He knew this student was hardworking and talented. If she lost consecutively, it might cause some psychological trauma, which wouldn't be worth it. I think Vice Principal Hong wants to brush this off. But Zhao Wanner interrupted the Vice Principal and firmly said, Vice Principal Hong, I want to fight. Please respect my decision. Vice Principal Hong frowned and walked up to Zhao Wanner. Classmate Zhao Wanner, your starship is damaged and your crew is injured. How can you fight? Let us call it off this time. I have a starship. I want to fight. Zhao Wanner insisted stubbornly. At this moment, Zhao Chen walked over and said, Vice Principal Hong, let women handle their own matters. Saying this, Zhao Chen signaled to Lilith behind him and whispered, take Wanner to Black Rhino. Yes. Lilith walked to Zhao Wanner's side, and the two left the scene. Seeing this, Zhou Min sneered. Since you want to humiliate yourself, I will help you. I hope your starship can take a beating this time. After saying that, she turned and headed back to her starship for supplies, preparing for the next battle. Chapter 85, Triple Assessment Credits. Huff, huff, huff. Li Wei squeezed through the crowd, panting as he rushed in and saw Zhao Chen. Old Zhao, I thought you entered through entrance A, and I waited for you over there for a long time. Let me tell you, those Tianyo aristocrats from the Starship Military Academy are the worst, arrogant and all. Li Wei said, only then noticing the two vice principals present. He quickly coughed a few times, pretended to look away, and stopped talking, quietly moving closer to Zhao Chen. Where's your sister? I just saw the condition of your sister's starship preparing for the next duel, Zhao Chen said. Next duel? Li Wei was surprised. Shui Xiao said from the side. You didn't see how powerful Wanner's brother was just now? He directly confronted that nasty woman and beat up her protector. Now Wanner's brother is letting her pilot his starship for another match. Is it the number 0 blizzard? Am I going to see your big cannon again? Shui Xiao blinked at Zhao Chen with anticipation. It's not the number 0 blizzard, Zhao Chen said. If it's not the number 0 blizzard, then what starship is it? Shui Xiao felt a bit disappointed, but still curiously asked. You'll see when the time comes, Zhao Chen replied. Then asked, where's senior sister Sulan? Isn't she with you? And it seems the other side is deliberately targeting you. Is there some conflict? Senior sister Sulan is currently attending an exchange meeting between Bizi Academy and Tianyo Academy. She is now the representative of the 6th grade students. And the teachers always take her to such occasions. Shui Xiao explained, then began to express her indignation and recount the situation with Zhao Wanner. This is entirely that nasty bitch's own doing. She can't control her man and takes it out on us. Afterward, Shui Xiao detailed the course of events. It turns out that Tianyo Academy visited BI's Hixing Academy a week ago for a half-month academic discussion and college exchange. During this time, outstanding students from various grades would also interact with each other. Naturally, beauties like Zhao Wanner and Shui Xiao became the focus of attention. During this period, A noble student from Tianyao Academy frequently sought out Zhao Wanner, and his intentions were obvious to everyone. Zhao Wanner rejected him every time, directly telling him not to harass her anymore. However, every day, this Tianyao boy would still arrange for people to deliver exquisite natural food and various gifts, even promising that as long as Zhao Wanner was willing to be his girlfriend, he would gift her a T3 starship. A T3 starship? Is he really trying to woo her with such a big offer? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. A T3 starship costs around 10 million star coins, and its market price is in the hundreds of millions. Using such a huge temptation to pursue girls, ordinary girls would probably find it hard to resist. I see him as a playboy, using such sweet talk to make you willingly comply, and once he has had his fun, he'll kick you away. I even had my friends investigate this person from Tianyao Academy, and sure enough, he's like that. He has played around with countless girls. There are even rumors that during his time at our academy, he has already had ambiguous relationships with several girls. Scum. Ugh. It's no wonder that the nasty bitch named Zhou Min is infatuated with this man. They really are a match. Shui Xiaoxiao said disdainfully. Li Wei added from the side. But the reason so many girls fall for him is also because of his identity. The second young master of the Hurricane Consortium. Feng Xiaoyai. The Hurricane Consortium is currently a rising new consortium in the Xinjiao Empire, thriving in food trade, interstellar transportation trade, and especially in starship technology trade. With a significant commercial footprint, the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which has been the best-selling model for the past decade, was launched by their consortium, with cumulative production and sales exceeding 100,000 units since its release. It is rumored that just this starship has allowed the Hurricane Consortium to earn hundreds of billions of star coins over the decades. It's also because of this T2 Hyena that the Hurricane Consortium transformed from an obscure interstellar consortium into a newly emerged imperial giant consortium. With such a wealthy consortium's young master claiming he would give you a T3 starship, those little fans would naturally be willing to believe and give it a try. If they really got a T3 starship. Li Wei stopped talking here, everyone understood. When Li Wei mentioned the T2 Hyena, his expression became somewhat uncomfortable because he had previously purchased a T2 Hyena. Has that man not come? Zhao Chen glanced around. If that young master were present, he would surely be the center of attention. Shui Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and snorted. That spoiled rich kid is best at staying aloof. He never participates in the disputes between women fighting for him. It will still take some time before the two starships are ready to enter. Shui Xiaoxiao Li Wei, I want to ask you something. Do you know how to skip grades in a short time? Zhao Chen took this opportunity to inquire about grade skipping. Skip grades? Shui Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, not understanding why he was asking about this. However, due to the Zero Storm Cannon incident, she had a good impression of Zhao Chen, but she also didn't know much about it. I'm not too clear. In our academy's grading system, as long as you accumulate enough assessment credits for each grade, it's equivalent to completing the assessment for that grade, and you can be promoted to the next grade in the next semester. If you can accumulate 3 times the credits required for the grade assessment within the academic year, you can directly skip to the next grade. However, if in the subsequent studies you don't meet the credit standards for the grade assessment after skipping, you will be held back. A voice sounded from the side. Zhao Chen looked over. It was the Vice President, Hong, who had just appeared. Is there a limit on the number of times you can skip grades within an academic year? For example, skipping from first grade directly to third grade. Zhao Chen inquired. Vice President Hong was taken aback for a moment and said, theoretically, there is no such limit, but the original grade assessments are already quite difficult. You also have to accumulate 3 times the grade assessment credits and skip 2 grades within the same academic year while ensuring you won't be held back. This has never happened in the history of our BI's Hicksing Academy. Most only skip 1 grade and then successfully complete the assessment credit standards for the next grade after skipping, ensuring that they won't be held back and can smoothly be promoted to the next grade in the next semester. Zhao Chen had a general idea in his mind. Chapter 86. Is that actually an interstellar frigate? Zhao Chen, why did you suddenly start asking about this? Vice President Hong asked curiously. Zhao Chen smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm just curious about how my sister skipped grades back then. I see. Your sister's talent is indeed remarkable. If she receives more training and accumulates more practical experience, she will definitely become an excellent fleet commander. Vice President Hong's words referred to a fleet commander, not a captain. This shows the Academy's appreciation for Zhao Wanner's talent. Speaking of which, Zhao Chun's talent is not bad either. It's just a pity he chose the wrong major. Relying solely on his ability to assemble 3 old starships into a new assembled starship and still be able to defeat a T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is truly impressive. If Zhao Chun is willing, I can help you change your major to starship engineering technology. Vice President Hong proposed. I'm still more interested in piloting and commanding starships. Zhao Chen declined Vice President Hong's good intentions. Time quickly passed for more than half an hour. An interstellar battle cruiser slowly entered the starship duel arena. Everyone was watching this interstellar battle cruiser. Vice President Hong spoke beside them. The T-2 Purple Rose class medium interstellar battle cruiser is a T-2 starship developed and released by the Hurricane Consortium in recent years. Although it is only a medium starship, its firepower and armor strength are not inferior to that of heavy starships of the same class. In the previous starship duel, although the T-2 Fire Crow class heavy interstellar battle cruiser was of the same class, there was still a significant performance gap. As far as I know, the price of the T-2 Purple Rose is as high as 11 million star coins. 11 million star coins? My gosh. This price is enough to buy a T-2 interstellar battleship or a T-2 aircraft carrier starship. Li Wei was taken aback. Vice President Hong chuckled and shook his head. This is a starship built entirely on wealth, with extremely low cost-performance ratio. So in reality, not many people procure this starship. However, because of its gorgeous hull design, it is a symbol for noble young ladies, so generally, it is the noble young ladies who are willing to buy such expensive yet low cost-performance ratio, but visually appealing starships. You must know that Zhao Wanner's T-2 Firecrow only costs less than 8 million star coins, almost a 50 difference. Looking at the footage broadcasted by the drones, the design of this T-2 Purple Rose is indeed beautiful, and even the hull armor is engraved with patterns of purple roses. At first glance, one might think it's a work of art, but against Zhao Chen's Zero Storm, the odds should still be in favor of the Zero Storm. Vice President Hong was saying this when, in the broadcast footage from the duel arena, a very miniature round starship appeared in front of everyone. What kind of starship is that? How can you violate the rules and enter the duel arena without permission? Vice President Hong frowned, clearly displeased with this managerial oversight. That's the starship my sister is piloting. Zhao Chen's words stirred up a storm. Shui Xiao Xiao and Li Wei stared at Zhao Chen in shock. Vice President Hong was taken aback for a while and said in surprise, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be an interstellar frigate, right? The T-2 Black Rhinoceros class interstellar heavy assault frigate." Zhao Chen named the starship model, but the others didn't care about whether it was a Black Rhinoceros or not. They only knew it was an interstellar frigate. Haha, look, that's the starship from the North Star Military Academy, and it's actually an interstellar frigate. A frigate dueling a battlecruiser. Are the North Star students out of their minds? If you don't want to win, just say so. Why humiliate yourself like this? You're really going to make me laugh to death. Seeing this, the students from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy burst into laughter, launching verbal attacks on the North Star Military Academy students, with Zhao Chen as their main target. However, they only dared to shout from a distance, as the previous incident had shown that Zhao Chen was not someone to be trifled with. The North Star Military Academy students had expressions as if they had eaten something unpleasant, their faces looking very grim. They all looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. They had thought Zhao Chen let his sister fight with the Zero Storm, but it turned out that a T-2 interstellar frigate was taking the stage instead. Zhao Chen, you. Li Wei swallowed hard, not knowing how to advise his friend. Ever since the Zero Storm incident, Zhao Chen's actions had been unpredictable. Just watch, Zhao Chen said, crossing his arms and smirking slightly. The reason he arranged for the T-2 Black Rhinoceros was that he had thought it through long ago. Regarding the opponent's starship, Zhao Chen had checked the duel records on his way here and knew it was a T-2 Purple Rose, along with its weapon system. The main weapon system was 10 T-2 double-barrel 200mm medium railguns, capable of firing once every 30 seconds. Railguns are non-ballistic weapons that use electromagnetic technology to accelerate metal projectiles. They have a fast firing rate and a high hit rate within a precise range, but without guidance, their hit rate drops sharply at maximum range. Therefore, it is necessary to have a starship capable of maintaining close combat distance with the enemy. They are generally equipped on interstellar cruisers and frigates. The firepower of this T-2 Purple Rose's railguns is quite good against ordinary T-2 starships, considering the starship cost 11 million star coins to build. Unfortunately, this time it was up against a T-2 Black Rhinoceros. Even if all attacks landed on a single spot on the hull armor, it would require up to 20 minutes of precise bombardment to inflict serious damage on that armor. 10 minutes, not to mention the coincidence of such timing. The T-2 Black Rhinoceros would never give it 20 minutes. At this moment, the T-2 Purple Rose and T-2 Black Rhinoceros quickly entered their designated combat positions, and the size comparison between the two starships was striking. The T-2 Purple Rose was a massive 310 meters long, while the T-2 Black Rhinoceros was only 110 meters. With a half-oval, rhino-shaped hull structure. This small ship was even less impressive than the Zero Storm's giant cannon. Shui Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain. Not only did she not see her beloved giant cannon, but it was also such a small vessel, which made her quite dissatisfied. Zhao Chen replied, "Sometimes bigger doesn't necessarily mean better. Being tough is also important." Chapter 87. Just a relatively sturdy interstellar frigate, the arbitrator recounted the duel rules as usual and then directed the two starships to their random spawn points, preparing to commence the impending starship duel. In the ongoing video communication, Zhou Min was laughing heartily, pointing at Zhao Wanner and mocking, "Zhao Wanner, do you want to make me laugh to death and win this duel? If that's the case, congratulations, you're almost there. Using an interstellar frigate to fight against a battlecruiser. You really have guts." Zhao Wanner remained unfazed. "I hope you can still laugh later." The video communication was cut off. Zhou Min sneered. "An interstellar frigate still wants to show off. Just wait and see how I turn your frigate into scrap." In the audience, everyone was waiting for the duel to begin. However, it was evident that emotions were polarized. The students from Tianyao Academy were all very happy, as if they were enjoying a comedy. On the other side, a small portion of the North Star Academy students had already left the venue. They couldn't even imagine what the plot would be like when an interstellar frigate faced off against a battlecruiser. Perhaps the frigate's armor strength was decent enough to withstand a few rounds of enemy fire. But what about its firepower? The firepower of interstellar frigates is generally recognized as the lowest among all ship types. Moreover, how many weapon modules could such a small starship carry? How could it take on a battlecruiser? With its pathetic close-in weaponry? Don't make me laugh. Using an interstellar frigate to fight a battlecruiser. Is this the education of your school? It's truly astonishing. Vice Dean Jia didn't hold back her sarcasm towards Vice Dean Hong, wearing a look of someone enjoying a spectacle. Vice Dean Hong also felt uneasy inside. He glanced at Zhao Chen, who remained unfazed nearby. Logically, Zhao Chen shouldn't be someone who didn't know the limits. But using an interstellar frigate to fight a battlecruiser, this isn't something you'd find in any textbook combat plan. Just a mere academic exchange. Vice Dean Hong could only silently say. Soon, both starships reached their spawn points. At the moment the arbitrator announced the battle's start, both starships made no attempt at maneuvers and headed straight toward the enemy ship detected on their radar. T2 Black Rhinoceros class interstellar heavy assault frigate bridge. I can't wait to see that damn woman's expression. Prepare all gun positions. Zhao Wanner sat in the captain's chair, her chest filled with suppressed anger. Secretary Lilith and another former captain of the T2 Black Rhinoceros stood on either side. Miss Wanner, I believe we can skip firing this time, Secretary Lilith said. Zhao Wanner was taken aback, looking at Lilith in confusion. Not firing? How are we going to win? Among all the test projects of the T2 Black Rhinoceros, there is one that we haven't had the chance to do before. I think perhaps we can try it in this battle, Lilith said, a glint of cunning in her eyes. What test? Zhao Wanner asked. Lilith replied, a hull collision experiment in actual combat. Zhao Wanner was stunned for a moment, then understood and revealed a somewhat mischievous expression. After a few minutes of navigation, the two starships were about to enter the fire coverage range of both sides. T2 Purple Rose class medium interstellar battlecruiser bridge railguns. Target that frigate. Zhou Min was ready to teach the opponent a lesson. Using an interstellar frigate against her battlecruiser was truly overestimating themselves. Report. 10 railguns charged and ready to fire. The first officer reported from the side. Zhou Ming stared at the starship radar and sneered. Let them get a bit closer. Fire in 1 minute. Yes. In the audience, everyone was focused on the live broadcast of the battlefield, watching as the two starships, one large and one small, headed toward each other. Soon, they saw the T2 Purple Rose class medium interstellar battlecruiser take the initiative. 10 T2 level dual-mounted 200mm medium railguns opened fire. 20 metal shells were launched at an extremely high speed, hitting the interstellar frigate. The metal shells struck the armor of the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate one by one, causing a large amount of smoke and dust to erupt, momentarily covering the small ship that was only 100 meters long. The students of the North Star Academy began to worry about the genius student, Zhao Wanner, who was quite popular among the students. Shui Xiaoxiao even unconsciously clenched the hem of Zhao Chen's clothes, clearly worried about her best friend. A few seconds later, a small figure burst out of the smoke. Almost at that moment, everyone stood up, staring in disbelief at the small ship. How is this possible? Vice Dean Jia's face was filled with disbelief. Others were also discussing in astonishment, because that interstellar frigate showed no obvious damage at all. Perhaps if they looked closely at the starship, they would find traces of the paint being damaged, but at least in the live broadcast footage, it looked exactly the same as before the attack. The T-2 Black Rhino was still heading towards the T-2 Purple Rose class medium interstellar battlecruiser, with the distance between them continuously decreasing. How could there be no damage at all? Keep firing. Keep firing. Use armor-piercing shells. Zhao Min was starting to panic at this moment. After the second round of bombardment, everyone held their breath, staring at the smoke. A few seconds later, that starship was still there. It still appeared intact before everyone's eyes. My God, what kind of armor is that? It withstood 2 rounds of fire from the T-2 Purple Rose without a scratch. Could it be a T-3 level interstellar frigate? Is this really the interstellar frigate we studied in textbooks? All the students found it hard to believe. At the same time, the emotions of the North Star Academy students were ignited, while the students of the Tianyao Military Academy were left in shock. Oh my goodness. It actually has no damage at all. Zhao Chen, what kind of interstellar frigate is this? Li Wei stared at Zhao Chen in amazement. Shui Xiaoxiao also cast a curious glance. It's just a relatively sturdy interstellar frigate, Zhao Chen said lightly. Li Wei and Shui Xiaoxiao rolled their eyes. This is called relatively sturdy? With this armor strength, it could probably withstand a few hits from the giant cannon of an interstellar battleship, Shui Xiaoxiao muttered beside her. Chapter 88. Small ship collides with big ship in the following moments. The T-2 Purple Rose class medium interstellar battlecruiser began its 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of attacks. Finally, under the 5th round of attacks, the audience in the stands, after magnifying the left side armor of the T-2 Black Rhino in the live broadcast footage several times, discovered a damage that was several centimeters deep and tens of centimeters long, no matter how solid it was. What could a mere interstellar frigate's firepower do against the T-2 Purple Rose? Moreover, the speed of an interstellar frigate might not even be able to catch up with the T-2 Purple Rose, Vice Dean Jia said, trying to save face. Yes. You are the Vice Dean of Tianyao Academy. What you say counts, Vice Dean Hong said with a deliberately flattering smile. This was clearly a veiled jab at the other party. Vice Dean Jia's face darkened as he remained silent, only able to use these excuses to convince himself that there was still hope for this battle. At this moment on the battlefield, the T-2 Purple Rose also noticed something was wrong and began to attempt to maintain its distance from the T-2 Black Rhino while continuously firing. Zhao Min still did not believe that under the relentless bombardment, this T-2 interstellar frigate could truly withstand it. On the bridge of the T-2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate, the overall damage to the front armor was 6, with the most severe area damaged at 12. The side armor had an overall damage of 3. The captain of this starship reported to Zhao Warner. Zhao Warner glanced at the distance between the 2 starships on the star map, having previously understood the performance of the T-2 Black Rhino. The distance is almost right. Pass my orders. Prepare to activate short-range assault mode. At the same time, all crew members prepare to brace for impact. Zhao Warner said seriously. Yes. The captain began to transmit orders. Because when the T-2 Black Rhino was designed, it was already prepared to endure a large amount of attacks and even collisions. Each combat position was equipped with measures to stabilize soldiers, preventing them from losing balance and getting injured due to impacts. Short-range assault mode activated, speed increasing. The captain said. The red numbers representing speed suddenly began to climb rapidly. The audience in the stands, who were closely watching the 2 starships, suddenly began to exclaim, "My God! Look! That interstellar frigate seems to have accelerated. This speed is too fast, much faster than before. Wait, with this speed and direction, could it be that this interstellar frigate is preparing to collide with the T-2 Purple Rose?" The thought of a collision popped into everyone's minds. A frigate is going to collide with a battlecruiser? Zhao Chen had a slight smile on his lips. Just taking this opportunity to test the collision resistance of the T-2 Black Rhino in a real combat scenario. The rapidly accelerating T-2 Black Rhino aimed one of its horn modules at the side of the T-2 Purple Rose in the distance. Hurry! Accelerate! Avoid it! Zhao Min shouted in panic as she saw the interstellar frigate rapidly approaching her. Captain, our speed is already at maximum, and at this distance, we cannot avoid it. The deputy captain said helplessly. We should order to brace for impact now. Before the deputy captain could finish his sentence, the entire ship made a loud bang. Almost in an instant, everything that was not secured in the bridge flew up, and some crew members who had not stabilized themselves were even thrown several meters away. Zhao Min, sitting in the captain's chair, did not fly out. But at this moment, her pupils dilated as she watched a plump backside coming towards her face. The face she had spent hundreds of star coins maintaining was about to make intimate contact with that part. Warning! 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 The left side of the hull has suffered severe impact. The left hull armor has been breached, and the 13 nearby compartments are urgently sealed. Warning! 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 This impact has caused the left starship engine to be affected, losing 30 speed. Warning! Warning! The warning sounds in the bridge drowned out Zhou Min's cries for help. By the time everyone recovered and began to get up from the ground, the deputy captain discovered that a 200-pound soldier was sitting on the captain's chair. "Where's the captain?" the deputy captain asked, grabbing the fat soldier. I don't know," the fat soldier stammered. "I'm right here." A voice came from the captain's chair. The deputy captain looked behind the fat soldier and saw Zhou Min slumped in the captain's chair. Her whole body seemed to be compressed, especially her face, which had become deformed. "Captain, your face." The deputy captain gulped, pointing at Zhou Min's face. Zhou Min was stunned, immediately kicking the fat soldier away, pulling out a mirror, and saw her face clearly showing unevenness. "My face. Warning, warning, warning. The hull is under impact. The hull is under impact." Suddenly, another impact hit, and the deputy captain lost his balance, his body flying up, his hand instinctively grabbing something. And then he fell down hard. When he came to his senses, he saw Zhou Min's face firmly pressed against the captain's chair. Zhou Min screamed hysterically. The collisions continued relentlessly, one after another, from different angles and directions. From the outside, it looked like a T-2 interstellar frigate was continuously ramming into a T-2 Purple Rose, which was desperately trying to escape. The problem was that it couldn't run fast enough to avoid the entanglement with the interstellar frigate. "Warning, warning, warning. The ship has lost control and is on a collision course with an asteroid. Please evade immediately. Please evade immediately." Colliding with an asteroid? The deputy captain didn't have time to pay attention to Zhou Min, who was emotionally collapsing, and immediately operated to check the current situation. Through the images transmitted to the bridge, they saw that their starship was rapidly heading towards an asteroid. As for why this was happening, the culprit was naturally that interstellar frigate. At that moment, it was ramming the T-2 Purple Rose from behind with its large black horn, driving it towards the asteroid. "Captain, surrender immediately. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, our starship is doomed." The deputy captain urgently urged Zhou Min to surrender. "My face." Zhou Min was still looking at her own face, the one she had surgically altered. The deputy captain pressed Zhou Min to surrender quickly, and now Zhou Min couldn't care less about winning or losing. That interstellar frigate was just too terrifying. Zhou Min immediately contacted the arbitration to indicate surrender. In the audience, the arbitrators had just received the T-2 Purple Rose's surrender. They hadn't even had time to inform the T-2 Black Rhinoceros of this directive. Through the live broadcast, they saw the T-2 Purple Rose crash heavily into the surface of the asteroid, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The T-2 Purple Rose's hull was severely deformed. In contrast, the real culprit, the T-2 Black Rhinoceros, seemed as if nothing had happened. Withdrawing its large black horn and looking quite satisfied at the T-2 Purple Rose, which had been thoroughly battered. Then it left the asteroid without looking back. Everyone stared at that interstellar frigate, their minds racing with disbelief. Is this really an interstellar frigate? Chapter 89. One selling her sister. One selling her senior. Everyone in the audience looked at the abandoned asteroid set in the dual area and could see the ship's hull severely deformed, with not a single piece of armor intact. Several places had large holes, and the culprits of these holes were naturally the large black horn of the T-2 Black Rhinoceros class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Several interstellar barges and small interstellar medical ships had started to head over to rescue the crew on that starship. This scene was significantly worse than the situation with Zhao Wanner's T-2 Fire Crow class heavy interstellar battlecruiser earlier. The arbitrators then announced the winner of this starship duel, Zhao Wanner from Busy Star Academy. "Oh dear, I'm really sorry. Our academy's students just don't know their limits and have turned your student starship into this. How about this? Our academy can conduct basic repairs to ensure it can return smoothly to your Tianyao Academy's starport." Vice Principal Hong was feeling quite proud at this moment, smiling at Vice Principal Jia beside him. Vice Principal Jia grunted, "No need." After saying that, he turned and left the audience. Other Tianyao Academy students also left in dejection. "Hey, don't go. Weren't you just very arrogant? Why is no one saying a word now? Your Tianyao Academy's starship isn't that great either. It can't even beat one of our interstellar frigates. An interstellar battlecruiser being smashed by an interstellar frigate? If it were me, I would have found a hole to bury myself in." The students from Busy Star Academy were all excited as if they had personally won the battle. These Tianyao Academy people are so arrogant, looking down on other military academies just because they are a military academy directly under the Empire. Vice Principal Hong snorted coldly. At this moment, he felt quite pleased, having endured the arrogance of these Tianyao Academy students for quite some time. However, that T-2 Black Rhinoceros was indeed very strong. The armor strength of that starship was incredibly terrifying. Along with its short-range acceleration assault capability after approaching the enemy ship. It was hard to believe that such a small ship could have such strong acceleration and defense capabilities. He wondered why he hadn't heard of such a T-2 interstellar frigate being available on the market. Just as Vice Principal Hong was thinking about chatting with that Zhao Chen about this starship, he realized that Zhao Chen and his group had already disappeared without a trace. What a mysterious student. Look, the latest reports have come out. The T-2 Purple Rose class medium interstellar battlecruiser's hull armor has sustained an overall damage of 60, with the most severe area having been directly breached. This resulted in 37 compartments being damaged and sealed. Even the structural strength of the starship's main framework has been damaged by 20, which is nearing collapse at over 30. Captain Zhou Min is injured, with severe facial deformation. Turns out this woman has had plastic surgery. A total of 7 crew members died, 26 were seriously injured, and 57 were injured to varying degrees. It is estimated that the repair costs for this T-2 Purple Rose will reach an astonishing 3 million star coins. That's almost enough to buy a brand new T-2 interstellar frigate or destroyer. On the way to find Zhao Wanner, Shui Xiao kept talking about the related reports of this starship duel. Old Zhao, this interstellar frigate is too awesome. Just a few rams, and it completely dismantled that T-2 Purple Rose. Where did you get this interstellar frigate? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen curiously. Want one? Zhao Chen didn't directly answer, but instead asked Li Wei back. Li Wei was taken aback and nodded repeatedly. Who wouldn't want such a good interstellar frigate? It can even take on an interstellar battlecruiser one-on-one. When I have time, I'll get you one, Zhao Chen said. Right now? He didn't have that kind of production capacity, but in the future, building a T-2 Black Rhinoceros wouldn't be a problem. Really? Zhao Gu, you are just like my real brother. Li Wei couldn't care less about the origin of this starship and started fantasizing about owning such an interstellar frigate. Zhao Gu, you're still single, right? How about considering my sister? Although my sister has a bad temper, is a bit older, and isn't as gentle as other girls. She is still a big beauty. Zhao Chen was speechless. You would sell your sister just for this interstellar frigate? Zhao Gu, if you can get me a T-2 Black Rhinoceros, I can also consider it. Shui Xiao seductively said. I'll give you Senior Su Lan's contact information, her measurements, and preferences. You know, that Han Tianlong promised me a lot of benefits for this information, and I haven't said a word. Alright. Now there's another one trying to sell her senior. Don't you like big ships and big cannons? How could such an interstellar frigate catch the eye of a young lady like you? Zhao Chen teased Shui Xiao. Shui Xiao smiled and said, I now find that what you said earlier is not without reason. Being a bit tough is quite good, of course. I still like big ships and big cannons the most. By then, my big cannon paired with a small steel cannon. Wouldn't that be delightful? For these two who were only focused on starships, even willing to sell their sisters and seniors, Zhao Chen could only silently mourn for their sisters and seniors. I don't have the ability for the time being, but once I have a source in the future, I will consider you two first. Zhao Chen promised. Is this one not expensive? Li Wei tentatively inquired. His family had just given him a T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, so he couldn't afford anything too expensive. Not expensive. The market price won't exceed 3 million star coins. I can give you a discount when the time comes, Zhao Chen replied. This is the truth. Generally, the profit margin for a T-2 starship is around 20 times. For example, the T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which sells for around 4 million star coins, only costs 200,000 star coins to build. However, Zhao Chen's T-2 Black Rhino is quite special. If it were sold, a 30-fold profit wouldn't be unreasonable. The only downside might be its lack of firepower. Soon, the three of them arrived at the docking position of the T-2 Black Rhino. Li Wei and Shui Xiao immediately circled around the starship. Wow, it really has no major damage at all. There are quite a few minor scratches. But the only significant damage is this wound with a diameter of 50 centimeters and a depth of 10 centimeters. Li Wei exclaimed, Wow. Look at that big black horn. Shui Xiao stood at the bow, looking up with sparkling eyes at the shiny black horn. Chapter 90. Li Yaqi's business legend Zhao Wanner and Lilith walked down from the starship. Wanner, your performance just now was really outstanding. You should have seen Zhou Min's miserable state after the battle. It's a pity I couldn't see it in person. Shui Xiao said as she rushed to Zhao Wanner's side. Zhao Wanner smiled. In fact, her contribution to this victory in the starship duel was minimal. The main reason was still the formidable T-2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate. The crew on board was also completely familiar with the starship. She only needed to convey her ideas, and the half-beast captain would arrange everything for her. Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen, her mouth moved. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Are you talking to me? Zhao Wanner's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Zhao Chen said as he moved closer. Zhao Wanner bit her lip lightly, her cheeks turning even redder. Wanner means, brother, I love you so much. Shui Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected from the side. Zhao Wanner, embarrassed and angry, pretended to hit Shui Xiaoxiao, who laughed and dodged. I didn't say that. Xiaoxiao, stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Shui Xiaoxiao laughed while running away. What? You don't like your brother? How about this? You let your brother be with me. How about it, Zhao Chen, brother? Shui Xiaoxiao. If you have the ability, don't run. If you have the ability, don't chase me. Zhao Chen watched the two playful girls and couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Zhao Wanner was chasing Shui Xiaoxiao and ended up next to Zhao Chen. She stopped, not daring to look into Zhao Chen's eyes. Thank you, brother, she said, and then continued to chase Shui Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Wanner's back. He hadn't reacted immediately. Over the years, Zhao Wanner had never called him brother. The news that students from Busy Star Academy defeated students from Tianyao Academy using an interstellar battleship continued to spread within the academy. Zhao Wanner, a fifth-grade genius student, reached a peak in her reputation. As for Zhao Chen, he returned to his number 0 blizzard. Although he had a dormitory at the academy, he was used to his starship's spacious bedroom, so who would want to stay in that small, shabby room? Additionally, Zhao Chen had another matter to attend to, finding Li Wei's sister. Of course, it wasn't to be her free brother-in-law. Beiyang Starship Technology Group Industrial Park Headquarters. This is a starship industrial facility located in the orbit of a planet, originally belonging to a starship parts manufacturing and supply company. It was acquired by Beiyang about 6 months ago and underwent upgrades and renovations for 2 months, setting up several starship production lines and docks. After that, they began mass production of T1 lice. This starship industrial factory has the capacity to produce up to 100 T1 lice per month. At the time, due to Li Yaqi's bold moves, nearly 5 million star coins were invested, of which 3 million were spent on the mysterious starship technology buyout. This made the upper management of Beiyang very angry, believing that Li Yaqi was reckless. But who would have thought that in mid-November 3030, Beiyang's subsidiary, Beiyang Starship Technology Group, held a starship launch conference, introducing a starship called the T1 Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at only 30,000 star coins. The price of 30,000 star coins caused a sensation throughout the Northern Star region. It's worth noting that the lowest price for T1 starships on the market is already 50,000 star coins for a T1 interstellar frigate. And a T1 interstellar destroyer would cost at least 100,000 star coins. But Beiyang's interstellar destroyer only required 30,000 star coins. Could such a cheap T1 starship really have no issues? 3 days before the conference, no one was willing to buy this starship. But on the 4th day, Li Yaqi announced that the first 100 T1 lice could be trialed for 3 days without a deposit, and if unsatisfied, they could return it without any cost. Under such circumstances, some private fleets or star system lords without money attempted to engage with this starship. On the 5th day of the conference, it exploded. The ordering department's communication network of Beiyang was overwhelmed with orders. Even a star system lord sent an order for 100 T1 lice. At that time, Beiyang's warehouse only had 300 T1 lice in stock. By the 5th day, all 300 T1 lice had been ordered out, and all payments were completed. This immediately brought 9 million star coins into Beiyang's accounts. This turned Beiyang's financial report for the year from a loss to a profit. I am now preparing to expand the current starship factory, increasing the production speed from the existing 100 T1 lice per month to meet the demand for 300 T1 lice per month. The entire expansion is expected to be completed before mid-year. Li Yaqi looked at the shareholders attending the meeting and her father sitting opposite her. Her father was looking at her with a satisfied expression. The other shareholders had also changed their previous disdainful attitudes, each smiling at Li Yaqi. Yaqi, you are really outstanding. This T1 lice has directly exploded the market in our Starshine Empire's Northern Star region. I heard the order quantity has now reached 500 ships. Outside speculation suggested that this wave of influence would also affect other star regions of the Starshine Empire, and the annual demand might reach as much as 5,000 T1 lice. 5,000 T1 lice would generate profits far exceeding those of our Beiyang Interstellar Trading Group. I knew our Yaqi would definitely succeed. I think expanding to a monthly production of 300 ships isn't enough. Let's directly expand to 500 ships per month and open up the markets of other star regions in the Starshine Empire. The shareholders were all talking and planning the future blueprint for Beiyang in the field of starship technology. Li Yaqi looked at these uncles and aunts as if they were clowns. Just a few months ago, they were not this way. It's really laughable. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Li Yaqi's handheld terminal flashed with a message reminder. Normally, during meetings, she would professionally turn off all notifications, even her father's. But until a few months ago, there was one person who became an exception. Sorry, I have an urgent matter. Let us end this meeting here for now, Liyaki said, not waiting for the uncles and aunts to speak before exiting the meeting. The conference room in front of Liyaki suddenly disappeared, replaced by an empty meeting room with a few empty chairs. Liyaki hurriedly opened her communication device, which displayed a message. I want to talk to you. The message came from the mysterious account from a few months ago, the one that sold her the T1 lice technology. Chapter 91: 4 Types of Starship Technology Unlike Before. What Liyaki received was a holographic video conference room. The holographic video conference was similar to the meetings she had held previously, allowing her to see the holographic image of the other party. This way, even if they were separated by several star systems, they could communicate smoothly. However, this mode of communication was quite expensive, with a hefty fee charged per minute. But Liyaki didn't mind. After all, the man on the other side had brought her immense wealth worth millions of star coins with just a few words. She wouldn't hesitate to drop her current work and rush over if he sent her an address. Upon entering the holographic video conference room, a masked man was already seated opposite her at a round table. From his physique, he looked nothing like the elderly professor or doctor she had anticipated. He appeared very young. Are you Liyaki? She asked tentatively, feeling a bit suspicious about his identity due to his youth. The T1 Wolf Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer has made quite a profit for you, hasn't he? Miss Lee, you have a good business mind. You could have priced it higher, but you chose to open the market quickly at a lower price to build North Goose's reputation, Zhao Chen said. Liyaki hurriedly replied. It's all thanks to you for providing this starship to us. Out of gratitude, even though we signed a buyout contract before, we are still willing to pay you a 5 technology fee for each starship. It must be said that Liyaki was indeed good at business. Although it seemed like an unnecessary 5 expenditure, it was a great investment to build a relationship with this big shot in front of her. This time, I'm not here to discuss the T1 Wolf Fleet. I want to engage in a deeper cooperation with you, Zhao Chen said, crossing his hands on the table and looking directly at Liyaki. Cooperation? That's exactly what I desire. Liyaki replied eagerly. Do you have other starship technologies? We are willing to collaborate in this area, and in the future, we can invest in your research lab and provide the best environment for starship technology research. Liyaki proposed one good condition after another. In her mind, the other party must be backed by a starship technology research organization. If she could recruit this organization, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage for the North Goose Starship Technology Group. I don't care about what you just said. First, listen to my cooperation requirements. I will provide you with several starship technologies. However, this time it's not a buyout, but a licensing agreement. I will take 70 of the profits from each starship. Meanwhile, I will not interfere with any production, transportation, sales, or other details. Those will all be your responsibility. To put it directly, I'm just a hands-off manager. Zhao Chen stated, laying out his intentions right from the start. 70 of the profits? Liyaki immediately calculated in her mind. If she gave 70 of the profits to the other party while bearing all production, manufacturing, and transportation costs, she would end up with only 1 or 2 percentage points of profit. But as a businesswoman, Liyaki could not just agree to this directly. A 70-30 split seems a bit high. Besides, you are providing only the technology, while we bear all the other costs. What if? Liyaki was still speaking when Zhao Chen interrupted her directly. You should be very clear about how much profit the T1 Wolf Fleet has brought you. As for the starship technologies I'm about to hand over to you, I'm absolutely confident they will be no worse than the T1 Wolf Fleet. My terms are non-negotiable. If Miss Lee is unwilling, then our conversation can end here. Seeing how resolute this man was, Liyaki had already weighed the pros and cons in her heart. She had to obtain the starship technology he held. Can you show me the blueprints for the starship technology for this cooperation first? Liyaki inquired. You will naturally see them after we sign the contract, Zhao Chen replied. Liyaki was taken aback. This time, the other party was very decisive, leaving her no room for retreat. This was also something Zhao Chen had anticipated. The T1 Wolf Fleet had brought Liyaki sweet benefits, and as long as she wasn't foolish, she wouldn't give up on this cooperation plan. Additionally, I have some extra conditions. Although we are signing a licensing profit-sharing contract, I need at least 20 million star coins as an advance payment for the first 3 months. This 20 million star coins will be deducted from the subsequent profit-sharing portion, Zhao Chen added. This 20 million star coins was naturally for Zhao Chen's construction plan over the next 3 months. His T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was still in need of resources, and the remaining raw materials would only last less than half a month. 20 million star coins. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's exorbitant demand, Liyaki hesitated for a moment. Up to now, the direct profit from the T1 Wolf Fleet had only been less than 5 million star coins. to gather this 20 million star coins. She would need to pull from the parent company. However, given her current influence, it should not be a major issue. I have limited time. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. Zhao Chen finally set a deadline. After thinking for less than half a minute, Li Yaqi made her decision. She looked at Zhao Chen and said, I agree to all your demands. Zhao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. You are a smart businesswoman. After saying that, Zhao Chen raised his hand, and 4 holographic images of starships appeared in front of Li Yaqi. 3 T-1 starships and 1 T-2 starship. The T-1 starships included the T-1 Gray Mouse-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T-1 Swift Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and a T-1 Ant-class heavy interstellar mining ship. The T-2 starship was a T-2 Elk-class heavy interstellar transport ship. Here are their brief introductions. I will send the detailed starship technical blueprints to your email shortly. Zhao Chen stated. These 4 starships were, of course, redeemed by Zhao Chen from the system, costing a total of 6 mission points and 260 system points. T-2 interstellar transport ship. Li Yaqi showed a look of surprise, her eyes wide with shock. She had originally thought that the starship technologies given to her would only be from the T-1 series, but unexpectedly, she received 3 types of T-1 starship technologies and 1 T-2 interstellar transport ship technology all at once. Although interstellar transport ships are auxiliary starships, their market demand is actually the highest. This is because interstellar trade relies on interstellar transport ships, and an excellent interstellar transport ship is essential for battlefield demands, territorial operations, and interstellar trade transportation. Moreover, after Li Yaqi finished reviewing the introductions of these starships, her eyes burned with excitement. This was undoubtedly a surefire deal. Sir, Li Yaqi just raised her head, only to find that the seat opposite her was already empty. This time, she still did not know the man's name. However, she had developed a strong curiosity about him for continuously offering so many T-1 starship technologies, as well as a T-2 starship technology. It seemed that when she had the time, she would have to ask her brother to find out more about this mysterious figure.